This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend Hannibal, One Man Against Rome by Harold Lamb. Though we have long since left the Second Punic War in the dust, can you ever really get tired of learning about Hannibal, the Great and Terrible? I didn't think so. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 76, Mock Triumphs. Last time, we traced Domitian's rise to power from forgotten afterthought to Emperor of the Roman Empire. Unlike his brother, Domitian's rise had no planned arc. There was no gentle addition of responsibility, no subtle raising of the volume. When it came to Domitian, 1 minute there was silence, the next the amp was cranked to 10. Imperial non-entity to master of the world in just the blink of an eye. His sudden inheritance of the throne shocked everyone, as the citizens of the empire were just getting settled into the nice long reign of Titus, and there was fear all around that the 30-year-old Domitian would not be up to the task. But this fear was generally unfounded, and Domitian would prove both intellectually and politically that he had what it took to be emperor. Even though his blunt dismissal of the Senate eventually led to assassination, for 15 years Domitian ruled effectively in the manner he saw fit, and efficiently got done what he thought needed to be done. The reign of Domitian is not to be sneezed at, or ignored, or ridiculed, though neither is it to be embraced as the second coming of Augustus, as Domitian would have liked us to believe, and in many ways he set the stage for the coming century of brilliance for the empire. Suetonius once commented that the depravity of the last Flavian practically negated the good of the first two, but this is propaganda. Domitian was harsher and colder than his brother and father, but he was as astute and capable a man as they, and in the end, the whole of the Flavian dynasty should be remembered for their successful stewardship of the empire. Domitian opened his reign, as I said last time, with a flurry of pious construction projects, completing the Temple of Jupiter and unveiling a temple for his now divine relatives, Titus and Vespasian. But he did not plan to stop at a few temples. The city of Rome had been ravaged by war and natural disaster, most recently suffering from the Great Fire of 80 AD, and Domitian saw an opportunity to kick off his planned Augustan Renaissance in style. The first emperor had famously inherited a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Domitian was inheriting a city of ashes, and he planned to leave it a city of, well, buildings and stuff. Something functional, anyway. That didn't turn out nearly as poetic as I hoped when I started that sentence. Over the course of the next few years, he would direct the completion of some 50 new buildings, restoring the architectural dignity of Rome, which had been in steep decline since the reign of Nero. Among his many projects was the Arch of Titus, which was completed soon after his brother's death. The Great Arch, which still stands today and is a can't-miss on any trip to Rome, ostensibly commemorates Titus's victory in Judea, but mostly its job was to remind everyone of the divine, almost mythological status of the Flavians. Whether or not the Romans saw it as anything more than outsized self-aggrandizement is an open question, but the grand permanence of the structure certainly convinced later ambitious men that a massive arch was a pretty sweet way to celebrate one's own eternal awesomeness. Napoleon certainly had the Arch of Titus in mind when he ordered the Arc de Triomphe built after his own great victory at Austerlitz in 1806. All of these public building projects helped stimulate an economy that had been drifting aimlessly for years. But of course, they were not going to pay for themselves. So, having undercut the Roman elite politically, Domitian next targeted them economically, and let his newly reformed and ruthlessly efficient bureaucracy loose on their bank accounts. He strengthened and extended imperial taxes, and in the years to come would eventually resort to outright confiscation to help pay for his projects, and of course the various military campaigns he initiated, which we'll get to in a bit. Now, if he were another man, Domitian would have paid for everything without resorting to excessive taxation. Emperors in the past had simply borrowed what they needed without regard for how they were going to pay it back. Besides, if the creditors did come calling, an emperor could simply devalue the coins he minted until he had enough nominal chunks of worthless metal to pay the specific amounts that everyone demanded. Domitian had no interest in inflating his way into solvency, though, and taking the opposite tack, he actually returned the silver ratio in a denarii back to the Augustan level of 12%. Roman currency was the standard in the Mediterranean at the time, and Domitian felt that it reflected badly on the emperor to have the coins he minted regarded as worthless jokes. But of course, with less circulating currency to work with, Domitian was forced to demand more from his subjects. The Roman economy, on balance, benefited from Domitian's fiscal policies, but they certainly did not help his popularity any. Helping his popularity even less than his tax policies was his hopeless quest to return the Romans to their traditional, conservative family values. Legislating sex and morals had been hard enough for Augustus a century earlier, but Domitian's attempt to revive these least successful policies of the first emperor turned out to be an even more terrible idea. But Domitian seemed dead set on reviving all things Augustan, even if it meant bringing back the much-derided Lex Julia. In 85 AD, Domitian named himself censor in perpetuity, which gave him authority to legislate public morality. Adultery once again became a banishable offense, and consorting with the Vestal virgins became a capital crime. An equestrian found himself stricken from the juror pool for remarrying an ex-wife, and a senator was expelled from the body for acting on stage, which was even worse than prostitution so far as Domitian was concerned. All of this turned out to be little more than spitting into a hurricane, and Domitian earned himself nothing but scorn for his trouble. The old ways were dead. Threatening to execute people for cheating on their wives was not going to change that. But Domitian forged on, and his efforts at re-establishing some semblance of public morality was not a total fool's errand. The emperor also used his authority as censor to punish officials for bribery and corruption, two real offenses with real consequences that had been overlooked for years, even by his own father. There was, as they say, a new sheriff in town, and even though he kicked up a lot of dust and made a lot of enemies over ultimately irrelevant sexual stuff, the government was never again as clean or honest in its dealings. The funny thing about all of this is that Domitian kept stepping on the same toes over and over again. It seems like any time he had the opportunity to stick it to the nobility, he jumped at the chance. I'm not sure what the Senate did to elicit such contempt from the emperor. I speculated about some stuff last time, but he really had it in for them. So much so that it doesn't even seem like a matter of stepping on a few toes, more like Domitian was walking right up to them and stomping down on their feet repeatedly. He cut them out of the political process, gouged them financially, policed their bedrooms, and shut down their lucrative kickbacks. In the end, I'm not sure why Domitian hated the Senate so much, but I have no doubts about why they hated him so much. He even declared a limit to the amount of arable Italian land that could be used for vineyards. So to top everything off, Domitian was also cutting down the booze supply. Is it any wonder, then, that he was finally stabbed to death? Beyond the aristocracy, who uniformly hated him, Domitian was alternatively feared and liked and disdained and respected, depending on who you talked to. But there was one segment of the population who really loved the man: rank-and-file soldiers. The officers couldn't stand Domitian, of course, for all the reasons I've mentioned and all the reasons I'll get to shortly. But the common legionary loved him. Why the great discrepancy? Because shortly after taking office, Domitian issued a blanket pay raise for his soldiers. And it wasn't some cost of living increase either. No, the common soldiers saw their paychecks increase by fully 1/3, a mind-blowing sum that earned Domitian their undying devotion for the rest of his reign. The elites could clamor for his head as much as they wanted, but after the pay raise, they were going to have a hell of a time convincing their soldiers to revolt. You want me to fight who? The guy who just gave me a 33% bump? No, I think I'm good, thanks. The raise caused Domitian to backtrack on his fiscal policy some, and he was forced to slightly devalue his coins after having so recently revalued them. But the compromise was a sound one, and Domitian never really had to worry about the whole army rising up against him. There was a brief revolt of 2 legions in 89 AD, which we'll get to next week, but it was an isolated case and was quickly crushed by the intensely loyal armies that surrounded the malcontents. The pay raise for the soldiers did not come out of nowhere, though. It was part and parcel of the triumphal celebration following Domitian's smashing victory against the Chatti in 83 AD. The fierce Germanic tribe had suddenly risen up in revolt against Rome, right around the time Domitian decided that it was high time he cemented his reputation as a great leader with an impressive military victory. It was actually pretty convenient how it all worked out. Domitian just happened to be in Chatti territory conducting a census with a new legion he had recently formed, when, for no reason, and in stark contrast to years of peaceful coexistence, the dastardly Chatti attacked, forcing Domitian to defend the honor of the House of Caesar and the majesty of Rome, etc., etc., etc. Convenient. Yes, that's one word for it. Domitian marched around for a year building roads and fortifications in Chatti territory, decided that with winter coming it was high time he declared victory and left, so he declared victory and left. He returned to Rome to celebrate the triumph he had been craving all his life. No one who knew anything about anything believed Domitian had actually done anything to earn the triumph he threw for himself. He had what, skirmished with some random tribe and built some roads, and now was calling himself Germanicus? But the people loved it. Triumphs mean games, and banquets, and generous handouts. So they cheered their conquering emperor as he marched into the city at the head of his great parade. Domitian cheerfully basked in the glow of his adoring subjects. Never again would he be relegated to the back with the other family members. This was Domitian's time now. Meanwhile, Tacitus, representing the views of the aristocracy, dismissed the whole display as a mock triumph. Real or mock, Domitian capped his celebration by announcing a pay raise for his brave soldiers. That, at least, was real enough. One possible side consequence of Domitian's mock triumph was that Agricola, and yes, thank you for the pronunciation correction, it is Agricola, not Agricola, which, yeah, I agree, sounds like some kind of terrible hippie soda, so I'm sorry about that. Anyway, Agricola was possibly recalled from his post in Britannia because his real military success on the island cast Domitian's victory in a pretty pathetic light. Not long after Domitian's parade, messengers delivered the news that Agricola had defeated the combined Caledonian army of some 30,000 troops and stood poised to capture the entire island. There is no consensus about whether Agricola was recalled out of jealousy or whether it was more like a reward for 7 years' cold, hard service in the north, but one way or the other, Agricola was back in Rome in 85 AD and effectively retired from public life. His had been one of the more successful careers of the first century, and he very nearly captured the whole of Britannia for the Romans. His work would be left permanently incomplete, though, as the legions he had led were soon transferred to the Danube to help fight the growing Dacian menace, which, unlike the Chatti menace, was all too real. The Dacians lived in the Carpathian Mountains on the far side of the Danube, and had been stirring up trouble for years. For the first time in his life, Domitian was about to deal with a real existential threat to the empire. His response to the crisis offered a window into how the emperor really felt about war, defense, and imperial security. Whether he handled the situation properly is a matter of ongoing debate, but there is no doubt that the hawkish aristocracy, already chafing under Domitian, your lord and god, were appalled by his handling of the Dacian situation. The thing about Domitian is that he took Augustus's injunction about further conquest seriously, and really believed that the primary function of the legions was now frontier defense. He didn't want to invade Germania. He didn't want to conquer Dacia. He didn't want anything to do with Scotland. He considered these efforts to be expensive boondoggles that would stretch the legions too thin, cost blood and treasure Rome couldn't afford, and ultimately leave the empire weaker and more vulnerable for the trouble. When it came to military affairs, the great legacy of Domitian was not some new territory added to the empire or some great foreign enemy destroyed, but rather the expansion and strengthening of the Limes Germanicus, the frontier fortification network along the Rhine and Danube rivers that kept the northern empire safe from invasion. Eventually stretching to nearly 350 miles, the fortification network grew to include 60 permanent forts and some 900 watchtowers. Domitian would neither begin the project nor complete it, but he was committed to it wholeheartedly and poured money and manpower into the effort. The key line the Limes Germanicus cut was between the upper Rhine and the upper Danube. While the two great rivers offered a natural defense on their own against unpacified tribes, the stretch of land between the headwaters of each was a dangerous weak point for the empire, and Domitian aimed to close that gap once and for all. Though his work would finally be completed by Hadrian, the time and effort Domitian expended was critical and helped pave the way for a century and a half of security along the northern border. But while Domitian's efforts were critical, they were also criticized. High-ranking military officials and their civilian counterparts believed Domitian far too passive in his military strategy. If the empire was to be safe, it needed to defeat its enemies, not build a wall to keep them out. The fight needed to be taken to the source. It was no good to simply sit back until it was too late. What good was a watchtower if it only alerted Rome to an invasion force too strong to repel? Nascent alliances between barbarian tribes needed to be nipped in the bud before they grew into something truly dangerous. Soldiers were trained to fight, not sit on walls staring into space. It was unnatural. The contrast in style came to a head in Dacia, where each side could reasonably claim the actions of the other detrimental to imperial security. Ever since the Year of the Four Emperors, the tribes beyond the northern frontiers of the Danube had grown more and more bold. The Roman world seemed too preoccupied to care about their raids into imperial territory, and with each passing year the tribes, including the formidable Dacians, acted with increasing impunity. They finally crossed the line and got Rome's attention in either 84 or 85 AD, when a Dacian army invaded Moesia and killed the imperial governor. Hot on the heels of his great victory over the Chatti, Domitian personally led a force to Moesia to deal with the unacceptable affront to Rome's honor. Further signaling how seriously and how personally Domitian was taking the situation, his army included members of the Praetorian Guard and was led by his Praetorian prefect, Cornelius Fuscus. The Roman reinforcements were able to easily drive off the Dacians, who were not about to tangle with an imperial army guided by the emperor himself. By the winter of 85, the Dacians were cleared out of Roman territory, and Domitian returned to Rome to celebrate his second triumph. Though there was still not much to celebrate, this triumph at least had a ring of truth to it, and Domitian was quite pleased with himself for how well his military career was shaping up. But this second triumph proved to be even more of a mockery than the first. The Dacians were not defeated by a long shot, and when Cornelius Fuscus, on his own initiative, crossed the Danube to mop up the remaining combatants, he led his legions to one of their worst defeats since the catastrophe in the Teutoburg forest. In 86 AD, Fuscus led elements of 4 legions plus auxiliaries into Dacian territory, expecting little resistance from the splintered and feuding local tribes. Except that the Dacians weren't splintered and feuding at all. They had been united by a king who was to become known to the Romans as Decebalus, which translates roughly as he with the strength of 10 men. Decebalus saw the Romans coming from a mile away and set an ambush at the narrow pass of Tapi. Fuscus blundered right into the trap. He watched in horror as the entire 5th Legion was cornered and massacred, and then watched in humiliation as the legionary standard of the Praetorian Guard was captured and hauled off by the enemy. Luckily for Fuscus, he did not have to live with the humiliation for long, as he himself was soon killed in the fighting. Back in Rome, the triumph Domitian had celebrated now seemed like a cruel joke. He quickly returned to Moesia to oversee the reinforcement of the province. He divided the territory into 2 administrative districts and transferred 3 legions to boost the defenses along the Danube. Though he was convinced now more than ever that the legions worked best as a defensive force rather than conquering adventurers, Domitian understood that the annihilation of a legion and the capture of a standard, the Praetorian Guard standard no less, could not go unanswered. In both 87 and 88, the Romans crossed the Danube to campaign against Decebalus, though this time they marched with far greater care than had been shown by Fuscus. In 88, the Dacians and Romans once again found themselves facing off at Tappi, though this time the Romans did not stumble blindly into any traps, and Decebalus was soundly beaten. All would seem to be well for Domitian and the Romans. Their honor was restored and the enemy beaten. But unfortunately for Domitian, events elsewhere conspired to turn his victory into a bleeding sore. On January 1st, 89 AD, Lucius Antonius Saturnius, the governor of Upper Germania, had had enough of Domitian and led his 2 legions in revolt. With this sudden crisis on the Rhine, Domitian was forced to conclude a hasty treaty with Decebalus that formally recognized Dacia as a client kingdom of Rome. To ensure that there would be no trouble after he left, Domitian accepted a controversial provision that sent money and artisans to Decebalus in exchange for peace. The money and men would be used by the Dacian king to bolster his own defenses and properly equip his growing army. Domitian's treaty had the effect of transforming Roman tax dollars into Dacian swords and putting Romans to work building walls that later Romans would die trying to climb. The officer corps was already grumbling about Domitian's cowardly obsession with roads and watchtowers, but for him to pay off an enemy like that was borderline dereliction of duty. And they had a point. When Trajan decided to eventually crush Decebalus once and for all, he found the task far more arduous than it should have been, because of all the enemy fortifications built with Roman money. For the record, Decebalus did control lucrative gold mines that bought and paid for most of his army, lucrative gold mines that had far more to do with Trajan's decision to invade than abstract notions of defending Roman honor, by the way. But still, the optics of Domitian's treaty were terrible, and the deal with Decebalus soon became a political wound that refused to heal. Next week, we'll start with the Revolt of Saturnius, which would prove to be a turning point in Domitian's reign. Prior to the uprising, Domitian was harsh but fair in his use of imperial power, but afterwards, the emperor would become far more paranoid and far more cruel. Though in the end he would execute for treason no more men than the lovable, huggable Uncle Claudius, the last years of Domitian's reign would nonetheless go down in history as a reign of terror. Eventually, a conspiracy of court officials would determine that they had better kill the emperor before he killed them, and on September 18, 96 AD, Domitian finally met the violent end that he had always suspected would be his to meet. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 77, What Time Is It? Domitian's autocratic reign was approaching the decade mark when it finally ran into some serious blowback. There had been mumblings and grumblings from day one, but thus far, his loyal bureaucracy and his loyal troops had forestalled any major attempts at revolution or coup. But on January 1st, 89 AD, exactly 20 years after Vitellius's revolt along the Rhine, 2 legions stationed in Upper Germany, led by their provincial governor Lucius Antonius Saturninus, refused to renew their oath to Domitian, and the Roman world once again stood on the brink of civil war. No one had forgotten the horror of 69 AD, and from the outside, Saturninus's revolt looked eerily similar to the Vitellian rebellion. Hadn't Caecina led 2 legions on the Upper Rhine in revolt? And hadn't that spark been carried down the river until the whole of the Rhine legions stood opposed to the legal emperor in Rome? And hadn't that led to self-destruction on a scale not seen since the days of Octavian and Antony? Yes, he had. Yes, it had. And yes, it did. But this time, things would turn out differently, partly due to the widespread loyalty Domitian had earned from the legions, in contrast to the bitter hatred they had directed at Galba, but also partly due to a heaping shovelful of luck. Had there not been an early thaw, who knows what would have happened. Unfortunately, we're never going to know the full story behind Saturninus's rebellion, but it seems that the governor had been planning his revolt for some time, and had probably made contact with like-minded senators back in Rome. We're never going to know, because once the uprising was put down by Lapius Maximus, the governor of Lower Germany, who was first on the scene, the victorious governor burned all of Saturninus's correspondence before Domitian arrived. It is likely that the letters implicated all of Saturninus's fellow travelers, and Maximus, having done his duty and put down the revolt, had no wish for the aftermath to turn into a bloodbath. All that we really know is that Saturninus had made some kind of deal with the Chatti, the same Chatti Domitian had used as his triumphal prop 6 years earlier, and the 2 legions under Saturninus's direct command were supposed to be reinforced by a strong Germanic army to help them make their stand against Domitian. The emperor responded quickly to the crisis, ordering Maximus to take all action necessary to quell the revolt, while he himself led a contingent of Praetorians north to deal with the situation. To help ensure victory, Domitian also ordered a legion from Spain to march in on the double. The legion arrived well after the danger had passed, but the unblinking loyalty of the legion's commander, a one Mr. Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, earned the commander the gratitude of Domitian, who put the man history knows as Trajan on the fast track to his own date with imperial destiny. Saturninus's army was on the Roman side of the Rhine, perhaps stuck on perpetual watchtower duty, which may have helped spurn the restless governor, and his plan was for the Chatti to cross the frozen Rhine before the rest of the Roman world had a chance to react. But the luck of the Flavians returned with a vengeance, and in the middle of January, an unheard-of early thaw turned the stable and thoroughly frozen Rhine River back into a rushing torrent. The Chatti were trapped on the far side, and Saturninus was suddenly left to face the full brunt of imperial reprisal with only 2 legions at his back. Just 24 days after the revolt began, Saturninus and his legions surrendered to Maximus. As I said, Maximus took the treasonous governor of Upper Germany into custody, and then proceeded to burn the paper trail that had led to the uprising. Who knows what friends, relatives, associates, or otherwise Maximus was protecting, but he certainly did history no favor by destroying all the evidence. The revolt, then, is left as a known, but not very well understood, crisis. Saturninus and his officers were executed, and the 2 rebellious legions were sent to the front along the Danube. Maximus was awarded the governorship of Syria, and Trajan was elevated to a consulship in 91, followed by key appointments to governorships in Moesia and along the Rhine. I think we all know where his star is headed. The year after the revolt, Domitian decided to serve a term as consul himself, and as his colleague, he made the surprising choice of an influential, but quietly so man, named Marcus Cocceius Nerva. Obviously, serving as the consular colleague of an emperor was incredibly prestigious, and not lightly awarded, so scholars have been left to wonder what Nerva did to earn such an honor. Some have speculated that he may have had a hand in uncovering Saturninus's plot, buying the emperor valuable reaction time. After all, Nerva had been instrumental in uncovering the Pisonian conspiracy against Nero the generation before, so maybe the old hand had once again put his ear to the ground and delivered the imperial house from ruin. This probably relies too much on his role in uncovering the earlier conspiracy, in its attempt to say that the consulship was a reward for uncovering the latter conspiracy, and really, we may need to look no further than Nerva's uncanny ability to survive regime change to explain what he was doing at so prominent a position. It takes a man of rare political skill to survive such turbulent times unharmed. Is it really so remarkable that he would one day find himself the consular colleague of an emperor? Or that one day he would simply find himself emperor? Marcus Nerva was born November 8, 30 AD, into an Italian family that had risen to prominence as the Principate was taking shape. His family was not elite Roman nobility, but more and more, such distinctions were becoming irrelevant. Vespasian's family was not from Rome proper either, and soon enough, the empire would see its first provincial emperor in the aforementioned Trajan. Nerva's grandfather had been a friend of Tiberius and accompanied the emperor to Capri, while his father had risen to the rank of consul under Caligula. Nerva himself eschewed the conventional cursus honorum, and seems to have had no interest in a military career, content instead to wield behind-the-scenes political influence as an advisor to the emperor of his own day, Nero. In this capacity, he earned Nero's eternal gratitude for the central role he played in uncovering the Pisonian conspiracy, and the emperor rewarded him with unprecedented triumphal regalia, an honor usually reserved for military victories. While skillfully navigating his way around Nero's imperial court, Nerva at some point ran into Vespasian, and the two struck up a friendship. When Nero committed suicide, I think any reasonable bookmaker would have put Nerva down as a staunch Othonian. Not only was his sister married to Otho's brother, but most of Nero's court wound up in Otho's corner anyway during the civil wars, and Nerva was certainly a member of Nero's court. But Nerva ignored these obvious loyalties, and decided early to back Vespasian should the latter heed the calls to enter the ring. This friendship and support allowed Nerva to become one of the few members of Nero's inner circle to transition to the inner circle of the Flavians, which he did so in fine style by being named a consul ordinarii in 71 AD. And that's the prestigious one, remember, that Vespasian usually reserved for members of his own family. Nerva spent the next 2 decades attached at the hip to the Flavian court, acting as a historically undocumented but still powerful member of the regime. Indeed, after his consulship in 71, he doesn't really pop up again until 90 AD, when he is suddenly awarded the honor of serving as Domitian's colleague in the consulship. We'll probably never know what role, if any, Nerva played in uncovering Saturninus's rebellion, or whether it had anything to do with the consular appointment. It could be that after the failed uprising, Domitian wanted to reassert firm control over the empire, and took as his partner the only man he could trust without reservation. A man who had served as an advisor and mentor since Domitian's lonely days in Rome after being left behind when his father and brother went to fight the Jewish war. After the rebellion, Domitian more than ever needed to surround himself with men he could trust. After all, Maximus had taken it upon himself to burn all the evidence in Saturninus's tent before the emperor and his agents could look at it. Who knows what names would have popped up as additional conspirators, or fellow travelers, or officially neutral but secret nodwinkers. As is so often the case after failed assassinations or coups or rebellions, Domitian couldn't help but grow more paranoid and suspicious. Which members of that senatorial delegation are plotting to kill me? Which of my provincial governors are secretly building anti-imperial alliances? How many of my slaves would stab me to death to earn their freedom? Distrustful by nature, Domitian's paranoia accelerated through the 90s AD. He was not blind to what was happening to him, though, nor was he blind to the public's perception that their emperor was jumping at more shadows lately, and with harsher consequences. The problem, as Domitian saw it, was not that he was paranoid for no reason, but that he had every rational right to be paranoid because conspiracies did exist against his life that needed to be uncovered. Suetonius reports that Domitian lamented angrily that no one believes in murderous secret plots against the emperor unless the emperor turns up dead. Domitian was caught in a trap and he knew it. Stay vigilant and be accused of paranoid tyranny, or lighten up and die. A prudent survivor, Domitian decided he could live with the former if it meant that he would live. After the events of 89 AD, then, there was a sharp uptick in treason trials, the old imperial weapon of last resort that had been abandoned by his father and officially outlawed by his brother. It would be neat and clean to say that the revolt caused Domitian to revive the practice, but over the course of his reign, he had already killed a handful of senators for treasonous activities, and his decidedly reactionary take on free speech had dramatically increased the scope of what would be considered treasonous activities. This is why we can only say that the 90s AD saw Domitian's paranoia increase, rather than say that the 90s AD is when it began. In the last 5 years of his reign, though, Domitian killed about 20 men of senatorial rank and confiscated the property of dozens more. Banishments and executions came with disturbing regularity, and it was during this time that Domitian's reputation as a bloodthirsty tyrant was really cemented. To a man, the Senate feared and loathed him. Some were afraid of being falsely accused or being deliberately set up by personal enemies, while others were afraid that their very real attempts to overthrow the emperor were going to be discovered. Domitian, meanwhile, was stuck trying to sort through rumors, innuendo, and vague shreds of evidence, convinced that every day might be his last if he didn't get to them before they got to him. It was, simply put, a bad time all around for everyone. In 96 AD, Domitian finally struck too close to home, and his own court officials turned against him, determining that none of them were safe as long as Domitian remained alive. Supposedly, this last plot was hatched after Domitian executed one of Nero's old freedmen, who had once upon a time helped Nero escape the palace and then helped the outlaw emperor commit suicide. Citing the crime of not doing enough to protect his former master, Domitian had the freedman killed, even though the man had been serving as an imperial secretary for years. The convoluted rationale and cross-loyalties in the story cast doubt on how much of this version of events is true. Whether or not the man actually returned to imperial service, for example, or really whether Domitian had him killed at all. But his alleged death is cited by Suetonius as the catalyst for Domitian's chamberlain Parthenius to organize an assassination in 96 AD. Most of who knew what remains pure speculation, but the three men we know for sure that were in on the plot were Parthenius himself, his freedman Maximus, and an attendant to one of Domitian's nieces named Stephanus. Maximus was to be the inside man in the palace, making sure that the right doors were locked and the right doors were unlocked, and making sure that on the day of the deed, the sword Domitian kept under his bed would be removed. Stephanus was to be the actual assassination, and in preparation for his attack, he faked an arm injury so everyone would get used to seeing him around with his arm in a sling. With his presence in the palace never suspicious, as he was in the direct employ of the imperial family, and his injured arm now old news to the Praetorians watching over the emperor, Stephanus was able to then hide a dagger in the bandages and come and go as he pleased. The legend then goes that Domitian had long been particularly agitated around noontime, as an astrologer had once told him that that was the time of day that he was destined to die. So he was in the habit of constantly asking what time it was until the hour of his demise passed, so he could relax and go about his business without the fear of death hanging over his head. But on September 18, one of his servants, who was in on the plot, lied to the emperor and told him it was well past noon, when it was in fact just reaching that hour. Content that he was going to live at least one more day, Domitian let down his guard and retired to his personal quarters to sign some paperwork. When Stephanus arrived and demanded an audience with the emperor, claiming that he had uncovered a plot against the emperor's life, Domitian let the boy in to hear what he had to say, unaware that the plot Stephanus was about to reveal was, the one he was planning to execute right then and there. Once he was close enough to the emperor, Stephanus pulled the dagger out of his sling and stabbed Domitian in the groin. But Domitian was not going to be an easy kill, and having survived the initial attack, he managed to fend Stephanus off for several minutes before further accomplices rushed in and overwhelmed the wounded emperor. Suetonius reports that at least 4 other men helped Stephanus inflict 7 fatal stab wounds on Domitian, who finally collapsed on the floor, dead at the age of 45. The conspirators then hauled the body off and had it cremated without ceremony. The only concession the dead emperor was afforded was that his ashes were eventually deposited in the Flavian temple, rather than simply being scattered to the 4 winds. He had ruled the empire for 15 dictatorial, but more or less successful years, and would be remembered as a monster. Questions have long abounded about who else was in on the final plan to kill Domitian. Cassius Dio implicates his wife Domitilla, and others have accused the Praetorians of purposeful apathy, if not outright complicity. Further, the Senate's sudden announcement the next day that Nerva, man of the political shadows, was their unanimous choice to serve as the next emperor, has raised more than a few ancient and modern eyebrows about his involvement in the plot. I think we can safely say that in their conduct both before and after the assassination, that Domitilla and the rank-and-file Praetorians probably knew nothing of the plot. However, one of the Praetorian prefects, Titus Petronius Secundus, was probably aware of what was unfolding and did nothing to prevent it. But it also seems that he did nothing to bring any of the guardsmen under his command into his confidence. Nerva's involvement is far cloudier, as he shied away from the public eye. He was well connected enough to have eyes and ears everywhere, so it seems reasonable that he may have known something. And the speed with which he was confirmed as heir to the throne suggests that someone may have approached him directly about whether he would be willing to don the purple. But his years of loyalty not just to the Flavians, but to the imperial house in general, seem to belie such suspicions. But then again, he did let all the conspirators go without so much as a slap on the wrist, so who knows. With Nerva in place, the Senate then let 15 years of simmering anger explode in a series of edicts officially damning Domitian's memory. His name was taken off all the public monuments and buildings he had constructed over the years, and statues or reliefs that bore his likeness were recarved to look like Nerva. The goal was to pretend as if Domitian never happened, just as Augustus had once tried to pretend that Mark Antony had never happened. But the law banishing Domitian from the collective memory worked no better than it had for Augustus, and even in Rome itself, it was difficult to keep everyone on the same revisionist page. Out in the province, it was an utter impossibility, and in the legions, it was downright dangerous to even suggest it. The rank and file still loved Domitian, and they screamed for blood when his murder was announced. When the assassins were let go, they howled for vengeance, and for the entirety of his brief reign, Nerva would have difficulty exerting any kind of real influence on the troops for having allowed such a betrayal. Next week, things will get so bad for Nerva that the Praetorians will actually besiege the palace and take him hostage, demanding, among other things, the literal heads of Domitian's assassins. As I've said a few times, Domitian wanted to usher in nothing less than an Augustan Renaissance, and during his time in office, he certainly matched the breadth and depth of the first emperor's interests. Just as with Augustus, Domitian did not limit himself to war and politics. To both of them, the influence of the princeps rightly extended into all aspects of Roman life: the economy, culture, the arts, morality, and sexuality. Domitian attempted to follow the blueprint laid down by Augustus. After all, it had worked out great the first time around. But unfortunately, he never did have the personal gravitas to pull it off. Romans of all stripes had scoffed when Augustus tried to implement his conservative morality laws. The reception when Domitian tried to revive them was a healthy belly laugh. When Augustus put his foot down after the disaster in the Teutoburg and declared an end to Roman expansion and a reorganization of the legions into a defensive force, his commanders obeyed. Augustus's military credentials were, after all, impeccable. But when the more or less civilian Domitian hewed the identical line, he was accused of cowardice, dereliction of duty, and worse. He had done nothing to earn the respect of his officers, and generals openly vented their frustrations, even though, had the order come from Augustus, they would have hopped to without question. Augustus was able to do much because he was Augustus, and Domitian's difficulties stand as living proof of the first emperor's unique talents. Domitian forever battled on, but his Augustan Renaissance was doomed to failure as long as Augustus himself was not around to make it work. Next week, we'll begin the smooth transition from the Flavian dynasty to the so-called Nervan Antonine dynasty, which will control Rome until the assassination of Commodus nearly a century hence. This new dynasty will be populated by the men Gibbon famously dubbed the Five Good Emperors, and during their time on the throne, the empire will reach its peak culturally, economically, and geographically. In addition to their own unique talents, the 5 good emperors are collectively remembered for the wisdom they showed in picking their successors. Rather than relying on their own possibly deficient biological sons, they chose to adopt men of merit who would rule the empire as well as they had. The example they set in this regard is often lauded as basically the pinnacle of enlightened politics and noble sacrifice in the name of civic virtue. The only problem with this is that until Marcus Aurelius, none of the emperors of the Nervan Antonine dynasty actually had biological sons to pass power onto. Nerva had to adopt Trajan, who had to adopt Hadrian, who had to adopt Antonius Pius, who had to adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Severus, because between them there was not a biological son to be found. So while it was a remarkable run of capable men, and they all deserve credit for their eventual choices and heirs, we should not pretend that they were purposefully refusing to hand power to their biological heirs. The first chance one of them had to pass the throne on to a son took it, and that decision is where Gibbon finally landed in his search for the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire. The last thing I'll mention before I go is that I recently recorded a short interview about the history of Rome for BBC 5 Radio's Pods and Blogs series that should be airing this Tuesday night. If you're interested, I've posted a link to the interview at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, but you can also get the episode on iTunes by searching for Pods and Blogs. I will note, however, that I haven't actually heard the final cut of the interview, so if it turns out that I sound like a damn fool, then I'm going to erase the link and deny the whole thing ever happened. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you got. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription packages and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I noticed that Audible has the full unabridged Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. I have no idea if it technically qualifies as a free download, but if you sign up, you'll definitely get some of it at a discount rate. We'll be getting into Gibbon territory pretty soon, so if you want to stay ahead of the class, I highly recommend picking it up. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 78, Imperial Stop Gap. The assassination of Domitian threatened to bring the Flavian dynasty full circle. Political chaos and its bosom buddies, violence, destruction, and death, had brought the family to power 25 years before, and now, with no heir to speak of, the sudden murder of the emperor stood ready to open the door to another round of bitter civil war. But no one had forgotten the horrors of 68 and 69 AD, least of all the Senate, and the elites in Rome moved quickly to find anyone to rally behind before the provincial generals started dreaming imperial dreams. But finding the perfect candidate would not be easy. Preferably, he would be an ally of the Flavians, so it could be plausibly argued that the new emperor did not necessarily represent a break with the previous dynasty. He should also be an older man, so that if, in their haste to find a successor, they picked a bad one, at least they would not have to live with their mistake for long. And if they could scrounge up a childless old man, that would be best of all. Everyone agreed that finding an emperor now was the most important thing, and that unanimity was needed to make the choice stick. But unanimity now could be achieved best if every senator could imagine that his own preferred candidate would eventually be adopted by whatever old childless man they brought in now. Finally, since they had just chafed for a decade and a half under Domitian, It would be best if they brought in a man without strong military credentials or an independent political base. The Senate wanted back in the game, and they weren't going to get back in if they brought in someone who could just go right back to ignoring them. All of these parameters were cross-triangulated, and the man whose name popped up was longtime imperial advisor Marcus Nerva. Past 60, the staunch Flavian was old enough not to last too long on the throne, had no sons to pass power on to when he died, had spent his life avoiding the political limelight, and had no military record to speak of. He was the perfect stopgap answer to the question of succession. Nerva would buy the political establishment time to work through their rivalries and alliances peacefully, without needing to resort to violence. Nerva had never even hinted that he wanted the job, but he too remembered the year of the 4 emperors. Within hours of Domitian's death, he accepted the Senate's acclaim. If it meant keeping the peace, the man who had spent his life in the shadows was more than willing to step into the light. At this point, the Senate was quite pleased with itself. They had just fired their first shot in a bid to emerge from the political wilderness, and it felt good. Since the dawn of the Principate, their role in the succession process had always been to rubber-stamp decisions that had already been made, whether by the previous emperor, the Praetorian Guard, or the legions in the field. For the first time, the Senate, all on its own, was choosing the man who would rule the empire. The reign of Domitian was unquestionably the nadir of senatorial power, and now that he was dead, they believed that they were rapidly approaching a new zenith. In his initial pronouncements, Nerva did not disappoint on this front. He declared an end to treason trials, and promised a blanket moratorium on executions of men of senatorial rank. He freed Domitian's political prisoners, returned confiscated property, and recalled dozens from exile. Having undone much of Domitian's damage, Nerva then went further and vowed to bring the Senate back into the political fold. They would no longer be a social club without purpose or responsibility. Nerva promised them active participation in his administration. The Senate, to say the least, was flying high. But all was not well in the empire as a whole. The Senate had never been a good barometer of anything other than what extremely rich men in Rome thought about things. It was a sure bet that if a man was the Senate's preferred candidate, then he was going to run into difficulties elsewhere. And indeed, all the things that recommended Nerva to the Senate caused him problems everywhere else during his 16 months in power. Being old and childless was not necessarily a problem, but his total lack of military experience and the fact that the public at large had no idea who the heck he was, yeah, those things were going to come back to haunt him. Political power is a zero-sum game, so while the Senate gloried in having chosen Domitian's successor, the 2 other institutions that had grown accustomed to having the final word on such matters, the Praetorian Guard and the provincial legions, developed quick and healthy grudges at having been left out of the process. Nerva then exacerbated the situation by letting Domitian's killers go free, a move that the Senate applauded, but the troops hated. When Domitian's loyal soldiers heard the news that the only punishment handed out was the dismissal of Secundus as Praetorian prefect, they couldn't believe their ears. Nerva attempted to placate them with a generous donative upon ascending to the throne, issued to both the Praetorians and the rank-and-file soldiers, but it was not nearly enough to dampen their outrage. Here was some random, probably corrupt, puppet of the Senate, thinking he can just murder our emperor and then drop a few coins around and make everything all better? Who the hell did this guy think he was? Does he even know which end of a sword to hold? For the rest of his short reign, Nerva would barely even try to exert influence over the legions, and his relationship with the army could never be described as anything better than strained. The new emperor did somewhat better with the public at large, but his quest for popularity led the empire into shaky financial territory that would only really be resolved by the sound policies of Trajan, who was a firm believer in the seize your neighbor's massive gold and silver deposits to pay for everything school of economics. It wasn't that Nerva started out as some delusional tax cut and spend executive, but eventually that's where his policies took him. He wanted to ease the heavy tax burden Domitian had saddled the empire with, while simultaneously expanding social welfare programs, which, doesn't usually add up to fiscal success. For a man who was not exactly known outside the halls of the imperial palace, Nerva was acutely aware of the need to generate some goodwill, and fast, and he kicked things off in fine style by announcing a one-time bonus payment of 75 denarii per citizen to celebrate his ascension to the throne. He then went further and began using imperial money and property to extend land grants to the poor and lower middle class. Then, over the course of his first year in office, he tried to alleviate the heavy financial burdens Domitian had laid upon them all by exempting rich and poor alike from various tax schemes Domitian had dreamed up. Everyone was starting to dig the new guy. Lower taxes and more stuff is definitely a recipe for political popularity, and Nerva was just getting started. But the new emperor also understood that lower taxes and more stuff is not just a recipe for political success, it is also a recipe for economic disaster, and he at least tried to get some of his new programs to pay for themselves. The program closest to his heart was a new, stable welfare program for the poorest of the poor. Previous emperors had issued free grain allotments, but these programs were started and stopped at will, leaving a level of social insecurity that Nerva wanted to end for good. Plus, he figured if he could entrench his new alimentary system into the fabric of society, then his legacy would be secured. But after all the tax cutting, the treasury was running low, so Nerva decided to get into the business of issuing loans for land purchases in Italy. What does that have to do with a social welfare program? Well, in addition to encouraging greater land ownership, men who took out loans from the state were required to pay 5% interest directly back to their local municipalities, payments that would underwrite Nerva's new welfare system. But in the end, Nerva was adding too much to the debit side of the ledger without making up for it on the credit side, and within a year, the fiscal situation looked grim. So Nerva and the Senate turned to the politician's best friend for dealing with one's own policy blunders. They formed a blue-ribbon commission to study the problem and make recommendations. But the commission turned out to be more than simply an instrument of public relations, and it actually came back with some effective ways to cut costs and raise revenues. For one thing, they reported, Domitian had inaugurated myriad games and banquets and festivals, all designed to foster public goodwill and show off the recently completed Colosseum in all its glory. He was able to pay for it all because he was taxing the dickens out of everyone, but when Nerva shut down Domitian's various revenue streams, the games became a black hole for imperial money. The commission recommended severely limiting Domitian's festival calendar down to the necessary religious observances, and Nerva immediately took their advice. The commission also noted that in addition to the mounds of bejeweled riches he hoarded in the palace, Domitian had also been in the habit of building marvelous solid gold and silver statues of himself. Does the empire really need gold statues of Domitian laying around, or do you suppose we could melt them down and put all that gold and silver to better use? Turning the old statues into coins only got the emperor so far, though, so Nerva then held public auctions to purge the palace of Domitian's treasure. Finally, they raised enough money to get the empire's financial situation back on track, at least temporarily. But of course, canceling games and melting down statues are one-time-only fixes, which would have been a problem for Nerva had he been in office any longer. But by the time the bill came due again, he was dead. An economic crisis invented and resolved, Nerva breathed a sigh of relief. It is easy to feel a bit sorry for the old man. He had spent his life behind the scenes, offering advice, helping to find problems, and running small meetings. At no point had he been the man making the decisions, or the man who had to deal with the political backlash when things went awry, or the man who was expected to control the herd of cats that was the Roman Senate. For example, having promised the Senate that they were essentially exempt from political punishment, he placed no restrictions on their own pursuit of political vendettas, and the body quickly turned on itself in a maelstrom of accusations and counter-accusations over past offenses. Unwilling to come down hard on the one part of the political system who really supported him, Nerva allowed the Senate to run amok, prompting one member to observe that the tyranny of Domitian was perhaps superior to the anarchy of Nerva. The emperor simply did not have a firm executive mindset, and soon everyone, friends included, came to see him as weak and ineffective. He was, at his core essence, simply unsuited for the job of emperor. When a coup masterminded by a senator named Calpurnius Crassus was exposed, and Nerva refused to execute the plotters, it was not seen as a generous act of forgiveness in the mold of Julius Caesar. It was instead seen as the lame response of a weak man who refused to stand up even for himself. For the Praetorians, who had been ticked off since Nerva refused to properly punish Domitian's assassins, the situation was fast becoming untenable. In late 97 AD, after just over a year in office, old resentments were finally combined with enough new resentments to trigger a revolt among the guardsmen. Nerva had never been their choice, and in the past year he had done nothing to show them that he was anything but a spineless puppet of the Senate. But they were not interested in hacking their emperor to pieces, at least not yet, as he was obviously not a madman like Caligula or Nero. Mostly, they just wanted to remind him that the Senate may have placed him on the throne, but the Praetorians kept him there. It was important for Nerva to understand that whoever said that the pen was mightier than the sword had clearly never been stabbed to death in the middle of the night. So in October of 97, led by their new prefect Casperius Aelianus, the man appointed by Nerva to replace the dismissed Secundus, the Praetorians laid siege to the imperial palace and, quickly breaching the meager, non-Praetorian defenses, took the emperor hostage. Nerva quickly gave in to their demand that Domitian's killers finally be brought to justice, and in short order, Parthenius, Secundus, and the other conspirators were hunted down and executed. The emperor also wound up publicly thanking the Praetorians for reminding him of his duty, which was a part of the deal that sent them back to their barracks. The details of what else they wanted is hard to figure, but that was never the point. The point was to remind the emperor who was alpha dog in Rome. It wasn't important what the Praetorians demanded. It was only important that the emperor comply. After this unsettling ordeal, Nerva knew that he needed to do something fast to salvage his decimated reputation. Not just for his own sake, but for the whole empire. He did not have the support of the legions, and the Praetorians had just publicly humiliated him. His only real political allies were in the Senate, and, well, nobody liked them anyway. Nerva knew that conditions like these can lead quickly to civil war if they are not headed off at the pass. Up until now, the old and childless Nerva had been coy about who he planned to name as his successor. He had been flirting with the idea of adopting as his heir the governor of Syria, but in the aftermath of the Praetorian siege, he changed course and suddenly announced to everyone's delight, the legions most of all, that he was adopting as his heir the most popular general of the day, Trajan. Immediately, the political waters that had been heating up to a full boil cooled. Any hint of open revolt or civil war disappeared almost overnight. The only group put out by the choice of Trajan was the Senate, as they had hoped to be in the driver's seat on the issue of succession. As I said, every senator had their favorite candidate, and they were all getting ready for some good old-fashioned horse trading to get their preferred man in place, when Nerva up and killed the game before it ever got started. In time, though, they would shed whatever resentment they had over being bypassed, as Trajan proved himself to be an emperor as great as the divine Augustus himself. The future Emperor Trajan was born in Spain in 53 AD, near modern-day Seville. This, of course, made him what no previous emperor had ever been, a provincial. Now, it is a matter of some dispute whether Trajan was technically a provincial, or whether he was the member of a displaced Roman family that had moved into the region following Rome's envelopment of the Iberian Peninsula. The argument boils down to whether you believe Trajan's branch of the extended Ulpian family was pure Italian, or whether it had been native Spanish and adopted into the clan at some point in the past. Which, yeah, I'm not going to get bogged down in, since it doesn't really matter how pure Trajan's blood was when pointing out that he was the first provincial emperor, because every single citizen of the empire, Italian and provincial alike, considered him provincial. Full stop. His family rose to prominence with the Flavians, and Trajan's father was elevated to senatorial status, following his loyal service to Vespasian and Titus during the Jewish War. The high regard Vespasian had for Trajan's father is amply demonstrated by the former's appointment in 76 AD to the governorship of Syria. Trajan accompanied his father and got his first taste of public service and military life, serving as a tribune in the Eastern legions. Shortly after his stint in the Syrian army, young Trajan was granted a quaestorship, and his rapid rise up the cursus honorum was underway. His public career well begun, Trajan then managed to marry a woman who would go down in history as one of the finest matrons in the whole long history of the empire, Pompeia Plotina. Roman writers typically cast their women either as reserved, saintly mothers in the Cornelia Africana mold, or as diabolical stepmothers in the Livia Agrippina mold. The difference in depiction, unfortunately, usually came down to how much power the woman in question wielded. If the answer was a lot, then you can bet she was going to be portrayed as a scheming, probably murderous old witch. Pompeia Plotina, however, managed to avoid this fate, and somehow got the old historians to fit the notion of a capable and influential woman having a positive impact on the world around her into their heads. And that alone should prove what an impressive woman she actually was. Trajan became praetor in or around 85 AD, and shortly thereafter found himself leading the 7th Legion stationed in Spain. Trajan was a natural leader and excelled at the art of war, and it was clear that his star was on the rise. He had the kind of easygoing authority that made men not just ready to serve, but eager to serve. He had a relaxed, familiar relationship with his troops that, coupled with his policy of strict but fair discipline, reminds you of no one so much as Julius Caesar. The young provincial general was fast becoming the most popular man in the Roman army. Coming to the aid of Domitian so readily during Saturninus's revolt earned him Domitian's gratitude, and with his natural talents now joined with imperial favor, he was off to the races. In 91 AD, he served a term as consul, followed by key appointments as governor in Moesia and Upper Germany. As governor, he earned rave reviews not just for his military acumen, but for his administrative skills. As a provincial himself, he brought along with him none of the arrogant disdain the boys raised on the Palatine Hill seemed to carry around with them as they arrived in wherever to serve their perfunctory proconsulships. As emperor, Trajan brought this worldview with him, fully recognizing that the empire he ruled was not a collection of faceless conquered people led by a divinely ordained elite in Rome, but rather a collection of unique and talented peoples who were all contributing to the greatness of the empire to which they belonged. It was a worldview that would serve Trajan and the Roman Empire as a whole quite well. Through the mess of Domitian's assassination and Nerva's ascension, Trajan did his best to keep his troops in line and loyal to the legal emperor. But he was not oblivious to their unhappiness with the situation, nor their whispered calls that perhaps he ought to be sitting on the throne instead of shifty old Nerva. But before he had a chance to really be persuaded that he ought to, take matters into his own hand, the Praetorian revolt made the whole question moot. Knowing full well that Trajan was the most popular man in the army, and that he needed the army on his side if he hoped to remain on the throne, Nerva suddenly announced his intention to adopt Trajan and make him his heir. Elevated to the consulship for 98 AD and given a full share of the emperor's tribunician powers, Trajan suddenly found himself not just heir, but practically co-emperor. There's some speculation that with Trajan in place and well received, that Nerva was planning to abdicate the throne, but we'll never know for sure because in January 98 AD, Nerva died of an illness at the age of 67 after just 16 months in office. Trajan was in Germany when Nerva died, and it is traditionally reported that it was young Hadrian, future emperor himself, who delivered the news that Trajan was now the sole emperor of the Roman Empire. Nerva's reign had been brief and stormy, and in the end we should probably be talking about the 4 good emperors rather than the 5 good emperors. But as a temporary stopgap to fend off civil war, he did just fine. His alimentary system did entrench itself as a cornerstone of the enlightened despotism that defined his successors, and whatever damage his economic flailing did was short-lived as Trajan soon solved the empire's money problems. So Nerva's personal legacy was a mixed bag that did some long-term good, but no real long-term damage. But of course, he will always be remembered as one of the 5 good emperors, because his chosen heir turned out to be Trajan, who was consistently ranked either second or third, depending on what you think of Constantine, on the list of greatest emperors of all time. So Nerva stuck the landing on the most critical decision of his reign, and for that alone, we shouldn't kick him around too much. When we come back, we'll begin the reign of Trajan, who, as I said, is widely considered one of the best emperors in Roman history. A military man at heart, he would leave Augustus's injunction against further expansion in the dust and push the empire into heretofore unconquered territory, bringing back with him riches that would fund a century of Roman brilliance. As a result of his campaigns, practically every standard map of the Roman Empire you see today is labeled down in the corner, Roman Empire at its greatest extent, 117 AD, or something like that. That was Trajan. He was Rome at its greatest extent. However, I must tell you that Trajan will have to wait until after the new year. I'm taking 2 weeks off for the holidays, but we'll be back on January 10 to begin the century Gibbon famously called the period when the condition of the human race was at its happiest and most prosperous. Happy Saturnalia. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going there, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you got. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription packages and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend Rome at War, Farms, Families, and Death in the Middle Republic, a new addition to the library that I have not yet read, but is on my list of new books to pick up. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 79, The Dacian Wars. When Nerva died in January of 98 AD, news of his death generated as much relief as it did sadness. We know from last time that Nerva was no egomaniacal, despotic monster whose death was eagerly anticipated by friend and foe alike, but neither was he seen as the best man for a very difficult job. The best man, everyone agreed, was Trajan, and from the minute he had been adopted, the death watch began on Nerva. The sooner the old emperor died, the sooner imperial authority would be back in the hands of a man who would know how to use it properly. So when Nerva slipped his mortal coil, just months after naming Trajan heir, everyone agreed how nice it was that the old man had not dragged things out. Rome would again be ruled by a proper emperor, not a political fixer in over his head. The crazy thing about Trajan is that in his almost 20 years in office, he actually managed to exceed the high expectations everyone had for him. And after his death, every subsequent emperor would ascend to the throne blessed by the ceremonial prayer, "May he be luckier than Augustus, and better than Trajan." There was no drama surrounding the succession, as he had already been entrusted with most of the important powers that collectively made up official imperial authority. In the few months between his adoption and Nerva's death, the two men resembled colleagues far more than they resembled present ruler and future heir. As I mentioned last time, there is even some speculation that Nerva was planning to abdicate the throne as soon as Trajan was settled into his new position, but died before he had the chance to. Some wanted Trajan to take over completely right away, but the general declined to even return to Rome during the brief time he and Nerva shared power. Perhaps it was just that he was too busy monitoring the situation on the Rhine, but it could also be that he understood all too well that he would utterly overshadow Nerva should he return to the capital, and out of professional courtesy, he stayed away to let Nerva serve out his term with honor. I would believe either explanation, but his well-documented political humility and respect for the pride of proud men makes the latter an enticing conclusion. But then again, he would be emperor in his own right for more than a year before he finally did make his way to Rome, so it could be that he really was just too busy ensuring the security of the northern border to come back to the capital for some speeches and religious ceremonies. Careful attention to the real responsibilities of office, as opposed to the lavish trappings of power, was another of Trajan's character traits that endear him to everyone, ancient, medieval, and modern alike. Like I said, Trajan spent most of his first year in office traveling the empire's frontier, first along the Rhine and then the Danube. Mostly satisfied with the defensive fortifications Domitian had put in place, Trajan eventually arrived in Moesia, the province opposite the kingdom of Dacia, where he paused, studied, and concluded that war north of the Danube was inevitable. As a career military man, he was well aware of the fury among his peers at the peace treaty Domitian had signed with Decebalus, and now the new emperor was witnessing firsthand the fruits of that poison tree. The money and material Domitian had sent to Decebalus was supposed to be used to bolster the Dacian border facing away from Rome, to help the new client king fulfill his responsibility as a buffer against the uncivilized tribes beyond the frontier. But Trajan's scouts reported back to him that Decebalus had actually built a substantial fortification network facing south, towards the Roman provinces. The implication of this fortification network was all too clear. Decebalus was clearly anticipating future hostilities with Rome. The only question was when the next war would break out. But Trajan was a patient man. While he immediately apprehended that he was, at some point, going to invade Dacia, he knew that he couldn't just go flying off half-cocked. While the situation in Dacia was going to come to a head eventually, it did not look ready to explode just yet. Undertaking an invasion on the scale he envisioned was going to take careful planning, but most of all, it was going to take a solidified political position at home. He was popular now, the new car smell still lingering in the air, but Trajan understood how quickly novelty can wear off. Without the support of the people and the Senate back home, it was pure folly to go off conquering abroad. So, bidding an until next time to the Dacian kingdom, he made his way back to Rome in 99 AD. His arrival in the capital was as magnificent as any triumphal procession. His return to Rome had been anticipated since Nerva had named him heir, and the whole population of the city turned out to cheer their new emperor. Setting the tone for his reign, Trajan did not ride in on a splendid chariot or atop a great steed. Instead, he entered the city on foot and walked down the streets, greeting his adoring subjects. He continued in this vein as he met with the Senate, adopting a deferential tone and vowing to continue Nerva's policy that left men of senatorial rank free from the fear of imperial persecution. The Senate had been unhappy that they had had no say in the adoption of Trajan, and even more unhappy that he was a mere Spanish provincial. But the new emperor's demeanor disarmed even his most pessimistic critics. In both word and deed, Trajan signaled that he was returning to the old Augustan model of the emperor's princeps, merely the first among equals. This went a long way towards assuaging the doubts of the aristocracy, who quickly came to view Trajan as not only a man they could work with, but also a man who would work with them. Indeed, Trajan wound up as a sort of ironic flip side to Domitian. Domitian had sought to emulate all of Augustus's ends, while ignoring the first emperor's means. Trajan, meanwhile, emulated Augustus's means, while, as we will soon see, pursuing his own very different ends. Trajan spent the next 2 years in Rome solidifying his position, always with one eye on Dacia, but otherwise focused on ensuring political and economic peace across the empire he now commanded. To gain the support of the Senate, he freed more of Domitian's old political prisoners and returned more confiscated property to the aristocratic victims of the last Flavian's regime. To gain the support of the people, he announced his intention to continue and extend Nerva's alimentary system, and then ensure that his stepfather would receive proper deification from the Senate for the good work he had done in service to the empire. He then set about systematically reducing the size and scope of the imperial court. Domitian had built an executive branch that commanded and controlled the goings-on of the whole empire. Trajan had no interest in acting as an omniscient central authority, and let it be known that in the future he would rely on the sound judgment of his provincial governors to decide for themselves how to handle their territories. He would issue orders on the most important or dangerous issues, but other than that, requests for instructions were usually returned with a note telling the governor, politely, to figure it out for himself. Trajan's bottom line was that you know the people and specific circumstances of your province best, and I have no intention of micromanaging you from Rome. Of course, Trajan had no intention of micromanaging from Rome because he planned to be busy with other, more important things, like, for example, the conquest of Dacia. The whole time he was busy solidifying his political position, he was simultaneously focused on redeploying the legions to ensure the success of his planned campaign. In addition to raising 2 new legions, he reorganized who was stationed where to ensure that when he marched across the Danube, border security would not suffer because of the troops he had pulled away from their previous posts. He also put his men to work expanding and strengthening the road network south of the Danube to ensure the stability of his supply lines. There's an old maxim that amateurs think about strategy while professionals think about logistics. If this is true, then Trajan was a consummate professional. His wars in Dacia would become legendary not for the battle plans he drew up, but for the engineering feats he employed to make the campaigns possible. Not since Caesar had built his bridges across the Rhine had the ancient world seen military engineering the likes of which Trajan demanded. Leading the emperor's corps of engineers was a key lieutenant who would eventually go down as one of the greatest architects in history, Apollodorus of Damascus. The Greek-born native of Syria at some point came to the attention of Trajan, and when the latter became emperor, he brought Apollodorus in as his chief architect, builder, and sculptor. Over the course of his reign, if Trajan needed something built, a bridge, a road, a triumphal arch, a new forum for Rome, another triumphal arch, he always turned to Apollodorus, who fulfilled his emperor's requests with what would eventually become world-famous vision and skill. The stone bridge he would soon build across the Danube would not only be the first permanent bridge across that great river, but also stand as the longest bridge ever built by humans for over 1,000 years. But before he could display his skills, he needed the opportunity to use them, and in 101, Trajan was ready to create the opportunity they both needed to achieve everlasting fame. Satisfied that the empire was in good working order, and the legions were in place to prosecute and support his invasion of Dacia, Trajan went to the Senate and asked for their permission to invade. He didn't need to do this, obviously, but he thought it prudent and beneficial to let the Senate give their seal of approval to his plans. Gratified by the deference they had been shown thus far, and the respect they were being shown now, the Senate overwhelmingly supported Trajan and gave him their firm blessing to go out a-conquering. The emperor traveled to Moesia to take personal command of the 4-legion-strong invasion force, and in March 101, crossing a temporary but still impressive bridge Apollodorus had built across the Danube, he led his legions into Dacia. Fully cognizant of the trap Cornelius Fuscus had blundered into by advancing too quickly, Trajan took his time moving north, fully scouting and securing each territory before moving in. Decebalus had been waiting for years for the Romans to invade, and was eager to test out his new defensive network. If he could repel Trajan, his renown would grow, and he would be able to possibly cobble together a kingdom strong enough to stand against the Romans not just temporarily, but forever. Trajan, though, was an altogether different animal from the mediocre generals Domitian had sent previously, and rather than eternal renown, Decebalus would go down in history as just another barbarian king bested by the might of Rome. The first phase of the war, though, went well for the Dacians, in that it resulted in something of a stalemate. Once again, a battle was fought at the fortress guarding the pass at Tapi, a hard-fought affair that saw Trajan endure losses far in excess of anything he was expecting. The Romans technically won the battle, but only because the Dacians withdrew from the field after a sudden storm kicked up, rather than because they were beaten militarily. Somewhat shocked at the cost of his Pyrrhic victory, Trajan came down out of the mountains before winter began and withdrew to the Roman side of the Danube to regroup. This was going to be harder than he thought. Still doable, but his men needed to rest and recuperate before they could be expected to finish the job. Over the winter of 101-102, though, the Romans were unexpectedly called back into action. Believing that he had the Romans on the run, Decebalus decided to go on the offensive, and he led his army across the frozen Danube to raid Moesia and further demoralize the battered legions. But Decebalus's offensive got off to a rocky start when cracks in the ice swallowed a portion of his army before they had a chance to inflict any damage on the Romans at all. Now themselves demoralized, the Dacians were easily driven home by the quickly mobilized Roman response. In the spring of 102, Trajan was determined to press all the way to the Dacian capital and remind Decebalus that he was no equal of the Roman Empire. But after the previous winter's folly and the pretty obvious reality that Trajan meant serious business, Decebalus decided to take the wind out of Trajan's invasion by offering his surrender. This year's fighting had only seen a few brief skirmishes, but these were bloody and difficult affairs, and Trajan decided it may be in everyone's best interest for the Romans to accept Decebalus's surrender and renegotiate the terms of the peace. After all, it was not the fact that Dacia remained independent that was the problem. It was the fact that Decebalus had remained hostile after officially accepting an alliance with Rome. So Trajan imposed far harsher terms than Domitian had outlined, ordering Decebalus to cede a portion of his kingdom to Rome, tear down the walls of his various fortresses, and dismantle the defensive war machines that lined the mountain passes. Decebalus made a great show of accepting the terms, and it seemed, at least for the moment, that the Dacian question had been answered. It was enough of an answer for Trajan anyway, that the emperor returned to Rome and celebrated a triumph. But after his experience with Domitian, Decebalus viewed surrendering to the Romans as little more than a way to buy time and possibly scam money and material out of the empire. The Romans had left him alone to siphon funds for a decade before they caught wise to him before, and the Dacian king saw no reason why this latest surrender should be any different. So he once again pledged to fortify the borders of Dacia facing away from the Romans, if Trajan directed appropriate funds his way. Perhaps convinced that the chastised king had learned his lesson, Trajan sent along money and men to help cement the renewed alliance between Rome and Dacia. But the emperor was not totally oblivious to the duplicity of Decebalus, and in the years after his first campaign in Dacia, he had Apollodorus build a permanent bridge across the Danube in case the Romans needed to reinvade. Over 1,100 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 19 meters tall, Trajan's Bridge, as it would come to be known, was one of the most impressive engineering marvels of the ancient world. Guarded on both sides by fortified guardhouses and perched atop 20 stone columns sunk into the riverbed, the bridge would stand as a monument to Roman power for almost 200 years, until the Emperor Aurelian demolished it as he attempted to re-solidify the empire during the dark days of the 3rd century. Trajan no doubt hoped the bridge would help deter some of Decebalus's hostility, in a, we can come at you whenever we want, so why don't you just chill out sort of way. But the Dacian king proved as obstinate as ever, and in 105, Trajan once again was preparing for war. This time, the problem was that Decebalus was inciting local tribes to invade Roman territory, and promising to support their efforts to undermine the Romans south of the Danube. Fed up completely with the unrepentant king, Trajan readied the legions for a second invasion. This time, he was not aiming for anything less than the complete destruction of Decebalus and the annexation of Dacia into the empire as a conquered province. In the spring of 106, Trajan ordered 3 columns into Dacia to overwhelm the kingdom. The bulk of each of the 3 columns drove from different directions straight at the Dacian capital, but small detachments were fanned out across the country to secure key points and generally smother any resistance that might pop up in the eventually occupied country. Trajan led one of the columns to the capital himself, and once everyone arrived, he ordered a full frontal assault on the city. However, even though Decebalus was facing down the Romans with a skeleton defense force, the Dacians held off the assault, and the Romans were forced to break off the attack. Seeing that brute force would not work, Trajan turned to cunning. Noticing that the capital received all of its clean water from a network of aqueduct pipes, he sent his men around to destroy them all and cut the Dacians off from their water. As soon as the water stopped flowing, it was only a matter of time before the Dacians surrendered, and soon enough, they raised the white flag and allowed the Romans to enter the gates. Decebalus and his family fled before his capital surrendered, but were soon tracked by a Roman cavalry unit and pinned down. Knowing what happened to captured enemies of Rome, especially captured leaders, Decebalus committed suicide rather than fall into Roman hands. His head was delivered to Trajan, and the emperor sent it back to Rome to be put on display. He then ordered the Dacian capital demolished, and a new capital, a Roman provincial capital, built some 40 kilometers away. Dacia was formally annexed by the Romans, and it became the last major province added to the empire. Trajan would of course add much more territory to the empire before his death in 117 AD, but Hadrian would immediately abandon his predecessor's eastern conquest. Dacia, though, would remain in the empire until Aurelian abandoned the territory in the 270s AD. The conquest of Dacia was not just a military feather in Trajan's cap. It would also prove to be a huge boon to the Roman economy. Dacia contained some of the best gold mines in the ancient world, and for years, the Romans would be able to rely on the steady stream of precious metal coming in from Dacia to fund all of their dreams. Trajan received a down payment on future riches when a Dacian general betrayed the location of Decebalus's well-stocked treasure house. When the emperor returned to Rome, he carted back with him riches not seen since the day Pompey returned from the east some 170 years before, and in a stroke, the financial problems Nerva had wrestled with were slayed. There was now more than enough money, not only to pay for all previously incurred expenses and promises, but also to fund a whole host of new projects. And with the help of Apollodorus, Trajan would see that the money was put to good use. The most famous product of the Dacian treasure trove was the new forum complex Apollodorus designed and built to help alleviate the burden of Rome's overcrowded public spaces. Built just north of the main forum, the massive new space, which would become known as Trajan's Forum, required the leveling of parts of the Quirinial and Capitoline hills, a huge undertaking in its own right that had been on the imperial to-do list since the days of Augustus. Trajan's new forum would be formally inaugurated in 112 AD, greatly enhancing the day-to-day economic life of Rome. The next year, Apollodorus would complete the most famous part of the most famous product of the Dacian treasure trove, and in 113, Trajan's Column, the triumphal sculpture commemorating Trajan's victory, was unveiled. Rising over 100 feet off the ground, the freestanding column is wrapped 23 times by 600 feet of frieze sculpture, telling the story of Trajan's campaigns. The column stands today in Rome, and in addition to simply being a marvel to behold, it also serves as a living record of Trajan's activities in Dacia. Indeed, much of what we know about these wars, and much of what you have just heard, is directly sourced to the column, with all the attendant caveats about the danger of relying too much on imperial propaganda, which the column most assuredly was. Had he simply stopped there, Dacia conquered, and the infrastructure of the empire receiving a much-needed upgrade, Trajan would already be going down as one of the most successful emperors in history. But he was not done yet. Next week, Trajan will turn his attention to the east, and really flip Augustus's injunction against further expansion on its head. Though in the end his conquest would prove fleeting, Trajan's campaigns in the east would give the Romans one last glorious adventure to cheer on before they settled in to their nice, long, slow decline. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 80, Optimus Trajan. As I said at the end of last week's episode, had Trajan died after his first decade in office, he probably would have been viewed by history as a highly successful emperor. When he took power, the empire was still a bit hungover from the last paranoid days of Domitian, and his predecessor Nerva had done nothing to settle anyone's stomach or cure anyone's headache. But the force of Trajan's personality had calmed a growing political crisis that might have engulfed a lesser man. A weaker emperor might have invited ambitious generals to replay the tragic events that followed the collapse of the Julio-Claudian dynasty in 68 AD. But Trajan was no weak emperor, and the collapse of the Flavians was not accompanied by a destructive civil war. This feat by itself was an enormous accomplishment that is sometimes overlooked because it revolves around what didn't happen rather than what did happen. It's easy to hold a triumph for conquering Dacia, much harder to hold one for preventing a theoretical civil war. But of everything Trajan did over the course of his reign, the simple fact of the stability he provided was at least as important as anything else he did, if not more so. When the Julio-Claudians collapsed, there was war. When the Antonines collapsed, there was war. When the Severans collapsed, the empire almost fell apart. But when the Flavians collapsed, there was Trajan, and so there was peace. Trajan is remembered as a martial emperor because he opened his reign with successful campaigns in Dacia and closed his reign with successful campaigns in Mesopotamia. But when you crunch the numbers, he spent the bulk of his time engaged in the mundane toils of civilian administration. Indeed, for 7 undisturbed years after he returned from Dacia, the great general ruled an empire at peace. So what does a vigorous man of action do when there are no wars to fight? Apparently, he does everything in his power to enhance the material lives of the citizens that he rules. Trajan returned from Dacia laden with riches that he aimed to put to good use, and apart from his precious triumphal arches, of which there are more than a handful, he directed all of that money directly into the infrastructure of the empire. I already mentioned the new forum Apollodorus built in Rome, but a new marketplace, creatively called Trajan's Marketplace, was erected in the capital at the same time, as well as an extensive bath complex, creatively called the Baths of Trajan, that covered up the final remains of Nero's Golden Palace. Elsewhere in Italy, Trajan had a new harbor at Ostia built to put an end once and for all to the silting issues that had plagued the port town for generations. He also built a new road from Beneventum to Brundisium to provide an alternative to the winding and heavily trafficked Appian Way. Roads elsewhere in Italy and the provinces were expanded, upgraded, rebuilt, and generally improved, with Apollodorus continuing to litter the European countryside with bridges across previously impassable rivers. There is no doubt that this investment in the roads did much to ensure the longevity of the empire, as both internal communication and the movement of troops sped up considerably. Of course, the Romans' magnificent road networks would eventually contribute to their undoing, as it allowed barbarian hordes to march from the frontiers to the gates of Rome with alarming quickness, but centuries would pass before that unfortunate consequence emerged, so we ought not dwell on it now. Trajan was consumed not only with building projects, but also general administrative duties. Though he delegated a great deal of responsibility to a grateful Senate, and did his best to empower governors to act on their own, there was still an avalanche of urgent, pressing, emergency, read first, triple exclamation point business for the emperor to attend to. To help us get a sense not only of Trajan's personal managerial style, but also the kind of action items that passed through the emperor's inbox, we are lucky to have at our disposal the letters of Pliny the Younger, a contemporary and friend of Trajan's. Had not Pliny been left childless, he might never have been compelled to publish his correspondence so that he would be remembered by someone, anyone out there. But he was left childless, so we get the benefit of reading through, among other things, real-time conversations between the emperor and a loyal provincial governor. I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent, but Pliny really is an interesting guy, and since his letters fill in so much of the detail about daily life in early imperial Rome, detail that gets left out of the monument, inscriptions, and senatorial decrees, he is worth pausing on for a moment. Born in 61 AD into the equestrian class, Pliny's father died when he was young, and by an odd little twist of fate, the younger Pliny's education was put in the hands of Virginius Rufus, the same Virginius Rufus who had refused to betray Nero at the beginning of the crisis of 68-69 AD. Young Pliny eventually traveled to Rome and continued his education, and while there, became close with his uncle, the famed naturalist Pliny the Elder. When Pliny the Elder died during the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, his will stipulated that the younger Pliny should inherit all of his estates and be posthumously adopted into his family. With his uncle's money backing him up, Pliny the Younger then embarked on a highly successful trip up the Cursus Honorum. He served with distinction at every stop, and eventually became a well-respected lawyer, senator, and administrator, who counted among his friends the historians Tacitus and Suetonius, and of course, the Emperor Trajan. The emperor so trusted Pliny that in 110 AD, when the provincial government of Bithynia Pontus seemed to be falling apart, Trajan sent his friend Pliny to clean the situation up. In the 2 years that followed, Pliny and Trajan exchanged letters that touched on all aspects of imperial administration. The correspondence provides a rare window into the daily grind of managing an empire and Trajan's philosophy of government, which seems to be founded on moderation, tradition, and common sense. Among the litany of topics discussed were whether soldiers should be used as prison guards, no, keep using the public slaves, whether the emperor could send out some land surveyors, no, I can't afford to, but I'm sure you'll be able to find qualified provincials to help you out, whether Pliny could authorize the rebuilding of some public baths, yes, as long as no new taxes are levied and all other essential services continue uninterrupted, whether a volunteer fire company could be chartered. No, whatever the public good, associations like that always lead to political discord. How to handle criminals that had escaped punishment. If their crime was less than 10 years ago, round them up and put them to work in the mines. If greater than 10 years ago, put them to work as janitors in the public baths. And of course, there was the famous question of what to do about the Christians. Over the course of the last 50 years or so, more and more adherents to this strange new cult had begun popping up all over the Eastern Empire. Professing a monotheism that forbade them from worshipping the accepted deities of the Roman world, including the deified emperors, governors across the empire were vexed over the question of just what to do with these people. They seemed docile enough, but then again, they also seemed to be actively fomenting sedition against imperial authority. Pliny wrote to Trajan for instructions after being handed some lists anonymously that named active Christians in Pliny's province. The Christians were clearly violating Trajan's injunction against the formation of independent political societies, but how severely should they be punished? Trajan's reply was brief, but to the point. Forget about the lists, he said. Relying on anonymous informants is a slippery slope that leads to counterproductive tyranny. If someone gets hauled into court because there is independent proof that they are a Christian, then give them the chance to renounce their religion. If they don't, then punish them as you would any other seditious troublemaker. But if they do, then let them go free, no worse for the wear. Basically, there is no point in actively persecuting the Christians, but if they wind up on your doorstep unrepentant, then punish away. The question of what to do with the growing society of Christians in the empire would continue to befuddle emperors for the next 200-odd years, who alternatively ignored them, embraced them, or persecuted them, until Constantine put the issue to rest, and by that sign, conquered. Trajan's time playing the part of enlightened despot was a productive and beneficial time for the empire. And indeed, he was quickly given the title Optimus, or the best, to add to his litany of honorifics. But the emperor had spent his entire life under arms. There was little chance he was going to pass the rest of his reign in peaceful domesticity. Luckily for Trajan, in 113 AD, events conspired to provide the old general with one last opportunity for military glory. After the victories of Corbulo during the reign of Nero, Rome and Parthia had come to an understanding over the semi-independent kingdom of Armenia. Parthia was allowed to pick who ruled the kingdom, but Rome had to ratify the choice. In 113, the Parthians dutifully nominated a new king to fill the recently vacated throne, but the choice, the Parthian king's own nephew, was deemed unacceptable by Trajan. But the Parthians decided to test the limits of Rome's disapproval and refused to remove the offending monarch from the throne. Whether or not Trajan was waiting for some pretext, any pretext to launch a campaign in the east, or whether he was really and truly motivated to action by the question of Armenian succession is still an open question, but the results were the same. Trajan headed east, gathered up his legions, and invaded the kingdom of Armenia. In 114, Trajan easily dismantled the Armenian defense force and overthrew the offending Armenian king, who would later die in Roman custody. The emperor, though, had no plans to place his own puppet on the throne. Instead, he declared his intention to formally annex the kingdom and reorganize it as a Roman province. He spent the rest of the year overseeing the creation of the new province of Armenia and demanding the recognition of Roman hegemony from northern tribes who inhabited the Black Sea coast. Had he stopped there, we could probably state with confidence that Trajan had in fact been animated to action by little more than the unacceptable situation in Armenia. But as soon as Armenia was annexed, Trajan immediately turned south and marched out on what was clearly now an open-ended war of conquest. In 115, Trajan emerged from the mountains of Armenia into the deserts of Mesopotamia and launched himself against the Parthian Empire. At the time, the Parthian kingdom was divided by internal political discord, which was one of the reasons the king had felt it necessary to place his nephew on the throne of Armenia in the first place, and the great empire of the east was able to offer little resistance to Trajan's invading legions. By 116, the Romans already controlled enough territory to organize a new province between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers that Trajan dubbed Mesopotamia. He then sent 2 legions south to secure key cities, with one eventually capturing the ancient city of Babylon. Trajan himself gathered a fleet and set sail with the rest of the legions down the Euphrates River. After riding that river for a ways, Trajan ordered the fleet hauled overland to the Tigris, where they would continue south on their way to capture Seleucia and the Parthian capital, both of which lay on the Tigris. Encountering little resistance, Trajan seized the Parthian capital, and, leaving behind a garrison, continued down the Tigris to the Persian Gulf, where he seized the important port city of Charx. In less than 2 years' time, Trajan had cut out a huge chunk of Parthian territory and annexed it into the Roman Empire. His only regret, expressed while standing at the shores of the Persian Gulf, was that his advanced age prevented him from following Alexander the Great all the way to India. It seems that the emperor's original intention was to conquer the entire Parthian Empire and rule it directly from Rome. But the swiftness of his victories hid the superficiality of Roman control. No sooner had he reached the Gulf than he was forced to turn around and deal with a Parthian insurrection led by another of the Parthian king's nephews. Though the legions were able to defeat the Parthian army, further revolt, including a serious Jewish uprising that was beginning to engulf the whole southeastern quadrant of the empire, led Trajan to scale back his ambition. Rather than attempt direct rule of Parthia, he decided to impose a puppet on the throne and make Parthia the greatest Roman client kingdom of them all. In late 116, Trajan was trying to root out the last holdout city in his new Mesopotamian province when he suffered heat stroke under the strong desert sun. Already plagued by supply issues caused by the spreading Jewish revolt, Trajan decided to withdraw from the siege, spread his troops out to quell the revolt, while he himself returned to Italy to recuperate from what was proving to be a physically trying campaign. In 117, he began the long trek back to Rome, but putting into port in Cilicia, his body finally gave out, and on August 9, 117 AD, the Emperor Trajan died, 1 month shy of his 64th birthday. He had ruled Rome for 19 glorious years. Now I know what you're possibly thinking at this point. Is that it? Here we are, talking about a man who led Rome for longer than any emperor since Tiberius, a man who's widely considered one of the 2 or 3 best emperors ever, and all he gets is the better part of 2 episodes? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. That's all he is going to get. The problem with Trajan is that we run into a paucity of primary source accountings of his reign. Plutarch and Tacitus and Suetonius all lived in and around his reign, and prudently avoided commenting on the sitting emperor. So the key sources that we used for everything up to this point just sort of cut out around the reign of the Flavians. For Trajan, we are left with snippets from Cassius Dio, inscriptions from monuments, coins, and building projects, like the Triumphal Column in Rome, the letters he exchanged with Pliny, and scattered summaries from historians like Aurelius Victor, who would not be born for centuries. All in all, it leaves us with a dissatisfying amount of information about an emperor who was so highly regarded and who was so important to the present and future greatness of the empire. But such is life. We will run into similar difficulties with Hadrian, and then hit bottom with Antoninus Pius, whose only existent biography is in the Augustan History, a notoriously unreliable collection of imperial biographies that we should probably just pretend doesn't exist at all. But despite the lack of detail, the broad sweeps of Trajan's legacy are well understood. He was the first emperor to be drawn from the provinces, rather than the Italian peninsula, a major landmark that allowed men of merit from across the empire to believe that every door in the empire was open to them. In time, other Spaniards and Syrians and Thracians, and most famously, a series of Illyrians, would come to don the purple and rule the empire. Had Trajan not been so successful in practically everything he set out to do, it is possible that the Roman aristocracy would have associated his failures with his provincial status, and banished forever any other provincial from reigning, shutting off a pipeline of talent that would in time save, rather than destroy, the empire. Trajan was also the last of the great conquering Romans. The outward expansion of the empire had been a defining feature of the Roman character for hundreds of years, but in the last century, it was a driving impulse that had been left to wither on the vine. Trajan reintroduced the glory and riches and satisfaction that accompany foreign conquest, and that for so long had been denied the Roman ego. The province of Dacia was an enormously valuable acquisition, and though most everything he took in the east would be abandoned by his prudent successor, the dispatches that came back to Rome detailing the capture of the Parthian capital and the seizure of a port on the far-off Persian Gulf were reminiscent of Caesar's dispatches from Gaul, and the people and Senate both reveled in the glory of it all. In the coming centuries, great generals would come and go, and great battles would be won and lost, but it was all in the defense of what the empire already was, rather than in the pursuit of what it could be. As I said at the beginning, Trajan was Rome at its greatest extent, and for that, he would remain the envy of every future Roman general. Then there is the legacy he left administratively. He came to power inheriting your Lord and God Domitian's centralized autocracy, and left behind a substantially devolved principate that relied on the sound judgment of provincial governors and the input of the Senate. In all his letters with Pliny, he stressed over and over again that the guiding principle of all that they did should be the welfare of the people. Ruling was not about living a lavish life, or indulging egotistical power trips. It was about guaranteeing that your subjects not only survive in a cold, hard world, but thrive in it. These principles would guide the policies of his successors, and Trajan's model of enlightened despotism would see the empire reach its full potential in the decades to come. In this, though, his legacy was all too fleeting, and the inevitable slip from positive monarchy to negative tyranny came just 60 years later. But for the next little while, all would be well with the world, thanks to the wise precedent Trajan set. His final legacy, though, was his choice of successor. Just as Nerva had balanced all of his missteps by bringing Trajan into the imperial fold, Trajan himself would put the cherry on the top of an already brilliant career by naming his former ward Hadrian as heir. Hadrian is on the short list of all-time greatest emperors himself, and the seamless transition from the one to the other turned the whole first third of the 2nd century into one bright, shiny package. But the trick to this final legacy is that Trajan may not have been the one behind it at all. We'll get into the early years of the next emperor's biography next week, but for now, let it suffice to say that Trajan and his wife Pompeia had been the boy's guardian after Hadrian's father died, and Pompeia was enormously fond of him. There is speculation, bordering on confirmed fact, that when Trajan died in Cilicia in 117, he had not yet named an heir, and that he may have intended power to transfer to one of the generals that he had left in charge of the armies in the east when he made his way back to Rome. Pompeia, though, had long lobbied for Hadrian, and when Trajan died without leaving explicit instructions, there is suspicion that she manufactured fake orders stipulating the dead emperor's posthumous adoption of her favorite, Hadrian. While not quite as awesome as Edith Wilson's secret presidency, Pompeia's clandestine plot to put Hadrian on the throne was a plot that bore fruit for Rome for the next 20 years and cemented her own legacy as a woman of far-sighted wisdom. Next week, we'll begin to unpack the fruits of Pompeia's labors and introduce an emperor who embodied the virtues of a Renaissance man, equally skilled in war and poetry and philosophy and rhetoric and architecture, and whose mind raced daily with ways to improve and refine everything that surrounded him. It should come as no surprise, then, that the legacy of such a learned and impressive leader is generally, Hadrian? Yeah, didn't he, build a wall or something? This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscriptions options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up The Spartacus War by Barry Strauss, a new take on the old slave revolt that made Pompey famous and made Crassus mad at Pompey. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 81, The Greekling. The Roman Empire had just enjoyed 20 years of wise and beneficial stewardship when the tragic but inevitable news arrived that the Emperor Trajan was dead. Even his contemporaries realized that they were living under the best emperor since Augustus, and fears about what came next filtered through every level of society. With Trajan being so great and all, it's pretty reasonable to assume that whoever succeeds him is going to be worse. Maybe not much worse, but it's going to be a step backwards. You can't get better than Optimus. It's a logical impossibility. And who knows, maybe his successor will be a lot worse. It's happened before. Compounding everyone's fears was the fact that Trajan had paid almost no attention to the issue of succession publicly, which also meant that, hooray, another round of civil wars just might be how we determine who the eventual ruler, who will inevitably be worse than Trajan, will be. Sweet. The anxiety that surrounded Trajan's day-to-day health was palpable, and when he began to seriously deteriorate in 117, his closest advisors began to take seriously the consequences of his death. Would it be possible to find and name an heir who would be acceptable to all the various aristocratic factions, and who wouldn't bollocks up the whole thing once he got into power? Obviously, no one we find is going to be as good as Trajan, so who can we dig up who will be the least bad choice? Names were bandied about, but Trajan's influential wife, Pompeia Plotina, worked behind the scenes to ensure that everyone understood that the only man who could reasonably succeed the dead emperor was her former ward, Publius alias Hadrianus. Trajan himself seems to have been wishy-washy about Hadrian, and had been unwilling to commit himself to the young man, even though he was Trajan's only living male relative. Hadrian had enjoyed a good career, and had many doors opened for him by virtue of his relation to Trajan, but he had never received the special exceptions that signaled eventual inheritance. But while Trajan may not have been fully sold on his cocky, promiscuous, Philhellene nephew, his wife certainly was, and when the emperor died without leaving clear succession instructions, his opinion, to put it bluntly, no longer mattered. The official rumor is that when Trajan died, Pompeia quickly hushed up the death, and may have gone so far as to hire an actor to lay in the vacated deathbed pretending to be the emperor for the purposes of issuing the final recommendation that Hadrian ought to succeed him. While the veracity of this story is hard to pin down, the letters arriving in the Senate announcing the last wishes of Trajan and the adoption of Hadrian were all signed by Pompeia, a singular occurrence in the whole of Trajan's reign, leading most to suspect that the empress authored the orders herself. Pompeia, though, was not acting out of the pure self-interest that had driven, say, Agrippina. Sure, she knew that her own position would be secure if Hadrian became emperor, but more important than that was assuring that the transfer of power was seamless and left no openings for civil war. Her husband may have been fantasizing about following Alexander the Great one last time and leaving the empire to the strongest. But Pompeia was not about to let the Roman world be sucked back into the abyss of self-destruction. News of the emperor's death was kept tightly under wraps until Hadrian's position was secured, and when word finally did make it back to the capital, it arrived at the same time as the news that the legions in the east had gone ahead and declared Hadrian imperator. The Senate and any possible pretenders to the throne were thus forced to deal not with a power vacuum, but a fait accompli. Hadrian is already the new emperor. Deal with it. Even without his future success coloring our view of his being named heir, Hadrian was as good a candidate for power as anyone else out there. He was 41 years old, well beyond the reach of the youthful excesses that had ruined Caligula and Nero, had ample military experience at the highest level, had governed provinces, and was, of course, the sole living male relative of the deceased emperor. He was not by any means the only man who eyed the death of Trajan with ambition, but there was never any doubt after Trajan's initial ascension that his younger cousin and former ward would be on the short list of candidates to succeed him. In other words, when the Roman world found out that Trajan was dead and Hadrian had succeeded him, there was a feeling that, well, yeah, that makes sense. Publius Aelius Hadrianus was born on January the 24th, 76 AD, into a Spanish-Italian family of senatorial rank. There is some disagreement about whether he was born in his hometown of Italica, near modern-day Seville, or whether he was actually born in Rome while his parents were in the capital on business. But the latter smells a lot like post-imperial revisionism, so I tend to go with the former, even if there's no real proof of it one way or the other. Italica was a Roman city in Spain that had been founded by Scipio Africanus to house his injured veterans after he had completed his clean sweep of the Iberian Peninsula and needed to get going on his invasion of North Africa. Hadrian's family, like Trajan's, had migrated from Italy not long after the colony's foundation, and both quickly became members of a new Spanish-Italian aristocracy, an aristocracy fueled by the lucrative Spanish olive oil trade. Hadrian's father was a well-regarded senator, like his neighbor and cousin Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, the future Emperor Trajan. The elder Hadrian served with distinction across the empire, eventually rising to the rank of praetor, before he died unexpectedly in 86 AD, while still in his mid-40s. Hadrian was only 10 at the time, and as the only male in line, he was thrust into the role of paterfamilias at an incredibly young age. But since he was still a minor, and everyone fretted about boys who grow up without strong male guidance, Hadrian's education was entrusted to his cousin Trajan, who was fast rising in Roman politics, and another Spanish-Italian noble named Publius Aetianus, who will play a key, if infamous role, in Hadrian's early administration. Young Hadrian was educated in classic Roman fashion, and the zeal the boy showed for all things Greek, literature, philosophy, art, whatever, earned him the nickname Graeculus, which meant Little Greek or Greekling. It was a mildly disparaging nickname, as the typical Roman aristocrat studied Greek culture, yes, but kept the sensuous and corrupting passions of the East at arm's length. Hadrian, though, embraced all things Greek, and for the rest of his life idolized and sought to emulate his heroes, Homer and Xenophon and Plato. The villa complex he would build for himself after becoming emperor was nothing less than a massive homage to the Greeks in its architecture, landscaping, and underlying philosophic principles. When Hadrian was 14, Trajan brought him to Rome to personally supervise the last stages of the boy's education and oversee his transition to manhood. Trajan was just completing the consulship he had been awarded by Domitian for his rapid response to Saturninus's revolt, and the teenage Hadrian found himself planted right smack dab in the middle of Roman power politics. At this point, there would have been little reason for Hadrian to dream that he might himself don the purple one day, but his close relationship to Trajan meant that he was definitely being prepared for an important role in the imperial system somewhere, so he best pay attention. Living in Rome during the last years of Domitian's reign, not that anyone knew that they were the last years of Domitian's reign, gave Hadrian a close-up view of what to do and what not to do with power, and his later conduct hints that he learned his lessons well, even if there were a few growing pains at first. Through the influence of Trajan, Hadrian received 3 consecutive military tribuneships in Pannonia, Moesia, and Upper Germany successively. It was unusual for a young aristocrat to serve even 2 consecutive tours, as most simply did their year's service and went back to the comfort of their estates. But Trajan was obviously intent on instilling Hadrian with all the martial virtues that he himself so prized. For his part, Hadrian seems to have been an excellent and well-liked soldier. He enjoyed camp life. The camaraderie, the attention to detail, the rigorous exercise, all appealed to him, and for the rest of his life, he was able to come and go from legionary camps with ease, speaking the language of his soldiers and willingly sharing in their hardships. Though he is remembered today as the quintessential pacifist emperor, Hadrian always loved military life, and his troops, in turn, always loved him. It was while he was serving his second tribuneship in Moesia that Hadrian learned that his elder cousin had been adopted by Nerva, and it was while he was serving on his third tour in Upper Germany a few months later that he learned that the old emperor was dead, and Trajan now ruled in his own right. Tradition has it, as I mentioned, that it was Hadrian himself who rode to Trajan's command post on the Lower Rhine and delivered news of Nerva's death. Just like that, in the span of about 4 months, Hadrian went from a young provincial noble looking to get started on a career to the sole living male relative of the Emperor of the Roman Empire. Needless to say, whatever ambitions he had had for himself were about to be ratcheted up about 1,000%. But if Hadrian expected to be treated like Gaius and Lucius, or more recently Titus Flavius, he was sadly mistaken. Trajan showed absolutely no sign that he planned to share any of his imperial power with his young cousin. Hadrian's career would obviously receive a healthy leg up, but so did a lot of other people's careers. Everyone connected to Spanish Rome benefited from having one of their own on the throne, but there is no indication that Trajan was any more or less disposed towards his former ward than anyone else. Indeed, if we dig a little, we find that it's possible Trajan was skeptical that the brash, bordering on flamboyant Greekling was fit for high office of any kind, and that it was the constant lobbying of Pompeia who kept the future emperor's career moving steadily upward. Perhaps at Pompeia's urging, Hadrian was assigned to act as the new emperor's official emissary in the Senate, soon after Trajan's ascension. He was tasked with reading aloud the emperor's letters home, a job that apparently caused Hadrian some embarrassment, as his rough accent, a mix of Spanish and military pronunciations, was ridiculed by the cultured Italian elite. But if he was bummed about not immediately being named Caesar, and instead being turned into a glorified secretary, Hadrian could not help but believe he was still going to succeed Trajan one day, as the emperor arranged for the daughter of his favorite niece, Vibia Sabina, to marry him in 100 AD, further strengthening the familial ties between the two men. The marriage would prove to be politically useful but personally unhappy, as neither seems to have liked the other very much. For one thing, Hadrian appears to have had far more affection for his mother-in-law than his wife, which forever rankled young Sabina, and of course, it did not help any that Hadrian was gay, a fact we'll explore in more detail next week. Obviously, the marriage produced no children. Hadrian's career continued its vague course upwards, and we know that he accompanied Trajan on both legs of the Dacian Wars, but we have no record of what, if anything, the young officer accomplished in his first tours of real combat duty. He was awarded a praetorship in 106 after the final victory over Decebalus, and was given command of a legion in Germany that same year. The next year, he was assigned a propraetorship in Pannonia, and once again commanded a legion, but in both cases, he was still subordinate to the sitting provincial governor. In 108, he was granted a consulship, but it was a less prestigious suffect consulship, a minor slight that escaped no one's attention. Trajan was obviously of two minds about Hadrian. On the one hand, he was moving his cousin up in the world, but on the other, he wasn't coming close to granting him heir status, presumptive, apparent, or otherwise. What Hadrian made of all this is anyone's guess. I would suppose that he was somewhere in between two extremes. He doesn't seem to have been vocally cranky that he was being denied what he felt was rightfully his, but neither does he seem to have been relieved that he wasn't going to wind up on the hot seat himself one day. He was ambitious, and he was capable, and likely coveted the imperial throne, but he wasn't marching around with an immature sense of entitlement either. He sort of disappears from the public record for a few years following his consulship, eventually turning up in Athens in 112, where he was an eager tourist and student. He immersed himself in the cultural life of the city enough that he was given Athenian citizenship and elected an archon, one of the senior civic magistrates of the city. After his tour of Greece, Hadrian followed Trajan east in 114, and, at least for the early part of the new campaign, once again found himself assigned tasks beneath the purview of historians. He was likely attached to Trajan's staff, as Cassius Dio mentions that he shared in the, quote, day-to-day activities of the emperor. While we don't know exactly what he got up to, we know that he had a front-row seat for the initial conquest and the local revolts that followed. The speed with which he abandoned Trajan's conquered territories tells us that through this period, the reliably loyal Hadrian was likely critical of Trajan's policies in private. But his doubts don't seem to have affected his relationship with the emperor, and in 117, Hadrian was finally given an independent command. And not just any command, but the governorship of Syria, one of the most important posts in the empire. Trajan had recently reassigned the previous governor to Dacia, where a revolt was underway, and for the first time, he decided to hand his cousin some real power. Clearly, whatever doubts he had had about the Greekling had been satisfied, as the governorship of Syria was no token prize. For Hadrian, the promotion could not have come at a better time. No one could have known it at the time, but Trajan was entering his final year in office, and the issue of succession was about to rear its ugly, and thus far still utterly unaddressed head. It was by a lucky stroke of fate, then, that rather than being just another staff officer, one likely assigned for no other reason than that he was related to the emperor, Hadrian found himself instead serving as the governor of Syria when Trajan died. Not only was it a prestigious and strategically critical post, but most importantly, it put him at the head of his very own army. It was one thing to buck for power from the shady corners of the imperial entourage. It was quite another to do so from the head of the Eastern legions. I don't think I need to rehash the circumstances of Trajan's death again, so I'll just leave it that Hadrian was in Antioch in August of 117 AD when he heard that Trajan was dead. Through the string-pulling of Pompeia, Hadrian found out slightly before everyone else, and he was forced to sit on the news. He also was forced to sit on the news that it was going to be announced that Trajan had named him heir, news that cannot have been easy to just sit on. There were more than a few of Trajan's lieutenants, though, who could easily picture themselves in the purple, so it was going to be important to play the transfer of power just right. For the most part, at least in the initial stages, Hadrian hit a pitch-perfect note. He marched out to the head of his Syrian legions and formally announced the news of Trajan's death, at which point the troops spontaneously hailed him as emperor, just as they had likely been instructed to do. He then drafted a note to the Senate, apologizing for the haste with which his soldiers had embraced him. He was sorry events had moved so quickly that the Senate had been cut out of the process. He promised to continue Nerva and Trajan's policy of leaving senators more or less sacrosanct, and promised that once he was sure the borders were secure, that he would return to Rome and consult with the venerable conscript fathers. Back in Rome, all of this hit the Senate at the same time. Trajan was dead, he had named Hadrian heir, the Eastern legions had gone ahead and hailed Hadrian as emperor, and he had accepted. What could they do about it? So they ratified the quote-unquote last wishes of Trajan, and confirmed Hadrian as the new emperor, heaping on him all the titles and honors of his predecessor. Hadrian accepted most of the accolades, but pointedly refused the title Father of the People, an honorific he felt should be earned, not just handed out willy-nilly. The first thing the new emperor did was travel to Cilicia to oversee the funeral and cremation of Trajan. Obviously, he could not have done otherwise, but beyond the purely ceremonial optics, the trip allowed Hadrian an early opportunity to meet face-to-face with Trajan's inner circle and confirm their behind-the-scenes support for his new administration. Though Hadrian maintained a confident public front, there was still much to fear in the political backrooms and the legionary tents of the empire. He seems to have secured the support of the Trajan loyalists, but there were a handful of powerful rivals who would need to be dealt with quickly to ensure that his reign was more Augustus and less Galba. At first, his narrow purge would only put proverbial heads on the chopping block, but in a few months, real heads would roll, causing Hadrian all manner of political havoc. Initially, though, Hadrian refused to do anything violent. His old guardian Antoninus had risen to the rank of Praetorian prefect, and wrote to Hadrian soon after the latter's ascension that a few senators were plotting a coup. The prefect counseled immediate executions, but Hadrian disagreed. This was no time to go around lopping off heads. Maybe later, if there was proof of their continued sedition, but for now, the official policy was wait and see. But though he was not in the mood to stain his new administration with blood, at least not yet, Hadrian was well aware of what the score was. Men who could not be counted on, or who were suspected of their own imperial ambitions, needed to be removed from their positions and replaced with men loyal to Hadrian. One of the first and most famous to go was Lucius Quietus, the North African general Trajan had left in command of the legions in Mesopotamia. An aggressive Trajanite, Quietus not only had motivation to unseat the new emperor, but also the means to do something about it. What Hadrian needed to deny his rival for power was the opportunity to act. So he unceremoniously terminated Quietus's command and ordered him to head back west. This command change was then followed by the famous order that very possibly would have spurred Quietus into open revolt had he still been in charge, and an order that would set the tone for Hadrian's entire reign. Just days after becoming emperor, Hadrian ordered the legions to begin withdrawing from all the territories in the east Trajan had just conquered. The order would come as a shock to the political classes, and had he not already established himself as a favorite son of the legions, it is likely they would have rioted when he more or less declared they were going to abandon the territory they had all just won with their blood and sweat. I say more or less because Hadrian never made any formal announcement of his intentions, likely recognizing that an openly stated policy of withdrawal would have been political suicide. Instead, he just began recalling the expeditionary forces back to their former barracks on the west side of the Euphrates. It is not a decision Hadrian entered into lightly, and the speed with which he implemented his new policy and the tenacity with which he stuck to it in the face of domestic political attacks demonstrates that he'd been thinking about it for a very long time. Indeed, as we'll see, the idea of withdrawing behind the traditional, defensible Augustan borders of the empire was at the very core of Hadrian's being. The abandonment of Mesopotamia was no tactical retreat. It was a strategic realignment. That didn't make the bitter pill of reducing the territory of the empire go down any easier, but the new emperor was adamant about his vision for the future, and it is a testament to his political skill that he was able to make such a hugely unpopular decision stick. Next week, we'll see that Hadrian's vision for an eternally defensible empire was not limited to the Euphrates. All across the empire, he would build defensive fortifications to mark the permanent boundary of the civilized world. But if in so doing he earned himself a reputation as a pacifist, then we need to rethink the meaning of that word. Whatever else it is, building huge stone walls that restrict the movement of previously unmolested locals is not a passive move. I think Hadrian is best described as running a highly aggressive defense. His goal was not to just sit back and man the walls. It was to project Roman power across the Mediterranean and control not just the civilized interior, but the unruly tribes beyond the frontier. not with military occupation, but with overwhelming economic and political dominance. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 82, Hadrian's Walls. When Hadrian ascended to the throne in 117 AD, the Roman Empire was actually in a more precarious position than is often remembered. Though Trajan had taken the empire to its greatest territorial extent and been a shining example of enlightened despotism, rips in the imperial fabric had begun to show up across the Mediterranean. We have already seen that the conquest of Mesopotamia was in name only, as the entire region was either preparing for or already engaged in uprisings against the Roman occupation. A revolt in Dacia necessitated the transfer of the capable governor of Syria to the troubled new province, a transfer, recall, that opened the spot for Hadrian up. And shortly thereafter, tribal elements in northern Britain began to violently strike at their imperial masters. But more destructive than any of these frontier revolts was an uprising that I have only mentioned in passing thus far that deserves far more attention. For the shocking violence that defined it, yes, but also for the reactionary attitude it couldn't have helped but imprint on the new emperor. A reactionary attitude that would come back to haunt Hadrian later in his reign. I am talking, of course, about the Second Jewish War. I mentioned the revolt in passing while talking about Trajan's troubled supply lines during the last phase of his Middle Eastern campaign, but really, issues with Trajan's supply lines is the real passing issue. The revolt itself is the thing, and as it engulfed the southwest Mediterranean, the loss of life was shocking, even by ancient standards. After the Flavians methodically conquered Judea during the First Jewish War, many of the Jews who were not killed or sold into slavery fled their decimated homeland for greener pastures elsewhere in the empire. But their refusal to forsake their traditions and assimilate into the local Greco-Roman societies they arrived in led to fear, anger, and resentment on both sides. Locals couldn't understand why the Jews were being so stubborn and tried to force them to change their ways, while the newly arrived Jews felt nothing but hostility and oppression from their new neighbors. In 115, a man named Lucius, a Jewish leader from Cyrene, the province neighboring Egypt to the west, finally decided he had had enough, announced that as the new king of the Jews, he was declaring war on his Hellenized neighbors. Though there is a great deal of anti-Semitic hyperbole in the ancient histories, it seems clear that Lucius led the Jews of Cyrene on a campaign of cultural cleansing. Greek and Roman temples were destroyed, civic buildings were sacked, and all non-Jewish inhabitants, military and civilian alike, were killed on sight. The revolt soon spread to the neighboring province of Egypt, north to the island of Cyprus, and eventually into the newly conquered Mesopotamia, where local Jews attacked Trajan's rearguard garrisons. At the height of the anarchy, Lucius was able to seize control of Alexandria, and the city was partially burned to the ground. North, on the closed island of Cyprus, reports have it that upwards of 200,000 Greco-Roman residents were slaughtered by the Jews. At first, Trajan was sure his local governors would be able to deal with the problem without the need for further imperial support. But after the prefect of Egypt withdrew from Alexandria, Trajan became convinced that this was a much bigger deal than he wanted it to be. He dispatched a trusty lieutenant named Marcus Turbo with enough troops to retake Alexandria and ordered a full legion onto the usually unoccupied island of Cyprus to put down the marauding Jews. While Cyprus was easily repacified, the fighting in Egypt was much tougher, and Turbo was only able to declare victory in late 117, after Trajan was dead. Lucius and what was left of his army fled to the Judean city of Lydda, where they were besieged by the commander of Trajan's eastern invasion force, Lucius Quietus. Eventually, this last stronghold fell as a result of famine and disease, and Lucius, the other Jewish commanders, and an untold number of civilians were executed by the Romans. For his success, Quietus was summarily dismissed as too great a threat to Hadrian's new, and thus far still shaky, hold on power. That this Second Jewish War was still ongoing as the transfer of power from Trajan to Hadrian took place played mightily into the new emperor's decision to abandon the East and consolidate Roman control over what was already theirs. Of course, in Hadrian's mind, this included Judea, Jewish uprising or no Jewish uprising, and after the revolt was over, a legion was moved back into the province to ensure its true pacification. Hadrian may have already been formulating his long-term and ill-fated plan for what to do about the troublesome Jewish province, but for now, it was enough that the violence was stopped. As for Cyrene, where the revolt began, the ancient sources report that the province was so depopulated that Hadrian was forced to actively engage in a recolonization project later in his reign. The island of Cyprus simply banned outright any further Jewish settlement. With the endgame of the Jewish revolt serving as a backdrop, and remember that Hadrian was living in Antioch at the time, just up the road, Hadrian made his fateful decision to pull out of the east and allow the Parthian king Trajan had deposed to return to the throne. There is a lot of talk about how much the withdrawal struck at the heart of the Roman notion that their empire would expand forever, but I think much closer to their hearts was the worship of an obscure god named Terminus, who was the patron of boundaries, and who, it was said, Jupiter himself could not move. Deep in the center of the Roman identity was not simply the notion that they would expand forever, but that what was taken once could never be lost. Once Terminus had set a new boundary, Jupiter himself could not move it. And yet here was Hadrian, a mere mortal, retreating from Terminus's new line, moving him backwards. I think this is really what offended the Senate, who were mightily offended by Hadrian's decision. But Hadrian, as I said, would stand firm, and the eastern pullout was just the opening shot in his war on future military adventurism. In October of 117, Hadrian decided that things in the east were settled enough that he could begin the journey back to Rome. He marched up along the Danube and inspected the imperial defenses, appointing a new governor of Lower Moesia named Avidius Nigrinus, and took another shot at Terminus by ordering the legions to withdraw from the territory they had seized on the far side of the Danube. Like with Mesopotamia, Hadrian determined the land was too difficult to hold for too little benefit, and as with Mesopotamia, the decision was met with ridicule in the Senate. Hadrian was digging himself into quite a political hole, and he would need to do some serious damage control when he returned to Rome. But before he made it back to Italy, that political hole would become something of a bottomless pit, either through Hadrian's own misguided paranoia, or because of the misguided paranoia of a few overzealous allies. Or maybe it wasn't misguided at all. Maybe it was all totally justified. Whatever it was, and whoever was behind it, the political murders of 4 ex-consuls in early 118 would be a black mark that Hadrian would spend the rest of his life trying to spin, justify, deny, ignore, and just plain forget. The affair was eventually laid at the feet of Hadrian's old guardian and the current Praetorian prefect Antoninus, who, as I mentioned last week, was, from the word go, urging Hadrian to engage in some kind of purge. Antoninus supposedly uncovered information that the 4 high-ranking senators were engaged in a plot to murder or overthrow Hadrian, and either at Hadrian's direct order or on his own initiative had the men seized and executed without trial. The first 2 victims were Cornelius Palma, former governor of Syria, and Publius Celsus, who had already been kicked out of Trajan's inner circle for suspicion of treason. Both of these men Antoninus had already advised Hadrian to kill, though the first time around, as I said last week, Hadrian advised less drastic measures. The second 2 victims, though, seemed to come out of nowhere, and their deaths shocked the Roman elite, who became convinced that regardless of Hadrian's stated desire to leave the Senate in peace, that they were dealing with a megalomaniacal psychopathic egotist. In other words, nothing less than the second coming of Domitian. The continuity is confused about who did what to who when, but at the end of the day, Lucius Quietus, on his way home to Mauritania, and Avidius Nigrinus, the recently appointed but quickly dismissed governor of Lower Moesia, were both dead. Even more offensive than the murders themselves was the fact that Hadrian, or at the very least Antoninus, had compelled the Senate to act as an accomplice. Just as had been Domitian's practice, the Senate was forced to sign the death warrants themselves, officially confirming that the threat against the new emperor was real and the executions justified. No one in the Senate believed a word of the trumped-up charges, and the murderous coercion enraged them to a man. When Hadrian finally arrived in Rome in July of 118, he was greeted by a more or less joyful citizen body, but was scorned by a super-duper pissed-off Senate. Hadrian's wisdom, though, was not limited to law and justice and the arts and all the other things he is remembered for. It also included that keen sense of self-awareness that is an oft-overlooked quality of really effective leaders. In essence, Hadrian knew that he had stepped in it big time, and that he needed to do everything in his power to repair the damage the murders had caused. The ambitious new emperor had an impressive list of things he wanted to accomplish during his years in power, and he knew nothing was going to get done if he was forever undercut by a sulking Senate. Or, perhaps more likely, he was afraid that they would finally put together a real conspiracy and kill him outright. It had happened before. So Hadrian went out of his way to make amends. He pleaded innocence in the affair and claimed his subordinates had acted without his knowledge. He removed Antoninus as prefect and swore up and down that he would prove good to his word, that the Senate would remain sacrosanct. In the weeks that followed, he made sure to make himself seen publicly and invited anyone who so desired to come visit him at the imperial palace. If they believed he would prove to be a reclusive, autocratic Domitian, then he would show them with his actions that he was an available, genial Augustus. In all his words and deeds, Hadrian sought to continue the Principate and studiously avoided anything that would remind anyone of Domitian's autocratic dominance. In a final nod to the disaffected Senate, he declared that henceforth, any proceeds from legal penalties, fines and confiscations and such, would go directly to the state treasury, not the imperial accounts. Hadrian hoped everyone would understand that under his regime, the fundraising possibilities of prescriptions and treason trials, that old imperial boogeyman, would be null and void. Though for a variety of reasons he would never fully win over the Senate, in time, they at least came to believe that another reign of terror was no longer right around the corner. He may have been a lot of things, some good and some bad, but he was not another Domitian. With the Senate attended to as best as they could be, after all, time was the only salve that would truly heal their wounds, Hadrian moved on to securing the support of the people at large. He wanted to make a big splash, both to celebrate his ascension, but also to get the masses fully behind him, so he could leverage his popularity with them against the suspicious Senate. A big splash, then, may actually be a bit of an understatement, and I have to believe that most citizens thought it some kind of joke when they heard that the emperor planned to cancel all outstanding debts on any state loan taken out in the past 15 years. But it was no joke, and to prove his point, he had the Praetorians march the loan records out into Trajan's forum and burn them all in a great pyre. A coin commemorates the event that, made Hadrian an instant hit with the people. He then announced that he intended to revise and extend the alimentary system begun by Nerva and perpetuated by Trajan, and further, the number of financial burdens that had previously been borne by the local municipalities would now be funded directly from the imperial treasury. Finally, Hadrian gave the people what they really wanted: games, games, and more games. Gladiatorial shows and chariot races were a given, but Hadrian's early games, especially the one celebrating his 43rd birthday in January 119, marked Hadrian as an unequaled patron of wild animal hunts in the arena. The emperor, somewhat in the face of aristocratic good taste, was an avid hunter, and did his best to bring the thrill of felling a great beast to his subjects, who ate up all his bread and circuses with relish. With any dissent in Italy more or less pacified, and his regime now fully legitimized, Hadrian turned his attention to the provinces. But unlike previous emperors, who were content to rule the empire by way of correspondence, Hadrian believed that the only way he could make a proper decision about anything was to be there for himself. Unlike Trajan, who was disposed to let his subordinates figure it out for themselves, Hadrian was a micromanager of the highest order, who had no intention of letting any decision of import pass his desk without comment. If you combine the need to micromanage with an active personality determined to assess all situations for himself, what you get is an emperor who has no intention of lounging around Rome all day. What you get is an emperor who will spend more time on the road and visit more provinces than any other emperor before or since. By my calculations, Hadrian spent roughly half of his 21-year reign on one of his extended tours of the empire, and even when he was home in Italy, he resided at his villa in Tivoli rather than in Rome itself. The total number of hours he spent inside the city cannot be accurately calculated, but having spent his formative years in Spain, his early career stationed in the provincial legions, and the majority of his reign on the road or at his Italian villa, I think it is safe to say that Rome saw less of Hadrian over the course of his life than any of his predecessors. As we move forward, this will become a growing trend, as more militant provincials will don the purple and never even deign to return to the alleged capital of the empire. The trend will reach its full expression with the rise of Diocletian, who despised the city, and Constantine, who would abandon it forever. Hadrian set out on his first grand tour in 121, intent on inspecting the Western Empire for himself. He had seen much of the East while attached to Trajan's staff, but had been away from the West for the better part of 15 years, and wanted to make sure the frontiers were secure and the people prosperous. He headed north to inspect the Rhine legions, who had for so many years been the cream of the Roman armed forces, but since imperial focus had shifted east, had become somewhat of a lax force of time servers. Hadrian arrived in the camps and set about restoring discipline and a sense of purpose. But he was not all martinet, and coupled with severity were reforms designed to increase the general happiness of his men, including a long overdue change to the laws restricting marriage while still in the service. He spent the rest of the year in the tents with his Rhine legions, joining them on their marches, often walking right alongside them, and never ever being carried in an opulent litter. While in Italy, Hadrian used the ornaments of power skillfully to subtly cow the Senate, but out in the provinces he eschewed the trappings of power in favor of simple clothes and unpretentious lodgings. When he left the Rhine in 122, he left his men more disciplined and more focused than they had been in years, which was a good thing, because Hadrian had no intention of ever actually using them in battle. He left them instead happily toiling away on an extended upgrade to Domitian's Limes Germanicus, which Hadrian hoped would give them a sense of purpose, and more importantly, exhaust them physically, so that idle hands would not become the devil's playground. The emperor's next stop was Britannia, that foggy island on the edge of the world that as a minor province had hosted a surprising number of major imperial figures, including Julius Caesar, Claudius, Vespasian, Titus, and now Hadrian. Hadrian's purpose in Britain was the same as his stop along the Rhine: inspect the frontier defenses and ensure the discipline and reliability of the legions stationed there. The island had seen a local revolt accompanying Trajan's death in 117, and Hadrian was looking for a permanent solution to the periodic British uprising. The emperor's solution became the defining artifact of his reign. This was certainly not Hadrian's intention, given the myriad other splendid works of art and architecture he devoted his full time and attention to. But the 70-mile-long wall he ordered built from the Solway Firth to the North Sea has stood the test of time, and its stone ruins seem to tell the whole story of Hadrian's reign in one dull gray package. His peace and defense policy, his provincial travels, his love of architecture, his savvy economic and political instincts. It's all there in the wall that cuts a line across northern Britain. At its heart, though, the wall was not meant to be a simple defensive frontier, and we shouldn't accept the this side civilization, that side barbarism that summaries of historical summaries often reduce it to. I think part of the key to understanding the true purpose of the wall is the fact that it bisected Brigantes territory. That strongest and typically allied with Roman interests northern British tribe had caused trouble before, had possibly been involved in the 117 difficulties, and no doubt was forever seen as a sleeping menace by the Roman authorities. By slicing their territory in two, and forcing all north-south traffic to pass through Roman checkpoints, the imperial authorities were able to effectively divide and monitor the Brigantes. The wall was also a tax collection point, a place where Roman civilization was able to take root in the form of the garrison towns that naturally grew around the legionary barracks, and of course, it was an awe-inspiring projection of Roman power. It is interesting to remember that what we see today is just the leftover remains, and that when it was originally built, Hadrian's wall was whitewashed a spotless ivory color. In the dark climate of the north, the wall was a glowing white line that reminded everyone who the true masters of the world were. Though the wall is, of course, a historical treasure, I can't help but laugh when I think of what Hadrian's reaction would be upon learning that for all his Philhellenism, patronage of the arts and sciences, and the myriad great temples he left in his wake, that a simple stone wall in far-off Britain would be his defining legacy. Leaving the British legions toiling away on a wall, just as he had left the Rhine legions toiling away on their wall, Hadrian headed south through Gaul and into his old home country of Spain, where he spent the winter of 122-123, likely hunting and enjoying the rustic pleasures of the Iberian Peninsula. When spring came, he headed across the Straits of Gibraltar into Mauritania, where a Moorish rebellion had broken out. The brief rebellion seems to have come to nothing, but it would be enough to prompt Hadrian on a subsequent trip to Africa to order that a defensive line be built facing into the Atlas Mountains, where the nomadic raiders were based. As with his wall in Britain, the North African wall was designed as much to manipulate and monitor traffic flow as anything else. The nomads needed to periodically cross the Roman frontier on their way to freshwater and pasture lands, and Hadrian wanted to make sure that they were inspected and counted as they came and went. Details of the rest of his stay in Africa are sketchy, but the imperial entourage seems to have headed east to the depopulated province of Cyrene, where they then either set sail for Syria directly, or where they simply passed through on their way to Alexandria, where they then set sail from. Either way, in June 123, Hadrian pops up in Antioch, where he intended to deal with a resurgent Parthian Empire. With their ill-defined political structure, the Parthians were forever racked by internal squabbles over who should be king. But during the brief periods where one claimant united the fractured eastern kingdoms, Rome had to be on guard against possible encroachment, and that was exactly what Hadrian was in Syria to do. But following the example of Augustus rather than Trajan, Hadrian planned to solve all the disputes between the two great empires diplomatically. Though the ancient sources are once again maddeningly vague, Hadrian appears to have met in personal conference with the Parthian king along the Euphrates, and the two hammered out a deal that confirmed the river as the border between them. The details of what concessions were made along the way were not recorded, but whatever the cost, Hadrian no doubt saw it as a cheaper alternative to the blood and treasure war in the East would naturally drain. The settlement once again sent the hawkish Senate into a tizzy, who couldn't understand why the emperor was bothering to deal with a kingdom the legions had so recently steamrolled. But Hadrian had a vision of peace and stability, and he was not going to abandon it just to satisfy the egos of a bunch of rich old aristocrats back in Rome. Having come to terms with the Parthians, Hadrian headed back to the west through Asia Minor. Throughout 124, he played the part of tourist, judge, and director of public works in every stop along the way, and indeed, practically every city he would ever visit during his 21 years in office was left with an improved aqueduct system, an expanded street, or a new theater, or some other civic improvement Hadrian had devised or approved of. His last stop in Asia Minor before he landed in Athens in the autumn of 124 was the province of Bithynia Pontus, on the southern coast of the Black Sea. The stopover is important because it was while passing through the city of Claudiopolis that Hadrian possibly first met Antoninus, the young Bithynian who would come to mean so much to the emperor. No record exists of when the two first met, but the journey through Antoninus's home province is as likely a time as any. I thought I would get into the Hadrian-Antoninus relationship this week, but I'm going to put it off until next week, as I would very much like to get Hadrian back to Italy before we close out this week's episode. So I'm just going to leave it that this is the time Hadrian may have first laid eyes on the boy. Hadrian then crossed the Aegean and settled into Athens for the winter. He was driven to make it back to the city before the famous rites of the Eleusinian Mysteries took place in the autumn, a mystical experience the emperor very much wanted to take part in. He arrived in time and became an initiate in the elaborate Greek mystery religion, just as had Augustus before him. He spent the winter in Greece, laying out plans to transform Athens from decaying backwater into refurbished cultural capital, a plan the Greeks looked upon as a mixed blessing. Ever proud of their historical independence, they appreciated the emperor's interests, but were a bit annoyed at the extent to which Hadrian was planning to put his own stamp on the ancient city. Hadrian may have loved all things Greek, but the Greeks did not necessarily love all things Hadrian. By 125, Hadrian had been out of Italy for 4 years, and though, if he had had his druthers, he probably would have just settled permanently in Athens, the city he truly loved, he knew that he had to return to Rome at some point, or the Senate would ratchet up their feelings of neglect into feelings of rebellion. But it would not be all bad. Before leaving, Hadrian had left detailed instructions for the construction of a new imperial villa complex in Tivoli, about 20 miles from Rome, that would be a little slice of Greece in the heart of Italy. His on-site managers had reported that the villa, while not totally finished, was at least habitable, and the emperor could look forward to residing in his new home upon his return. In 125, Hadrian sailed from Greece, and after passing through Sicily to inspect the breadbasket of the empire, the emperor finally made his triumphant return to the capital. Though he had no love for the city itself, his return meant that he could tour all of the new construction he had ordered before he left. Knowing that he was going to be gone for years, Hadrian wanted to make sure the citizens of Rome did not feel that the emperor had forgotten them, and the capital was already feeling the effects of Hadrian's new architectural vision, including the recently completed reconstruction of Agrippa's burned-out Pantheon. Next week, we'll set out once again with Hadrian, as the restless emperor tours the Italian peninsula, returns to North Africa, and then heads back to the Eastern Empire, where his heart truly resided. Along the way, he would pass through the destroyed ruins of Jerusalem, where he would make a fateful decision to rebrand the city and the wider territory of Judea as a truly Greco-Roman province. A decision that would have serious consequences as yet another brutal Jewish revolt would break out, disrupting the uninterrupted peace Hadrian had worked so hard to maintain. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As I have made you fully aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to switch things up a little bit and recommend the book I'm listening to right now, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with Rome. I'll probably do this from time to time as I get to exhausting the ancient Roman histories in the Audible catalog. So anyway, even though I'm way beyond the hype and times, Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln by Doris Kearns Goodwin is a pretty awesome book and one I'm sure you'll thoroughly enjoy. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 83, May His Bones Be Crushed. In 125, Hadrian returned to Rome for the first time in 4 years. In that time, he had completed one full counterclockwise circuit of the empire, up through Gaul to Britain, then down through Spain into Africa, east across North Africa, up into Syria, then west across Asia Minor to Greece, and then, after a brief final stop in Sicily, back to the Italian peninsula. His return to the capital was greeted with a mixture of enthusiasm by some, annoyance by others, and indifference by the rest. In the 7+ years Hadrian had already logged on the throne, he had earned a reputation as an ever-active polymath executive whose interest extended to every corner of the empire. While the provincials loved the personal attention Hadrian lavished upon them, the Romans, the ones who actually lived in Rome, were less enthused by the emperor's corresponding inattention. Hadrian had kept the bread and circuses flowing, and continued the building boom that had rolled on uninterrupted since the reign of Domitian, but there was a growing feeling that in most respects, Hadrian was not really one of them. In the final analysis, the emperor turned out to be a Grecophile Spaniard who loved all the things a proper Roman was supposed to hate: hunting, astrology, poetry. He was also an unapologetic and open homosexual, and of course, there was his trivial, but somehow still earth-shattering decision to abandon the austere, clean-shaven face that had defined the look of the Roman aristocracy for centuries in favor of a full beard. Hadrian was an emperor, yes, but whether he was a Roman emperor was something of an open question. For his part, Hadrian did not trouble himself too much with the social taboos he was upending, and for the most part, his iconoclasm seems to have happened by accident. That is to say, he wasn't deliberately setting himself against existing tradition. He was instead simply supremely confident in who he was and what he was doing. There are a couple of explanations for his beard, for example, from it being an extension of his Philhellenism, to it being an easy way to connect with rank-and-file soldiers, who often wore beards, to a simple desire to cover a pockmarked and warty face. But nowhere does anyone report that he wore a beard just to tick off the conservative elites back in Rome. On a larger scale, his promotion of Greece at the expense of Italy was not undertaken because he wanted to spit on Italian exceptionalism, but because he knew that the long-term interests of the empire begged for all of the provinces to become united on a more equal footing. As I said when I was introducing Trajan, it was fast becoming counterproductive to view the empire as a collection of provinces ruled by Rome, rather than a single, cosmopolitan, pan-Mediterranean political unit. While the vast majority of subjects within the empire eyed this change of focus with relish, it all went over like a lead balloon in Italy, where every man, woman, and child had been raised from birth to believe that they were, in fact, exceptional in every single way, and ruled the world by divine right. Hadrian lived in his villa at Tivoli from 125 to the beginning of 127, conducting the business of empire from the newly constructed compound rather than from the imperial palace on the Palatine or, God forbid, the halls of the Senate. The world no longer revolved around Rome. It revolved around Hadrian, just as Hadrian wanted. In 127, he got restless again and decided to go on a quick tour of the one province he had thus far neglected, Italy itself. So he spent the rest of the year traveling around the peninsula doing what he did best, adjudicating legal disputes and ordering architectural improvements in every municipality he passed through. It was during this tour that Hadrian decided to implement one of the few reforms that would not survive his death. Future emperors would follow Hadrian's precedents consciously or unconsciously for years, right down to the bearded face. But the emperor's reform of Italian political administration would be repealed practically hours after he died. Since the days of Augustus, Italy had been divided into 17 administrative districts, but the local towns and cities were mostly left to their own devices. Hadrian decided to divide the peninsula into 4 zones, each run by an imperial procurator, who would answer directly to the emperor. It may seem an innocuous shift, but the Italians resented the hell out of the fact that Hadrian was effectively turning Italy into just another province. So, like I say, the reorganization of the peninsula would be repealed immediately once Hadrian wasn't around to defend this universally unpopular idea. Italian exceptionalism would die one day, but not yet. 127 also marked Hadrian's 10th year in office, which he celebrated with appropriate games and banquets. The auspicious occasion was marked with darkness, though, as the emperor seems to have either fallen ill or suffered from a serious accident that laid him up for months, right around the time of his decennial celebrations. But the emperor was not going to be held down for long, and in the spring of 128, he was healthy enough to make a return trip to North Africa, which he had been forced to speed through on his way to the summit with the Parthians in 123. Before he left, though, he finally accepted the one honorific he had thus far refused, having decided he had finally done enough good to be hailed Father of the People. On this latest trip to Africa, he was able to focus more intently on the particulars of the North African provinces, though the visit basically followed the standard Hadrianic template. Inspect the troops, order defensive fortifications built, improve municipal infrastructure, and settle legal disputes. Hadrian's standout accomplishment during his time in Africa happened just as he was arriving. Plagued by drought, the arrival of the emperor had been accompanied by sudden rainstorms, prompting coins to be issued praising Hadrian the Rainmaker. Before the fall came, Hadrian skipped back to Italy on his way to Greece, where he planned to take part in the Eleusinian Mysteries for a second time, this time as a full initiate. The cult tickled all of the emperor's sweet spots, from its classical Greek character, to its overt mysticism, to its ability to bring together the Hellenized world in one unifying ceremony. This last point stuck in the emperor's head, and on this, his third long-term stay in Greece, he initiated a plan to bring the Greeks together as a single political force. The Greeks had, of course, always been the cultural engine of the empire, but their long history of city-state independence and its attendant intra-Greek squabbling had always left them weak politically. So, hot on the heels of his decision to downgrade Italy to just another province status, Hadrian pushed the Greeks to join together in a new Pan-Hellenian league designed to raise them from eastern backwater to major player. He personally lobbied the magistrates of Athens and Sparta, the two most important and most antagonistic cities, to join in the new league that would unite Greece and bring them power within the empire that they had thus far never dreamed possible. Intrigued by Hadrian's promise of increased influence, the Greeks began to work on the details of who would be allowed to join the league, where meetings would be held, for how long, and what the extent of its powers would be, and all the other minutiae that accompany these sorts of high-minded diplomatic assemblies. Just to be clear, though, the practical power the new Pan-Hellenian League would wield would be none, as Hadrian had no intention of relinquishing any imperial prerogatives. But he hoped a unified community of Greeks would nonetheless contribute to the future stability of the empire. Despite his hopes, though, the League collapsed after his death. Without the emperor's active attention, the Greeks fell back to their old ways and did what Greeks do best, squabbling with each other until the League was left an irrelevant shell. In 129, the emperor sailed from Athens to Anatolia, and from there he traveled down into the eastern provinces, where he called together, presumably in Antioch, though I haven't been able to confirm that little detail, the collection of client kings who served as the buffer between the empire proper and the barbarian lands beyond the frontier of civilization. For the hawkish Senate, the summit was a complete embarrassment, as it shoved in their faces once again Hadrian's policy of purchasing peace rather than fighting for it, as had always been the Roman way. Client kings were client kings because they were paid by the emperor to stay client kings. The crass financial nature of the relationship offended the Senate, but Hadrian paid them no mind, boasting about the fact that he had won more by doing nothing than others had by waging war. Hadrian then traveled south to Egypt in 130, but along the way, he stopped off at the ruins of Jerusalem to take care of some unfinished business. The province had been heavily depopulated during the various Jewish revolts. Its great cities had been destroyed, the Temple of Solomon had burned to the ground, and the political authority of the Jewish high priests a thing of the past. Hadrian decided to bring the troubled region back to life by annihilating the last vestiges of Judaism and rebranding the old province as a Hellenistic colony of the Greco-Roman world. He ordered the devastated Jerusalem rebuilt, renaming the city Aelia Capitolina, the Aelia part coming from Hadrian's own name, and the Capitolina part signaling that the city was dedicated in the name of Jupiter. Hadrian then ordered a temple be built on the site of the old Jewish temple, an affront that on its own may have been enough to spark another revolt, but coupled with the emperor's new ban on circumcision, was simply the straw that broke the camel's back. In just 2 years' time, revolt in Judea would once again be headline news, and no fewer than 12 legions would be needed to prosecute and win the Third Jewish War. Hadrian was blithely unaware of the train wreck he was setting in motion, though, and, no doubt pleased with how nice and Greek he had left the region, he traveled south to Egypt, where he planned to indulge in every tourist trap the ancient kingdom had to offer. It is the emperor's trip up the Nile that finally brings us to the relationship that had dominated Hadrian's personal life the past 5 years, his long-standing affair with the teenage boy Antoninus. Now, homosexuality as a psychological identity was still 2,000 years or so from being created, and in the classical world, gender roles and sex were not nearly as defined as they are today. So it is hard to come right out and say that Hadrian was gay, or that made him unique among Roman emperors. Gibbon, for example, famously commented that Claudius was the only emperor whose taste in love was, quote, entirely correct. In the ancient world, the line of appropriateness came down to whether one was the dominant or passive partner, the former being all well and good, while the latter was seen as a mark of great shame, and, as with the case of Julius Caesar and Octavian both, the source of frequent political jabs. That all being said, though, there were certain mores concerning homosexual interactions that it seems Hadrian, as in everything else he did with his life, flouted with impunity. His choice of partners, his complete abandonment of women, and above all, his willingness to do everything out in the open, bothered the permissive, but subtly so, Roman aristocracy. And this brings us to Antoninus, the boy from Bithynia. How the emperor and the young man met is a matter of historical speculation, but however he became attached to the imperial entourage, be it at Hadrian's specific request, or through some more general order by the emperor to bring all the most beautiful youth to his court, by 125, the 48-year-old Hadrian and the 14-year-old Antoninus were likely living together openly in Hadrian's Italian villa. The age difference is shocking to modern sensibilities, but in a world where teenage girls were routinely married to middle-aged men, the gap was not a serious impediment to their relationship. Plus, one of those unstated mores regarding homosexual behavior was that a young man could indulge in a sort of exploratory bisexual period that was often guided by an older man during his teen years. So while the relationship between Hadrian and Antoninus was something of a scandal, those exploratory years were supposed to be handled with all due discretion by the elder partner. The emperor himself felt no significant pressure to end the relationship. Besides, by all accounts, this was no fling for Hadrian. He appears to have been genuinely in love. Antoninus had been born in 111 in Bithynia, and was, by all accounts, a beautiful young man. It is supposed that sometime around 124, Antoninus was enrolled in the imperial page program that trained young men for service as valets, secretaries, couriers, and whatever else the emperor required. It is also supposed that it was around the time Hadrian returned from his first tour of the empire in 125 that Antoninus officially joined the imperial entourage. Moving into the emperor's villa, Antoninus quickly became the emperor's constant companion, and for the next 5 years, wherever Hadrian went, so went Antoninus. For all the happiness they shared, though, the couple was headed for a tragedy that we are still at a loss to explain today. In 130, as I said, the imperial court moved south into Egypt, where Hadrian intended to bask in the glow of the most ancient kingdom of the known world. They took in the pyramids and the Sphinx, and visited the tomb of Alexander the Great. Then they boarded a grand flotilla that headed up the Nile to the ancient Egyptian capital of Memphis and beyond. In October of 130, the flotilla stopped off at Hermopolis to visit an old temple dedicated by Ramses II, and it was while in port there that the drowned body of Antoninus washed up on the banks. Hadrian was crushed. Like I said, no one knows for sure what happened, and I am certainly not going to push some version or another with certainty. Most of the ancient sources report that it was simply an accident while Antoninus was off on a swim. But others suppose that Antoninus committed suicide, either because he knew that the aged emperor would soon grow tired of him, or, perhaps worse yet, that the emperor would not grow tired of him, and Antoninus would be trapped in a shameful pseudo-marriage he could not control. Still others state that Antoninus was sacrificed, according to the mystical advice of Egyptian holy men who told the emperor he could achieve long life if another died in his place. In this last telling, Some have it that Antoninus willingly gave himself up, some that Hadrian's agents killed the boy in his name, but without his knowledge, and others that Hadrian ordered up the murder himself. What are we to make of this jumble? Honestly, I don't think anyone knows. But the emperor's reaction to the news seems to belie that he was anywhere near growing tired of the boy, or that he ordered Antoninus killed. Because, while in mourning, Hadrian founded a city in Antoninus's honor at the site where he died. Further, the various astrologers and mystics the emperor often kept hanging around assured the emperor that the new star in the sky he had detected was indeed Antoninus, and Hadrian declared that the boy had attained true godhood, and a new cult would be created to worship him. In fact, as it stands, Antoninus is one of the most well-known faces of the ancient world due to the proliferation of statues and monuments Hadrian erected in his honor across the empire. Eventually, Hadrian's sadness was overtaken by pressing business, but the cult of Antoninus spread across the east as local municipalities of every size quickly recognized that an easy way to curry favor with the emperor was to direct a few dollars to the worship of his dead lover. For a while, the cult of the now idealized vision of youthful beauty that Antoninus came to represent competed head-to-head with the emerging cult of Jesus Christ for adherents. Back in Rome, the news of Antoninus's death was accompanied by the news that Hadrian had ordered the boy deified. The Senate was taken aback by what they considered to be a double insult. First, there was the fact that a non-imperial family member was being deified. Mothers, sisters, fathers, sons, they were all welcome in the cult of the Caesars, but a 19-year-old boy with no legal or familial connection to the emperor, who was by all accounts simply Hadrian's lover? People knew Caligula had really gone round the bend when he threatened to make his horse a consul. Was this really so different? Perhaps the more pressing concern for the Senate, though, was that Hadrian, in his grief, had bypassed them completely. Emperors who wanted to stay on the good side of the aristocracy asked the Senate's permission to deify dead relatives. It was just good manners. The last emperor to simply declare someone's divinity was Domitian, very early on in his reign. Not that he really cared much right at that moment, but by deifying Antoninus, Hadrian suddenly found himself being compared not to Augustus and Trajan, but to Caligula and Domitian. So like I said, Hadrian never would get the aristocracy on his side, and when it came time for Antoninus to deify Hadrian after the emperor's death in 137, well, that became something of a protracted struggle. Antoninus finally threatened to resign, forcing the Senate to deify his adoptive father or face the prospect of civil war. After laying the foundations of the new city of Antinopolis, Hadrian made his way back down the Nile to Alexandria, and from there seems to have headed for Greece. We don't know whether he returned to Italy at all in the meantime, but Hadrian was definitely in Athens in 132 when news came that a violent revolt had broken out in Judea. The reason why a rebellion broke out at that precise moment is still unknown, but in general, the Jews had been in a state of apoplexy since Hadrian had wandered through their homeland, all but outlawed their religion, and then rebuilt Jerusalem as some pagan colony. So the fact that an uprising began at all was one of those when, not ifs. One thing we do know is that the revolt was not spontaneous. It was a carefully planned affair that had probably been in the making from the moment Hadrian departed Judea for Egypt. In addition to the network of caves and tunnels the Jewish fighters constructed to offer safe harbor in what was sure to be a guerrilla campaign, the Jewish leadership also hit upon a neat trick to help them secretly stockpile weapons. Knowing Hadrian's exceedingly high standards for military equipment, local Jewish craftsmen sent in deliberately shoddy weapons to the local Roman garrisons. When the equipment was predictably returned as substandard, it was picked out of the rubbish bin and reworked for use by the Jewish rebels. When the revolt finally did break out, Roman commanders were shocked at how well the Jews were armed. In 132, prepared as they were ever going to be, the Jewish leader Simon Bar Kokhba announced that he was the Messiah Jewish prophecy had long promised, and that he was going to drive the pagans out of Judea and restore the independent kingdom of Israel. At first, the lunatic ravings of yet another Jewish Messiah struck the local Roman administrator Tinius Rufus as beneath his time and attention. but it soon became clear that Simon was leading a well-armed and politically unified insurrection force. The 2 legions at Rufus's disposal sustained heavy damage from the quick and mobile Jewish guerrillas, and reinforcements had to be sent in from Syria and Egypt. But the ineffectiveness of the new arrivals only bolstered Jewish confidence, and the legion from Egypt appears to have been completely wiped out sometime in 133. By this point, the whole province was in revolt, and the regular Jewish fighters found plenty of housing and supplies from non-combatant sympathizers across the country. Simon then declared independence for the new state of Israel, and with the Romans reeling from the unexpected force of the rebellion, the Jewish leadership found themselves in effective control of much of the province. Coins and edicts were issued, marking 132 as year 1 of a new Jewish state. But Hadrian was not going to stand by and watch a Roman province simply shrug off their imperial masters. He may have been a skeptic of the efficacy of war when it came to external threats, but internal threats were something else entirely. He ordered his best general, Sextus Julius Severus, to leave his post in Britain and make with all haste for Judea, and pick up as many troops as he felt necessary along the way. Hadrian and Severus's plan was simple: methodically use overwhelming force to crush the insurrection. It took plenty of time, money, and men to slowly grind out victory in Judea, but in 135, victory did come. It is reported that no fewer than 12 legions took part in the action that saw the Romans destroy 50 fortified towns and almost 1,000 separate villages. In addition to the heavy Roman casualties, almost 600,000 Jews were killed during the retaking of Judea. Severus finally strangled off Simon and the last holdouts in 135, and the legions declared victory. The devastation and depopulation that accompanied this last Jewish war, a war many scholars mark as the true beginning of the diaspora, reminds one of Tacitus's famous line, which the historian attributed to a British chieftain, that the Romans make a desert, and they call it peace. Surveying this desert, Hadrian decided to double down on his plan to eradicate the Jews and leave in their place a Hellenized population of Greco-Romans. Hadrian's post-war policy, then, was nothing less than cultural genocide. He banned the Jews from entering Jerusalem, still called Aelia Capitolina, continued his ban on circumcision, outlawed the Hebrew calendar, and prohibited the use of Torah law. The sacred scroll was carried up to the Temple Mount and burned, and for years afterward, Jewish scholars were executed for perpetuating their outlawed religion. As a final reminder that in Hadrian's eyes Judaism was dead, the emperor renamed the province Syria Palestinia, after the Philistines, that ancient enemy of the Jews. It is hard to understate the effect all of this had on the future of Judaism. From 135 on, Judea was no longer the cultural, political, or religious center of Jewish life, and would not be again until well into the modern era. The Jewish community scattered across the Roman Empire were forced to look to an enclave of Babylonian Jews for guidance, safe as those leaders were within the more tolerant borders of the Parthian Empire. As I just mentioned, some scholars mark the true beginning of the diaspora at Hadrian's genocidal victory of 135, rather than by the tame by comparison victory of the Flavians in 70. For having ordered the death and enslavement of their race and the eradication of their religion, Hadrian is uniquely despised within Jewish histories, who always follow the emperor's name with the epitaph, "May his bones be crushed." Next week, Hadrian will return to Italy, where he will spend the last years of his life decaying into a bitter, agonized mess. Just as his ascension to power had been marked by political murder, so too would his release of it. These violent bookends to the emperor's career were all the proof the Senate needed to become convinced that despite all of his avowed pacifism, generosity, wisdom, and benevolence, that Hadrian was at his core a paranoid psychotic who would kill them all if given half a chance. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 84, Longing for Death. Hadrian had been in Athens when word came in 132 that another revolt had broken out in Judea. The 2.5 years of fighting to retake the province would prove to be the most significant military operation Rome would engage in during Hadrian's reign, and it is likely, bordering on confirmed fact, that the emperor traveled to the troubled region to oversee the campaign for himself. But he did not stick around to see the conflict's resolution, and by 134, the emperor was back in Italy, having left the prosecution of the war in the hands of his best general, Sextus Julius Severus. This final trip back from the east would mark Hadrian's last tour as the great traveling emperor, and when he settled into his villa at Tivoli, whether he knew it or not, he was settling in for good. By all accounts, the last few years of Hadrian's reign were unhappy ones, both for the emperor himself and for everyone around him. His mental and physical health began to deteriorate, and as his life grew shorter, so too did his temper. The image of himself Hadrian had worked so hard to create, that of a patient, generous, enlightened monarch, began to fall apart, and all the close friends and associates who had stood by his side through thick and thin began to be pushed away one by one. Hadrian had been proud to call the best and brightest the empire had to offer his personal friends. When he died, though, he was attended by none but a few slaves. Every man who should have stood by the emperor as he slipped away was either dead or exiled, or had chosen to withdraw from a ruler who seemed to be lashing out at those he trusted and who trusted him the most. Those who knew him best saw Hadrian's final years as a departure from his natural disposition, while his enemies in the Senate saw it as confirmation that he had been a monster all along. For a while after he returned to Italy, things seemed to be okay. Hadrian, naturally feeling the effects of nearly 2 decades on the throne, began to think about what the world would be like when he was gone. Frequent, unstoppable nosebleeds had him thinking about his own mortality. Who would follow him on the throne, and how would history remember him? Much like Augustus, Hadrian displayed concern about the future of both the imperial dynasty and the empire as a whole. For an emperor obsessed with the stability and strength of Rome, it would have been nearly impossible for him to treat the question of succession with the same cavalier attitude Trajan had displayed. He had spent his life consolidating Rome's holdings and establishing peaceful relations with potential external threats. He did not want it all to be thrown away by some less enlightened successor. He needed to think long and hard about who he was going to hand power to. But it soon became apparent that the aging and very possibly dying emperor was not the same eminently rational man who had ruled the empire for so long. The ancient histories first point to the emperor's feud with Apollodorus of Damascus as proof that he was beginning to lose his grip. Hadrian, who always fancied himself an excellent architect, had designed a great temple of Venus that was dedicated in Rome in 135. Proud of what he considered a magnificent work of art, Hadrian asked the greatest architect of his generation, Apollodorus, to comment on the design and construction. Obviously fishing for compliments, Hadrian was deeply grieved when Apollodorus sent back a stern critique of the building's foundation, the line of sight for visitors approaching along the sacred way, the size of the doors, they were too small, and the size of the statue of Venus inside. It was too large. If Venus ever wished to go out for a stroll, Apollodorus caustically informed the emperor, she would be unable to fit through the entryway. Now, the emperor and the architect had been on tense terms for years. A standard legend has it that at some point during the Dacian Wars, Hadrian had interrupted a conference between Trajan and Apollodorus to offer his own opinion of the project they were discussing, and Apollodorus, incensed that this young amateur was even approaching the grown-ups table, dismissed Hadrian, telling him to go back to his drawings, that he understood none of this. Relations between the enthusiastic amateur and the proud professional never got much better, though Hadrian seems to have respected Apollodorus enough that he asked the architect to help design war machines that would allow the legions to attack Jewish cave bases during the Third Jewish War. But respect or no, Cassius Dio reports that when Hadrian read Apollodorus's critique, that he became enraged and ordered the architect banished from Rome, and shortly thereafter had him executed. If this seems like an overly rash response to what was probably reasonable criticism, you're right. And most modern historians do not believe that Apollodorus was actually killed by Hadrian, but that instead, the old architect simply died of natural causes around the time of the exchange, and that Hadrian's enemies drew their own libelous conclusions. But if the crime itself never took place, the mood of Hadrian's last years certainly made believing that the crime did take place easy to swallow, and that, more than anything else, is the moral of the story. Because while he may not have executed Apollodorus, the emperor's treatment of his own family is confirmed fact. Placing Apollodorus's blood on Hadrian's hands is not so much a matter of falsely accusing the innocent, as it is adding one more name to the list. As 135 gave way to 136, the issue of succession began to consume the emperor. That, and the completion of his great mausoleum on the banks of the Tiber, which is still standing in Rome, so go visit that too. For Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus, the only living male relative of the emperor, this should have come as welcome news. Fuscus was Hadrian's teenage great-nephew, the grandson of his sister and a powerful senator named Lucius Julius Servianus. But unfortunately for Fuscus, Hadrian had watched the boy grow up and determined that he was utterly unfit for power, that his tastes were too lavish and too petty, a Nero in the making if there ever was one. Hadrian's unwillingness to commit to Fuscus greatly annoyed his grandfather Servianus, who was past 90 years old, but still growing strong. Servianus and Hadrian had never gotten along, and the fact that they were brothers-in-law seems only to have widened the gap, rather than bridge it. It certainly did not help that it had been widely reported Servianus was one of the few names Trajan had ever firmly put forward as a possible worthy heir to the throne back in 116-117. That he had been passed over in favor of his younger, cockier brother-in-law, likely through the machinations of a woman at that, had always stuck in Servianus's craw. But in his last years, the unmistakable reality that his grandson was the only man living with a blood relation to the emperor seemed to Servianus to resemble some kind of cosmic justice. But in defiance of this cosmic justice, Hadrian determined that whoever he chose, young Fuscus would not be his man, blood ties be damned. This second Passover of Servianus's family maybe would have gone without incident had Hadrian chosen as heir someone whose worth could not be denied by anyone, much as Nerva's choice of Trajan had put to rest every other claim on power, even amongst those who really thought they deserved the call. Hadrian could have settled Servianus's discontent by choosing some worthy man, like, for example, and I'm just throwing this out there, Sextus Julius Severus, the troubleshooting general who had just won the war in Judea. But instead, in 136, prompted by a massive hemorrhage that nearly killed him, Hadrian announced to a shocked Roman world that he was adopting a relatively obscure and unaccomplished man named Lucius Caeonius Commodus. Muckrakers immediately pointed to Lucius's reputation as a pretty dilettante as the deciding factor, but the emperor's sympathizers argued that Hadrian was playing a game of four-dimensional chess with the succession issue that only the brilliant emperor himself could fully understand. I, of course, would adopt the boring conclusion that it was likely somewhere in between these two extremes. The choice of Lucius, who changed his name to Lucius alias Caesar when the adoption went through, does seem a curious one taken on its own, though. Lucius was a capable enough senator, but he had well-known health problems, likely suffering from tuberculosis. If Hadrian wanted to ensure the stability of the dynasty and the empire, choosing the perpetually bedridden Lucius was an odd choice to say the least. But, like I say, it is entirely possible that Hadrian was looking beyond Lucius to the man or men he really wanted to control the empire down the road. Lucius would be his stopgap, his very own Nerva, to bridge the interregnum between Hadrian and the young men he really had his eyes on. But before we get into them, it is worth mentioning one other salient detail about Lucius that may have recommended him to the emperor. Namely, that he was the son-in-law of Publius Nigrinus, one of the 4 ex-consuls who had been murdered in 118. Hadrian was concerned about his legacy, and the choice of Lucius may have been an olive branch to the Senate, an admission that he understood their anger and that he wanted to set things right. Most agree, though, that Lucius was not the true object of the emperor's plans, that the fourth dimension of Hadrian's scheme was the grandson of one of the emperor's closest friends and advisors, Marcus Annius Verus. Born with his father and grandfather's name, young Marcus Verus, then 15 years old, had caught the emperor's attention early as an unusually serious and intelligent boy. Having been raised in part by his grandfather, who Hadrian held in the highest esteem, young Marcus was marked from the beginning as one worth watching. As the emperor watched Marcus grow up, he was impressed more and more with the studious and capable teenager. We'll get more into the biographical particulars of the man history will come to know as Marcus Aurelius in our next episode, but I just want to note for now that upon Lucius's adoption in 136, Marcus was engaged to Lucius's daughter almost immediately. Though he had a son of his own, a 6-year-old also named Lucius Caeonius Commodus, Hadrian seems to have been setting things up so that when the perpetually ill Lucius Caesar inevitably succumbed to one of his many ailments, power would transfer naturally to his new son-in-law, Marcus. This, of course, begs us to ask the question, why not just adopt Marcus straight away? Why take the scenic route through Lucius? The one obvious answer is that at 15, Marcus may have been a promising candidate for power, but was not yet seasoned enough for Hadrian's tastes. Nero and Caligula had proven the folly of allowing the young too much power. Lucius, though weakly constituted, was still in the prime of his middle age, and would likely last long enough to at least get Marcus into his mid-20s, at which point he would hopefully have enough experience to temper the excesses of youth. But who knows, maybe Hadrian was trying to have his cake and eat it too. Adopt the son-in-law of Nigrinus to appease the Senate, knowing full well that Lucius would die off quickly and Hadrian's real choice of heir could take over. The choice of Lucius appears to have been too much for Servianus and Fuscus to take. Fuscus especially saw the throne as his birthright, and when he learned that he had been passed over, just as his grandfather had before him, the young man set himself on a plan to overthrow the aging Hadrian and seize power for himself. At some point in late 137, Hadrian's spy network informed him of the plot, and the emperor took decisive action. He seized young Fuscus, who was no doubt close at hand, as he was still a member of the imperial court, even if his relevance was now virtually non-existent. Feeling the brunt of the emperor's wrath, the young alleged usurper was ordered to commit suicide. But the death of his great-nephew was apparently not enough, and shortly after Fuscus's death, Hadrian unexpectedly turned on Servianus and ordered him too to commit suicide. The Roman elites could take in stride the political assassination of a young man who was very possibly himself plotting political assassination, but forcing an old man to end his life in such a dishonorable way, especially one who had spent that life nobly serving the empire, was a pointless outrage. Servianus, as you can imagine, was himself outraged, but after firmly avowing his innocence and his fidelity both to Rome and the emperor, he did indeed kill himself. But before he died, he swore one solemn, bitter prayer. May Hadrian long for death, yet be unable to die. It seems clear that the case against Servianus was trumped up, and that Hadrian was finally acting on a long-held grudge. But what are we to make of Fuscus's alleged coup plot? For the Senate, it was not even a matter of debate. Hadrian had invented charges against, and then murdered, his great-nephew to ensure that his own diabolical plans for the future of Rome progressed unhindered. Some sources claim that other men of senatorial rank were also caught up in Hadrian's paranoid net and killed at the same time, implying that Hadrian had basically cooked up a wide-ranging conspiracy so he could prosecute anyone who might trouble his plan for succession. In the end, it's really hard to tell what's true and what's not, especially given the Senate's clear enmity toward Hadrian. But given the emperor's mood at the time, it is possible that he did engage in a carefully planned purge to clear the path for his chosen heirs, and perhaps deal a bit of vengeance to his enemies before he died. Some sources even have it that Hadrian's long-estranged wife Sabina was herself caught up in the purge. Because however it happened, she died in early 137, and was thus easily lumped into stories about the emperor's mad reign of terror. rumor-mongers breathlessly wondered, did he suspect that she would act as Pompeia had when Trajan died, and upset the apple cart of his carefully laid plans? Probably not. Though they had never gotten along personally, Hadrian had always gone out of his way to treat her, and make sure everyone else treated her, with great respect, and in turn, she was as loyal to the regime as anyone. Like with Apollodorus, coincidence is likely leading to conspiracy theory. But if, after the deaths of Fuscus, Servianus, and whoever else, Hadrian thought his house of cards was well in order, he was in for a cruel shock. Just a month after the executions, let's call them what they really were, his heir Lucius Caesar returned from Pannonia, where he had been sent by the emperor to oversee the defense of the Danube frontier for the year. Though Lucius did an admirable job administering the region throughout 137, the climate had taken its toll on the perpetually bedridden new Caesar. Back in Rome, Lucius was preparing to address the Senate on New Year's Day when he became seriously ill. Some report that he overdosed on the medicine he had been prescribed, but whatever the cause, on January the 1st, 138, Lucius Caesar died, sending Hadrian's perhaps too clever by half succession plans into disarray. The Senate breathed a sigh of relief that Lucius had not lived long enough to fall flat on his face as emperor, as they were all fairly sure he would, and hope rippled through the aristocracy that Hadrian would come to his senses and choose a deserving candidate. But, dipping once again into the well of the handsome yet undistinguished, on January 22, 138 AD, Hadrian pulled out another random name to confound professional prognosticators. Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus was a well-liked senator who had traveled up the cursus honorum with a sort of stable plotting, but he was just about the last man anyone would have guessed Hadrian would adopt as his heir. But the fates work in random ways, and Antoninus suddenly found himself next in line for the throne. This time, the choice would stick, and the man we all now know as Antoninus Pius will soon find himself ruling Rome for the better part of 23 blessedly banal years. Antoninus had been born in September of 86 AD, the son of Titus Aurelius Fulvus, who would serve as consul under Domitian in 89. The Fulvii branch of the Aurelians had emerged during the early imperial period as one of the leading families of non-Italian origin. But though they called southern Gaul their homeland, by Antoninus's time, the family had emigrated to Italy, and Antoninus himself was born in Lavinium, about 20 miles from Rome. His grandfather had taken the family to the height of imperial favor during the crisis of 69 AD, throughout which he commanded the 3rd Legion stationed along the Danube. After initially fighting for Otho, he switched, along with the rest of his defeated comrades, to Vespasian's banner, and so found himself seated alongside the Flavians when they finally won that brutal game of musical chairs. Rewarded for his service with a suffect consulship at some point in the 70s AD, Domitian rewarded him further with an ordinary consulship in 85. Just 4 years later, his son, Antoninus' father, was similarly rewarded. But both Antoninus' father and grandfather died sometime in the early 90s AD, and young Antoninus, then still known by his birth name, Titus Aurelius Fulvus, was taken under the wing of his maternal grandfather, Gnaeus Arius Antoninus, hence the addition of Arius and Antoninus to the boy's name. The elder Antoninus was a well-respected senator who counted amongst his friends Pliny the Younger, and he brought up his grandson with the stable, if boring values of a cultured Roman aristocrat. While in his early 20s, Antoninus married Aeneia Galeria Faustina, granddaughter of Hadrian's aforementioned friend Marcus Aeneas Verus. The pairing was obviously fortuitous for Antoninus, and when Hadrian became emperor in 117, the young man found himself on the fringes of the imperial court by virtue of his relation to Verus. In 120, Antoninus was given a consulship, and, having obviously impressed Hadrian, he was later chosen to be one of the 4 procurators who would govern Italy after Hadrian reformed the administration of the peninsula in 127. Long-term, of course, his association with this wildly unpopular reform was something of a black mark on his reputation, but for the time being, it was a signal of imperial favor. Antoninus was likely looking forward to a career of distinction and responsibility, though it is unlikely he ever considered that he himself would be emperor one day. But there he was in January of 138, suddenly called to the imperial villa and informed that he could now add Caesar to his long list of names because the emperor, out of the blue, was adopting him. Once again, we must ask the question why. Why Antoninus? He was capable and trustworthy, sure, but like Lucius before him, there was nothing really special to point to that said, oh yeah, you have to pick this guy Antoninus, he's perfect for the job. It is at this point, though, that we can really get into the guts of Hadrian's thinking, where it becomes apparent that it was Marcus Aurelius Hadrian wanted all along. Because when he offered Antoninus the job of emperor, a job the dying Hadrian assured Antoninus would be his sooner rather than later, he stipulated that Antoninus had to adopt both Marcus and the dead Lucius Caesar's son, Lucius Commodus, as his heirs. Otherwise, the deal was off. Clearly, Hadrian was thinking a generation ahead of everyone else. Antoninus, then, was merely a dependable way to get from here to Marcus. Already well into his 50s, Antoninus could be expected to die off sometime in the next decade or so, giving Marcus time for a proper imperial apprenticeship before he donned the purple for himself. Antoninus begged a few days to consider the emperor's offer. Though this humble podcast has been dealing primarily with the most ambitious Romans of every generation, which may leave you all with the impression that lust for power was the defining character trait of every man, woman, and child in the empire, not every Roman dreamed imperial dreams. The job was hard, dangerous, and all-consuming. Antoninus was genuinely unsure whether he wanted the gig. He had a pretty good life, a happy marriage, a nice network of friends, and a healthy amount of cash in the bank. Was it really worth giving up the comfortable life of a cultured senator for the infinite burdens of empire? But the lure of power, or perhaps more likely the pressure from Hadrian, induced Antoninus to accept the deal, and on February 25, 138 AD, he became Titus alias Caesar Antoninus, heir to the imperial throne, and adoptive father of a solemn teenager named Marcus and a precocious adolescent boy named Lucius. In recognition of the adoption, the Senate invested Antoninus with tribunician power and granted him full imperium, that is, power of life and death over the subjects of the empire. He did not have long to get up to speed on the full gamut of responsibilities weighing down Hadrian's clearly slumping shoulders, and by the look of the emperor, the transfer of power could come at any time. Hadrian was suffering from what modern doctors have diagnosed as congestive heart disease, and his body filled painfully with fluid, forcing him to spend most of his final days in bed. In the end, Servianus's prayer came true, as the suffering emperor tried and failed multiple times to kill himself. He had daggers and poison smuggled into his room on no fewer than 3 occasions, only to be thwarted at the last moment, and one attendant at least committed suicide rather than disobey Hadrian's orders to kill him. Antoninus himself finally intervened and begged Hadrian to bear his pain and let nature take its course. Hadrian's mood seems to have improved at least some following the intervention, and in letters exchanged with his new adopted son, he apologizes for letting his grief take over. A correspondence commenced that eventually resulted in Hadrian writing a full autobiography so that the record would be straight and Antoninus would have the full story of the past 20 years laid out in full. Unfortunately, no record of the autobiography exists, though modern scholars suppose that much of Hadrian's entry in the Historia Augusta was sourced to this autobiography. Finally, though, the black magic of Servianus's prayer wore off, and on July 10, 138 AD, attended only by 2 slaves and Antoninus, Hadrian died at one of the imperial palaces in Campania along the Bay of Naples. He was 62 years old and had ruled Rome for 21 years. Hadrian is one of the most fascinating men in the history of Rome, but I will admit that after a month of obsessing over him and trying to fit all of his contradictions and nuances and accomplishments into my head, I'm suffering from a bit of Hadrian fatigue. But in this, I kind of feel like I know the emperor as his contemporaries did. He was, simply put, an exhausting man to deal with. Eternally energetic, he was always traveling to some new city or starting some new project. But the wisdom of his rule, which bordered on visionary, was accompanied by a know-it-all pomposity that had to have driven everyone at least a little bit nuts. No one likes a man who knows everything, especially when he shows up at your doorstep and starts lecturing you on subjects you yourself are an expert in. There is a funny story where the emperor and a celebrated philosopher engaged in a debate where it was apparent to everyone that Hadrian's argument was far weaker. To the surprise of the audience, though, the philosopher eventually gave in and acknowledged the emperor had bested him. After the event, the philosopher was pressed by his friends, who demanded to know why he had given up so easily. The philosopher simply reminded his friends that the emperor was the most learned man of all. Taken aback, the friends laughed at this obviously untrue statement. But the philosopher insisted that it was true. You should always remember, he said to them, the most learned man of all is the man who commands 30 legions. Hadrian was undeniably a great emperor, and very often a good man, but he was also a flawed human being who could be an insufferably smug bully. But he did bring the beard back into fashion, and for that alone, he deserves all the praise he gets. There will be no episode next week. Mr. and Mrs. The History of Rome are both celebrating birthdays, and we're going to take some time for ourselves, but we'll be back on February 28th to introduce the Antonines, the last enlightened emperors of the Principate. After their departure from the stage, Rome will not see rulers with half as much vision until the rise of Diocletian, and by that point, Augustus's Principate will be dead, and a whole new political order will need to be created to sustain the battered empire. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day free trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend Polybius's Rome and the Mediterranean, which is one of the primary sources I used for all the episodes on the Punic Wars. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 85, Antoninus the Dutiful. When Hadrian died in 138, there was no succession issue whatsoever. Unlike Trajan's Neo-Alexandrian silence on the subject, and the subsequent doubt and violence that surrounded Hadrian's rise to power, when Antoninus alias Caesar returned to Rome with the body of the now-dead emperor, he was welcomed with open arms by the Senate, the people, and the army. Especially the Senate. They never had been happy with Hadrian, and from the very beginning, he had been a boogeyman in their collective consciousness, with his every act, statement, or decree twisted up in their minds to prove that he was actually a dangerous psychopath. So his death was greeted with barely contained glee enhanced exponentially by the fact that one of their own was taking over. Antoninus had, after all, been an amiable senator in good standing for more than 20 years before being tapped by Hadrian to become his heir. At least from the aristocratic point of view, then, 138 was a banner year. The monster was dead, and a senator now sat on the throne. Every previous emperor had made their name in the legions, or because they were the blood relative of one of those men who had made their name in the legions. The only real exception was Nerva, and he had been an executive agent all the way. Antoninus was unique then, as having made his career as a senator first and foremost, and the years he would spend on the throne would prove to be the most internally harmonious in the history of the empire. For the first time in a long time, the aristocracy was fused and of one mind, the emperor and the Senate thinking and acting almost as one. And unlike previous periods of senatorial ascendancy, which usually led to unrest among the general population due to the arrogance of the oligarchs, Antoninus never forgot that he was everyone's emperor, and made sure his subjects, all of them, were well taken care of. There is a reason traditional Roman historiography has the middle of the 2nd century marked down as the golden age of the Antonines, the zenith of an empire at the height of its power, at peace at home and abroad, happy, productive, and safe. But is this vivid image of a golden age an overblown myth? As with most golden age fantasies, probably a bit. One of the major problems we have in dealing with the age of Antoninus is the complete lack of primary sources that deal with the period. We have some fragments from Cassius Dio, who was born right around the time of Antoninus's death, and a complete, but somewhat suspect biography in the Historia Augusta. The same was basically true for Trajan and Hadrian's reigns, but with one major difference. Those guys actually, did things. The architectural monuments they built, the wars they waged, the cities they founded, all now serve as a record of their lives set in stone, and historians can piece together a much richer accounting of their reigns than they can of Antoninus, who eschewed practically all of those things. But in choosing not to partake in the glory hunting and monument building that defined his predecessors, Antoninus may have ironically done more for his reputation than had he emulated them, because the relative lack of a record means that when we think about the man, we couple a few glowing summaries of his reign with the fact that there were no major wars or revolts or scandals, or really anything that makes historical headlines, and emerge with a portrait of an emperor who ruled over, well, a golden age. In addition to some medium-sized crises obscured over the years, which we'll get to in a bit, the shine on Antoninus's golden age is dulled somewhat by what Rome endured following his death. That is to say, that the one major sustained criticism of his time in office is that Antoninus kicked a lot of cans down the road, and left it to his successors to use 9 stitches, where a single stitch sewed years earlier would have sufficed. That is not to say that he was a bad ruler, just that the warm, glowing glow that surrounds his reputation needs to be turned down just a bit. His conservative resistance to change wins him justifiable plaudits for ensuring a stable and peaceful empire while he reigned, but at the same time, it left Rome unprepared to deal with a fast-changing world after he died. Rome's great genius had always been founded on an ability to adapt quickly to circumstance, and under Antoninus, that genius atrophied. One of the first things we should note about Antoninus's reign is that it was definitely not supposed to last as long as it did. 51 years old at the time of his ascension, 10 years older than Hadrian had been at the time of his ascension, a reign of around a decade would have been right in line with average life expectancies, and probably what Hadrian had in mind when he plucked Antoninus's name out of the hat. As I said last time, the plan was probably to season Marcus Aurelius enough so that he would not don the purple too young, which would have left him easy prey for manipulative advisors, while simultaneously not denying the obviously talented boy's ascension for too long. But Antoninus lived, and lived, and lived, well into his 70s. Young Prince Marcus, who was supposed to become young Emperor Marcus, was forced to wait in the wings for 23 years, becoming instead just another middle-aged emperor. Not that there was anything wrong with that, just that if Hadrian was planning to leave Rome in the hands of some splendid youth, Antoninus's simple taste and prudent aversion to risk killed that plan dead. The second thing we should note about the beginning of Antoninus's reign is just how quickly he gained the title Pius, which would come to be his defining cognomen. There are two competing theories about where the name comes from, but both have to do with his actions immediately following the death of Hadrian. The most common version is that when his adoptive father died, Antoninus personally escorted the body back to Rome and then asked the Senate to deify the dead emperor. While they certainly did not hate Hadrian as much as they had Domitian, and so there was no clamor to damn his memory, the Senate had no intention of declaring the nonetheless despised Hadrian a god. The Senate was incredulous at the request, and doubly so because it was coming from Antoninus, who they considered one of their own. Surely he of all people would understand why they were refusing the request. But Antoninus, surprisingly, persisted. He told them that to refuse to deify Hadrian would stand as a repudiation of his entire reign, and thus every decision he had made along the way, up to and including his choice of heir. To repudiate Hadrian, Antoninus said, is to repudiate me. Which is fine. I will gladly lay aside the burden of empire and leave it to you, or the army, or whoever, to decide who ought to rule. This calculated threat did the trick. Power vacuums were feared at least as much as tyrants were hated, and by forcing the Senate to face the former, they abandoned their condemnation of the latter. Hadrian was duly deified with all honors, and Antoninus' steadfast loyalty to his adoptive father, in the face of perhaps even his own doubts, was lauded throughout the empire as a supreme example of a son's duty to his father. Hence the name Pius, which in Latin translates as dutiful. He did not stop at the deification process either. Antoninus piously, dutifully, completed Hadrian's as of yet unfinished mausoleum, and in 139 dedicated the new tomb and placed Hadrian's ashes within. The other version of the story is that when Antoninus ascended to the throne, he canceled death warrants and confiscation orders and prison sentences issued by Hadrian during his last heartless days. The grateful senators, many of whom were caught up in this mini-reign of terror, affixed their brother Antoninus with the title Pius to recognize the good work he had done, sparing them from their unjust fates. Whichever version is true, Antoninus alias Caesar quickly became Antoninus Pius, the name by which we know him today. The two stories are of course not mutually exclusive, and the whole package of Antoninus' loyalty to Hadrian and the clemency he showed towards his adoptive father's enemies could have both worked to reinforce the image of Antoninus as a just and moral ruler. Once he had done his duty to Hadrian, though, he quietly stepped out of his adoptive father's shadow and became his own man, in many ways the polar opposite of the emperor he had honored. Where Hadrian attained distinction for his traveling, for his urgent need to be everywhere at once and see for himself the empire he ruled, Antoninus is best known for not having gone anywhere. In his 23 years in power, he never once left Italy. A remarkable feat when you think about it. Even if they accomplished little with their presence, most emperors at least like to visit various hotspots for the photo opportunities they presented. An exception was Vespasian, who stayed put in Rome for the most part during his decade on the throne, but he had already been all over, and had earned, as it were, his retirement in the capital. Antoninus, on the other hand, except for a brief stint as a procurator in Asia, had been an Italian homebody, and after donning the purple, saw no reason to change his ways, and perhaps felt an even greater need to stay in the capital to reinforce Rome and Italy's preeminence after Hadrian's more equalitarian views on the distinction between province and home peninsula had battered Italy's prestige. The Italian-centric approach to governance extended beyond the basic fact that the emperor lived and ruled from the capital. As I mentioned during the episodes on Hadrian and Trajan, the Roman Empire was fast losing its Roman character. Both of the previous two emperors were provincials, and Hadrian especially had promoted elites from the provinces into the Senate and admitted them into his own circle of advisors. At first, one might think Antoninus would continue this movement, as his own family originated in Gaul. But the new emperor instead backed the old Roman elite, and when it came time to appoint proconsuls and generals and members of his governing council, he relied heavily on men of Italian origin. With the future of the empire clearly out in the provinces, the age of Antoninus, then, stands as the last time the emperor that had been founded and won and held by Italians was really actively run by them as well. Antoninus was also Hadrian's opposite in administrative outlook. Where Hadrian was driven by a compulsion to improve, to reform, to rejigger, Antoninus was driven by a compulsion to protect, to entrench, and to maintain. In Antoninus' opinion, the imperial governmental apparatus he inherited worked just fine. It needed to be maintained, sure, kept free of corruption and inefficiency and all that, but there was no reason to reinvent the wheel. The only real innovation introduced during Antoninus's reign was in fact an extension of this conservatism. When he took office, he kept on most of Hadrian's staff and extended bureaucracy, itself something of a novel concept, one that sharply contrasted Hadrian's purge of so-called Trajan men. But the real shift was the extension of proconsulships, procuratorships, legionary commands, and all that to terms of 5 years or more. The Roman aversion to extended terms of office was a prejudice that traced back to the founding of the Republic, and while extraordinary extensions did occur, Caesar and Gaul for example, these were most definitely the exception rather than the rule. Antoninus, though, was temperamentally partial to continuity, and saw the constant office rotations as a bug, rather than a feature of imperial administration. A procurator would spend a year in some province, and just as he was getting to know the particular challenges of the territory, he would be replaced by someone else who knew nothing about anything. It was silly, and on the frontier provinces, it was dangerous. So, for example, under Antoninus, Quintus Lollius Urbicus served as governor of Britain for 5 years, while Popilius Carus Pado served as governor of Upper Germany for 9 years, between 152 and 161. His Praetorian prefect Marcus Gavius Maximus served an unprecedented 20 years, from 138 to 158, despite persistent calls for his removal for a laundry list of sins. This emphasis on continuity over novelty was also evident in Antoninus's attitude towards public works. Dating back to the reign of Domitian and culminating with Hadrian's empire-wide architectural orgy, Antoninus's predecessors had used extensive building projects to modernize the empire, create jobs, and leave everlasting monuments to their own greatness. Antoninus, on the other hand, more or less abandoned new construction, and focused instead on maintaining what was already existent. Because not only was he temperamentally disinclined to initiate change, but he was also temperamentally disinclined to drain the imperial treasury in a quest to build a better temple. It is a fitting monument to Antoninus, then, that the one place we do see his name inscribed over and over again are on the mile markers of the Roman highway system. Good, properly marked and maintained roads? Worthy expenditures. A mighty column or a new amphitheater? Not so much. This is not to say that building simply ceased across the empire, only that the emperor was no longer footing the bill. Local elites were leaned on heavily to defray the costs of the projects they petitioned the emperor to pay for. If they wanted new baths so badly, surely they could find the necessary cash buried somewhere on the grounds of their extravagant estates. But if he was a bit of a miser with public funds, Antoninus was generous with his own personal fortune. An incredibly wealthy man when he ascended to the throne, Antoninus was careful to separate the imperial treasury he inherited from the personal fortune he had already accrued. The former he watched over like a hawk, and curtailed as much as he could lavish expenditures. But the latter he dispersed generously for a variety of worthy causes. So, unlike, say, Tiberius, whose reputation as a miser with the imperial accounts was not offset by personal generosity, Antoninus's reputation never suffered for his public tight-fistedness. During a particularly bad famine, he personally paid for and delivered the olive oil and grains that people could no longer afford due to shortages. When earthquakes struck or fires broke out, as they frequently did throughout the empire, Antoninus would underwrite the emergency response and rebuilding efforts out of his own pocket. He understood that the coin of the princeps had two sides: heads, executive administrator of a transnational empire, who must be careful to protect the fiscal integrity of the state, and tails, a private first citizen who must lead generously by example. When it came to foreign policy, though, Antoninus was every bit Hadrian's disciple. Critics have described it dismissively as a policy of peace at any price. But Antoninus definitely followed Hadrian in believing it to be more accurately characterized as peace at a lower price. Legionary activity did not cease during Antoninus's reign, as we'll see in a moment, but it was only deployed in situations where it was literally unavoidable. War is an expensive undertaking in both money and manpower, and usually cost 10 times as much as you thought it would going in, to say nothing of the fact that it usually took twice as long as you thought it would to win the damn thing. Keeping a potentially unruly tribe or neighboring kingdom as a client, on the other hand, was often not just a cheaper alternative to fighting, but also a more predictable accounting strategy. This is where Antoninus takes the most lumps for kicking the can down the road, though, because though this policy of pseudo-bribery worked, Antoninus was loath to extend it any further. He inherited Hadrian's long list of client kings and auxiliary tribes, and continued the financial exchanges that ensured their loyalty, but he was hesitant to add new members to the rolls. He was approached often by emissaries from various foreign tribes or nations asking for admittance into the empire proper, or status as clients, or recognition as friends of Rome. But Antoninus turned them all down on the grounds that the empire was at its maximum defensible extent, and besides, he simply couldn't afford to take on any new clients. This worked fine during his own reign, but eventually, jealousy from those on the outs, and suspicions from those on the ins that Rome had become an extortable paper tiger, led to an explosion of violence in the north and war with Parthia in the east during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. As I just mentioned, though, it was not as if Rome was literally at peace in all places during the peace-at-any-price age of Antoninus. In Britain, a significant uprising among the Brigantes, whose territory Hadrian had bisected with his famous wall, was put down by the aforementioned Lollius Urbicus after 2 years of intense fighting that led the Romans to push their frontier 100 miles north and establish a second wall, known as the Antonine Wall, around the spot where Agricola had once defeated the Caledonians. There was also on-again, off-again fighting in Africa, where Moorish nomads became emboldened and began to descend out of the Atlas Mountains to harass the province of Mauritania. The problem of the Moors would only get worse during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, and Antoninus's failure to nip the problem in the bud with more vigorous action was seen as one of the time bombs he unnecessarily handed off to his successors. In the east, there were uprisings in Egypt and the newly renamed province of Palestine that both required a military response, and along the Danube, a revolt in 158 necessitated the division of the province into 2 districts to effectively divide and conquer the unruly natives. However, despite the fact that Roman military activity never ceased, even during this golden age of peace, there were no great wars of any magnitude, and Antoninus's diplomacy and bribery did the trick to keep Rome out of large-scale conflicts. In his most famous diplomatic coup, a single letter sent to the Parthian king advising that encroachment on Roman territory would not be taken lightly was enough to dissuade Parthian expansion plans. Probably the one major difference between Hadrian and Antoninus, though, when it came to their peace policy at least, was that Hadrian was fanatical about drilling and keeping the legions constantly active and alert. This state of persistent readiness left them more than ready to deal with any unavoidable conflict that might arise. Antoninus, on the other hand, who had no military experience and never once so much as ventured into a legionary camp, allowed a sense of complacency to set in that would leave Marcus Aurelius in a bit of a bind when both the Parthian Empire in the east and Germanic tribes in the north exploded into Roman territory shortly after Antoninus's death. As I mentioned, for all of these crises, the frontier battles and the foreign diplomacy, Antoninus himself never left Rome. He ruled entirely by way of correspondence. But if we begin to form a picture of Antoninus as a sort of absentee emperor, we should correct that image immediately. He was active in all aspects of administration, and was thoroughly engaged in the welfare of the empire he ruled. Cutting a middle road between Trajan's figure it out for yourself, and Hadrian's I'll be there in a few days to tell you what to do, Antoninus and his aides poured through the incoming dispatches and did their best to advise, define, approve, and disapprove the myriad requests for instructions, aid, and funding that came in. But not content to passively react, Antoninus, especially as it related to financial matters, constantly studied the books and demanded explanations from his various provincial officials to justify their decisions and their appropriation. Corrupt officials, when discovered, were dealt with swiftly and harshly. Antoninus had no time for dishonesty or selfish misappropriation. Governance was a sacred trust that he took very seriously. Antoninus' concern for the welfare of his subjects, evidenced by his generous response to disasters and his intense focus on maintaining just and honest governance, extended even to a usually invisible segment of the population: slaves. Antoninus continued the trend of allowing more rights to the living engines of the Roman economy. I plan to deal more with slavery next week, but suffice it to say, following the slave revolts of the late Republic that culminated with Spartacus's war, the Roman elite began to think differently about the servants who surrounded them. The belief that slaves were so much inanimate property that could be used and abused at will gave way to a more humane attitude. During Antoninus's reign, this trend reached its logical conclusion, with the emperor codifying the idea that just as a slave had a duty to his master, a master had a duty to his slave. In some cases, a cruel master could be ordered to sell his slaves, and in all cases, the murder of a slave was now considered homicide. But again, this was the logical extension of a hundreds-year-long trend, and Antoninus should not be considered some human rights radical. If slavery was going to survive as an institution, as the emperor felt that it justly should, these rights needed to be extended to prevent mass uprisings. Cruel masters were a national security threat, more than they were a moral affront. Taken as a whole, the picture we get of Antoninus is a man who wants tomorrow to be like today, and today to be like yesterday. He was conservative in his approach to practically every aspect of his public and personal life, believing his primary function to be the maintenance of what was already good, rather than the invention of something better. I'm going to stop there for this week, because while there are a few more things to say about Antoninus, specifically about his relationship with Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Severus, the men who would succeed him, there is not a ton more material to cover. This, however, does present us with a nice opportunity to briefly pause our story and focus a bit on everyday life in the age of the Antonines. It's been a while since I've docked the SS narrative, but with 2nd century Rome existing politically, culturally, and economically at the height of its power, it seems like a perfect time to put into port for a week or two and take a look around. Plus, Jerome Carcopino's classic Daily Life in Ancient Rome focuses specifically on this period of the empire, so it seems only natural that we should pause during Antoninus's reign to think about the bigger picture. So next week, we'll start digging into social issues and religious trends and economic activities and all the little things that define the lives and livelihoods of the millions and millions of people who lived under the Pax Romana of the 5 good emperors. The last thing I'll mention is that, as a few of you have noticed, we are fast approaching the 100th episode of The History of Rome. I know we are only on episode 85, but with the 2-part and 5-part shows, this is actually the 95th posted episode, and I can assure you that this is the metric I use when defining which will be the, quote, 100th episode. To celebrate, I thought it would be fun to throw the show open to questions from the floor. So, if you're interested, go to either thehistoryofrome.typepad.com or the show's official-unofficial discussion group, Forum Gallorum, at forumgallorum.freeforums.org, and submit your questions to the 100th episode threads we've got set up. The questions can be about anything: Roman things, podcast things, baseball things, personal things to a point, anything really, so don't feel too constrained. Basically, if you've ever wondered about something, just go ahead and throw it out there. I probably won't be able to answer everyone, but I'll do my best to pick out representative questions that mostly cover what most people are mostly wondering about. The only question you can't ask is, where are the early episodes? Because, as I'm pleased to point out, they are now all available on iTunes. I'm still ironing out the bugs, so the ordering is a bit off, and it looks like iTunes is doubling up downloading episodes that you already have, which is really annoying, but going forward, all should be well, and everything should stay put. For those of you who are newcomers, those early episodes can be a bit rough, both in terms of production and style, so please don't judge them too harshly. I was, after all, making it up as I went along. The really, really last thing I'll mention is that the Forum Gallorum is also now hosting a weekly History of Rome chat that launched last week and will occur regularly at noon U.S. Central Time on Saturdays. I should be there next weekend and periodically after that, schedule permitting, so see you there. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for one of their 14-day trial memberships. There is no obligation to continue with the membership, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend The Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, because we're right on the cusp of getting to everyone's favorite philosopher emperor, and it wouldn't hurt to get it straight from the horse's mouth before I start mucking around with it. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 86, Wealth and Class. Things have changed considerably since the last time we surveyed the broad outlines of Roman life, Episode 28, Taking Stock for those of you keeping score at home. Back then, the Romans had just emerged into a world in which they had conquered Greece and annihilated the last vestiges of Carthage. As you'll recall, this total victory over all meaningful rivals for power was a turning point in the transition from republic to empire. Bereft of any unifying external threat, ambitious politicians began to describe their domestic political enemies in the same us versus them, life-or-death terms that they had once reserved for foreign enemies, like the Samnites or the Carthaginians. At first, this manifested merely as a more violent extension of the old class struggle between patrician and pleb, as with the careers of the Gracchi brothers. But soon, the once solidly unified aristocracy began to turn on itself, and Marius and Sulla, then Caesar and Octavian, tore the old republic asunder and created in its place a new imperial order, a semi-divine military dictatorship that ruled the Mediterranean from its seat on the Palatine Hill. We now find ourselves, then, on the opposite side of that evolutionary curve. Back in episode 28, we were setting the stage for the fall of the Republic. Today, we are observing the result of that all-important social and political transformation. By the middle of the 2nd century, the Republic was not just a thing of the past, it was a thing barely remembered. And more than that, it was a thing no longer even actively pined for. The Romans, in a word, had changed. The political power they undisputedly wielded, the wealth that poured into their public treasuries, the new ideas, religions, and philosophies that had been ingested from Greece and the Near East, had all conspired to fundamentally alter the Roman character. Whether it was even in its own time an unattainable ideal is a question for another time, but the Romans of the Republic had supposedly been all about simple homes, strong families, steadfast piety, and above all, an impassive devotion to the public good. The Romans of the Empire, though, as pointed out even by contemporary critics like Juvenal, had become a society of self-indulgent sloths, whose lives revolved around ostentatious displays of wealth, petty gossip, and the next round of games. At least, that was true of the upper classes. The lower and middle classes, who had once been freeholding farmers, the very root of Republican virtue, were now either oppressed tenants on sprawling aristocratic estates, or else unemployed and crammed into Rome, living what could barely be called lives on the public dole. And this is all to say nothing of the legions. Once comprised entirely of citizen farmer soldiers, the Roman legions had not only lost their amateur status, they were now not even Roman legions anymore. Aside from a few officers, The standing army that defended the frontiers of the empire was, by the 2nd century, made up entirely of provincials. Lured into service because soldiering was basically the only real means of upward social mobility left in most corners of the empire, the men who served in the army lived and retired and died in the provinces within which they served. By this point, the only thing dividing legionary from auxiliary was training, equipment, and pay. The only Italians who even contemplated service in the legions were the poorest of the poor looking for a way out of their wretched poverty, and ambitious aristocrats who were looking to pad their resumes with a year or two of military experience before settling into their comfortable public careers. But even here, the number of Italian nobles who went down that road was dwindling by the day. Most of the ambitious aristocrats left these days were themselves provincials, albeit rich provincials, who were, like Trajan or Hadrian, looking to gain entrance into the imperial power structure. The Romans were, for the most part, content to let others do the heavy lifting for them, while they frittered away their aimless lives and sent the wealth of an empire their forefathers had won for them down the drain of their vomitoriums. Am I getting carried away? Okay, I'm getting carried away a little bit. But only in that vomitoriums, as we popularly conceive of them, didn't really exist in ancient Rome. To set the stage, then, for the next evolutionary step of the empire, from Augustus's Principate to Diocletian's Dominate, I'm going to spend the next couple of episodes exploring how the empire, its citizens, subjects, culture, and economy were constituted during the age of the Antonines. Hopefully, then, we'll all have a much richer understanding of how and why imperial Rome stagnated, calcified, and then almost broke apart completely less than a century later. Plus, all of this stuff is just intrinsically interesting. As was the case throughout Roman history, the most important thing to understand about the empire is that it was defined by gross inequality. Inequality on a scale that would make Ayn Rand blush. To put it mathematically, the Roman economic classes were divided on a logarithmic rather than an arithmetic scale. To describe it accurately, you basically start with a vast horde of poor citizens and go up from there. 10 times richer than the poor was a group 10 times smaller that could be defined as lower middle class, though the only obvious benefit of their higher annual income was that they did not qualify for any state welfare, and thus wound up struggling just as mightily as the poor to stay afloat. 10 times richer than this lower middle class was a much smaller group who we might consider upper middle class, wealthy enough to live a comfortable life and qualify for equestrian status, but nonetheless politically and economically dwarfed by the exponentially larger treasuries of the senatorial class. The minimum annual wealth requirement for admission into the senatorial order was 1 million sesterces, orders of magnitude from the 20,000 sesterces it took to simply exist on a daily basis, but at first glance, not much more than the 400,000 it took to qualify as an equestrian. But at second glance, there was, as Pliny the Younger pointed out, a vast gulf amongst the senators themselves. Pliny reckoned himself worth somewhere around 20 million sesterces, and he explicitly denied that he was a, quote, rich man. The richest of the rich, the men who would actually describe themselves as such, were a handful of senators worth 100 million sesterces or more. In the hands of these men lay the real power of Rome. To put this all another way, it has been calculated that during the reign of Trajan, only 150,000 of the 1.2 million people living in Rome lived free and independent of public charity, and of those, only a few dozen could hope to wield any economic or political influence. The rest were trapped between the teeming masses and super elite. On the one hand, comfortable in their bourgeois lifestyles, on the other, politically impotent. But of course, above them all was the emperor, whose fortune dwarfed the richest of the rich, a fact delighted in by the middle class, whose feelings of impotence were somewhat mitigated by the fact that even the super-rich themselves controlled what amounted to an imperial rounding error. By the 2nd century, the combined weight of imperial holdings and personally inherited fortunes allowed an emperor to act with the impunity that defined his position. Some of this fortune was ruthlessly obtained. Nero, for example, confiscated the 6 largest estates in the province of Africa, making him and his successors the de facto landlords of practically the whole of North Africa. Some, Extracted in hard-driven business arrangements, for example, imperial leases to mine in Spain were obtained with the proviso that half the output went into the imperial treasury, and some was simply obtained personally by the emperor and withheld from the state books, as with Trajan's Dacian treasure trove and Augustus's personal claim on Egypt. This incalculable imperial fortune was, as they say, the real power behind the throne. We often speak of the emperor's authority resting mostly on the backs of the legions he controlled, but of course, their loyalty was secured only by an increasingly generous series of pay increases, donatives, and bonuses. In the end, it was the privy purse, more than the sword and shield, that secured the emperor's power. So when it comes to drawing a graph of the social and economic classes in Antonine Rome, the line runs barely above zero most of the way, before sharply spiking up through the equestrians and senators on its way to the emperor, whose singular position approached infinity. Running alongside the economic class structure of free citizens were the slaves who served them all. Slavery had always been, and would always be, the bedrock upon which Roman economic life was built, and the age of the Antonines was no different. Though, as I said last week, the Romans had been trending towards more humane policies, slavery was never going to be a picnic for anyone. A few educated slaves attached to very wealthy houses lived comfortable lives and wielded very real power and influence, but the vast majority of those in bondage worked the massive estates owned by the aristocracy, or were sent to the mines, a virtual death sentence. In between these two extremes, slaves served families and businessmen of every social and economic class as cooks, maids, nurses, barbers, secretaries, messengers, accountants, stable hands, really any job beneath the dignity of a free citizen, which turned out to be most of them. It is very difficult to estimate how many slaves lived in the empire at any given time, but working with the same population figure of 1.2 million or so for Rome, about 400,000 of those were probably slaves, making the ratio of free to slave something like 2 to 1, which, as you can imagine, left the Romans in constant fear of a great slave revolt, a distressingly plausible scenario that led to more than one sleepless night. New slaves were created in one of three ways. By far the largest segment were prisoners of war. Men, women, and children caught up in the nets of the legions following their latest conquest. When I've said in the past that after this or that battle, the Romans went plundering and carried off anything that wasn't nailed down, that included the people themselves. Slave trading was a lucrative business, and a soldier could often hope to turn a better profit selling off a family he had held at sword point than he could their shiny valuables. And when I said that there were civilian camp followers who traveled along with the legions on campaign, slave traders were right there front and center, ready to take the captives off the soldiers' hands in exchange for cash. The second method of enslavement came from a law dating back to Romulus himself that allowed a father to sell his children into slavery. Obviously, by the days of the empire, this was a practice long out of fashion, but it was there and in desperate times did still happen. The last method was to be born of a female slave. Though this happened more often than the sale of free children, slave populations were not known to be prolific breeders, both by the circumstances of their captivity, which often precluded romance, but also because if a man and woman could find the time and opportunity to engage in romance, damning their unborn children to slavery was a moral hurdle that they were often unable to clear. Better to wait it out and see if one or the both of them could attain their freedom before bringing children into the world. This meant that slave stocks in the age of the Antonines, while immense, were dwindling. While the Third Jewish War helped, Trajan was really the last emperor to pump up the supply, and he was a generation in the grave when Antoninus took over. Hence, it would seem, laws designed to protect the well-being of the existing slave population, so necessary to how the economy functioned. Throughout Roman history, slaves were seen not just as useful tools, but also as living status symbols for their masters. This is why, amongst the wealthiest families at least, the division of labor amongst slaves was taken to absurd extremes. One slave was designated to help a master with his daily dressing, another assigned to handle formal occasions, another for military uniforms, a fourth for dress military uniforms. One slave to deliver dinner plates, another to take them away. One slave to open the door to guests, another to escort them inside, a third to sit them down. The point was not that all of these tasks couldn't be performed by a single slave, but rather, look at how many slaves I have. In a culture that never really went in for fancy furniture, or dishes, or art, and even the largest homes in the city were of modest size due to space constraints, the abundance of slaves was the one visible way to show off wealth. This absurd and ego-driven labor redundancy was mocked endlessly, but wealthy families were nonetheless forced to worry about a dangerous slave gap opening up that might render them socially inferior to their neighbor. At the lower end of the social spectrum, the labor redundancy was not as evident, but still, a middle-class man would be embarrassed to show himself in public without at least a handful of slaves surrounding him, and Juvenal remarked that if a defendant showed up for trial and his lawyer arrived with fewer than 8 slaves in tow, he could be pretty well assured that he was going to lose the case. Basically, the modern equivalent of a polyester-clad shyster arriving to take on an Armani-clad corporate lawyer. The slaves owned and paraded around by their masters were treated with varying degrees of respect and gentleness, but by the 2nd century, treatment generally skewed towards that of a well-liked pet in the city and a respected pack animal in the country. Masters who kicked and beat their slaves, or did not take care of them when they were sick, were as much reviled as a rotten pet owner is today. The greatest love a master could show for his slave, though, was not to give him or her a soft bed and good food. It was to set them free. Manumission, as the freeing of slaves was called, became by the 2nd century a practice much in vogue. Unlike modern slavery, where freed slaves were a microscopic exception to the rule of lifetime bondage, Roman slaves could reasonably hope that if they served their masters well, that at some point they would be set free. Beyond the spontaneous freedom that was often declared by masters on special circumstances, or as the patriarch neared death, many slaves were allowed to earn and save money during their time in service, with the aim of eventually purchasing their freedom. During Augustus's time, the freeing of slaves started to become a badge of honor among the upper classes, leading to a generosity arms race that needed to be closed by the emperor before every slave in the empire was freed. So Augustus set limits both on the minimum age a slave could be free, 30, and how many slaves a master could free at one time, 100 per 500 slaves. But the freeing of slaves remained common practice, leading to the rise of a new class of citizen who I have mentioned off and on during the show, the freedman. The freedman enjoyed limited rights within the empire, and was never mistaken for a full citizen, but for the most part, aside from the casual sneers directed their way for their servile origins, freedmen could reasonably hope to become fully functional and often prominent members of society. When the freedman was released from his formal bondage, though, it did not free him from obligation to his former master. The old rules of client and patron still defined Roman daily life, which we'll get to a bit later, and a freedman naturally became the faithful client of his old master, further adding to that master's prestige. During the Republic, freedmen were restricted in what they could be and do once they were free, but by the reign of Claudius, most of those restrictions had been lifted, and Claudius himself set a precedent by stocking the imperial bureaucracy with educated ex-slaves who had the capacity to perform the mundane tasks of empire without the haughty disdain for clerical grunt work shown by free citizens. But once free Romans realized how much power such clerical grunt work afforded these lowly ex-slaves, they began to agitate for reform, and Domitian seized the opportunity to staff his bureaucracy with men of equestrian status, not only to turn out the freedmen who had run the show previously and become experts at political graft, but also to command the loyalty of the equestrians, who had been marginalized by the wealth of the Senate on the one hand and the outsized influence of the freedmen on the other. The Antonine emperors continued to follow Domitian's precedent, favoring equestrians over freedmen when it came to staffing. But despite this political setback, freedmen as a whole could still expect to compete on an equal footing economically with the freeborn and establish comfortable lives for themselves. And, as I alluded earlier, a freedman's children were born free citizens, rendering any future prejudice moot. The economic activity that Romans and freedmen and provincials and slaves collectively engaged and competed in naturally varied from place to place, but it mostly divided into two main realms: city work and country work. To take the latter first, country work meant farming. By the 2nd century, the existence of the free-holding small farmer was largely a thing of the past, though, and peasants mostly wound up living as tenant farmers on large aristocratic estates. But of course, the massive influx of slave labor pushed many of the free families out of the country and into the city, an economic problem we'll deal with in a second that would plague the empire until its final days. The farms of the classical world, like farms of today, were set to either produce the food that fed the empire or the cash crops that made it wealthy. The basic staple crops were wheat, millet, and barley, and together they formed the foundation of the grain and cereal-based Roman diet. The basic cash crops were olives and grapes, used mostly for oil and wine respectively. These latter two were not only sold domestically, but were also practically the only valuable exports the empire could muster to counteract the effects of what many considered a dangerously unbalanced trade deficit with the rest of the world. When we get into a more detailed description of the provinces, we'll refine a bit what came from where and why, so for now, I'm just going to leave it that though the political foundations of Rome was no longer the noble citizen farmer, the vast majority of families living in the empire were still engaged in agricultural work of some kind or another. Just like peasants of all ages, they lived within sight of where they had been born, and died within sight of the plot of land they worked their whole lives. Visiting one of the empire's major urban centers, let alone Rome itself, was a ludicrous fantasy. But as ludicrous a thought as it was for most, the cities of the empire still teemed with the energy of millions. The various occupations of urban Romans were as varied as they were in any city today. Importers, wholesalers, retailers, bankers, cooks, innkeepers, masons, druggists, potters, tanners, jewelers, teachers, and actors all lived side by side and wheeled and dealed daily to get ahead, hedge against the future, jump at any opportunity, or make up for a loss. But of course, these gainfully employed citizens, ranging from the hand-to-mouth lower middle class to the relatively wealthy equestrian merchants, were far outnumbered by the mass of often unemployed wretches who lived on public assistance. The emperors tried to keep these poor masses quiet and peaceful with free grain and free games, which the poor gobbled up readily, but they also tried to provide honest work to keep them occupied, one of the major rationales behind the building explosions that transformed Rome between the reigns of Domitian and Hadrian. Despite the public assistance, life was hard at the bottom of the ladder. The grain dole, important as it was, couldn't sustain a poor family, as it was only calculated to feed free men, not their wives and children. The lower middle class didn't even receive this minimal subsidy, and were thus left to fend for themselves, their meager scrapings somehow making them too rich for public compassion. Even members of the better-off equestrian class often found themselves running a persistent household budget deficit just to stay afloat. These gaping financial holes had to be filled by someone, and so it was left to the patron, he of the ancient patron-client model of social kinship that had defined Roman society for centuries, to do the filling. That relationship had once been an overt quid pro quo of political support in exchange for favors and support in times of need, much like the machine politics of 19th century America. But following the collapse of the Republic, and with it the need for voters, it had evolved into a sort of second-track form of public assistance. Every morning, clients would come knocking at the door of their patrons. The patrons would welcome them in, and turn over a few coins to honor the respect the clients paid them. In time, the once informal surprise gifts became formalized and expected, and the annual income of just about everyone in the city began to rely heavily on patronage. Clients were further able to cultivate more than one patron at a time, and the most active among them would bounce from house to house each morning, pocketing a few coins here and there, until they had amassed a tidy sum that would keep them going for the rest of the day, until they woke up the next morning and repeated the ritual all over again. If this was considered poor form, it was only in passing, as everyone seemed to be doing everything they could to stay alive in an economic climate that was unpredictable and harsh even in the best of times. Besides, the only people who had any money were the super rich anyway, and so when they gave, you had to grab. Though wealth and class in Antonine Rome were not permanent states, and no one, not even slaves, couldn't at least hope for a better life, in practice, there was very little in the way of upward mobility. The rich had gotten massively richer, and they tended to keep their wealth in the family. Every generation a few clever merchants would rise, and a few bumbling heirs would fall. But for the most part, the rich stayed rich, the poor stayed poor, and everyone else just kind of floated along in the middle, wondering how long they could avoid the poorhouse themselves. While the so-called five good emperors are to be commended for revising and extending the alimentary system, and perpetuating the grain doles, and stepping in to personally underwrite emergency relief when disaster struck, when you really think about it, they were actually downright miserly. They personally controlled something like half of the empire's GDP, and all they had for the poverty-stricken masses was an inadequate supply of grain, some construction jobs, and the promise that if their tenement building caught fire, that the emperor would cover their burial expenses. You don't have to be a fire-breathing Marxist to find problems with that, or to think twice about the moral underpinnings of a society that was quite content to live with a Gini coefficient approaching 1. Next week, though, we'll get into what all of these people did when they weren't simply trying to survive. How they educated their young, what they did for fun, how they worshipped their gods, and what gods, or god, they worshipped. This last bit is of critical importance, because the age of the Antonines was a transitional period, when the old state-sponsored polytheism of Jupiter and Juno and Minerva and Apollo were in decline, and the new Oriental mystery religions were on the rise. The old religions were lately seen as little more than a series of empty rituals, while the new Eastern religions promised adherents a deeper and more meaningful understanding of the universe and man's place within it. It was during these years that the cult of the Jewish carpenter really began its exponential growth phase that would eventually lead to its envelopment of the entire Mediterranean world. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 87, Thinking and Feeling. Last time, we discussed the general economic and political ordering of Roman society in the age of the Antonines. Today, I want to add additional layers to that discussion by talking a bit about how these various classes felt about education, religion, and philosophy. Obviously, your outlook depended a great deal on your position in society, but as with most things, it was never quite that simple. Wealth and class usually locked Romans into inescapable social roles, but it did not necessarily predetermine their worldviews, what they held dear, what they believed, and to whom, if anyone, they prayed. One young senator reacted to his inherited wealth by turning towards Stoic self-denial, while his neighbor embraced the joyfully nihilistic leanings of the Epicureans. One middle-class merchant took the loss of his inventory to fire as proof that he needed to double down on his offerings to Jupiter, while his competitor took it to mean that the old gods had forsaken him, and that he must find a new religion to explain and justify his sorry lot in life. One dirt-poor pleb looked at the squalor in which he lived, and decided to enlist in the army, with the hope of rising through the ranks and maybe retiring to a comfortable farm someday, while his brother said bag it and went off to bet on the races. There were general outlooks that defined each class, but by no means did everyone march in lockstep with one another. Identity formation in ancient Rome often followed the same path it does today. At first, a child was locked into their family structure, with the attitudes and material possessions of their parents dominating their understanding of the world. But at a certain point, that child made contact with the outside world, free from the active mediation, translation, or protection of their parents. For most of us, as for many Roman children, that point of contact was primary school. Now, of course, the middle and upper classes were the only ones who could afford school for their children, as there was no universal free education as we know it today, so we're going to briefly leave behind the poor to learn what they can of the world on the streets of the city or in the fields of the country, and focus on the curriculum of the wealthier children. But do not fret for the poor boys and girls too much. Critics, both modern and ancient alike, cringe when they contemplate the damage wrought by the inadequate, boring, backwards, limited, and cruel years of primary education that were endured by the future leaders of the empire. Because the one major upshot of Roman early education was that it left its pupils intellectually incurious, distrustful of teachers, and generally glad to be rid of anything that reminded them of school, books, or learning in general. Not exactly the values of a ruling class with staying power. In the days of the Republic, things were different. One of the major responsibilities of a father, if not the overriding responsibility, was to handle the education of his children. In practice, this meant the boys and not really the girls, but that aside, it was very important for a father to develop and oversee the education of his offspring. Cato the Elder famously spent much of his time focused on the intellectual and physical growth of his sons and demanded that his colleagues do the same. But as the empire grew and enveloped the East, it became fashionable to turn over the children to educated Greek slaves for schooling. The father might consult with the teachers to develop lessons and monitor progress, but gradually the whole process was outsourced to the tutors, and then, finally, to the group learning sessions we are all familiar with today. For those of you out there who are critical of how we handle early education in modern Western society, I can assure you that the horrors awaiting the Roman school children were 100 times worse. The class curriculum for children aged 7 to 12, in this case we are talking about both boys and girls who seem to have attended school together, was limited to reading, writing, and arithmetic. Students would use wax tablets to practice writing and an abacus for basic math. This seems well and good until you dig a little deeper. For starters, students were required to learn the names of the letters of the alphabet first, without any context for what they might mean to later word construction. They would repeat the names of the letters until they had memorized the proper order. This memorization went on before the teacher even showed them what the letters looked like, further exacerbating the mindless repetition of the process. Once the letters were named, the teacher would reveal what the letters looked like, and then command the student to copy the forms on their tablets. Without any initial instruction into how to hold or use their stylus, they were suddenly ordered to copy perfectly forms that they had never before seen. Mistakes in this or any other subject was met with corporal punishment, raps on the wrist for small mistakes, and full beatings for repeated failures. Arithmetic held no hope of relief, as primary math boiled down to repeating over and over and over again the basic numerals, and then repeating over and over and over again the results of their combinations or multiplications. These rote memorization exercises could eventually be recited without the need for the child to even switch his or her brain on. And of course, the mind-numbing repetition was compounded by the fact that Roman children went to school every single day. No weekends, sporadic holidays. 5 solid years of dull memorization, recitation, and copying, an endless monotony broken only by the occasional beating. I've heard horror stories about Catholic school, but honestly, it sounds like a lazy day at the park compared to what Roman children endured. Marcus Aurelius considered the fact that his guardians kept him out of primary school altogether as one of the greatest things that ever happened to him in his entire life. Once the student had had all the joy of knowledge sucked and beaten out of them, they were ready for secondary education, which, for the Romans, meant grammar and rhetoric. Grammar was taught by focusing on a rigid canon of classics, featuring Greek writers like Homer and Menander, and Latin writers like Terence and Ennius. The rigidity of the canon was apparently so absolute that it was something of a radical revolution when more recent figures like Virgil and Seneca began to appear on the required reading lists. The teaching of grammar did not depart too far from the form of primary school, with emphasis being placed on memorization and oral recitation of whole passages. The focus was never on the content of the works in question, but rather on the words and the order in which they were used. Educated Romans may not have been great poets, but they were pedants of the highest order, which of course made their cocktail parties awesome. The final stop on the road of Roman education, left only to those who truly had the means to pay for it, was rhetoric. For the Romans, who so highly valued oratory, rhetoric was the top of the intellectual pyramid. But again, the lesson plans were so pedantic and ludicrous that it is difficult to fathom what they really thought they were getting out of it. Beyond endlessly spelling out every single way a potential sentence could be phrased, "It's good to see you this morning. This morning, it is good to see you. Seeing you this morning is good." The primary focus of the rhetorician was to prepare his students for life in the highly litigious public sphere. This meant working constantly at debate. The teacher would invent some thorny case and then have his students work up prosecutions and defenses. As with the grammarian, the focus was on eloquence, presentation, and theatricality before content was even considered. These were not philosophers debating moral truths. These were sophists debating who could deliver a better speech. Once the course in rhetoric was complete, usually in the late teens, the educated Roman was as educated as your average educated Roman was ever going to get. You can't help but notice, then, all the things missing from their quote-unquote education. Science, advanced math, music, geography, economics, literature beyond a few approved classics, and art were all completely ignored. This totally stagnant, unappealing, and downright informationless educational system would haunt the Romans as they tried to hold on to their empire in the face of the foreign and domestic turmoil that would soon rock them in the 3rd century. Going forward, the best and brightest of any given generation would often prove to be mediocre and dim, with the most talented often succeeding despite what they had learned in school, rather than because of it. This general failure of education, though, which managed to simultaneously stunt both the right and left sides of the Roman brain, did not stunt the Roman yearning for answers to the great questions. Why are we here? What are we doing? What's the point? And is there a point? Finding no answers in the books that they had had beaten into them as children, most 2nd century Romans turned to either religion or philosophy for solace, the former absorbing the majority, the latter a small but dedicated minority. The religion the people turned to, though, to deal with that angle first, was not the religion of their mothers and fathers. By the 2nd century, the titular deities of Rome were losing their hold on the people. Belief in Jupiter, or sacrifices to Apollo, or celebrations in honor of Minerva, continued out of sheer inertia, but there was no faith underlying the rituals anymore. The impact of Rome's conquest of the East was felt everywhere, but nowhere was it more dramatically felt than in the religious revolution it unleashed. For years, Roman officials had tried to maintain the preeminence of the old Olympians, but despite various decrees banning the cult of Isis, and overt persecution of early Christians or Egyptian astrologers, Roman faith continued to leak out of the temple of Jupiter from 1,000 tiny holes. For the upper classes, these exciting new religions promised a form of enlightenment denied them by their empty, merely rhetorical educations, while the lower classes listened intently as priests told them that the material world was a transient delusion and that soon enough their souls would be set free. Slaves, women, and common soldiers would flock to Christianity in particular, and its radical profession that all were equal in the eyes of God. Though the various Eastern cults differed in their particulars, almost all involved some sort of initiation process, and the promise that once initiated, followers would be privy to secret, mystical truths. These secret mystical truths usually revolved around using esoteric astrology to predict the future, and then the use of complex rituals to secure good fortune. Best of all, barring a few exceptions, the various Eastern cults never tried to stop their new Roman converts from joining other cults, and in many cases encouraged them to do so. According to the faithful, this was a simple recognition that there was no harm in comparing and combining religious knowledge for the greater good of the adherent, while satirists noted that more likely, huckster cult leaders felt that there was no harm in each of them getting a bite at the same rich apple. Conservative Romans bemoaned the rise of these cults and the strange behavior they provoked, women plunging into the Tiber during winter, men crawling on their hands and knees through the streets, and children babbling incoherent warnings about the danger of Saturn being in the house of Osiris. But they were unable to provide any alternative to satisfy the converting masses. Just as with literature, the old Roman religion had been purged of its meaning, leaving behind only a series of empty rituals that no one understood or cared about. Superstition kept them performing the rituals, but they no longer excited the passionate feeling that they once had. The Eastern cults, in contrast, were fresh and exciting, and filled with just the right mixture of secrecy to get them hooked, exotic cosmology to keep them interested, and promises of eternal personal salvation, which was apparently what everyone decided they were now searching for. During this period of transforming religious values, the religion destined to leave all the others in the dust began to really gain its foothold in the Western world. Christianity was, in many respects, similar to other Eastern cults. It had a secret initiation process, strange rituals, and an exotic take on the universe. But in other respects, it was radically different. Reflecting its Jewish roots, Christians were staunch monotheists who demanded their followers forsake all other religions. This requirement of total commitment to a single religion was practically unknown in a pagan world where idols, gods, and rituals were considered interchangeable. But this was not the only thing that set the Christians apart. In the century between the death of Jesus, supposedly around 30 AD, and the reign of Antoninus, Christian dogma had been filtered through the various, sometimes contradictory lenses of the early church fathers like St. Peter and St. Paul, and so the version of the religion that began to flourish in the 2nd century AD was thoroughly Hellenized and focused as much on sexual denial and withdrawal from the material Greco-Roman world as it was in preparing for the second coming of Christ, which everyone agreed was just around the corner. This was all weird enough to provoke the scorn of average Romans, but Christianity further invited ridicule by willingly embracing the politically and economically downtrodden, slaves, the poor, and, critically for its early success, women. This religion of slaves was viewed with suspicion by the existing power structure, who were further provoked by the Christian unwillingness to offer sacrifices to the deified emperors, a simple request for political obedience that even the combative Jews had bowed to. Though it was in their own way, they offered sacrifice to Yahweh in the name of the Caesars. But the Christians refused any compromise, and so incurred the wrath of Roman administrators across the empire. But despite these persecutions, Christianity continued to gain faithful adherents who were willing, and sometimes even proud, to die for their religion. The question of how and why early Christianity managed to flourish in the face of almost overwhelming odds is too big of a question to answer just now. I promise there will be much more to say about Christianity before the end of the history of Rome. So for now, I will simply remind you of the point I made last week. By orders of magnitude, the politically and economically downtrodden made up the bulk of the population in the Roman Empire. When Christianity began speaking a language that empowered these forever marginalized groups, well, the rest is history, you know? Apart from the religious seekers of the 2nd century, who delved into mystery cults to satisfy their desire to know the meaning of life, a small minority of educated elites pursued a slightly different course, believing philosophy, rather than religion, held the key to understanding the universe. In many ways, ancient philosophy was indistinguishable from ancient religion, with the key distinction being merely that philosophy rested its case on human rationality, rather than faith in exotic rituals. But other than that, they both had basic tenets of belief and action, quasi-godlike historical figures to worship, and high priests to instruct the faithful. In Rome, the two dominant strains of philosophy were Stoicism and Epicureanism. Both were disdained by the average Roman, who thought the extreme behavior each branch preached was incompatible with everyday good taste, and only a few dedicated thinkers embraced philosophy over the rising tide of Eastern mysticism. Not that either Stoicism or Epicureanism taught the kind of extreme behavior the stereotyping masses usually thought they did, but hey, when you've escaped childhood with an extreme aversion to further education, ignorance of philosophical precepts does not exactly come as a surprise. We'll wind up going into a bit more detail on Stoicism as we move into the reign of Marcus Aurelius, that philosophy's most famous Roman advocate. But just to lay some initial groundwork, Stoicism as a school of thought was founded by Zeno of Citium in the 3rd century BC as an offshoot or a continuation of the work begun by the Cynics in the 5th century BC. Taking its name from the Stoa, or porch under which Zeno taught, the Stoic philosophy was grounded in a belief that emotion ought to be subordinate to reason, and that this subordination allowed men to live a virtuous life in accord with nature. It is important to point out that the Stoics were not anti-emotional robots. They just believed that negative emotions were highly destructive and could only be reined in by reason. Discord and chaos reigned when men allowed their passions to get the better of them, especially passions that raged uselessly against the unfolding plan of nature. Stoicism was thus an attempt to marry the determinism of the universe with the free will of the individual. Correct judgment conformed with the laws of nature and produced the calm mind and spirit that was the desired end state for the Stoic adherent. Stoicism was surprisingly egalitarian in its message, though not in the same way Christianity was. Seneca famously reminded his readers, "Kindly remember that he whom you call your slave sprang from the same stock, is smiled upon by the same skies, and on equal terms with yourself breathes, lives, and dies." The point being that deep down we are all the same, suffer the same, yearn the same. But where Christianity promised those slaves eventual salvation, the Stoics simply exhorted men and women of every station to accept the world and their place within it. Just as a Marcus Aurelius must resign himself each morning to meeting the joyless burdens of his office, so too must the slave resign himself to the joyless burdens of his. Ambition ought to be confined to a desire to play your part as best you can each and every day. That Stoicism did not turn out to be the religion of the slave should not come as a shock to anyone. Despite its reputation for producing dour, joyless men, Stoicism flourished throughout the Greco-Roman world for the positive ideal it gave many to strive for. No one, especially the Romans, could argue with the Stoics' 4 cardinal virtues, which they derived from Plato: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. That the average Roman of the 2nd century disdained the committed Stoic was evidence more of their own anti-intellectual prejudices than any real problem with the philosophy itself. It took hard work and constant self-reflection to properly practice Stoicism, and let's face it, hard work and self-reflection were not necessarily the principles upon which the empire was now founded. On the other end of the philosophical spectrum were the Epicureans, who, though they pursued the same end state as the Stoics, a calm and tranquil mind, they went about it in a very different way. Founded in the early 200s BC by Epicurus, the purpose of this new philosophy was to help students attain a state of mind free from fear, pain, or turmoil. This was a radical notion in the ancient world, a place notorious for its fear, pain, and turmoil. Where Stoicism met the challenges of life head-on and demanded that they be endured, Epicurus exhorted his followers to identify that which caused them pain and then purge it from their everyday lives. Though the message was often misunderstood to mean that one ought to embrace hedonistic pleasure-seeking, the Epicureans were usually far more modest than their non-Epicurean neighbors. Guzzling wine is a fleeting joy that is balanced by the morning's hangover. Sexual inhibition leads to all manner of jealousies, fights, and misunderstandings. Hedonism, in other words, usually leads to more pain than pleasure. The true Epicurean simply cultivated a close circle of friends and enjoyed their company while dining on simple meals and partaking in non-disruptive pastimes like sitting and chatting. They took no part in politics, tried not to get involved in lawsuits, refrained from commercial activity, and generally tried to mind their own business. The only responsibility an Epicurean really had towards other people was to do unto them as he would have them do unto him. If the whole point of life was to avoid pain, there was no sense in inflicting it on others. That would just be wrong. The biggest thing Epicurus tried to remind his students was that they need not fear death. The fear of death was the single biggest source of all the chaos, disruptive violence, and anger that permeated society, and if one could conquer that fear, everything else would fall into place. To this end, he came out fully as a sort of proto-atheist, denying completely that the gods played an active role in the lives of mortal men, and that there was any sort of afterlife that you needed to worry about. You are alive now and have sensation. When you die, sensation will cease. There is nothing to fear because there will be nothing to feel. What you have today is all you will ever have, so don't waste your time spinning your wheels, worrying about something that will A, inevitably come whenever it wants, and B, won't hurt anyway. Beyond the misunderstanding over what the pursuit of Epicurean pleasure meant, it was this atheism that caused the Epicureans the most problem amongst their superstitious and highly religious neighbors. Because when you put the two together, you get a freaky stereotype of a nihilistic atheist who would just as soon ravage your daughter as look at you. Nothing could have been further from the truth, and by the standards of the day, the average Epicurean, like the average Stoic, was a model citizen. What few demerits you could honestly assess them with comes mostly from an unwillingness to engage in public life, which was a bit like a Roman choosing not to breathe. But it had nothing to do with the fact that you had to keep calling the cops on them every Saturday night. The philosophy students of 2nd century Rome, be they Stoic or Epicurean, usually came out of the upper classes, men with the means to indulge their peculiar habits. But not all of them were rich and educated. One of my favorite groups of people, and no doubt one of the least popular groups in their own time, were the poor philosophers. Lampooned off and on over the years, these were men who often had no prospects and no hope of any work beyond dull manual labor, who suddenly became enamored with philosophy, grew their beards long, and wandered the streets criticizing the material obsessions of their fellow citizens in between requests for handouts. These street gurus, who assured anyone who would listen that their poverty was not only a chosen state, but also of the highest virtue, combined effortlessly the roles of crazy bum and freeloading artist to produce a character unique to the classical world, the panhandling philosopher. The streets of Rome would have been a less vibrant place without their angry harangues and subsequent requests for cash. In all of these things we are left, I must say, with the picture of a civilization on the verge of decay. Education had become stagnant and counterproductive. The elites were either withdrawing into weird mystery cults or esoteric philosophy, and everyone else was focused on just trying to stay alive. The vision, dedication, and camaraderie of the Republic was all but gone, leaving in its wake an ignorant, self-absorbed society that had no idea what horrors were lurking beyond the frontiers, just waiting to smash the comfortable world the Romans had begun to take for granted. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, everything we've covered today has been little more than a thumbnail sketch of a thumbnail sketch. Any one of these topics, Roman education, the Eastern mystery cults, or ancient philosophy, could easily become the topic of standalone podcasts of their own, and so I would encourage you to take this episode as an outline for further study, rather than, say, the comprehensive final word on Roman rhetoric, which I can assure you it was not. If any of this stuff sparks your imagination, remember that Amazon or Powell's are both positively overflowing with books on all of these topics. Usually at cut-rate prices, too, because as much as we know how fascinating Seneca's Letters from a Stoic is going to be, the free market is under the impression that it can only charge $5 for it. Next week, we're going to follow the Romans through the course of an average day, from waking up and heading out the door, to the barber shop, the law courts, the afternoon bath, and the evening meal. 2 weeks from now, we're going to go on a tour of the provinces, and wrap our heads around what the Romans controlled, how they controlled it, and what each region brought to the greater empire, be it natural resources or simply more soldiers for the legions. That will bring us up to the 100th episode, which I'm really looking forward to since you guys have filled the comment thread with some great questions. I'm going to put a deadline on submissions, though, so I can have a little bit of time to sort through it all. So if you haven't posted your question by the time next week's episode comes out, then you're just going to have to wait for episode 200 to come around before I'll be able to address it. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you got. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend A Distant Mirror by Barbara Tuchman, which has nothing whatsoever to do with Roman history, but is a fascinating account of the 13th century, a century as utterly catastrophic as our own dearly departed friend, the 20th. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 88, A Day in the Life. When the sun rose, so too did the Romans. For the country population, this was only natural. After all, they had to get out in the fields and get working. But even in the cities, Roman daily life revolved around daylight. Across the empire, whether farmer or lawyer, slave or emperor, the first crack of light was your cue to get up and get going. The Romans made a number of civilizational leaps that helped bridge the gap between prehistory and the modern world, but one conspicuous absence was any sort of public streetlight network in their cities. This meant that whatever you need to get done today has to be done while the sun is still up. Once darkness fell, you'd better be safely back home, or you're going to be in for a long night. So there was no time to waste, and the Romans wasted no time. There was no such thing as a morning shower, a leisurely breakfast, or even a cup of coffee. The Romans slept in their underclothes, woke up, slipped on their overclothes, grabbed a glass of water, and maybe a few nuts or a piece of bread for breakfast, and were out the door literally minutes later. Vespasian liked to brag that he could go from sleep to ready for work in 30 seconds. But just because all Romans got started at dawn did not mean that they were all natural larks, as poor old Marcus Aurelius testified in a quote near and dear to my own owlish heart. Obviously pained to be forever awakened at such a hideous hour as dawn, the Stoic emperor chronicled his recurring internal debates as he fought each morning to do the right thing. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, as a human being, I have to go to work. Why am I complaining if I'm going to do what I was born to do, the things I was brought into this world to do? Is this really what I was created for, to snuggle under blankets and stay warm? But, you say, it's nicer here. I see, so you were born to feel nice, is that it? Not to do things and experience them? But we have to sleep sometime, you say. And I agree. But nature set a limit on that, just as it did with eating and drinking, and you're over the limit. You've had more than enough of that, and when it comes to working, you're still below quota. This is usually the point where I personally would roll over and go back to sleep, but then again, I sometimes think I would have made a pretty lousy Roman. Once out of bed, the Roman farmer went off and did what farmers do. They worked all day in the fields, came home, ate some dinner, and went to bed. Since that's not a particularly interesting routine, I'm going to spend the rest of the episode focused on the lives of the folks in the city. Just remember as we go along, though, that 90% of the empire's population simply spent all day slaving away in the fields. When you get right down to it, for most Romans, that's what Roman daily life was. But again, boring. So, off to the city we go. Just as they did not linger in bed, Roman men did not linger at home either, and most were hitting the streets as soon as they physically could. Roman women during the age of the Antonines usually spent most of their days indoors, so after they woke up, they either fussed with their hair, if they were wealthy, or began the household chores, if they were too impoverished to have slaves do it for them. You'll recall from 2 weeks ago that the annual income of the average Roman was subsidized by the morning calls they paid to their patrons, and so naturally, that was the first thing the men did after waking up. The only men who remained at home during these crucial early hours were those high enough on the socioeconomic pyramid to be receiving visits, rather than making them. If you were rich enough, you rolled out of bed, welcomed in the waiting mass of clients, and began dispensing the daily allotment of cash and prizes. Clients were received in order of prominence, with equites cutting ahead of the lower-class schleps, and senators cutting ahead of them. The trick, then, was to get there early, so you could be received before the richy riches started showing up and forcing you to wait in the wings. That way, you could pay your respects, get your cash, and then get along with the rest of your day, or have time to hit up a few more patrons. For those of you wondering what the patron got out of all this, after all, votes were no longer a valuable pro quo, so why even bother? The answer is that for the super wealthy, even more prestigious than being surrounded by a ton of slaves was being surrounded by a ton of free citizens who called you their patron. If a large entourage of slaves was the fancy car of the Roman world, a large entourage of clients was the private jet. If you had a job, after you paid your respects to your patron, you hustled off to work. If you didn't, you called on a few more patrons and then generally loafed around the city, playing the part of spectator at legal proceedings or chariot races, depending on whether it was a work day or a holiday. The Romans didn't observe the same regular work week that we've grown accustomed to, 5 days on, 2 off, but by no means did that mean that they worked every day, or even, God forbid, 5 days in a row. The Romans loved their days off even more than we do, and each month was packed with holidays of various shapes and sizes and purposes. The old Republican calendar listed about 90 days of public holiday throughout the year, but by the reign of Claudius, that number had grown to at least 150, and that number did not include the steady stream of spontaneous holidays, festivals, and games that emperors were forever declaring to shore up support for their regime. In all, Jerome Carcopino reckoned that by the 2nd century, Romans, at least in the capital, enjoyed roughly one holiday for each day of work, and that is something I think we can all get behind. When it was, a workday, everyone was settled in fully by mid-morning. Retail shops were open in the commercial spaces that existed on the ground floor of almost every tenement building in the city. Restaurants, taverns, and inns served food and drink to passerbyers. Barbers worked on the men's daily shave that everyone was socially obligated to undergo, until Hadrian finally put a stop to that unpleasant madness. Trade guilds managed the imports and exports of their city from offices adjacent to the Forum. Manufacturers, brickmakers, potters, and the like toiled in their various districts, and everywhere in between, manual laborers built, moved, picked up, and set down the ever-changing landscape of the city. The streets were crammed with people, and chaos reigned. Everyone was trying to get somewhere, and everyone else was trying to sell something, or beg for something, or announce something to those walking and riding by. The porticos of every building were jammed with makeshift businesses of every sort, and run by businessmen of every nationality. Adding to the general craziness were the children of the empire, suffering through the lessons of their teachers, who usually taught in these same porticos. Adding to the chaos was the fact that these crowded streets had been laid out haphazardly and without an ounce of foresight. The city had grown organically over the centuries, and an accurate street map, if such a thing was even possible, would have just looked like a jumble of random lines. Some roads crossed themselves, others were far too narrow for the arterial traffic they now bore, while others led to nowhere at all. In setting up colony cities, the Romans always planned the streets using a grid system centered on a well-calculated axis. But the mother city was beyond hope, the dark shame of the obsessively Type A Romans. The hustle of economic life that energized every inch of every street reached its peak in the Forum. Most cities and towns in the empire were built around a forum, the large open area that served as the center of political and economic life. This was where the ruling councils would meet, the main religious temple stood, and the primary business of any extended metropolitan area was conducted. By the 2nd century, Rome itself had long outgrown the Forum, and various rulers, Julius Caesar, Augustus, the Flavians, and most recently Trajan, all built additional forums near the original to accommodate the increase in both population and economic activity. It was in these forums, too, that the famously litigious Romans sued the bejesus out of each other. Every day, in various public buildings around the various forums, judges, jurors, lawyers, defendants, plaintiffs, and spectators all crowded together to parse through the ugly business of suing and being sued. Where your case was heard and by whom it was heard depended on the facts of the case. Romans sued each other over everything, and, just like today, there were attorneys who specialized in contract law and family law and estate law, commercial law, criminal law, employment law, international law, and of course, there was the Roman equivalent of the ambulance chaser, who drummed up business by being first on the scene anytime they heard of anything bad happening to anyone, anywhere. Cases were submitted and trials began each morning, and were supposed to last until around noon, but continuances, appeals, and recesses would often push things well into the late afternoon. Civil cases were usually presented to a body of jurors, overseen by one of the year's praetors. Membership in the jury pool was a mark of distinction, and the pool usually consisted of young men with political ambition. Appeals in either civil or criminal matters could be made to the supreme judicial body, which, in the 2nd century, meant the emperor, who would then be forced to come and sit in session to sort it all out all over again. Roman law probably deserves its own dedicated show, and hopefully I'll get around to writing it one of these days. The procedural intrigues alone are worth the price of admission. But today, I want to focus on the trials as an aspect of everyday life, rather than on the particulars of how the Romans kept each other honest. For the general public, the courtroom battles were a source of daily amusement when there were no games to attend. Just as in the arena, there were favorite advocates and orators who would be followed around by fans who would cheer noisily for their hero's well-turned phrase and hiss the opposing counsel. Sometimes, these fan clubs would be kept on retainer by theatrically inclined attorneys looking to stack the deck in their client's favor by packing the house with noisy supporters. The courtroom sessions would begin in the morning and were supposed to be wrapped up by noon, but, like I say, things never ended on time. By the time court adjourned at the end of the day, everyone was exhausted. The judges, from being forced to sit and listen to windbag advocates zealously and overzealously represent their clients, the attorneys from having to perform said orations, the clients from sitting and waiting and sweating out their fate, and everyone else from being crammed into too close quarters for too long. When the last case came and went, everyone quickly hurried to their favorite public bath of choice, where the average Roman spent the better part of his late afternoon. It wasn't just the courts that shut down in the afternoon. Across the city, and this is true both for Rome itself and the hundreds of municipalities across the empire who followed the capital's lead, The workday drew to a close in the early afternoon, when the heat became unbearable. Siestas were a common way to break up the day, as work gave way to recreation, but after catching a quick nap, and maybe a light lunch of cold meat and bread, Romans of all stripes headed down to the baths. If the forum was the focal point of political and economic life, the baths were the center of social life. The public bath was a luxury that had grown in fits and starts over the course of the Republic, but by the age of the Antonines, it had developed into an indispensable part of daily life. During the Middle Republic, baths began to appear in the private residences of the rich, as the virtuously dirty Roman citizen farmer gave way to the clean and cultured leader of the world's ruling class. Eventually, wealthy patrons began to construct bathhouses in their neighborhoods of residence for the general public to use. During his year as aedile in 33 BC, Agrippa took account of the public baths in Rome and came up with 170 scattered across the city. By the time his term was over, there were at least 171, as Agrippa built one himself that he generously announced would be free to the public forever. Over the course of the next century, the popularity of the baths would explode, and by the reign of Trajan, Pliny the Younger would reckon that there were more than 1,000 in Rome alone. At first, the bathhouse was a simple unit. Usually, there would be some changing rooms, a cold pool, and a hot pool, heated from an underground furnace and pipe system run by slaves. But as time passed, the bathhouse became a full-blown recreational complex. In addition to the litany of hot baths, cold baths, warm baths, private baths, air baths, steam baths, and any other kind of bath you can dream up, there were also sport rooms where you could wrestle, work out, or play one of the myriad ball games the Romans had come to love. If rigorous activity wasn't your thing, there were gardens, promenades, sitting rooms, and even libraries, all pleasantly landscaped and providing ample shade from the heat or cover from the rain. In the promenades wrapping around the complex, retail shops sprang up, with legitimate vendors selling food, drink, clothes, and jewelry, while their black market cousins dealt in less savory wares. Depending on which emperor's reign we're talking about, the baths would be open in the early or late afternoon, and at some point, an hour or two would be set aside so that women could have the baths to themselves. And that didn't mean that there wasn't mixed bathing, just that, if she wanted to, a Roman woman could bathe in peace. The bath would then stay open until around nightfall. Some citizens came and went quickly, staying just long enough to get clean, but others began to see the baths as the whole point of life. These loafers would line up and wait for the doors to open, and then stay until they were kicked out at closing time. Everyone in between these two extremes would enjoy a leisurely bath, maybe work out a bit, or stroll through the gardens before returning to the hustle and bustle of the city. You get the very real sense that for most Romans, the bath was their sole refuge from the pressures of an otherwise hot, dirty, and noisy city. After the bath, everyone would retire to their residences to get ready for the one formal meal that the Romans actually enjoyed: dinner. As we've seen, breakfast and lunch were catch-as-catch-can meals of cold meat, bread, nuts, fruit, and water. Anything that could be eaten on the run or while preparing to be on the run. Dinner, though, was a different story. The family would actually sit down together to eat hot dishes served on real, actual plates. Though sit down is the wrong word. They would actually recline on couches, propped up on one elbow while they ate, because anything less would be uncivilized. A curious historical footnote on the subject concerns Cato the Younger, who, just before the Battle of Pharsalus, declared that he would eat sitting down in a chair until the tyrant Julius Caesar was dead. After Caesar won, Cato apparently followed through on this threat and never reclined while eating again, a small but daily protest against the fall of the Republic. But getting back to the topic at hand, on most nights, dinner was a meal shared not just with the family, but also with close friends. The Romans, in other words, were big on dinner parties. Usually good taste and size constraints kept the total numbers between 6 and 9, but the wealthy and vain liked to throw parties for 30 guests or more, with multiple tables and dozens of courses. Getting invited to dinner was serious business in Rome, and the satirists of the Imperium had a field day with the antics of freeloaders forever angling to get themselves invited to dine, and jealous potential hosts fighting over the most prestigious guests. But leaving the mockery aside, everyone invited everyone else to dinner every night, and then returned the favor the next night. Going out to eat meant going over to a friend or colleague's house for dinner, as the fancy restaurant had not yet been invented. The meal itself could range from a modest 3 or 4 courses to preposterous dozens, with intermissions in between the main eating bouts. The Romans should not be mistaken for great culinarians, but by the 2nd century, they at least had the whole empire from which to draw their ingredients, and even if preparation sometimes left a great deal to be desired, the smorgasbord of dishes was still impressive. Fish from the Mediterranean and wild game from the forest was standard fare, but boar, goose liver, oysters, and lamb all made appearances on the menu. These main dishes were served with asparagus, apples, olives, grapes, beans, pumpkins, eggs, figs, cabbage, and dozens of other exotic fruits and vegetables from across the empire and beyond. The drink of choice in all houses was wine. Often heated in the winter and chilled in the summer, aristocratic Romans took their wine selection as seriously as they do today, and often paid top dollar for the best years and vintages. Everyone else, meanwhile, drank whatever bottom-shelf jug of viscous alcohol they could afford. To underscore how important wine was to daily life, I should point out that those free grain allotments I've been talking about also included free allotments of wine, because apparently starving to death and remaining sober for a whole night were roughly equivalent catastrophes in the mind of the average Roman. Due to the limits of their distilling technology, what the Romans purchased was actually more of a wine concentrate than it was the table-ready wine that we know today. The concentrate would be mixed with water before serving, usually half and half, but sometimes as high as 1 part wine for 5 parts water. Only the most debauched hedonist actually drank the wine straight. The average dinner began around 4 in the afternoon, depending on the time of year, and lasted until just before sundown. Appetizers and main courses and desserts came in the order that we're accustomed to, and the evenings were usually interspersed with informal musical or poetic performance. But unless you and your companions were crazy brave, everyone said their goodbyes as the sun began to set. This was to ensure that guests had a chance to make it home before being engulfed by a terror more frightening than Hannibal leading an army of barbarian Gauls, the city at night. As I said, Rome had no streetlights. Folks who were out after dark had to make do with personal torches to light their way. So being out after dark was a dangerous proposition for 3 reasons. 1. Rome was a maze that was easy to get lost in during the day and almost impossible to navigate at night. 1 wrong turn, and you were spending the night in the street. 2. Night was when the most unsavory of unsavory characters emerged from Rome's ample underbelly. That wrong turn may not just make you late, it may also get you mugged, beaten, or killed. And 3. In an attempt to decongest street traffic during the day, Julius Caesar had decreed that all commercial shipments be delivered only at night. The precedent stuck for the remaining life of the empire, which meant that the poorly lit streets of Rome were, preposterously, crammed with carts making deliveries. 1 wrong step, or 1 reckless driver, and that was it. All of this added up to the universal understanding that Rome after dark was no place anyone wanted to be. Best to be at home with the doors locked and the windows shuttered by the time the sun went down. Besides, you had to be up at dawn the next morning anyway. So that's a bit of a slice of daily life. Up at dawn, work into the afternoon, take a bath, have some dinner, and go to bed. Obviously, we could add several layers of complexity to this story, and I hope to eventually add a few of those complexing layers, and deal with things like sanitation, clothes, the theater, and of course, the races and gladiatorial shows. But for now, I think we're off to a pretty good start. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take next week off, but we'll be back for sure in 2 weeks to go on a tour of the provinces. Then the 100th episode, then it's back to business. Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, the wars that erupted in the east and along the Danube, at least one really major plague. Then they hand off to Commodus and his assassination, the rise of Septimus Severus, and then the total political, economic, and social breakdown that accompanied the fall of his dynasty 40 years later. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 89, Provincial Matters. During the reign of Antoninus Pius, Rome was at the height of its power. The empire was large, stable, and at relative peace both internally and externally. The age of military expansion had given way to an age of bureaucratic management, and with the exception of Trajan's last hurrah, the Romans had more or less come to terms with the fact that their domains were what they were. So, what were their domains? Today, I want to go on what will have to be a high-speed tour of the empire, so we can, at a minimum, touch base with each of the 42 odd provinces that now make up the Roman Empire. I'm pretty sure that number is 42, but it's hard to get an exact count, as the emperors were forever fidgeting with the borders and divisions of their administrative districts, and adding and subtracting from the list of what technically counted as a province, so maybe I should just say the now more than 40 provinces that make up the Roman Empire. I think the best thing for us to do, so this doesn't become too complicated, is to roughly follow Hadrian's first tour of the empire. Start in Italy, travel north into Gaul and Britain, then south through Hispania, then go east across North Africa, north through the Mideast, and then back west across Anatolia, into Greece and the Balkans, and then back to Italy by way of the Alps. This full circuit will take us through the backyards of the roughly 65 million people living within the Roman Empire, and into the camps of the 30 legions stationed along the borders, protecting the Pax Romana. Before we get started, I should remind everyone that in the age of the Antonines, the Augustan constitutional settlements of 27 and 23 BC were still in effect, and that the Roman Empire was divided between senatorial and imperial provinces. Barring a few exceptions, the former were composed of peaceful interior provinces, while the latter were composed of the more militant border provinces. The distinction between the two can also be made by looking at which provinces contain legions. Provinces with legions were almost always imperial, while ungarrisoned provinces were usually, but not always, senatorial. The senatorial provinces, as the name suggests, were administered by the Senate, who, in theory at least, chose by lot from among their ex-praetors and ex-consuls who would be assigned as governor to what territory. In practice, though, the lots were usually predetermined and pre-approved by the emperor. Imperial provinces, on the other hand, needed no such lottery charade, as they were administered directly by the emperor. According to the settlement, the sitting princeps technically held proconsular authority over all of his provinces, and was thus merely appointing men to govern in his name. Within this system, the provinces were further divided into order of importance, between major proconsular territories, minor pro-praetorial territories, and really minor pro-curatorial territories. Technically, these further distinctions required incoming governors to have served at a certain magisterial level before being granted a particular province. For example, you needed to have previously risen to the rank of consul if you wanted to govern Syria, but only to the rank of praetor if you wanted to govern Lusitania. But in practice, this only applied to the senatorial provinces, and not even always then. The emperor, meanwhile, could and did appoint whoever he wanted to govern whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The remaining procuratorial provinces were all imperial and were unique in that equites qualified to act as governor. These, as you can imagine, wound up being the really minor, really out-of-the-way provinces. Think Mauritania. A sitting provincial governor, whatever his rank and status, was tasked with only a few basic responsibilities, as the Romans liked to govern with a light hand. If he was in an imperial province, chances are his overriding concern was for the fitness of the legions and defense of the border. If all was well there, his next concern was for the orderly and efficient collection of taxes. In addition to this collection of revenue, a governor would further act as a sort of provincial auditor who kept an eye on the books and made sure corruption and inefficiency did not unnecessarily weigh down his corner of the empire. Unless he was corrupt, in which case his job was to make sure that he skimmed as much as possible without getting caught. In between drilling the legions and cooking the books, governors also acted as the supreme judicial authority in their provinces, and would travel from district to district, hearing cases and parceling out justice. Being just one man, these basic responsibilities took up all of the governor's time, with the rest of the day-to-day operations of a province either delegated to local elites or simply left to the great wheel of anonymous inertia. Finally, before we get started, I want to mention that I have posted a link to a pretty sweet map of the empire from Wikipedia, so if you want to follow along at home, just go to thehistoryofrome.typepad.com and click on the link. I also want to mention that provincial names do not exactly roll off the tongue, so I apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Keeping all of these things in mind, let's get going on our tour because, as it turns out, this is a massive episode, and when recorded, will easily be the longest in the history of Rome. I figure we'll blow past the as-of-yet uncracked 30-minute mark somewhere around the Hellespont and still have Greece and the Balkans to go. So everyone ready? Okay, let's go. The Italia of the Roman Empire more or less conformed to the borders of modern Italy itself. You'll recall that prior to the Second Triumvirate, the land north of the Rubicon River had been its own province, Cisalpine Gaul, or literally Gaul on this side of the Alps. But that Octavian merged the territory with Italia proper, having witnessed the danger posed to Rome by rogue generals commanding troops on the near side of the Alps. Specifically, he was thinking of Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. Following his triumph over Antony, the new emperor followed this up by stationing all the remaining legions in the provinces, leaving only the newly formed and personally loyal Praetorian Guard in Italy itself. Except during extreme emergencies, or after the breakout of a civil war, there would not be any legionary presence in Italy for the remainder of the empire, which was just fine by the local population. Native-born Italians enjoyed the further perk of being more or less exempt from direct taxation, which was in part a holdover from the early days of the expanding Republic, when Rome demanded soldiers from her new Italian allies rather than cash payments. But it was also a conscious policy to keep those closest to Rome happiest, so as to avoid mass uprisings. Except for the brief detour through Hadrian's very unpopular administrative reforms, Italians also enjoyed a great deal of local autonomy. Julius Caesar had broken the peninsula into 17 districts, each centered around an urban center, and it was left to the councils of the individual districts to govern themselves. The emperor and the Senate technically had jurisdiction, but the local elites took it very personally when either came snooping around in their business, and so Rome generally took a hands-off approach to her nearest neighbors. In general, Italia was fat and happy during the imperial period, protected from invasion by the buffer of the provinces, blessed with abundant natural resources, rich soil, and benefiting from the lion's share of the emperor's generous largesse. If it was good to be a Roman citizen during the age of the Antonines, it was great to be an Italian one. Off the coast of the peninsula were the first provinces outside of Italy to come under Roman control. The first was Sicily, claimed officially and undisputedly at the conclusion of the Punic Wars. The most important breadbasket of Rome, the rich soil of the island provided the food that almost single-handedly fed the empire until Augustus claimed the even bigger breadbasket of Egypt for Rome. Despite its proximity to Italy and its early entrance into the empire, Sicily remained a rural backwater, dominated by the slave estates of a few wealthy senators, who cared little for anything but growing crops and selling them back to the state. Conditions on the island were harsh, and 2 slave uprisings in the 100s BC were bad enough that Spartacus's war is classified as merely the 3rd Servile War. North of Sicily were the sister islands of Corsica and Sardinia, claimed by the Romans in between the Punic Wars in 231 BC. The natives were hostile to Roman rule, and so, content to keep to their coastal settlements, the Romans mostly left the rugged interior to the locals, which was an agreement that seemed to work well for everyone. In general, Corsica and Sardinia had little political or economic impact on the greater empire, but for a time, they practically held the fate of the Mediterranean in their hands, as first Julius Caesar and then Octavian relied on the grain coming out of the 2 islands to feed their armies. Had anything happened to disrupt the food supply coming from those relatively unimportant islands, the history of the world may have been very different. The first official territory outside Italy claimed by the Romans on the European mainland, not counting their still undefined holdings in Spain, had been Transalpine Gaul, or Gaul on the far side of the Alps, which was annexed in 121 BC. The territory stretched from the Alps in the east along the Mediterranean coast to the Pyrenees in the west. The Romans had previously entered into an agreement with the local Greek colony of Massilia to allow the Romans passage from Italy to Spain in exchange for Roman protection from the barbarian Gauls in the north. After the legion successfully campaigned against the northern Gauls in 123 BC, the territory was officially brought into the burgeoning Roman Empire. The strip of land thereafter became known to the Romans affectionately as Our Province, a name which has stuck with the region over the years, and the French know it today as Provence. North of Our Province was the wild interior of Gallia Comata, or long-haired Gaul. Long the setting of many a Roman nightmare, Julius Caesar finally banished those particular demons in the 50s BC and brought everything east of the Rhine, south of the English Channel, and west of the Atlantic Ocean under Roman control. In 22 BC, Marcus Agrippa divided the country into 3 separate provinces to better reflect economic and geographic divisions. Lugdunensis, the most important of the 3, containing both the Roman capital of Lugdunum, hence the name, and a major imperial mint. Aquitania, which bordered Spain and wound up a minor propraetorial province run by the Senate, and Belgica, which formed today's Low Countries and was the last and least Romanized of the 3 Gauls. There never was a single Gallic race, and even Agrippa's rezoning did little to accurately reflect the realities of the multiple and rival Gallic tribes that lived in the country, each considering themselves independent of every other. Each year, though, all the kings and chieftains would meet in Lugdunum for a ceremony that formalized the one bitter reality they all shared. Rome was in charge, and the emperor was their master. It wasn't really that bad, though. Most of the truly independent-minded chiefs had been killed, leaving behind a tribal elite that had been quickly and thoroughly Romanized. Except for a few minor flare-ups, and one big transgression in 260 AD, which we'll get to one of these days, the provinces of Gaul remained a loyal and stable corner of the empire, providing from its rich land a variety of agricultural products, including by far the best cheese, and from its talented locals, high-quality glass, metal, and woodwork. East of the Gallic provinces were the military zones of Germania Inferior and Germania Superior. Until Domitian, the zones were technically a part of Belgica and Lugdunensis respectively, but in reality, the generals commanding the legions along the Rhine were autonomous, and so Domitian turned the 2 zones into true provinces to better reflect this reality in the 80s AD. The character of the German provinces was dominated by their strategic defensive position. 2 legions were stationed on the Lower Rhine, and 2 on the Upper Rhine, making it one of the most militarized territories in the empire. Until the focus of Roman war-making shifted to the Danube in the early 100s AD, the Rhine legions were the most fearsome fighting force in the Roman world, and were tasked with fending off the menace of German invasion. In addition to formalizing their provincial status, you'll recall that Domitian also spent a great deal of time and attention constructing the Limes Germanicus, which not only served as a defensive barrier, but was also a way to control trade coming in and going out of the empire. Specifically, the highly lucrative trade in amber. One of the most valuable commodities in the ancient world, and found in abundance along the Baltic coast, it would be shipped down along the so-called Amber Road to Rome, with gold returning in kind. Domitian made sure that the Roman state got a piece of the action both ways by forcing traders through the gates of his well-armed limes. Across the English Channel from mainland Europe was the foggy island of Britannia, which became an imperial proconsular province following Claudius's invasion in 43 AD. The island may have seemed an unimportant little piece of land, but the 3 legions stationed there tell a different story. Aside from Syria, no single province housed as many permanent legions as Britannia, which begs us to ask the question, why? The answer is that Britain contained abundant natural resources that were inconveniently located beneath the feet of unruly, independent-minded locals. In addition to gold, silver, tin, iron, lead, and marble that could all be dug up in great heaps, Britain also provided the empire with wool, timber, animal skins, slaves, due to the persistent revolts, and, of course, the best hunting dogs money could buy. This combination of natural wealth and angry locals added up to one of the most militant provinces in the empire. Hadrian settled the northern border of the province with the famous wall he ordered built in 122, though Antoninus built his own wall about 100 miles north that became the new border of the empire for about 20 years, until it was abandoned for a variety of reasons in the 160s AD. Despite its unruly natives, Britannia would remain a lucrative corner of the empire until it was abandoned in the 400s by a Western Roman Empire facing both internal division and external barbarian invasion. South of Britannia and across the Pyrenees from Gaul lay the Iberian Peninsula, which the Romans called Hispania. Long in the Roman orbit, it was actually one of the last territories in the empire to be truly pacified, holding out until Marcus Agrippa finally dealt the decisive blow against Spanish independence. The Roman foothold in Spain, originally restricted to the Mediterranean coast, had been won by Scipio Africanus during the Second Punic War, and was settled initially by his wounded veterans. The territory along the coast Scipio had snatched from the Carthaginians was divided into Hispania Ulterior and Hispania Citerior, or literally, further Spain and nearer Spain, which would remain the Roman administrative districts until 13 BC, when, following Agrippa's final pacification efforts, Augustus divided the now wholly owned Iberian Peninsula into Lusitania, basically modern Portugal, Baetica, modern Andalusia, and the largest of the 3, Tarraconensis. Ironically, once the Spanish tribes were finally beaten down after 200 years of near constant warfare, the peninsula only required a single legion stationed in Tarraconensis to maintain order. Hispania was one of the richest and most important regions in the empire. Its gold and silver mines were the best in the known world, and the Romans developed complex hydraulic mining techniques to extract every last ounce of precious metal from the Spanish mines. But beyond the geologic resources, which included marble, tin, and lead, the fertile Spanish countryside made Hispania a center of olive oil and wine production. These 2 products alone, the liquid that kept the empire running, would have been enough even without the gold mines to make the province of Spain wealthy beyond measure. As we've seen, by the age of the Antonines, the Roman-Spanish elite formed a powerful faction within the Senate, producing at the height of its power 2 of the best emperors the Romans ever had, Trajan and Hadrian. Across the Strait of Gibraltar, which was either carved by or narrowed by Hercules, depending on who you ask, lay the twin provinces of Mauritania, Mauritania Tingitana and Mauritania Caesariensis, both of which were minor procuratorial provinces on the northwest African coast. Following the victory over Carthage, the territory was made a client kingdom dominated by its eastern neighbor Numidia, which was the preeminent Roman client state in West Africa at the time. In 40 AD, for no real reason at all, Caligula lured the loyal king of Mauritania into a trap and had him executed, claiming the leaderless kingdom as his own personal domain, hence the name Caesarienus. Revolt followed, but Claudius decided that what was done and formally annexed the kingdom in 43 AD. Mauritania's primary contribution to the empire was wool and a high-quality, always in-demand purple dye, though it was also known for providing the legions with excellent light cavalrymen. Eventually, the province would become troubled by local Berbers, the dark-skinned North African natives, who had resisted first Phoenician, then Carthaginian, then Roman encroachment. The Berbers of Mauritania became known as Moors, Mauritania, get it? And would eventually wreak havoc on the undermanned but incredibly rich province of Hispania, beginning during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. East of Mauritania was the province of Africa proper. The heart of the old Carthaginian Empire, Rome had claimed the territory after the final destruction of Carthage in 146 BC. The Romans were initially somewhat ambivalent about governing overseas territory, and their primary concern in Africa was simply to ensure that no other power established itself in Carthage's place. For the most part, though, the loyal client kingdom of Numidia was the one actually tasked with doing the heavy lifting of keeping Africa free from anti-Roman sentiment. Once Rome finally embraced its international character, though, Africa became a key center of agricultural production, providing the empire with a huge array of olives, corn, bean, figs, grapes, textiles, marble, wine, timber, livestock, pottery, and wool. Coastal cities became highly developed and fully Romanized, becoming major trade centers, as well as producing high-quality crafts of their own, including their famous clay lamps, which became the class of the empire. After Augustus's final constitutional settlement, Africa had the unique distinction of being the only senatorial province that contained a legion, which was also, by the way, the only African legion stationed west of Egypt. In between Africa and Egypt was the senatorial province of Cyrenaica, which was a minor agricultural province that was distinguished by its wide variety of native medicinal plants. Most Romans barely registered Cyrenaica's existence until the Third Jewish Revolt erupted from its borders in 132. The slaughter and counter-slaughter that accompanied the revolt left the province depopulated to the point of it becoming something of a ghost town, forcing Hadrian to concoct a colonization program to prevent the lights from going out completely. To the east of obscure Cyrenaica was the incalculably important prefecture of Egypt. The rich Nile Valley was so critical that it wasn't even technically a province, and remained instead, from the time of Augustus, a country owned personally by the emperor. It was governed by an equestrian prefect, as Augustus and his successors felt that a senator could not be trusted with the task. Ruling in Alexandria was an easy stepping stone to ruling the entire world, and so no one of senatorial rank was even allowed to visit Egypt without express imperial permission. This was, you'll recall, possibly the reason why Tiberius had Germanicus killed. Egypt was not only the breadbasket of the empire and the key transfer point of trade with India and the Far East, but its capital of Alexandria was the center of culture, science, and the arts in the Greco-Roman world. Unfortunately for locals and Romans alike, though, imperial control of Egypt, enforced by the two legions run out of Alexandria, was often heavy-handed and arbitrary. Taxes were administered and collected heavily and randomly, leaving the locals resentful and the Romans hated, and from the late 130s on, Egypt was a constant source of anti-Roman agitation and revolt. But through it all, the ancient kingdom on the Nile River continued to pump out the grain that fed the empire. East of Egypt was Arabia, comprising most of what we now call the Sinai Peninsula. One of the last additions to the empire, Arabia was annexed by Trajan in 106, and was one of the few territories not abandoned by Hadrian when he came to power a decade later. Taken and held mostly so that the Romans could control all the trade routes into the Mediterranean, Arabia wound up a surprisingly stable province, and was a loyal and lucrative corner of the empire well into the Byzantine age. Its single legion was famous for refusing to back eastern pretenders to the throne like Avidius Cassius and Pescennius Niger, instead choosing to remain loyal to whoever ruled in Rome. Polar opposite of loyal Arabia was its northwestern neighbor, the once vigorously rebellious Judea, but now the utterly depopulated and weak Palestinia. I kind of feel like we've already spent enough time on this rebellious little province that never seemed particularly rich enough or important enough to have been the source of so much trouble. Their primary exports wound up being slaves and refugees fleeing for their lives. North of Judea-Palestinia was Syria, the key province of the Eastern Roman Empire. Conquered and organized by Pompey as he went east young man in the 60s BC, it housed 3 and sometimes 4 standing legions, and was the main staging point for all operations against the Parthians, with whom this critical territory shared a border. The provincial capital of Antioch became a hugely important urban center, and was the de facto capital of the Roman East. Complementing its rigid defense against incoming eastern armies, Syria simultaneously embraced all the incoming trade from the east, and became a decadent and wealthy middleman acting as the overland terminus of the famous Silk Road coming in from China. Proper Romans, though, forever held Syria up as the example of everything that was wrong with exposing Rome to eastern temptations. The legions stationed there were constantly accused of showing lax discipline, and the soldiers castigated for constantly going native amidst a population more than willing to corrupt their supposed masters. But despite its reputation for loose morals, no one could deny that without Syria, the empire would have been far less rich and far less powerful than it had become. The imports and exports that passed through and originated from its borders generated the gold and supplies that allowed Roman power to explode exponentially following Pompey's annexation. Round the bend from Syria were the provinces of Anatolia. Directly bordering Syria were Cilicia, which hugged the Mediterranean coast, and Cappadocia, which headed up into the Taurus Mountains. Cappadocia was an imperial province that, thanks to its shared border with Armenia and Greater Mesopotamia, wound up housing 2 legions. The province that would become best known for its series of underground cities is, to me anyway, best known as the province that always backed the wrong side in a war, yet still managed to escape major reprisals. The Cappadocians backed first Antiochus against the Romans, then Mithridates against the Romans, then Pompey against Julius Caesar, then Brutus and Cassius against the Second Triumvirate, then Antony against Octavian. In every case they lost, and yet somehow managed to ingratiate themselves enough with the winner that they were ever after accepted as loyal allies of the victors. I would guess, though, that the 2 legions now stationed in their backyard was promise enough of their loyalty. To the south was Cilicia, a senatorial province that needed no legions. Combined administratively with the island of Cyprus, Cilicia was most famous for its rugged western half being a haven for pirates, until Pompey burned all their ships and turned the erstwhile brigands into fouler-mouthed than average farmers. But the eastern half of Cilicia was composed of rich flats that produced millet, olives, and sesame, in addition to providing excellent pasture land for substantial herds of goats and cattle. West of Cilicia was Lycia Pamphylia. It was also a Roman province. West of Cappadocia and northwest of Cilicia was the unimpressive but still unique province of Galatia, which literally translates as Gaul of the East. It was known by this seemingly out-of-place name because the territory, mostly high plateau, had been settled by a group of migrating Gauls in the 280s BC. They retained their semi-nomadic pastoral lifestyle and enriched themselves by launching periodic raids on the richer kingdoms surrounding them. The Galatians initially joined with Antiochus and then Mithridates as they attempted to resist Roman expansion, but by the end of Sulla's eastern campaign, they had attached themselves firmly to the Roman cause and remained a loyal and nominally independent client kingdom until the last Galatian king died in 25 BC, just as Augustus was defining the new imperial political order. Galatia was annexed and claimed by the emperor as one of his new imperial provinces. Thereafter, it was a provincial backwater, best known for the fact that, because it was a provincial backwater, early Christianity was able to flourish there relatively unmolested by the Roman authorities. North of Galatia and Cappadocia were the often combined provinces of Bithynia and Pontus, which together ran the length of the southern Black Sea coast. The rich valleys of Pontus had been the home of some of Rome's fiercest enemies during the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, but by the age of the Antonines, all such resistance was dead, and the locals contented themselves as tradesmen, farmers, and as particularly good iron and steel smiths. Their sister province of Bithynia had the good fortune of being located at the crossroads of Asia and Europe, leading its urban centers along the Sea of Marmara to become rich and important trading powers. The Bithynian interior was rugged and forested, and the locals liked to boast that they were one of the few places on earth that Alexander had been unable to conquer outright. The Macedonian king had instead decided to simply keep moving when the fierce locals took to the mountains, rather than bog his army down in a protracted siege of the dense, steep countryside. The province, then a client kingdom, also wound up being a thorn in Julius Caesar's side, as he was dogged for years by rumors that he had gone to bed as the passive partner with the king of Bithynia. You'll recall that his enemies often scribbled graffiti on the walls of Rome, calling Caesar the Queen of Bithynia. Bithynia Pontus was also the corrupt and disorganized province that Trajan had sent Pliny the Younger to straighten out in the early 100s AD, a difficult task that at best produced mixed results. The rest of the west coast of Anatolia was swallowed by the province of Asia, a senatorial province that had been brought into the empire following the death of King Attalus of Pergamum in 129 BC. His kingdom had been created as a buffer client state following the withdrawal of Antiochus in 190 BC, and, with no male heirs, Attalus simply left the kingdom to Rome in his will. This territorial windfall was a political windfall in particular for Gaius Gracchus, who argued forcefully, and then violently, that Asia ought to be carved up democratically, rather than being handed over to a couple of rich patricians. After years of indifferent Roman rule, Mithridates invaded and slaughtered every Roman he could find in the Asiatic Vespers of 88 BC, prompting Sulla to take revenge and reclaim the territory for Rome, in whose sphere of influence it remained until the fall of the Byzantine Empire. Asia was characterized most especially by its decentralized political structure. Dozens of coastal Greek colonies, each more ancient and storied than the last, vied with each other for prominence and refused to let any of the others gain the upper hand. In their race to secure the emperor's favor, Asia wound up being the first territory to really embrace the practice of worshipping the cult of the Caesars, and emperor worship became deeper and wider spread in Asia than just about anywhere else in the empire. Across the Hellespont from Asia was Thracia, supposed homeland of everyone's favorite gladiator Spartacus. The land between Macedonia and the Sea of Marmara had been one of Rome's undefined holdings that was annexed officially by Claudius as he and his ministers attempted to make the empire run more rationally. The rugged country was known for its disparate local tribes who seemed to hate each other more than they hated the Romans. Down the road, the province will produce a number of notable soldier emperors, including the beast Maximinus Thrax, whose assassination of Alexander Severus helped spark the crisis of the 3rd century, and Constantine's great colleagues/rivals, Galerius and Licinius, whose demise helped close the door on that particular century of chaos. North of Thracia was the province of Moesia, eventually divided by Domitian into upper and lower halves to make the whole territory more militarily agile. The superior and inferior in this case referring to the downhill path of the Danube rather than the Rhine. The country had been finally conquered by the grandson of Marcus Crassus around 29 BC, but it was not organized as a province until at least 6 AD. Located on the south bank of the Danube, Moesia became one of the keys to the whole Roman defensive strategy, and 4 legions were stationed there permanently, 2 each in the upper and lower sections. Its strategic military value was never in doubt, though its responsibilities were lightened somewhat by Trajan's conquest of Dacia in 105, which pushed the northern border across the Danube and left Upper Moesia, at least, an interior province. Beyond its military value, Moesia also came equipped with gold fields in the west and excellent farmland in the east, and obviously, its location along the Danube left it in control of most of the international trade coming down that great river, making Moesia rich, which was nice, but also leaving it the constant target of envious Germans on the north bank, which wasn't so nice. This was why the locals in Moesia were enthusiastic supporters of Trajan's Dacian conquest, and hoped for more where that came from. They would be let down by Hadrian, though, and Dacia would be the last major province added to the empire, and the only Roman territory on the far side of the Danube. Its abundant mineral resources, especially in the gold and silver department, gave the Roman economy a much-needed shot in the arm, though it proved to be a tenuously held territory at best. Hadrian had wanted to withdraw, but was compelled by economic and political necessity to retain what he considered an indefensible position. The money flowing in was nice, though, and while it lasted, Dacia was a key cog in the imperial minting machine. The province would eventually be split into upper and lower departments by Hadrian after he determined he could not just let go of the province altogether, and at some point, during either his reign or Antoninus's, a third province was spun off, leading the Romans to call them all collectively the 3 Dacias. Among the last territories added to the empire, Dacia was also one of the first to be abandoned, and it was left to its fate by Aurelian in 275 AD, though pointedly only after he had decisively beaten the Goths in battle and killed their leader. South of Moesia was the cradle of Greek civilization, now called Macedonia and Achaia. Finally conquered by the Romans during the Third Macedonian War in 146 BC, the exhausted Greeks were forced to give up their independence and accept foreign rule. Out of respect for the great and ancient civilization they had just defeated, and which they admired so much, Rome pretty much left the cities of Greece free to govern themselves. Macedonia was obviously harder hit by the last war than the cities around the Peloponnese, and for a while it limped along a depopulated mess. But with the construction of the Via Egnatia, a major Roman road from Dyrrhachium to the Hellespont, it was revitalized and rode its booming business in trade and travel back to prominence. Achaia, meanwhile, less chastened by the Macedonian Wars, tried to hold on to its independence more forcefully than their northern neighbors. Believing themselves simply better than the barbarian Romans, the Greeks of Athens and Sparta treated their new overlords with barely concealed contempt. When Mithridates came calling in the 80s BC, promising to lead the whole of the East to freedom, the Greek elites readily agreed to help out. Sulla made them pay for their defiance and famously sacked Athens in brutal fashion in 87 BC. Thereafter, the chastened Greeks, while still feeling superior, were far less inclined to act on their contempt. For the next century, the once mighty Greek city-states languished as a fallen backwater. Athens retained its traditional status as a cultural center, but it had long been eclipsed by Alexandria as the cultural center of the Mediterranean world. It wasn't really until Hadrian's active Greek revivalism that the cities of the Aegean began to return to prosperity and prominence. The craftsmen of Greece, meanwhile, produced a number of high-quality household goods that were highly sought after in Rome, and the rugged country was a source of high-quality tin and copper. But by far, Greece's most important contribution to the Roman economy was its export of educated slaves, who, in time, came to run practically the whole empire. Overtly conquered, the Greeks had a bit of revenge by covertly running in many ways the empire they supposedly served. West of Achaia, and for a long time simply a part of Macedonia, was the province of Epirus. Conquered along with the rest of Greece in the Macedonian Wars, and peeled off into its own province in 67 AD, this maritime territory was situated along the Ionian Sea across from the boot of Italy. Originally, one of the Romans' first footholds in the east, remember that the Romans took possession of the coast in the mid-200s BC to prevent piracy, the culture and economy of Epirus was centered around its port towns servicing the trade lines from Italy to Greece proper, though it was also known for producing its own excellent cheese, wine, and oils. Northwest of Greece and due west of Moesia was the critical region known as Illyrium or Illyricum. First conquered by the Romans in the 160s BC, the region wasn't fully pacified until Octavian put the final stamp on things in the mid-30s BC. In the constitutional settlement of 27, Augustus claimed Illyricum as an imperial province and eventually stationed 4 legions there. Illyricum wound up being the backbone of the Roman Empire, as it stood at the crossroads between east and west, north and south. It bordered both the Adriatic Sea and the Danube River, and depending on where you were coming from, it was the gateway to Italy, the gateway to Greece, the gateway to the Far East, while all the while acting as defender of the northern border. At some point during the reign of Tiberius, Illyricum was split into the more peaceful and mineral-rich Dalmatia in the south, which is now the Croatian coast, and the more rugged and militant Pannonia in the north. Pannonia would then be divided further by Trajan into Upper and Lower Pannonia to make the territory, like Moesia, more agile and responsive to attacks. Illyricum in general has been called the province that held the empire together, as its constantly under-arms population formed the bulk of the critical Danube legions and eventually produced the emperors that dragged Rome from the depths of the disastrous 3rd century, Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, and then finally Diocletian. Neighboring Pannonia to the west, as Europe begins to climb up into the Alps, was the imperial province of Noricum, composing most of modern Austria. Granted independence by Julius Caesar for taking his side during the Civil War, the Noric people were left alone until they made a fateful decision to join in a Pannonian uprising in 16 BC that eventually, once put down, led to Noricum being called a province, even if it was not formally organized as such, until Claudius noted that they were still an off-the-books territory in 41 AD. For years, Noricum was ungarrisoned, but Antoninus moved a legion into the country in order to shore up the northern border, perhaps anticipating the storm that he saw coming down from Germania. Lacking high-quality soil, Noricum was a classic iron and blood province, providing both high-quality steel and high-quality soldiers for the legions. We wind up then finally, and, rather anticlimactically, in Raetia, an Alpine province composed of modern west-central Switzerland. Conquered during the joint campaign of Tiberius and Drusus, Raetia was a classic example of the Romans making a desert and calling it a peace. Though it had no permanent legionary presence, Raetia still wound up a key part of the extended Limes Germanicus, holding down the eastern portion of the fortification network with a locally raised militia. Relatively depopulated, the native Raetians produced cheeses, pitch, honey, and a particular brand of wine that Augustus declared was his favorite in the whole empire. So there you have it. In making this circuit of the empire, I think the only thing I missed were the 3 tiny administrative districts in the Alps, organized in 14, 47, and 63 AD respectively, to protect communication lines and keep travel routes through the Alpine passes clear. By all means, though, if I missed something, please let me know. I should probably at this point knock out a nice concluding paragraph that artfully condenses the many faces and many places of the Roman Empire, but the tour has left me exhausted. Next week is question time. See you then. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to make kind of a strange recommendation. Apparently, Audible is putting out these little 5-minute segments for kids on things like whales and dinosaurs and volcanoes. Well, they have one for the Roman Empire and one for Julius Caesar. If your kids are too young for the history of Rome, by all means, this is a great place to get them started. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 90, the 100th episode. So here we are at a nice shiny milestone, cut and stamped, fittingly enough, during the age of Antoninus Pius, who cut and stamped so many milestones during his reign. I never thought when I started the show that I would ever get near 100 episodes, nor did I think for a minute I would still be doing this almost 3 years after I published the first episode on a random Sunday night in late July 2007. That first episode was just over 1,900 words and lasted 11 minutes and 48 seconds. After I got a few episodes of similar length under my belt, I did some loose math about how much progress I was making each week so I could figure out what kind of hole I had dug myself into. The results seemed crazy. To complete the whole course of the empire would take 225 to 250,000 words and wind up being 20 hours of recorded material spread out over maybe 75 episodes. In other words, I was committing myself to producing a gargantuan pile of words. I tried not to think about it, and went back to researching the plebeian succession of 494 BC. Fast forward to today. 99 episodes in the can, working on the 100th as we speak. 329,186 words, and counting. The album I maintain in iTunes is now calculated in terms of days rather than hours, and we're not even to Marcus Aurelius yet. So, how long is the history of Rome going to take to complete? The answer? I have no idea. I don't make projections anymore. Last week's tour of the empire was an absurd 6,400 words and lasted 43 minutes and 43 seconds. Who saw that coming? Certainly not me. It'll be done when it's done, and not a minute before. Of course, as you know, today we're going to continue to make no forward progress, and instead celebrate the occasion of the 100th episode by opening the floor up to questions. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to answer every question that came in, but there were definitely a couple of topics that seemed to be on more than one person's mind. I'll do my best to cover those, and then tuck in a few more I liked particularly, or that allowed me to talk about things I missed along the way. In cases where more than one person asked essentially the same question, I'm going to name the first person who posted, which seemed a fair and judicious way of doing things. So, without further ado, let's get started. Nemo, among many others, asked, who are the 5 best emperors, and who are the 5 worst? I initially had a sort of rambling explanation for how we ought to be judging these guys, and what terms like best and worst mean to me. But then I realized that if I went on like that, I'd only have time to answer like 3 questions. So, in the interest of maximizing the number of questions I'm going to be able to get to, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Number 1, Augustus, for obvious reasons. Number 2, Diocletian, for almost single-handedly reviving and rejuvenating a broken empire, even if it did all start to fall apart after he died. 3, Trajan, for his stabilizing hand, good-natured wisdom, and military skill. 4, Constantine, for, among other things, his lasting impact. I mean, Constantinople. 5, Hadrian, for his obsession with cementing the Roman Empire as a permanent institution guided by pragmatism rather than romantic notions of glory. I'm as surprised as you are that Marcus Aurelius is not on that list. He's probably number 6. Vespasian is probably number 7. After that, I'm not really sure. I think I'd plug Claudius in at 10. Aurelian was pretty awesome, even if he didn't rule for very long. Theodosius should probably be in there too, though I'll admit that at this point, he's one of the major emperors I know the least about, having always focused on early Roman history rather than late Roman history. Which, for those of you who asked what my favorite period in Roman history is, it's pretty much everything between the exile of Tarquinius Superbus to the victory at Zama. I'm an early and high Republican era kind of guy. My 5 worst emperors, sort of not counting the guys whose reigns are measured in months and days, are, number 1, Commodus, for being a dangerously insane, immature hedonist. 2, Caligula, also for being a dangerously insane, immature hedonist. 3, Caracalla, for being a relatively sane, but still unquestionably bloodthirsty tyrant. 4, Nero, for being an immature hedonist, who was more concerned with performance than he was with governance. And 5, Elagabalus, for being such a damn weirdo that no one knew what to do with him until they finally decided it was best to just kill him, which was probably for the best. The one common theme I see running through this list is too much power at too young an age. Caligula, believe it or not, was the most seasoned member of this group, coming to power at the advanced age of 24. Not that there aren't worthy exceptions, but I think in general we should always remember that handing absolute power to a teenager is just a bad idea. A follow-up to this question was submitted by Monique. Given all the emperors and Roman leaders you've covered, who interests you the most and why? Continuing with the emperors first, I am now very fond of both Claudius and Domitian, because they were the 2 leaders who turned out to be the most different from my initial impressions of them. Claudius the dullard, and Domitian the tyrant. Both had their faults, but both were also far more complex and effective than I had given them credit for. Besides them, I will always have a soft spot in my heart for Marcus Furius Camillus, who was once a towering figure in Roman history, and has now basically been forgotten. Scipio Africanus, of course, that damned long hair who beat Hannibal, and finally, dear old Marcus Agrippa. We should all hope to have best friends as utterly kick-ass as Marcus Agrippa. Touching on a subject that popped up a few times, Lycanthrope asks, one of the earliest topics that was brought up is the purported similarities between ancient Rome and the U.S. What are the main similarities and differences between ancient Rome and the present and historical U.S.? Well, let's go through the obvious list. The United States kicked out a monarch, founded a republic wildly skewed in favor of a rich aristocracy that was self-consciously modeled on Roman institutions, dealt with violent upheavals as the lower social classes attempted to capture some power for themselves, expanded aggressively on their own continent before accidentally capturing overseas territories, now utterly dominant militarily, politically, and economically. What else do you need to know? Throw in the fact that if you believe the Soviet Union was Carthage, and that the Cold War is our equivalent of the Punic Wars, then you can even locate us within the larger timeline right around the rise of the Gracchi brothers, and, hey look, tea parties. Except that one thing that's really been driven home to me lately is that while you can find these superficial similarities, there are much deeper differences. Every powerful nation follows its own trajectory for its own particular reasons towards its own particular ends, though usually at the height of each one's power they claim that they are the rebirth of the Roman Empire. For me, the biggest difference between America and Rome is that compared to Rome, the United States is a baby, and could very well prove to be merely a flash in the pan. The Roman Empire became the dominant state in the Mediterranean around 200 BC, and remained as such in one form or another until the fall of Constantinople in the 1450s. I mean, we are talking about a nearly 2,000-year period where you simply cannot talk about anything that occurred in North Africa, Europe, or the Middle East without talking about Rome. America, by contrast, was a pretty decent regional power for about a century, a pretty major world power for about 75 years after that, and has been living with the kind of unipolar prestige Rome enjoyed for centuries for about the last 20 years. If the United States of America is still around in 3010, I think maybe then we can start talking about comparisons to Rome. Until then, things happen, nations rise and fall, and borders shift. I'm not saying America can't dominate the world for a millennia. I'm just saying that it's an awful lot to ask of anyone. Rome was all about longevity and stability, and that is a test that no one in the West has been able to pass since. Alfonso was one of the first to raise the issue of Roman dealings abroad, and the first to mention the Far East, a particular topic that was seconded at least a half dozen times. So, to paraphrase all of those questions, what, if any, relationship existed between Rome and China? The majority of the contact between Rome and China was indirect, but the two great bookends of the world certainly knew that the other existed. The Han dynasty, which persisted in one form or another from about 200 BC to 220 AD, was rising at the same time as the Romans, and as Rome headed east, the Han headed west, and it was during this period that the links became more overt. With the stabilizing hand of the Han in place, the famous Silk Road was able to knit itself together, carrying silk and other oriental treasures from China all the way to Antioch, and from there to Rome, while, among other things, Roman glasswork made their way back to the Chinese. In 97 AD, a Chinese embassy was sent west to try to make contact with the kingdom of the Dacian, which is what the Han called Rome. But apparently, they were stopped short in Mesopotamia after the Parthians explained that the difficult crossing to Rome would take another 2 years at least. This bald-faced lie was meant to keep the two poles of the lucrative trade routes, which Parthia controlled, from ever meeting and working out a way to bypass the Parthian middlemen. In 166, though, a Roman embassy was sent east and was able to make contact with the Chinese emperor. Debate still swirls about how the Romans got there, whether by sea or overland, but a meeting definitely occurred, and the Romans offered up all kinds of gifts from the West, including a book of Greco-Roman astronomy. Nothing concrete seems to have followed the meeting, though, and thereafter, the two sides continued to simply trade with one another indirectly via the Silk Road or by the sea routes around India. For the remainder of the empire, Chinese silk remained a highly sought-after luxury item in Rome, and was a major point of contention both for old-school conservatives, who found how revealing the fabric was disturbing, and proto-economists, who worried about how much gold was disappearing east for nothing but a few scraps of cloth. Matthew, if I'm even pronouncing that correctly, riffing off my observation that the Romans tangled up Pyrrhus's war elephants the same way that the Rebel Alliance brought down the Imperial walkers during the Battle of Hoth, asks, did the Republicans or Imperial armies learn any other tactics from the rebellion? Short answer, no, I don't think so. But I can absolutely promise you that a single Roman legion would have whipped the Ewoks without breaking a sweat. Four Forks, among others, wants to know about the show's process, how the podcast is put together, how long it takes to write and record each episode. Each show takes about 10 to 12 hours to knock out, not counting the time I spend just reading, which is time I don't bother to calculate since I'd be doing it anyway. My days off have become very jumbled lately, so my research writing hours are constantly shifting around, but for a long time, the routine was that I would spend an hour or two during the week working up a detailed outline of what I wanted to talk about and where I wanted to get to. Then I would get up on Saturday and write for maybe 6 or 7 hours, and try to bank about 3,000 words. Then I'd get up on Sunday, edit what I had written the day before, and write the last 500 to 1,000 words to wrap things up. Then I'd let it all rest, go back and edit again, double-check whatever facts I wasn't 100% on, and read through it aloud to catch any tongue-twister landmines that I had left for myself. Then, recording 20 minutes of material takes about another hour, depending on how in the zone I am. For this, I run 2 parallel vocal tracks in GarageBand, and when I stumble over something, I cut out the last few seconds, hop to the other track, and pick up where I left off. When I'm done, I convert it into an MP3, upload it to the hosting site, and release it into the world. Then, I have a beer, congratulate myself on a job well done, and begin fretting about next week's show. John Grandin wants to know, at the 100th episode, The History of Rome Games, who wins the following fights? 1. Secutor versus Retiarius, which are 2 kinds of gladiator styles. 2. Nero versus Commodus. 3. Cleopatra versus Messalina. 4. Kirk Douglas versus Russell Crowe. 5. England versus the United States in the World Cup. First, it seems like the secutor would be usually favored, but a talented retarii was nothing to mess around with. Plus, he'll make you look like a fool when he beats you, so draw. 2. Commodus for sure. By all accounts, he was an excellent shot and a well-trained gladiator, even if he never really tested his skills in a fair fight. Nero wouldn't stand a chance. 3. Cleopatra. Messalina was a bumbling amateur compared to Cleopatra. 4. Sadly, I have to go with Russell Crowe. I mean, Kirk Douglas is like 94 years old. 5. The United States, because who says I can't be irrationally partisan about some things? George Smiley asks, here's a frivolous, non-historical question. Where does the theme music for the history of Rome come from? Is that Mike on guitar? The intro is one of those accidents of history. First of all, it's not me playing, though if I had to do it all over again, I would definitely write and record the music myself, as I am, quite proudly, an accomplished mediocrity on the guitar. Basically, when I was cutting the first episode, I knew I wanted to inject some music at the beginning of the show, so I dug around in the GarageBand loops until I found something I kinda liked and pasted it in there. Then I released the episode without ever considering what kind of commitment I was making to that one particular loop, which I still like just fine. It's just, yeah, it's a freaking GarageBand loop. Acoustic picking 18 for you Mac users out there. At least it's not 80s dance-based synth 6. Bob Tom asks, will Mrs. The History of Rome ever make an appearance?
Yes, and she just did.
Ryan Reyes, among others, particularly Ryan R313, was wondering about making the dead emperors gods. Were they seen as gods equal to Saturn and the others? How did that work? The old Greco-Roman pantheon had literally hundreds of major and minor deities who all vied for the attention of the lowly humans. The dead and deified emperors, beginning with Julius Caesar, were slated in as minor gods, nowhere near as powerful as, say, Jupiter or Mars, but still important enough that worshipping at their altars was considered a civic duty. Neglecting sacrifices or ceremonies in their honor would have invited disaster on Rome, as the imperial cult became wrapped up in the larger set of official state superstitions that kept the empire safe and thriving. In practice, though, worshipping dead emperors was less an act of devout piety or even crass superstition, as it was a demonstration of loyalty to the sitting emperor. It was all much more about visibly supplicating yourself before the imperial altar, which the emperors, as you can imagine, like to see, than really believing that if you didn't offer a goat to the ghost of Titus, that bad things would happen. Not that you really had a choice anyway. Refusing to make a sacrifice to the deified Caesars was considered treason and a capital crime. So yes, technically, the dead emperors were considered gods, especially in the Eastern Empire, where notions of divine monarchs has a long-standing history. I highly doubt, however, that a single senator voting for deification believed that Nerva was now actually a god. Keith Day asks, if you could sum up the Romans in 3 words, what would they be? I think the only reasonable answer is Vini, Vidi, Vici, right? Scott de Brucker, among others, asks, I thought a pivotal event in history was the burning of the Library of Alexandria, an event thought to have set human progress back 1,000 years. I was astonished when it was not even referenced in a past episode. Yes, the absence of the Library of Alexandria from our narrative was an oversight on my part, especially since Julius Caesar himself is accused of having started the fire that allegedly set humanity back 1,000 years. For those of you who don't know, the Library of Alexandria was founded in the 200s BC by either Ptolemy I or Ptolemy II, and thereafter was liberally endowed to not only act as the repository for every written work that had ever been written anywhere, but also as an active research institution that employed around 100 scholars and scientists at any given time. Supposedly, the library contained a working steam engine, so its destruction came as a huge blow to human development. But the thing is that the jury is still out on when the library was actually destroyed and who destroyed it. Some, like Plutarch, say that it was Caesar who torched it by accident while fighting for control of the city in 49 BC. Others say it was destroyed by Aurelian in the 270s when he was reconquering the breakaway east. Gibbon said it was destroyed by the reactionary Christian patriarch Theophilus during his crusade to eradicate all things pagan in the late 300s, while finally, some say that the library existed all the way into the 600s when it was finally burned by Umar the Great as his Islamic forces swept into Egypt. Unquestionably, the library existed, and unquestionably, at some point, it stopped existing. But when that happened is still a bit of a mystery. I tend to believe that multiple institutions and collections were built, maintained, destroyed, and rebuilt over the years that all held the moniker Library of Alexandria, which contributes a great deal to the confusion. Clearly, though, Plutarch believes that the great library was gone by the time he was writing in 120, and as a Greek scholar, he would have been in a position to know. Absent a time machine, I don't think we'll ever know what really happened or what exactly was lost. What we do know is that had the library survived, we'd all be teleporting to our jobs in the parallel universe of our choice by now. Rich asks, do you plan to combine your transcripts and sell them as a book when all is said and done? The answer is a qualified yes. I've been very hesitant about trying to publish the material as it is because I wrote it specifically to be read aloud, by me. I was and am worried that it will translate about as well as your average stand-up comedy routine would. When something is specifically designed to be spoken and depends on particular timing and inflection for the jokes to come out right, well, reading it on paper just doesn't do it justice, you know? But then again, with a little expert tweaking, maybe we could figure out a way to make it work. I've been so busy writing new material, though, that I haven't had much of a chance to go back and try to make sense of the old stuff. So, if anyone out there works in publishing, by all means, get in touch with me and help me out. John asks, which Roman emperor, consul, triumvir do you think you personally emulate the most? Well, Claudius wrote a lot of history, so there's that. Dan Lim, among many, many others, asks, personally, I'd like to know your thoughts on the HBO series Rome. Accurate? Sensational? Lots of people wanted to know about the historical accuracy of all the various portrayals of Rome on TV and in the movies. Gladiator, Spartacus, I, Claudius, HBO's Rome, and the new Spartacus series. I'll start right off by saying that I'm not really a big stickler for details when it comes to these things. I can and do separate the fictional reality from the historical reality. Did Livia poison everyone who got in her way? Probably not. Was there ever a Spanish general named Maximus who became a gladiator, killed Commodus, and restored the Republic? Of course not. Was everyone in ancient Rome as handsome and clean as the original Spartacus would have us believe? Definitely not. But none of that stuff really bothers me too much. It's all fantasy, and should be taken as such. I'll admit to being on guard a lot more for the HBO series than I have been for others, because they seem to be explicitly portraying major historical events that we know a lot about, unlike, say, Spartacus, about whom we know almost nothing. I thought Rome was excellent in places, and historically speaking, about as accurate as the format allows. Key characters were omitted, sure, battles like Dyrrhachium were skipped completely, and the whole second season compressed the timeline radically because the show was slated for cancellation. But history is really long and really complicated, and when you fictionalize it, you do have to streamline things a bit, which I fully understand and sympathize with. They did a bang-up job, though, immersing me in the period, and by all accounts, the costumes, uniforms, and architecture were all spot on. My only real complaints about Rome is that I found Lucius Vorenus thoroughly detestable as a character, even though I was supposed to like him, and a few of Titus Polo's storylines were just terribly written. But that has nothing to do with accuracy or authenticity, it was just bad writing. I have the same problem with Spartacus Blood and Sand, the new ultra-violent sexploitation show on Starz, also available to stream on Netflix. I don't mind that it takes all the most sensationalist rumors about ancient Rome and cranks them up to 11. That's all in good fun. But the character of Spartacus is just developing in a way that leaves me really doubting his ability to lead the greatest slave uprising in Roman history. One in which, through a mix of personal charisma, strategic brilliance, and tactical know-how, he keeps the cream of the Roman legions on the ropes for 2 years. The Spartacus we get here is selfish, weak, and about as strategically minded as a water buffalo in heat. I have hopes that the writers will let him grow up a bit, but if not, I think they ought to crucify him and write an alternative history where Doctore leads the Great Slave Uprising. That I would not only watch, but would believe. For those of you who are curious, though, in my opinion, the most historically accurate movie set in Rome has to be the little-known 1964 classic, Rome vs. Rome, starring John Drew Barrymore. They should show this movie in schools as a documentary. I am totally 100% serious about this. Mal says, my question is, what do you plan to do after the history of Rome? Are there other periods or civilizations that also have your interest? Well, right now I'm convinced that the history of Rome will never end, so I don't really have to think about it. But seriously, I am as passionate about American history as I am about Roman history, and have had for a while now a particular project in mind that documents the life cycle of each of the so far 6, I think 6 anyway, distinct political party systems that have defined American history. You know, first the Federalists versus the Democratic Republicans, then the Jacksonian Democrats versus the Whigs, then the Republicans versus the Reconstructed Democrats, and so on. It winds up being a really great window into the larger cultural and economic history of the country, and I'm really looking forward to turning it into something someday. 16-year-old Giants fangirl writes, Hi, being a huge baseball fan, here is a baseball question. Who do you think should retire Randy Johnson's number? I know you are a huge fan of him, as am I, and am curious. Though he pitched with and made his name with the Diamondbacks, he was not too happy with them for not signing him this last season. So, should the Giants retire his number instead? First of all, I would like to gently remind those too young to remember that Randy Johnson made his name with the Seattle Mariners, not the Arizona Diamondbacks. His years in Arizona were brilliant, of course, but it was with Seattle that he first established himself as one of the greatest left-handed pitchers of all time. My answer, then, would normally be that both the Mariners and Diamondbacks ought to retire his number, as there is nothing wrong with two teams honoring a player they both shared. However, things are complicated a bit because Randy's number 51 is currently being sported by future Hall of Famer and possible minor deity Ichiro Suzuki. So my final answer is that the Diamondbacks ought to retire his number, and the Mariners ought to just issue it to every player on the team, since clearly it has magical properties. A. Fisher submits, I think the only time that archers were ever mentioned in any of the episodes is when the Romans were fighting the mounted archers of the Numidian cavalry. The maps of battles also contained the infantry and the cavalry, but never the archers. It always seemed to be a serious tactical mistake. Did the Romans simply not employ them? Were their tactics not compatible with archers? Or were archers included with either the cavalry or the infantry, but not as a separate unit? The Romans did use archers, but there were almost always foreign auxiliary units brought in from the east. Whether on foot or mounted, they would have generally been used at the beginning of a battle to create chaos within the enemy ranks and dampen an opponent's morale. The Romans also employed slingers to accomplish the same goal. But it was all about softening up the other line for a good old heavy infantry attack, rather than as a primary offensive weapon, as with, say, the Parthians and, most famously, the Mongols. Whether this was a tactical error is debatable, as the record of the legions pretty much speaks for itself. Christina asks, when did Latin officially die as a language? Do we have any record of who the last native speaker of Latin was? Well, Latin never really died, it just went underground. At some point around the 9th century, Vulgar Latin, which had become the predominant spoken language for most of the lower-class citizens of the now-fallen empire, began to splinter into the various Romance languages we know today: French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, etc. Latin in its written form, meanwhile, survived this oral transition in the pages of the Catholic Church and the law books of the various European kingdoms, though its unmooring from a spoken counterpoint has rendered it a very different animal than the Romans knew. So I think the answer is basically, Latin was dead by the time of Charlemagne. But if you look around, you'll notice that Latin continues to surround us today. Nick asks, time is of course an illusion, but I think it might be interesting to investigate the Roman calendar and clock, which I understand had variable hours which appear on Prague's famous clock. I'm glad this was asked because it was something that I wanted to talk about during a day in the life, but the narrative thread just never gave me a good opportunity to stick it in there. For most of the early Republic, the day was divided roughly into before noon and afternoon. The Romans did not adopt accurate sundials and water clocks until the 2nd century BC, and even then, they were more of a novelty or decorative piece than anything else. In essence, the Romans were just not locked into minutes and hours the way that we are. Punctuality was never stressed, and except for the large markers like sunrise, noon, and sunset, they paid very little attention to what quote-unquote time it was. In the first few centuries AD, this began to change somewhat, as accurate Greek timepieces began to be adopted in a much more serious manner. At that point, people did begin to pay more attention to the division of hours that had been named and assigned way back when sundials first began to appear around the time of the Punic Wars. The Roman day was divided as hours into 24 hours, 12 daytime and 12 nighttime. But the fascinating thing is that, because of the shifting seasons, Roman hours were forever variable. The Roman hour was not a set 60 minutes. It was instead simply 1/12 of however long the day was. This meant that during the winter solstice, a Roman daylight hour was only 45 minutes long, while during the summer solstice, it was extended to 1 hour and 15 minutes. So over the course of the year, there was a 30-minute swing in how long an hour actually was. And you think daylight savings time is weird. My understanding is that the clock in Prague uses a variation of Italian hours, where the first hour begins whenever the sun sets, and the 24th hour immediately precedes the next sunset. Obviously, this means that as with Roman hours, when, say, the 7th hour or the 19th hour starts and ends varies with the season. But the Roman system was all about fluctuating lengths of time, rather than changing start times. Finally, Detlef asks, if you were to start all over again with the experience you have today, what would you do differently, not including correcting minor mistakes and fixing minor glitches? I have one answer to this question that revolves around the narrative, and another that is a technical point that would have done a lot to resolve the minor mistakes. To take the latter first, I would have given myself a much firmer grounding in Latin before I got started, so that I wasn't constantly undermining myself with butchered pronunciation. As to the former, I think as we shifted from the Republic to the Empire, the show really did begin to focus too intently on the emperors at the expense of other worthy topics. I can mount a pretty good defense of why I chose to go in the direction I did, but mostly, I'm just going to try to do a better job in the future, making sure the history of Rome is the history of Rome, not the history of the Roman emperors. Well, okay, I think I've crammed in about as much as I can. There are tons of questions that I wanted to get to, but simply did not have the time to cover. If your question didn't get answered, don't despair. I read every comment that came in and have them all banked away in my History of Rome folder, and plan to dip into them from time to time as we continue along our way. At a minimum, all the great feedback let me know what kinds of things you all are interested in. So, even if I don't do another big question blowout, if I can find a way to steer the narrative in a way that will let me cover things people asked about, I'm totally going to do it. Next week, though, we're back to basics, to cover the transition from Antoninus Pius to Marcus Aurelius, the man who shows up on many top 5 emperors lists, and Lucius Verus, a man who, if he's not careful, could very well find himself appearing on a list of the worst emperors of all time. Yep, good old acoustic picking 18. Love it. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 91, Marcus and Lucius and the Parthians. From very early on, everyone knew that Marcus Aurelius was going to be emperor someday. Born Marcus Aeneas Verus, the future emperor displayed from a young age the serious and scholarly temperament that first recommended him to Hadrian and then cemented his reputation as Rome's great philosopher-emperor. But of course, for the first 8 years of his reign, Marcus did not rule alone. For the first time in history, at Marcus's insistence no less, there were actually two emperors ruling Rome at the same time. From very early on, no one knew what was going to become of Lucius Verus. Born Lucius Caonius Commodus, the future emperor displayed from a young age the self-indulgent and fun-loving temperament that first led Antoninus and the Senate to dismiss him, and then cemented his reputation as one of Rome's great hedonist emperors. The unlikely partnership between Marcus and Lucius, which Lucius managed to not screw up too badly, would prove to be a watershed moment in the development of the always evolving imperial political apparatus, and in less than a century, multiple emperors would become the rule rather than the exception. Marcus's family, like the families of Hadrian and Trajan before him, originated in Roman Spain, and though they had only risen to prominence the century before, by the time Marcus was born in 121, his family was rich and powerful, connected closely to the imperial court, and living fat off the brickworks they owned, which Hadrian had used to build his architectural empire. The grandson of one of Hadrian's closest friends, Marcus was only 6 when Hadrian ordered the boy's enrollment in the equestrian order, and only 7 when Hadrian appointed him to an ancient and exclusive priesthood for young men, even though Marcus, due to his age and the fact that his father was dead, did not qualify for the honor. Hadrian had clearly taken a shine to the boy, and from that young age a precedent was set. The rules would not apply to Marcus. After rising to the occasion and displaying a talent for leadership within the priesthood, the emperor arranged for the boy, now 15, and ready to don the toga of manhood, to be wed to Caonia Fabia, daughter of Hadrian's newly adopted heir, Lucius Aelius Caesar. When Marcus's would-be father-in-law died in 138, Hadrian was forced to scramble for a new heir, and, as you know, the burden/honor fell to Antoninus, with the famous proviso that he must adopt both Marcus and Lucius Caesar's 7-year-old biological son, Lucius Caonius Commodus. Antoninus agreed, and Marcus Annius Verus became Marcus Aelius Aurelius Verus, taking a name each from Hadrian and Antoninus. Marcus was reportedly unhappy with the arranged adoption, doubly so for having to move in with the unstable Hadrian, who historians and scholars have surmised Marcus did not particularly like. But whatever his own misgivings, Marcus was now clearly marked for high office, and Hadrian requested that the rules once again be set aside, so that the now 17-year-old boy could serve as quaestor in 139. After Hadrian's death in July 138, Antoninus approached Marcus about canceling the arranged marriage with Caonia Fabia, and instead asked Marcus to marry his own daughter, Faustina, despite the fact that technically the two were now brother and sister. The engagements thus shuffled around to better reflect the new dynastic realities. Antoninus made his 19-year-old adopted son/future son-in-law Marcus consul for 140, an honor made even more prestigious by the fact that the emperor himself served as Marcus's colleague. Lest anyone miss the point, Antoninus enrolled Marcus in every important priesthood he could think of, and then, as the topping cherry, added Caesar to Marcus's growing list of names. There was no doubt, Marcus was destined for the purple. This all might have gone to a lesser man's head, but Marcus, by this time, was already showing signs of the stoic character that would come to define him, and with each new honor, he cautioned himself against getting caught up in the power and the pageantry that now surrounded him, or succumbing to the sheer exceptionalism that seemed to radiate from his very being. As I mentioned during the bit about Roman early education, Marcus himself had been homeschooled, a state of affairs he counted amongst the greatest blessings of his life. He had been taught, and, still a young man, was still being taught, by some of the most gifted orators and rhetoricians the empire had to offer, including the Athenian Herodes Atticus and the Latin authority Marcus Cornelius Fronto. Both were considered masters of their respective languages, and Marcus was the ever hard-working, if skeptical student of their lessons. But by his early 20s, Marcus had grown disillusioned with the empty sophistry of mere rhetoric, and began moving towards the philosophy of Stoicism, guided by the most prominent Stoic of the day, Junius Rusticus. Fronto, in particular, warned Marcus against falling in with the wrong crowd, but the Stoic doctrine passed down to Rusticus from his grandfather by way of Seneca himself, spoke to Marcus and seemed to fit easily with his own native outlook on life. The rigid self-analysis appealed to the introspective Marcus, as did its emphasis on duty, which helped Marcus cope with the immense and largely unasked-for burden that was being foisted upon him. Indeed, it was likely this sense of stoic duty that compelled Marcus, who seemed to be repelled by all things sexual, to help Faustina conceive each of the 14 children they had together. Marcus and Faustina were officially wed in 145, the same year that Marcus served as consul for the second time, and their first child was born in 147, the same year that Marcus was given tribunician authority to match that of Antoninus. Aside from these public honors, throughout the 140s, Antoninus included Marcus in just about every aspect of his daily administration. The emperor, admirably enough, wanted Marcus to learn how to rule by staying by his side at all times, and Marcus subsequently became an expert in the day-to-day bureaucratic responsibilities of office. But there was a huge drawback to this right-hand man status. Wherever Antoninus went, Marcus followed, but if Antoninus did not go anywhere, neither did Marcus. And as we know, Antoninus never went anywhere. This meant that the heir apparent never went abroad to help govern a province, or serve in the legions, or even visit the places he would one day rule. He was a kept man, locked up tight in a very small bubble. It was a rich bubble, and it was a powerful bubble, and Marcus learned a great deal while living in it, but there is no mistaking the fact that when it was his turn to rule, he lacked a great deal of the practical, worldly experience that helped all the really good emperors be really good. It is to his great credit, then, that he was able to overcome this rather gaping hole in his education. However, if Antoninus neglected a part of Marcus's education, he neglected the man who would serve as Marcus's imperial colleague altogether. Playing the part of Domitian to Marcus's Titus, the future Lucius Verus drifted along with only the title son of Augustus to keep him company for the first decade and a half of Antoninus's reign. I say the future Lucius Verus because at this point he was called Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus. He had no responsibilities, no authority, and no expectation of either. Whatever Hadrian's wishes had been in forcing Antoninus to adopt Lucius, it was clear that Antoninus himself had no use for the boy. 9 years Marcus's junior, Lucius was raised in the shadow of everyone: his dead biological father Lucius Caesar, his living adoptive father Antoninus, and his favored adopted brother Marcus. On the surface, he was given the same rigorous, excellent education Marcus received. But as student to the same men who had taught his often brilliant brother, the intelligent but not nearly as focused Lucius was a bit of a letdown, and it seems that early on the boy sensed that the scholarly life was not for him. While Marcus served as the right hand of Antoninus, the now teenage Lucius embraced the distracting world of chariot races, gladiatorial fights, theatrical productions, and that favorite of Roman vices, gambling. Where Marcus disdained all sport and thought taking sides unseemly, Lucius enthusiastically supported the green faction in the chariot races. Lucius was finally brought into the imperial administration when he was made quaestor in 152 and consul in 154. Forever reminding him of which son Antoninus favored more, though, Lucius reached each office at the age of 22 and 24 respectively, compared to Marcus's 17 and 19. As Antoninus aged and Marcus more and more took the lead in imperial affairs, it seemed to everyone that Lucius was destined for a comfortable life as the emperor's brother, but not much more than that. But when Antoninus finally died in March of 161 after 23 years on the throne, a funny thing happened. The Senate was readying an official proclamation stating that all imperial authority would be transferred to and held solely by the dead emperor's capable heir, the newly dubbed Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus. Marcus himself, though, sent along word that there was a condition to his acceptance of authority and power. His brother Lucius, who Hadrian had clearly meant to join Marcus in the purple, must be granted the same authority and power. The Senate, a bit bewildered at the request, agreed to the terms in order to avoid a crisis of political continuity, but it left everyone scratching their heads. Why would Marcus want to share power? Especially with Lucius, whose reputation for good times was beginning to precede him. But it seems that out of some lingering sense of duty to Hadrian, Marcus was not going to leave Lucius behind. Or perhaps he saw what the later empire would see all too well. One man cannot govern the whole of the Mediterranean by himself. Whatever the reasons, Lucius took his brother's unexpected yes for an answer, and changed his name one last time to Lucius Aurelius Verus Augustus, taking up Marcus's discarded cognomen Verus out of respect for his elder brother, which is how we roundaboutly come to now calling him Lucius Verus. Ironically, in 160, the dying Antoninus had arranged for his two adopted sons to serve a consulship together in 161. So when they jointly accepted imperial authority in March, they had likely just finished serving alongside each other as the year's naming ordinary consuls, making 161 officially the year of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, which it very much turned out to be. In most respects, the two men were equals. Both held tribunician power, proconsular authority over the provinces, etc., etc. But Marcus was clearly the first among equals. He was 9 years Lucius's senior, had served one more consulship than his brother, and perhaps most pointedly, was the sitting Pontifex Maximus, an honor he declined to share with his brother. So in practice, their power-sharing worked out a bit like the old dictator and master of the horse relationship. Marcus the dictator, whose authority was absolute, and Lucius the master of horse, who ruled everyone but Marcus, to whom even he deferred. The history books like to point out that this was the first time the empire was ruled by co-emperors, which would become the norm in the coming century. But I don't think that we should forget other critical power-sharing agreements that served as well-known precedents: Augustus and Marcus Agrippa, Augustus and Tiberius, and, in all but name, Trajan and Nerva. Having been granted the Senate's blessing, Marcus and Lucius went down to the Praetorian camp, where they promised the largest ascension donative in history, equivalent to nearly 3 years' pay for the soldiers, and more than that for the officers. The guard had not been making any seditious noises, and was not even challenging the elevation of either man, but, with the two new emperors lacking any experience or rapport with the legions, it was perhaps prudent to overwhelm any doubts that might creep into their heads down the road with an enormous chunk of cash up front. It did the trick. The provincial legions would be taken care of in due course, but Marcus and Lucius left the Praetorian camp secure in the knowledge that the only armed men within 500 miles of Rome were firmly on their side. All in all, the new emperor's first day in power went swimmingly, and closed without any major disasters or crises erupting, and at least for that one day, it seemed like their joint reign might turn out to be a pleasant continuation of Antoninus's. For the scholarly, introspective Marcus and the fun-loving Lucius, an empire at peace meant that they would be left free to pursue whatever particular pleasures actually interested them. Marcus could read and think, Lucius could drink and gamble. But unfortunately, unbeknownst to them, the golden age of Antoninus was already dead. Day one may have come and gone without incident, but that would prove to be the exception rather than the rule. The joint reign of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus was one of near-continuous war, plague, and disaster. Right away, the peace was shattered by a newly aggressive Parthia. The Parthian king Vologases appears to have been biding his time, waiting for Antoninus to die, so he could jump the Romans while they were absorbed with the transfer of power. Marcus had tried to avoid just this sort of incident by leaving most of Antoninus's key eastern governors in place, so that there would be continuity of leadership on the frontiers. But it is possible that Vologases read this to mean that the new emperors were weak, and that now, more than ever, the Roman Empire was a paper tiger, ready to be kicked around. So, he led an army across the border into Armenia, deposed the Roman-approved king, appointed his own man, and dared the Romans to do anything about it. With Rome once again on the verge of war with Parthia, I think we should stop for a second and answer one of the questions I couldn't get to last week, which was suggested by a few people, but first asked by Hans Delbruck, "Can you give a brief historical outline of the Persian-Parthian Empire?" Why yes, I think I can. The Parthians have been popping in and out of our narrative for a long while now, first appearing way back in episode 37, as Lucullus led the initial offensive of the Third Mithridatic War. But you're right, I never really stopped to tell you who the Parthians actually were. So, I want to finish this week by correcting that oversight. The thing that makes it difficult is that the Parthians left us very little in the way of written records. We know far more about the Seleucids who preceded them and the Sassanids who succeeded them than we do about the Parthians themselves. That being said, here's some stuff that we do know. The largest empire in the history of the ancient world had been the old Persian Empire, or, more properly, the Achaemenid Empire, founded in 550 BC, and which, at its height, controlled all the territory between India and the Ionian Sea. This was the empire of Darius and Xerxes, and the empire that had tried to envelop the Greeks in the 400s BC, leading to some of the most legendary battles in the history of the Western world: Marathon, Thermopylae, Salamis. Though the Persians had, against seemingly insurmountable odds, been driven off, the Greeks never forgave or forgot the terrible destruction the invasion had caused. In the 350s BC, the Greek world became dominated by the Macedonian king Philip II, and then his son Alexander. Yes, that Alexander. Still nursing the Greek grudge, Alexander launched himself east in 334 BC and took revenge on the Persians. Over the course of the next decade, he sliced through Persia like a hot knife through butter, tossed out the Achaemenids, and then pushed his way to India. When he died in 323 BC, the huge Macedonian Empire was divided, not at all amicably, between Alexander's generals. Most of the old Persian Empire was seized by the general Seleucus, who founded Antioch and forged an Eastern Hellenic kingdom known as the Seleucid Empire, which ruled Persia until the rise of the Parthians in the mid-200s BC. The Parthians took their name from the northeastern satrapy of the Seleucid Empire from which they arose. In or around 247 BC, a Central Asian nomadic tribe called the Parni invaded and took control of Parthia, which was already in revolt against Seleucid domination. The Seleucids at this point were caught up in a war with Ptolemaic Egypt, and the Parni tribe were able to cement their power over Parthia unopposed. When things in the west settled down, the Seleucid king was able to turn east and attempted to reassert control over his lost satrapy, but by then it was too late. A peace settlement left the rising northeastern power nominally a client kingdom, but a highly independent one. From the 160s to the 140s, though, an ambitious Parthian king named Mithridates I of Parthia swept east, reaching, besieging, and conquering all of the territory up to and including Babylon. In 139 BC, Mithridates captured the Seleucid king Demetrius, effectively silencing Seleucid claims to anything east of the Euphrates. But the old Hellenic kingdom, now consisting only of Antioch and its surrounding territory, was left intact by the Parthians, who saw the territory as a convenient buffer zone between them and the rising Roman menace sweeping out of the west. This was basically where things stood, as Pompey led his legions around the bend into Syria during the Eastern campaign of the 60s BC. Confident in the might of Rome, Pompey had no compunctions about sharing a border with the now firmly established Parthian Empire, deposed the last Seleucid king, and turned Syria into a Roman province. For the next 300 or so years, the Romans and Parthians lived as sometimes hostile and sometimes peaceful neighbors. After the massive defeats of Crassus and Mark Antony, the Romans basically shelved the idea of expanding further east, and apart from their persistent attempts to gain the upper hand in Armenia, the Parthians never seriously contemplated further expansion west. The border between the two great powers was set at the Euphrates River, and each settled in to enjoying the fruits of their particular empires. For the Parthians, the fruits of their empire were primarily harvested along the Silk Road. As I mentioned last week, just as the Romans were rising in the west and the Parthians were rising in Central Asia, the Han were rising in the east, and the great overland trade route known as the Silk Road began to form. The entire west-central leg of the Silk Road, including any and all spurs, passed through Parthian territory, and as a result, most of the revenue coming into the central Parthian treasury was derived from the taxes they charged traders to get from here to there. With their highly decentralized governmental apparatus, which left most provinces relatively autonomous, the money coming in from the import and export duties was the one steady source of income for the central government, and as a result, the overriding political and economic imperative for the Parthians was maintaining their monopoly of the trade roads. Of course, this meant that one of the overriding political and economic imperatives of the Eastern Roman Empire was figuring out a way to crack that Parthian monopoly, and some have argued that this is exactly what was on Trajan's mind as he headed off to invade Mesopotamia in 115. That campaign, you'll recall, eventually found the Romans in control of Charax, a port along the Persian Gulf, which, had the Romans kept it, could have been one of the keys to breaking the Parthian monopoly. But Hadrian surmised that the benefits far outweighed the costs and retreated back to the Mediterranean. Some argued then, and argue today, that Hadrian should have shown stiffer resolve, but others point out that the Parthians had been caught up in one of their frequent dynastic struggles during Trajan's campaign, and once their internal disputes were settled, that the Romans would have found the Parthians themselves showing much stiffer resolve than Trajan had encountered. When Parthia was politically fractured, as it frequently was because of their decentralized structure, it could be steamrolled easily. But united, it had obliterated some of the largest armies Rome had ever assembled. In 161, the Parthians were once again united under the rule of Vologases IV, who had watched the Romans under Hadrian and then Antoninus undertake no meaningful military operations for decades. The Eastern legions, by the Parthian king's estimation, had gotten fat and complacent after nearly 40 years of inactivity. Emboldened by his own reunification of the eastern and western halves of the Parthian Empire, Vologases revived the ages-old Parthian dream of controlling Armenia. Perhaps it was time to test whether or not the legendary Roman invincibility, which had often met its match in the Parthians anyway, was still a living fact, or whether it was now simply a myth for the ages. And with the elevation of two military novices to the Roman throne, the iron was never going to be hotter. Next week, the Parthians will strike, and Rome will quickly find itself embroiled in its first major foreign war in 2 generations. Following the pattern of so many Roman wars, things will go from bad to worse at the outset of the conflict, at which point the Romans will rally to victory and prove once again that while messing with Rome always seems like a good idea, it never ever pays. At least not yet. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with probably more than 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I noticed that Cleopatra and Antony, Power, Love, and Politics in the Ancient World by Diana Preston has been added to the library. I haven't listened to it myself, but hey, who doesn't like reading about Antony and Cleopatra? Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 92, The Parthian War. When Marcus and Lucius became co-emperors in 161, the borders of the Roman Empire had been quiet for more than 40 years. Sure, there were periodic raids from the nomadic tribes living beyond the frontier, but for the most part, Rome had not dealt with a major foreign threat in decades. That was about to change. Just minutes after taking office, the new emperors found themselves facing war with Parthia in the east, and after dispatching that threat, they were forced to immediately turn north and fight like mad to protect the Danube provinces. Ironically, the two emperors who between them had served not a single day in the legions spent the majority of their reigns out on the front lines, leading Rome's army in a running battle to ward off foreign encroachment. Today, I want to focus on the initial threat posed by a newly resurgent Parthian Empire in the east, while next time, we'll get into Marcus's long war on the Danube against a forever-shifting coalition of German tribes. In the years after Trajan's invasion of Mesopotamia in 115, the Parthians had been divided internally, and had neither the time, the resources, nor the ambition to make trouble for Rome. But in the late 140s, a Parthian claimant to the throne named Vologases IV succeeded in reuniting what had become two distinct eastern and western halves of his empire. Riding high from this domestic victory, Vologases began casting his ambition into deeper waters. In the early 150s, he reasserted control over Charax, the Persian Gulf city I mentioned last week that had been enjoying independence since the withdrawal of the Romans in 118. Taking back the small kingdom without difficulty, or a peep from Roman diplomats, emboldened Vologases to tread still further afar. And this is how Armenia, once again, became the cause of conflict between the two great empires. In the mid to late 150s, Vologases began making noise that he was unhappy with the political status quo along the border, which of course gave fit to the patron saint of the status quo, Antoninus Pius. It is reported that as he lay dying, Antoninus's final thoughts were consumed by the treachery of various foreign kings who he felt had wronged him over the years, and that he railed against Vologases in particular for making deceitful trouble where no deceitful trouble ought to be made. What in particular the dying emperor was referring to is unknown, but the swift invasion of Armenia the Parthian king led following Antoninus's death leaves little doubt that the emperor was not just ranting deliriously. Vologases was clearly aiming to reshape the border between Rome and Parthia. Whether he always intended a military confrontation is unknown, but as I said at the close of last week's episode, the rise of two men without a gladius to their name seems to have tipped the scales in favor of taking by force what could not be peacefully agreed to. Up to this point, Vologases' life and career had been one of continuous success, and there was no reason for him to think that this new campaign would be any different. And at the outset of the war, events seemed to give the Parthian king still less to pause over. Rome blundered its way from defeat to defeat, its leaders weak, and its legions soft. Probably unsure of what his prodding would provoke, Vologases had to have been thrilled at the anemic Roman response. Crazy as it sounds, as the rate things were going, it was not entirely out of the question that the Parthians might just be able to snatch the entire eastern Mediterranean coast. In the summer of 161, Vologases led an army into Armenia, deposed the Roman-approved king, and appointed one of his own countrymen monarch. The legions in the east did not need to wait for instructions from the emperor to begin making preparations for war. The governor of Cappadocia, in this case Marcus Sedatius Severianus, was the Roman official tasked with keeping watch over Armenia, and, you'll recall from our tour of the empire, he had two legions stationed on the Armenian border at his disposal to help him neutralize any threat. Overall strategic command of the eastern legions, though, fell to the governor of Syria, in this case, Lucius Attidius Cornelianus. Both men had been at their respective posts for years, and were kept on by Marcus following the death of Antoninus to ensure the stability of the East would not be disrupted while he and Lucius settled into power. But whatever their experience and qualifications, both men proved unequal to the task at hand. Severianus, on the front lines in Cappadocia, witnessed the southern Parthian invasion and immediately huddled with his advisors to plan the initial Roman response. Unfortunately, the Cappadocian governor had lately come under the influence of an infamous mystical charlatan named Alexander. Not that this was a totally crazy thing to have had happen. Alexander had by this point fashioned himself into a rich and famous oracle who spoke divine prophecies on behalf of a python named Glykon, who Alexander claimed was a new fertility god. By the 160s, Alexander was not only the father-in-law of a Roman senator, but his cult had grown to rival that of the Epicureans and the Christians, and he counted a number of aristocratic Romans as his friend. So the fact that the governor of Cappadocia consulted Alexander about the situation in Armenia was not a huge breach of sanity. Lots of people believed in Alexander. Severianus was just one of them. Alexander told Severianus that if the Romans counterattacked right away, that the governor would score an easy victory and come away with riches and fame to match those of the greatest Roman generals. Understandably excited by this response, Severianus led a legion across the border practically the next day. But, sadly for the Romans in general, and Severianus in particular, Alexander was more prophet with an F than prophet with a PH, and just 3 days after entering Armenia, the legion under Severianus was cornered in the mountains by a much larger Armenian force and wiped out. Severianus, after a long and distinguished career, committed suicide. The situation in Syria compounded this initial embarrassment. Cornelianus, who had been proconsul of Syria for almost 5 years, and was presumably a competent administrator in general, led a disorganized attack against Parthian forces massed along the eastern border, and was soundly defeated. With one of the Cappadocian legions destroyed, and the Syrian legions now nursing both physical and psychological wounds, the Parthians looked poised to deal the empire its first major territorial loss since practically the founding of Rome. Unlike the fine and dandy closing to their first day in power, the close of Marcus and Lucius's first year in power was an altogether different story. During the winter of 161-162, there had to be a very palpable feeling of doubt about the future of the empire. Would lifelong civilians like Marcus and Lucius be able to respond effectively to this major military crisis? What if the Parthians decided to invade Syria? And, inexperienced emperors aside, would the supposedly seasoned professionals in the army be able to respond effectively? Because so far, clearly, they had not. So what did that mean? But one thing Rome always had going for it was a deep talent pool from which to draw its leaders, and a large enough population that refilling a depleted legion was just an imperial edict away. Well, at least for the moment. We'll get into the rotten effects of the Antonine Plague here in a second. Marcus ordered the capable governor of Britain, Marcus Stadius Priscus, into Cappadocia, and to help the new governor reassert dominion over Armenia, let Priscus pick up legionary detachments from the Rhine and Danube along the way, so that when he arrived in Cappadocia, he had the manpower to complete his mission. Marcus also shifted 3 full legions from the Rhine to the Danube to Syria, which, while necessary to fight the present hot war with Parthia, would not go unnoticed by the German tribes to the north. Marcus initially sent his cousin Marcus Annius Libo to Syria to take over for the discredited Cornelianus, but when he began to receive reports that sedition was breaking out in the legions, and a full-on popular revolt was possibly in the making, Marcus decided that a far more drastic measure was needed. What the East needed was an emperor to take responsibility for the war and clamp down on any whiff of insubordination. Since he considered his own firm presence in Rome indispensable, Marcus determined that the war in the East would have to be handed over to Lucius. There are suspicions, though, that Marcus sent Lucius east not just so that imperial authority was present on the scene, but also to get his party-hardy brother out of Rome and into the field where maybe some serious life-and-death responsibility would grow him up a bit. Lucius, though, was in no hurry to grow up, and in 162, the 31-year-old set out for Syria to take command of what was easily the biggest existential crisis to hit the empire since the Third Jewish Revolt. He would finally arrive in Antioch as a 32-year-old, having spent nearly a full year meandering his way through Greece and the southern Anatolian coast. The slow imperial procession stopped at every tourist trap and resort town along the way, so that the emperor could fully enjoy what he had apparently understood to be an extended holiday. When he finally arrived in Syria, he set himself up in Antioch in luxurious fashion, took a mistress, and got down to the serious business of the day, gambling and drinking. Though he communicated little with Marcus, he made sure to have nearly daily dispatches sent from Rome to appraise him of how the Greens were faring in the Circus Maximus. Though the details are likely exaggerated, there is no doubt that Lucius was taking the whole thing perhaps a little less seriously than he should have. That being said, if there was one upside to Lucius's character, it was that he was a champion delegator. The co-emperor basically handed the actual prosecution of the war over to a few highly capable subordinates and watched them rack up victory after victory in his name. Up in Cappadocia, the new governor Priscus had been busily preparing for a campaign of vengeance, and when the spring of 163 arrived, he was ready for action. He invaded Armenia with 2 legions on routes planned well in advance to avoid the kind of trap Severianus had blundered into. This far more sober approach worked wonders, and it turned out that the Parthian menace was not so great and terrible after all. Experiencing no major setbacks, Priscus took the Armenian capital after a short siege, evicted the pretender to the throne, and drove off what was left of the Parthian occupation force. For the key role he played sitting in Antioch and, overseeing things, Lucius took for himself the grandiose title Armenicus. Later in 163, the Parthians countered by invading and capturing the Roman allied kingdom of Osroene, which lay on the southern Armenian border. The Romans and Parthians then spent the whole of the next year posturing. Lucius apparently offered peace terms following the victory in Armenia, which Vologases, perhaps a bit rashly, brushed aside. The terms were said to have been generous, and there was some heavy criticism lobbed at Lucius by conservative members of the Senate for offering anything to the Parthians but their total destruction. The year's relative inactivity, though, did provide the imperial clan an opportunity to further cement their internal alliances. When Marcus demanded that Lucius be made emperor in 161, he also arranged for his adopted brother to marry his second daughter, Lucilla. She was only 11 at the time, so the wedding had to be postponed a few years, but when 164 proved to be a quiet one, arrangements were made for Lucius to meet up with the imperial entourage at Ephesus, where the marriage would take place. Lucilla, not particularly happy about any of this, then accompanied Lucius back to Antioch, where she gave birth to their first child shortly thereafter. When 165 opened, though, the time for posturing was over, and the Romans launched a 2-pronged assault into Parthian-held territory. The northern thrust into Osroene was led by Martius Verus, while the southern thrust was led by Avidius Cassius, a man who we will have cause to deal with a little further down the road. Just as happened in Armenia, the Parthians were driven out of Osroene. The Parthian army fled back to a fortified city inside their own territory, but the Romans besieged the city and took it. The Parthian general went AWOL, and what was left of the army was smashed up against the Tigris River by the legions and destroyed. Avidius Cassius, meanwhile, marched down along the southern Tigris and captured Ctesiphon, the Parthian capital. Ctesiphone's Greek-speaking sister city, Seleucia, surrendered to the Romans at once and threw their gates open to the legions, but for whatever reason, Cassius let his men sack the city anyway, leaving an unusually cruel black mark on what had been an otherwise sterling record. With the victories in both the north and south piling up, Lucius decided from his military headquarters that it was time to award himself the title Parthicus Maximus to celebrate the great triumphs he had so skillfully overseen. In 166, Cassius crossed the Tigris and took control of Media, leading Lucius to add yet another title, Mediacus, to his already somewhat embarrassingly bloated list of names. But whoever was taking credit for what, the string of defeats finally convinced Vologases that perhaps it was better that he settle for what he had in Parthia and not worry so much about trying to take what the Romans did not want to give him. He sued for peace and wound up ceding the Romans control over a chunk of Mesopotamia in exchange for a ceasefire. Worse than the loss of a chunk of desert, though, Vologases' aggression had cost him even nominal influence over Armenia. Thinking he was adding the kingdom to his empire, he wound up convincing the Romans that the power-sharing agreement was broken, and Marcus ordered the kingdom reorganized as a proper Roman province. Rather than a comfortable buffer zone, then, Vologases brought even more legions right to his doorstep. For the Romans, the whole thing seemed like a nifty little war. There had been some early setbacks, but Marcus and Lucius proved that they were not totally in over their heads. The legions proved that they were still a fighting force to be reckoned with, and the empire as a whole would prove that it was still capable of churning out talented field commanders. And, hey look, we even added a bit of territory to the empire. But these short-term benefits eventually gave way to some real long-term issues that would mar the whole rest of Marcus and Lucius's reign. To deal with the issue that will set up the next episode, the reassignment of legions from the Rhine and Danube frontiers to the east left those frontiers badly undermanned. Governors were ordered to avoid conflict at all costs, but soon enough, the German tribes began to realize that the Romans may have left the lights on, but there wasn't really anyone tending the fire. It would prove to be a minor point in the long run, as those legions were easily transferred back to their northern posts, but in the mid-160s, the disparate Germans began to coalesce into far more unified confederacies, and the thought of easy Roman loot definitely played a part in the consolidation process. Easy Roman loot was a viable prize because the Romans were all east fighting the Parthians. Had there been no war with Parthia, the various tribes may have ignored these initial calls for everyone to join forces and invade the empire, because they would have seen the Roman defenses as insurmountable. But now, the Roman defenses aren't so insurmountable, are they? But the second great cost of the Parthian War was what the legions brought back from the east, namely the Antonine Plague. Likely first contracted by Cassius's troops as they occupied Ctesiphon, the plague would wreak havoc in first the legions and then the public at large, putting the empire in an almost permanent state of crisis for the next decade. Modern scholars believe, based on contemporary descriptions, that the Romans were up against a smallpox epidemic that, before it had run its course, wound up killing something like 5 million people in just a few years. Not only did this deal a crushing blow to the larger economy, but with the plague contracted by the legions first, it spread through the various camps like wildfire, and before long was ravaging the armies of the Rhine and the Danube. For the entirety of his running war with the Germans, Marcus would have to contend not only with a visible enemy trying to kill him from without, but also with an invisible enemy killing his legions from within. More than one campaign was cut short or not begun at all because of the chronic manpower shortages brought about by the plague. And of course, it was the plague that likely killed Lucius in 169, and definitely killed Marcus a decade later. In short, the role that the Antonine Plague played in the evolution of the Roman Empire cannot be understated. But that was all for the future. For now, the Romans were riding high. Lucius Verus returned to Rome Lucius Aurelius Verus Augustus Armenicus Parthicus Maximus Mediacus, and upon his arrival in the city he celebrated, with Marcus somewhat reluctantly by his side, a full-blown triumph. For the next 2 years, the emperors would once again share Rome, with Marcus plodding his way stoically through the day's routine, while Lucius enjoyed the riotous life of a wealthy libertine, his experience in the East apparently not having matured him one bit. However, though the lifestyle of his brother rankled Marcus to no end, Lucius was not an utterly disinterested hedonist, and in between parties did perform his duties as emperor with intelligence and efficiency. And this is the part that separates him from a Nero or a Caligula, because though Lucius surrounded himself with actors and gladiators and all the other dregs of society, he was not crazy enough to promote his social favorites to positions of authority. The real work was always left to serious men, and for that alone, Lucius does not make the list of the worst emperors of all time. The good times, though, did not last. Coinciding with the victory in the east, the northern border of the empire was suddenly beset with attacks on multiple fronts. There were a number of different factors that combined in the late 160s AD to produce the unprecedented pressure that was being felt on the Danube frontier, including the southern migration of the Goths in the far north, which pushed everyone else south, an increased level of political cooperation between the German tribes, which seemed to break the spell of divide and conquer that the Romans had always been able to weave so successfully, and of course, as I've already mentioned, the shift of legionary strength to the east, which left the borders more porous than they had ever been before. It all added up to an emboldened German population, perhaps even a desperate population, if you believe that the migrating Goths were pushing the southern tribes to seek settlement within the empire or face death, that was more willing than ever to go and have it out with Rome on the battlefield. In 166 or early 167, a confederation of tribes invaded Pannonia, but they were repulsed by a collection of local auxiliaries led by the governor Marcus Bassus. Bassus was concerned enough by the situation and his own limited military resources that he called a conference of the major tribes that was formally mediated by the Marcomannic king Balamer, who was, at least in theory, a trustworthy client of Rome, but in practice was about to prove one of their greatest adversaries. The conference ended with renewed pledges from everyone to respect the borders, but just a few months later, a combined army invaded Lower Moesia and managed to kill the governor of the province during the subsequent fighting. Back in Rome, Marcus and Lucius watched these events unfold, with an alarm magnified by the fact that the city and the legionary camps of the empire were being crippled by the Antonine plague. They could barely keep the existing legions staffed. Raising new forces was, for the moment, unfeasible. But in 168, they were able to muster 2 new legions and safely think about traveling north to inspect the borders for themselves. The co-emperors set up a headquarters in the northern Italian city of Aquileia, and from there headed up to the Danube to get first-hand reports from the soldiers who had suddenly found themselves in a war zone. It was while the emperors were returning to Aquileia from the front during the winter of 168-169 that Lucius came down with a severe sickness. At the time, it was diagnosed as food poisoning, but many think he came down with the same plague that was ravaging the empire. Whatever the cause, after a few days lingering in bed, Lucius died in early 169. In some respects, it was surprising that Lucius, still in his 30s, would so suddenly die, but given his family medical history, the fact that Lucius lasted as long as he did is perhaps the greater surprise. Remember that his father Lucius Caesar was so often bedridden that people thought it insane that Hadrian would even choose him to be heir. Though the situation on the Danube was of pressing concern, Marcus nonetheless accompanied the body of his brother back to Rome, where an elaborate funeral was staged, complete with a set of memorial games, the kind that Marcus so despised and Lucius so loved. Since I am, even as we speak, entertaining an influential diplomat from the People's Republic of Portland, I am taking next week off, but in 2 weeks, we'll accompany Marcus as he heads back north alone, now the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. For the next decade, the frozen front line along the Danube will be Marcus's home, where the philosopher emperor, more at home with books than swords, will prove that whatever he'd rather be doing, he always did what needed to be done. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 93, The Marcomannic Wars. The victory over Parthia had been a double-edged sword. On the one hand, Rome had proven to their enemies that, whether or not the rumors were true that the empire was slipping into decline, for the moment, it was still the premier political, economic, and military force in the Western world. But on the other hand, the legions of Avidius Cassius, legions that had been so decisive in proving that point, had brought the devastating Antonine plague back home with them. Thus, Rome's so recently re-established aura of invincibility was immediately shattered by an epidemic that hastened the pace of the empire's decline. In the end, it seems that labor shortages, famines, and undermanned legions were the only permanent spoils of war won by Rome in the conflict with Parthia. While these ill effects were not so immediately felt that the triumph over Parthia could be called a Pyrrhic victory, the conquest of the East definitely wound up a close cousin, as it was, after all, costly to the point of negating all benefit. Marcus had spent the years of the Parthian War in Rome, running every other part of the empire, while hostilities unfolded in the East. I didn't mention this last week, but just as the new emperors were forced to deal with the immediate crisis of a Parthian invasion of Armenia, they were also forced to deal with 2 other crises right in their own backyard. In 162, after less than a year on the throne, the Tiber flooded, causing extensive damage to the capital and triggering catastrophic food shortages. Hunger and panic gripped the city, and both Marcus and Lucius, who was still in Italy at the time, had to scramble to initiate rescue, relief, and cleanup efforts. Both men received high marks for their response, and the suffering of the general population was kept as low as a disaster of that magnitude would allow. The other crisis that struck Rome in the early years of Marcus's reign was neither immediately recognized, nor, frankly, even suspected would become a crisis. In August 161, Faustina gave birth to twins. As so often happened with Roman children, one of the two, a boy named Titus, died in 165, having just barely emerged from infancy. This was a tragedy, but in the grand scheme of things, only a minor one. The far greater tragedy was that the other twin, a boy named Commodus, survived. But that time bomb wasn't set to go off for another 20 years, and for now, the emperor and the empire seemed blessed that this healthy young boy was managing to thrive in a world full of disease, famine, and war. During the early 160s then, while Rome was dealing with a series of disasters, both manifest and dormant, the challenge that would consume the second half of Marcus's reign was just beginning to come into its own. North of the Danube, the disparate German tribes were beginning to rethink their relationship with each other and question their greater relationship with Rome. After the massacre in the Teutoburg forest, the Romans had successfully prevented Arminius from uniting all the German tribes into a single force by exploiting the ascendant German leader's rivalry with the Marcomannic king Merobotus. Famously, when Arminius sent Varus's head to Merobotus in an attempt to persuade the Marcomanni to join him, the already co-opted Merobotus sent the head along to Augustus for burial. Without the necessary support from the Marcomanni, by far the strongest single tribe in southwest Germany, Arminius's coalition eventually collapsed, and the Romans did not face another serious threat from beyond the frontier for a century and a half. The basic Roman strategy of divide and conquer was never on better display than in Germany during the years of the early Principate. As I mentioned while discussing the construction of the Limes Germanicus, the Roman walls were not built to radically cut off, quote, civilization from, quote, the barbarians, but rather they were designed to control trade, limit available points of entry and exit, and serve as a base from which to project Roman power north and east. Roman interaction with the tribes was extensive and robust, and at all times, along with the economic exploitation, a political hand was kept stirring the pot and managing the loyalties of the Germans. Not only were some tribes given advantages over other tribes to keep their interests divergent, but elites within those favored tribes were often further enticed and divided from their own people, creating a condition where the tribes were divided from each other both internally and externally. Popular uprisings were suppressed by their own leadership, and hostile tribes were kept in check by their Roman allied neighbors, all without the Romans really having to lift a finger. These deft political machinations lie at the heart of what has occasionally and poetically been dubbed the Roman genius. Along with the discipline of the legions, the unparalleled skill of their engineers, the Roman ability to politically manipulate their enemies into submission was one of the great keys to the success of the empire. But the times, they were a-changin'. When the war with Parthia erupted, the Romans were forced to redeploy the legions to meet the threat. This meant that while the east was reinforced, the Rhine and Danube frontiers were depleted. Governors were forced to rely on locally raised militias rather than proper legions to maintain peace along the border, and it did not take long for the Germans to notice the shift. Though the Romans had for years been able to successfully buy off the tribal leadership, that did not mean that if there was more to get, that the various kings wouldn't jump at the chance to grab it. Some wanted unrestricted access to Roman markets, that is, exemption from import and export taxes. Some simply wanted increased cash tributes to keep their tribes loyal, while others wanted the whole hog, the right to migrate south into the empire proper, where, in time, they would become full-fledged citizens. With Roman attention diverted east, this might prove the perfect opportunity for the Germans to press for greater concessions. Against this backdrop, it is possible, though not a confirmed fact, that the Marcomannic king Balamar, technically a Roman appointee, began to sow the seeds for a combined German campaign against the Romans. There were dozens of tribes of various sizes living in and around the Roman border, and getting them all to act in concert with one another was like herding cats. But Balamar put out his feelers and began to get the sense that maybe he could cobble something together. Though his task was made nearly impossible by the years of intertribal enmity the Romans had stoked, it seems that by the time the Parthian campaign was wrapping up, Balamar had built up some kind of coalition that was willing to press the Romans from different sides at different times to achieve unified success. As I mentioned last time, in 166 or 167, a combined army of about 6,000 Germans broke across the border into Pannonia, causing all manner of havoc. They were eventually driven back across the Danube by a locally raised militia, but the surprise attack put the Romans on notice that there was renewed offensive energy brewing across the border. So the governor of Pannonia, Marcus Bassus, called together the heads of 11 German tribes for a summit mediated by Balamar, who was, at that point, still acting officially as an ally of Rome, and who had offered magnanimously to help smooth over the difficulties he himself was likely creating. The upshot of the talks was that the Marcomanni agreed to take the lead in maintaining the good order of their countrymen. Under the guise of this diplomatic peacekeeping mission, Balamar was able to secretly shore up support for his planned invasion of the empire. The same year as the summit, possibly at Balamar's order, possibly with his blessing, or possibly simply by pure coincidence, a combined force of Vandals and a Sarmatian tribe called, if I'm even pronouncing this correctly, the Azygis, invaded Moesia, killed the Roman governor, and then penetrated as far south as Greece before retreating back across the border laden with treasure. Of the two, the nomadic Azygis would prove to be the more permanent threat. Ironically, they had actually been brought into the dangerous territory they occupied between the Danube and Dacia by Trajan when they agreed to act as loyal clients during his war with the Cebalus. But once the war was over, and the Azygis found their migration routes blocked and hampered by the Romans, relations quickly deteriorated. Though they were technically classified as a client of Rome, the Azygis were more or less simply biding their time through the reigns of Hadrian and Antoninus, waiting for an opportunity to reassert their true independence. With the war in the east sapping Roman strength, and Balamar ready to press his case further west, opportunity seemed to be knocking. Though there had now been 2 successful invasions of imperial territory, the Romans had to delay whatever punitive measures they were planning, as they watched the Antonine Plague suck the life out of the legions. But by the end of 168, Marcus managed to raise 2 new legions, and he struck north with Lucius, where the co-emperors hoped to reinforce and reorganize the Danube border. At the outset, Marcus was probably planning to simply set the old order back to 0. But rather than falling back into their divided and submissive state, the Germans, led initially by Balamar's Marcomannic coalition, instead turned the heat up, and just like that, the last 12 years of Marcus's reign was written. War along the Danube for the rest of his natural life. Lucius, meanwhile, escaped what fate had in store for Marcus by dying in early 169, which was probably not such a bad thing for him, as tent life along the frozen Danube was nothing, and I mean nothing, like the pleasures he was used to enjoying in Antioch and Rome. With Lucius dead and buried, Marcus returned to the Danube in the autumn of 169, this time with his son-in-law, the eminently capable Claudius Pompeianus, by his side. While they were making preparations for a campaign across the river to assert Roman order, the Azygis invaded Dacia, captured the gold mines, moved south into Moesia, and killed yet another governor. Marcus, naturally, ordered the legions to counter the invasion, but as soon as they moved forward, other German tribes launched their own raids into Roman territory, the most successful of which slashed through the Balkans before reaching and destroying the ancient and sacred temple of the Eleusinian Mysteries. Suddenly, Germans were crossing back and forth across the border at will, plundering whatever they could find before heading back home. The Romans scrambled to plug all the leaks, but all of this was merely a prelude for the great flood Balamar had planned. West of the Great Bend in the Danube, where the river begins its journey south, Balamar assembled 20,000 men from the tribes he had so carefully cultivated, and led them into the Roman province of Noricum. They clashed with the legionary garrison stationed at Charentum, and blew the outnumbered Romans out of the water. Suddenly, the path to Italy was clear. Leaving behind a contingent to ransack Noricum, Balamar led the rest of his army southwest. Foreshadowing future disasters for Rome, the Germans made quick time using the well-maintained Roman roads, and before any reasonable response could be initiated, they were banging at the gates of Aquileia. This was obviously now a crisis of humongous proportions. No foreign invader had set foot in Italy since 101 BC, when Gaius Marius had defeated the combined army of the Cimbri and the Teutones, but now, almost out of nowhere, a German army was wreaking havoc in the home province. Worse yet for the Romans, a relief army sent under the command of the Praetorian prefect Furius Victorianus was defeated upon arrival, and Victorianus himself was killed in the fighting. But, as the Germans had no siege works, Aquileia held, and a second relief force, this time led by Pompeianus and his trusty lieutenant Pertinax, was able to pry Balamar from his position and force him to retreat back into German territory. Marcus and the Romans spent the rest of 170 launching armies across the Danube on multiple fronts in an attempt to remind the Germans who was boss. But the results of these actions were mixed at best. The Germans had been purged from the empire proper, but the tribes were able to deal multiple defeats to the Romans in skirmishes and battles north of the frontier. By the end of the year, badly shaken, but at least having reasserted mastery of their own domain, Marcus opened negotiations with the various tribes to see what could be done about re-isolating them from one another. Through a combination of carrots and sticks, Marcus managed to break both the Aziges and the Quadi, one of the other seriously badass German tribes, from Balamar's coalition, with both promising neither to fight the Romans themselves nor lend support to those Germans who did. The Romans were able to further fracture German unity, as lesser tribes began to get the sense that if they didn't cut their own deal with the empire, that they would be left out in the cold when the big dogs decided to make peace. Not that diplomacy was the only tool working in the Roman kit. In 171, a mid-sized tribe was taken out of the fighting when their chief was killed in single combat by a rising legionary general named Valerius Maximianus. This duel not only had the immediate effect of pacifying that one particular tribe, but its propaganda value to the Romans was enormous. It was an exploit straight out of Livy's tales of Rome's early heroes, and Marcus was quick to spread the tale of Maximianus's victory to friend and foe alike. With the Quadi and Aziges bought off, and other lesser tribes beginning to question the fancy tales Balamar had spun about Roman weakness, Marcus pressed forward and led the legions across the Danube on a punitive campaign in 172 to punish those Germans who continued to resist. Though we know little about the details of the campaign, we know that Balamar and the Marcomanni were humbled enough that peace terms were agreed to, that included the return of Roman prisoners of war, and the Marcomanni respecting a 10-mile neutral zone north of the Danube. Marcus thought enough of the results of his efforts that coins from the next year bore the happy slogan, "Subjugated Germany," and he took for himself the title Germanicus. But this was not the end of Marcus's adventures along the Danube. Not by a long shot. Watching the Romans gain ground provoked fear among both the Aziges and the Quadi that perhaps they had come to terms too quickly. The Aziges in particular worried about noise being made by Marcus, that he felt the eastern nomads, who were not Germans per se, were too dangerous to tolerate in any fashion, and that he considered outright genocide to be the best policy for the Romans to pursue. The Aziges, finding themselves considered not an equal power to be dealt with honestly, but a menace in need of extermination, decided to resume hostilities. But now fighting alone rather than as the part of a larger coalition, the Aeziges were defeated by the Romans in battle and were forced to withdraw, or face the kind of genocidal purge Marcus seemed to be planning. This defeat of the Aeziges prompted rank-and-file Quadi to revolt against their leadership, expel the Roman-approved king, and send money and men to help the Aeziges in their struggle for survival. Having already been accused by legionary officers of offering sanctuary to Germans still fighting Rome, this latest affront was too much to bear, and as quickly as they had ceased hostilities, war with the Quadi was back on. And not just war. The combined effect of their clandestine support for Rome's enemies and this latest overt abrogation of the treaty convinced Marcus that the very existence of the Quadi too was too dangerous to tolerate. More and more, this war ceased to be about restoring the old border stability and began to coalesce as a genocidal campaign to eliminate huge portions of the German population. In late 173, a combined force of Quadi and Aeziges raided Pannonia, but as they made their way back across the frozen Danube, they were surprised by a Roman army led by Marcus personally, who, in a very short time, had transformed himself from a bookish philosopher into a highly effective leader of men. That is not to say that he ceased his intellectual reflections, just that he refused to allow his natural tendency towards intellectual isolation to get in the way of the fact that right now, Rome needed a general, not a philosopher. But when he wasn't consumed with running his various campaigns, Marcus did steal time for himself, and it was during the war with the Quadi in particular that he began to write and compile what would become known as the Meditations, a book mostly comprising self-reflective aphorisms designed to help Marcus himself deal with the immense burden he was forced to bear. I hope to elaborate on this key addition to the Western canon a bit more next week. In 174, Marcus ordered a two-pronged assault across the Danube, one aiming at the Aeziges, led by Marcus himself, and the other aiming at the Quadi, led by Pertinax, who was fast making a name for himself as one of the empire's key go-to guys. The two campaigns of 174 are notable for providing the Romans with the two great miracles of the war. Two miracles which cemented in the imaginations of the general Roman citizenry the notion that their elitist, philosophic, and perhaps not entirely liked Emperor Marcus Aurelius was in fact a gift sent by the gods to save Rome from the German menace. The first miracle came while Marcus was campaigning against the Aeziges. The Romans were being pressed hard, and defeat seemed imminent, when suddenly the clouds darkened, and a lightning bolt struck and destroyed the German siege works. Terrified, the Aeziges line collapsed, and Marcus rolled to victory. This became known as the lightning miracle. The second miracle came about a month later, while Pertinax fought the Quadi. The Romans found themselves surrounded by a much larger Quadi force, and though they were able to temporarily resist attack, there seemed to be no escape. Compounding the danger was the fact that the Quadi had effectively blocked Roman access to fresh water, and in the heat, the legions were becoming dehydrated. With Roman morale sinking to its breaking point, the Quadi were about to launch what was shaping up to be a massacre, when suddenly, the clear skies clouded over and began pouring rain. The demoralized legions suddenly sprang back to life, catching water in their shields and helmets and drinking deeply from this sudden gift from the gods. The Quadi, recognizing that they needed to act fast, closed in on the Romans, many of whom were so busy drinking that they forgot to watch out for the enemy. The ensuing battle was a mess of blood, mud, and rainwater, but the sudden turn in the weather proved decisive, as the Quadi were driven back as much by hail, thunder, and lightning as by any Roman sword. This became known as the rain miracle. Though neither miracle led to decisive victory, momentum had clearly shifted to the Romans, and though the rest of the year saw nothing but an inglorious series of hard-fought, brutal skirmishes, Roman morale remained high, while German morale plunged. By 175, the Quadi were ready to settle, convinced now more than ever that battling the favored-by-the-gods Romans was pointless. Marcus granted them the same peace he had offered the Marcomanni, though he made a point of simultaneously lifting some of the imposed burdens on the Marcomanni as a reward for keeping out of the recent fighting. The Ezeghes held out for a little while longer, but, finding themselves totally isolated, further hostilities seemed pointless. They sent envoys to Marcus requesting terms, but the emperor held to his genocidal line and refused to negotiate surrender. The Ezeghes were slated for extinction, nothing more and nothing less. But then, just as the Romans had been delivered by a sudden twist of fate, so too were the Ezeghes. Just as Marcus was closing in for the kill, word came of a crisis in the east. Perhaps spurred by erroneous reports of the emperor's death, Avidius Cassius, hero of the Parthian War, who had been given the governorship of Syria as a reward for his service, allowed himself to be hailed emperor by his troops in mid-175. The other eastern legions followed suit, and just like that, seemingly without cause or warning, Cassius found himself leading the whole Eastern Empire in revolt against Marcus. The Syrian general could perhaps be excused for acting prematurely in a bid to snatch power in the vacuum Marcus's death would have left at the time. His chosen heir Commodus was still only 14 years old. But in persisting with his revolt even after he learned Marcus was alive and well, Cassius became a full-blown enemy of the state. Marcus was forced to set aside whatever plans he had for sealing the deal along the Danube and rush east to deal with Cassius's revolt head-on. This sudden domestic eruption was nothing short of, well, a miracle for the Ezeghes, whose peace envoys now found themselves returning home with favorable terms. They had to return their prisoners of war and provide about 8,000 horsemen to act as auxiliaries for the legions, but other than that, they would be left alone. Rather than facing extinction, the Ezeghes found themselves welcomed into the Roman fold. Next week, we'll follow Marcus east as he attempts to quell the totally unexpected Eastern revolt. The breathing space his absence offered the Germans will allow them to regroup for a second round of fighting that will force Marcus to return to the Danube and attempt to finish a job he had come so tantalizingly close to finishing already. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 94, Revolt and Meditations. As winter turned to spring in 175 AD, Marcus Aurelius was at the height of his power and prestige. When he became emperor 14 years earlier, there were very reasonable doubts about his ability to handle major crises. Having never set foot outside of Italy or inside a legionary camp, there is no begrudging those who saw the fragile, intellectual Marcus ascend to the throne in 161 and figured a stiff breeze would blow his whole regime right over. But since then, the empire had been drowned, starved, plagued, and sucked into two major wars, one in the east against Parthia, and one in the north against a forever shifting host of German tribes. Not only had frail Marcus not been blown over by this gale-force wind, but he had risen to meet each and every challenge with the perfect mix of steady confidence and genuine ability. With such a capable leader leading so capably, it is no wonder that in 175, just after Marcus was putting the finishing touches on his brilliant northern campaigns, the Eastern Empire rose up in revolt. Wait, what? Let's go over that again. Good emperor, triumphant general, effective administrator, revolt. Something doesn't add up. To escape from this apparent political non sequitur, we need to take a look at the empire's situation as the spring of 175 dawned from another perspective. And then, also remember that when the revolt in question finally breaks out, it was probably the result of a simple miscommunication. You see, not everyone was super jazzed about Marcus's adventures along the Danube. I didn't do much soldier counting last week, but during the first phase of the Marcomannic Wars, Marcus had lost something like 10% of the 100 to 140,000 men he had assembled to fight the Germans. True, only a fraction of that number were actually battle casualties, with the rest succumbing to plague, but that only reinforced the point. The empire was being ravaged by smallpox. The provinces were slowly depopulating, there was not enough hands to work the fields, and what grain was being harvested was being sent to the front to feed the troops. Was now really the best time to be putting our foot down with the Germans? Was this really the best use of the empire's resources? These questions were answered, at least in the East, with a resounding no. Whether their outlook was overly parochial is a question for another time, so for now, let us simply note that, seeing only sacrifice without benefit, the citizens of the East were becoming progressively more hostile towards Marcus Aurelius and his pointless war in the frozen north. In 172, protesting the excessive tax burden, an insurrection broke out in Egypt that was efficiently put down by none other than Avidius Cassius, who, in just a little while, will find himself harnessing that same angry energy in his own bid for power. Back in Rome, the Senate was generally supportive of Marcus's policies, but there was a growing faction of senators who secretly opposed the imperial regime. Of these dissenting nobles, there were roughly two overlapping camps. One was clustered around the extended family of Lucius Verus, who felt they were being shut out from their rightful seat at the table now that Lucius was dead. After all, wasn't it Lucius's father who wise Hadrian had elevated first? And now, we're not getting any of the good appointments, any of the plum jobs? Much as the early years of the Principate had been defined by the struggle between the Julio and Claudian wings of the imperial family, so too was there now an undercurrent of tension between Lucius's Chaonii and Marcus's Anii families. The other camp was a collection of senators who saw an empire in crisis, and Marcus's obsession with waging war along the Danube only making things worse. Like the citizens of the East, they too pointed to the plagues and the famines and the depopulation, but unlike the Eastern parochial grievances, these senators saw the big picture and did not like what they saw. In 171, in a sign of things to come, Moorish raiders attacked the practically ungarrisoned Iberian Peninsula and sent the Spanish provinces spinning into chaos. Rich, fertile, and peaceful, an attack on Hispania was an attack on the very heart of the empire, and though Marcus sent one of his better generals to oversee the expulsion of the North African invaders, the emperor himself seemed to look upon the crisis as being of minor import compared to his work in Germania. A number of senators profoundly disagreed with this ordering of priorities, and not just because they owned extensive property on the peninsula, which, yeah, they did, but also because they looked at Marcus expending 140,000 men in defense of some frozen patch of dank forest while Spain burned, and couldn't help but wonder what on earth the emperor was thinking. But it was not just the trouble in Spain that gave them pause. It was also the fact that the natives of Britannia took Marcus's almost single-minded focus on the German question as a sign that they ought to once again attempt to expel the Romans from their island. So the East was being worked to death, the West was dealing with uprisings and invasions on multiple fronts, and all the while, the Antonine Plague continued to take its toll. And where was the emperor? Fighting uncivilized rabble in the north by day, and composing esoteric philosophy in his tent by night. Enter Avidius Cassius. Now, as I've mentioned once or twice, Avidius Cassius probably did not mean to lead a revolt. The hero of the Parthian War had been on friendly terms with the imperial family for years, and in particular maintained a correspondence with the Empress Faustina. During the winter of 174-175, it seems that Marcus's health had deteriorated to the point that Faustina was openly expressing concern to Cassius about the delicate issue of succession. Commodus, both her and Marcus's first choice to be heir, was not yet a man, and if Marcus died, the empire could be sucked into a civil war. The details of all this are sketchy, as the correspondence between the two was burned after Cassius's death, but it seems like Faustina may have offered her hand in marriage to Cassius, in exchange for Cassius protecting Commodus's eventual claim to the throne. It also seems that Cassius may have missed the "if Marcus died" part of the sentence, and, perhaps spurred on by other rumors, took the note to read that the emperor was dead and Faustina was urging him to claim the throne. In the spring of 175, then, Cassius allowed himself to be proclaimed imperator by the Syrian legions, an oath that was quickly seconded by the Egyptian and Palestinian garrisons. But the tide of sedition stopped short in Cappadocia, where Mardius Verus, Cassius's old comrade from the Parthian Wars, refused to sign on. Instead, he dispatched a message to Marcus, warning him that the East was in revolt. As I said at the end of last week, the emperor was forced to drop what he was doing, make peace with the Ezeghes before they learned that Rome was divided, and then head east to confront the rebellion. Coming to terms with the surprised nomads, he packed up the imperial entourage, along with Faustina and Commodus, both of whom were living in the camp with him at the time, and made with all haste for Syria. To the delight of conspiracy theorists who believed that Faustina and Cassius were not the victims of some innocent miscommunication, and were instead actively plotting behind Marcus's back, Faustina became sick while the caravan passed through Cappadocia, and, succumbing to the illness, suddenly died in mid-175. As with all imperial deaths, it was suspected that Marcus had done her in for conspiring against him, or that she had committed suicide, knowing that all the sordid details of her plot were about to come out. But no one has ever been able to show that her relationship with Marcus involved anything but unwavering support, or that her death was anything more than a sad tragedy for the emperor, yet another sad tragedy in a life full of them. Cassius's revolt lasted 3 months and 6 days. Though he was eventually alerted to the fact that the emperor was, alive, Cassius decided to persist, probably reckoning that the die was already cast. In any event, he knew that there was untapped discontent among the nobility that might just rally enough of them to his cause that he could salvage the situation. But the private haters in the Senate, unorganized and likely unknown even to each other, were not going to stick their necks out for the Syrian general, and before Marcus could stop them, the Senate declared Cassius an enemy of the state. Had he been able to, the emperor would have killed the resolution, as he was looking forward to generously pardoning his old friend Cassius for the mistake he had made. But the declaration was made, and soon after, one of Cassius's own centurions patriotically assassinated the rogue general and sent his head to Marcus. The emperor, robbed of his chance to demonstrate his magnanimity, refused to view the remains and ordered the head buried with honors. Though the revolt fizzled out as quickly as it had arisen, Marcus continued his march east. Cassius's rebellion had not emerged from nothing. Clearly, the eastern provinces were feeling put out and put upon, so the emperor wisely decided to dole out a little imperial TLC. But along with the carrots he planned to sprinkle across the east, Marcus also broke out one big stick. He made a point of bypassing Antioch as he made his way through Syria. This intentional snubbing of the city that had been the first to support Cassius was made permanent by Marcus's declaration that all games were indefinitely cancelled in the city. The gladiator-fighting and chariot-racing mad citizens of Antioch had to suffer through 6 years without a sports spectacle of any kind until Commodus lifted the injunction after Marcus's death. Which, I suppose, makes this as good a time as any to formally introduce Lucius Aurelius Commodus, who was by his father's side during all of this, and who would remain with the emperor for the duration of Marcus's life. As I said last week, he had been born a twin in 161, but lost his brother 3 years later to childhood disease. Initially, he had taken a backseat to a younger brother named Marcus Annius Verus, who had been born in 162, and was pretty clearly the emperor's favorite. But when the younger Marcus died in 169 after failing to recover from a dangerous surgery, Commodus was left as the emperor's only surviving son, and thus became the heir apparent. Much is made in the histories that Commodus's character, or lack thereof, was evident from early on, But since these biographies were written well after his assassination in 192, we can probably suspect that the accounts of Commodus's early years are to some degree mere literary foreshadowing. Once Commodus was left as the only surviving son, there was never any question that Marcus planned for the boy to succeed him. The emperor even had a policy of marrying his daughters off to men of far lower status than one might expect an imperial princess to command, so that Commodus would have no rivals within the family. The best of Marcus's sons-in-law was Claudius Pompeianus, who Marcus had married to Lucius Verus's widow Lucilla. But Pompeianus, too, was of lowly origin, and he had risen to his high rank in the army by Marcus's favor alone, and was disdained by most of the nobility, including Faustina, who had been furiously opposed to the wedding. Commodus received the same world-class, home-tutored education Marcus had received, but with one key difference. While Marcus had been kept away from the army, Commodus accompanied Marcus on campaign from at least 172 on, and became, much like Caligula before him, a beloved mascot of sorts for the rank-and-file soldiers. Cementing the relationship between heir and army, a relationship Marcus himself had literally been forced to pay for, the emperor had Commodus don the toga of manhood in July 175 in a legionary camp along the Danube, rather than back home in Rome, as would have been customary. At 14, Commodus was on the leading edge of when it was appropriate to don the toga virilis, which usually happened sometime between the ages of 14 and 18, but Cassius's revolt upped the timetable. Marcus had to be sure that whatever happened, his chosen heir would be literally man enough to succeed him. Though the immediate crisis ended with Cassius's assassination and the revolt petering out, the fact that Commodus was now a man would go a long way towards suppressing future insurrection. After all, the whole premise of Cassius's revolt was that, should Marcus die, a dangerous power vacuum would open up that the child Commodus would have been unable to fill. But Commodus the man, hopefully, was a different story. Father and son wintered in Alexandria, and then spent 176 making their way back to Rome. The settlement with the various German tribes seemed to be holding, and for the first time in a long time, Rome had no enemies to fight, so the emperor was free to return home. Both on his way to and returning from the east, Marcus initiated a number of reforms that he hoped would help nullify the causes of all the various troubles that had been plaguing the empire, up to and including the revolt of Avidius Cassius. First, his settlement with the Azygis, forced on him by circumstance, actually turned out to be a positive development, as Marcus dispatched 8,000 Azygi horsemen to Britain to help quell the native uprising there. At the same time, he collected an auxiliary force of some 20,000 allied Germans, that is, tribes whose peace terms with Rome had involved the pledging of troops, and ordered them to Syria, where they would set up shop and watch over not only the border, but the locals as well. The emperor also declared that henceforth no senator would be allowed governorship of his home province, as Cassius had been with Syria, and which was definitely part of the reason why he had felt so confident in his little power grab. The thrust of all of these initiatives is clear. The shuffling of regional forces would have had the effect of not only depleting the ranks of potentially rebellious natives, but also simultaneously putting them in charge of other natives to whom they had no affinity and no reason to support, and within whom the imported soldiers would find no support. And with the leadership brought in from yet another region, Marcus would be effectively alienating everyone from everyone else. In due time, he planned to recruit soldiers from the east and ship them up to the Danube to complete his circle of soldier, citizen, leadership alienation and prevent future unifications of interest that led to things like Cassius's revolt. The imperial caravan made its way to Rome by way of Greece and Athens, where both emperor and heir were inducted into the Eleusinian Mysteries, an act of particular significance as it demonstrated that some degree of normalcy was returning to the Middle Empire, and that despite the destruction of its ancient temple, the mystery religion par excellence was still going strong. Marcus and Commodus remained in Athens for a time, enjoying one of the empire's great cultural centers, and while there, Marcus decided to echo Hadrian's push to rejuvenate the city, but instead of sponsoring architectural projects, he endowed 4 philosophy chairs, one each for the 4 major schools: Platonism, Aristotelianism, Epicureanism, and Stoicism, the latter of which obviously being the most near and dear to Marcus's heart. As I mentioned last week, when Marcus was not out fighting in the field, or in his tent resolving all the administrative and legal disputes that poured onto his desk, the emperor took time out to write a sort of philosophical diary as part of his daily quest to crack the underlying code of existence. The result, which we call the Meditations, but which technically has no proper name, does not read as a narrative, but rather as a series of short thoughts that express ideas independently of one another regarding whatever Marcus happened to be thinking about at the time. This can make the Meditations difficult to read straight through, but it is a style that lends itself particularly well to quotation, which is why passages from the book show up on magnets and calendars as often as they do in college curriculum. Also helping the text to remain eternally relevant is that Marcus was basically writing a series of reminders for himself as he strove to live virtuously. When you remove Marcus from the equation and read it yourself, what you get is a series of injunctions reminding you how to live virtuously. I think to varying degrees we are all always trying to improve ourselves, and here is this nice little collection of utterances telling you exactly how you should act. It's probably a bit morbid in places, like when he tells you that when you kiss your child goodnight, you should remind yourself that they may be dead in the morning. But as self-help manuals go, you could do a lot worse than the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. When everything gets boiled down, Marcus is essentially rephrasing a few basic themes over and over again in dozens of different ways. Like when a police officer asks a suspect the same question over and over again in different ways in order to get them to trip up over their story. Marcus is basically trying to trip up his own head so that the really real truth can be revealed. But what is that truth? Who knows, but it certainly doesn't resemble in any way the universe as we perceive it. For Marcus, most of what we see and hear is either an illusion, like time or the apparent division of objects, or it is an objective fact that we emotionally misinterpret, like our negative posture towards death or our irrational attachment to glory. For the Stoics, this latter bit was of the utmost importance. They were always going on about representations, in an attempt to address how and why the human mind fails to properly grapple with all the sensory data that is thrown its way. Marcus returns to this theme over and over again, since, for the Stoics, good means only living virtuously, and evil means only the absence of virtue. Everything that doesn't fit into one of those two categories is of null value. Marcus cautions against getting involved with grief over the death of a loved one, or anger over the injustice of some crime, because these emotions stem from a fundamental misrepresentation within our own heads. We are not assigning the proper value to those events. Did you act as virtuously as you could have before the sad or mad event occurred? If the answer is yes, then your grief and anger are groundless. The universe unfolds itself, and we are mere witnesses. It was meant to be, and there is nothing you could or should have done about it. If you did not act virtuously, then your passions should not be directed at the end result, but on your own failure to perform the most noble actions possible. Now, obviously, there is a tension here between fate and free will that neither Marcus nor his fellow Stoics was ever able to work out. Marcus returns often to a few basic tenets. The universe is one unified force, time is an illusion, all that will happen has already happened and will happen again, our destinies are set from birth, etc., etc. But on the other hand, he also dwells on the fact that we are supposed to choose to live virtuously and make further choices to conform our lives to the will of nature, which implies that we could make different choices and live at odds with the will of nature. But if all existence is a single, simultaneously occurring event, then where does free will enter the picture? is that before or after everything that happens already happened. Turning away from philosophy to a bit of poetic metaphor, what I think Marcus is trying to say is that the universe is like a musical chord, and we are each individual notes. We can either choose to pluck ourselves in harmony with that chord, or we can plug away on some discordant B flat. In Marcus's conception, the perfect fifth is good, and the only path to true happiness. That errant B flat, though, is evil. But philosophically, the logic of this metaphor becomes incoherent when you try to assert both fatalism and free will at the same time. That being said, there is a great deal to admire in Marcus's little nuggets of wisdom. Like, how much greater are the consequences of anger than the causes of it? Yeah, I think about that almost every day. Or, never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present. I take some comfort in that. And how about, the object in life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. Yeah, preach on, brother. Or remember that there is a proper dignity and proportion to be observed in the performance of every act in life. Yes, I promise not to just mindlessly go through the motions. Or finally, do not act as if you are going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good. Okay, I'll try. The manuscript of the Meditations, originally written in Greek for the emperor's eyes alone, somehow managed to get copied, and was then published at some point in the years after Marcus's death. However, I have not been able to track down exactly how this happened, so if anyone out there has any information on this, by all means, let me know. From there, if I had to speculate, I'd say that it probably wound up in the Imperial Archives, or one of the many private collections, and from there, transferred to the libraries of the Catholic Church, where the wisdom of Marcus was read, but more or less laid dormant for 1,000 years, before being picked up by Renaissance scholars who were looking to find truth in places other than the Bible. Since then, this little book of sayings has been lauded by scholars, not only for its insights into the human condition, but also because it is one of the first examples of honest, personal, philosophic reflection. John Stuart Mill, for example, went so far as to compare it to the Sermon on the Mount. Ironically, the continued publication and citation of the Meditations keeps Marcus Aurelius as one of the most identifiable of all Roman figures. This, for a man who looked so disdainfully on the vainglorious quest for posthumous fame, and who constantly reminded himself, how many who once rose to fame are now consigned to oblivion, and how many who sang their fame are long disappeared. Next week, we'll close the book on the living Marcus Aurelius, and try to note without too much sarcasm that the reason why we know so much about his life and times is that, in a vainglorious quest for posthumous fame, he ordered a magnificent triumphal column built to record his exploits for all time. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with probably now more than 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend the first great work of political and military history, the Peloponnesian Wars by Thucydides. Rather than cobbling together myths and legends, Thucydides used interviews and written records in an attempt to accurately tell the story of the wars he himself had participated in. It's a fascinating read. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 95, The Beginning of the End. Don't worry about the title of this episode. The transition from Marcus Aurelius to his son Commodus is usually pointed to as the point at which the luck of the Roman Empire began to run out. But it has also been joked on more than one occasion that as decline phases go, we should all be so lucky to enjoy one as long as the Romans did. We are still 300 years from the last Roman emperor and more than 1,000 years from the fall of Constantinople. To put it another way, the United States has officially been a big S state for about 230 years, which would fit neatly into the pocket of Rome's, quote, decline phase. So for those of you who might fear that we are nearing the end of our little podcast, don't worry. Focus on the fact that this is merely the beginning of the end. There is still a lot to cover. The only difference is that rather than talking about what battles the Romans won and what territory they added to the empire, we'll be talking about what battles they lost and what territory they abandoned. Something whose end is rapidly approaching, though, is Augustus's principate. Just as the Republic cracked and by necessity gave way to a new imperial system, so too is the Principate now on the verge of cracking, and by necessity giving way to a new system, which scholars have usually dubbed the Dominate. After the fall of Commodus, the often troubled Severan dynasty will begin the transition away from the convenient fictions that the emperor is merely the first citizen, and the Senate still maintains its ancient power, to a more authoritarian and more militant political order. When the Severans were toppled, the crisis period of the mid-3rd century, roughly analogous to the civil wars of the 1st century BC, finally obliterated the Rome of Augustus and Vespasian and Hadrian, just as Caesar's civil wars had obliterated the Rome of Camillus and Cato and Cicero. Rome would, surprisingly, live through the crisis, but what would come out the other side would be a very different animal than what went in. The empire would no longer be a quasi-republican magisterial dictatorship. Instead, it would be transformed by Aurelian and Diocletian into a quasi-divine monarchy, almost in the mode of ancient Persia. Commodus, then, earns the distinction of being the last true princeps. And since he turned out to be such a disaster, Marcus Aurelius earns the distinction of being the last good princeps. Not that Marcus didn't try to ensure that Commodus would be up to the task. He gave the boy a great education, introduced him to military affairs, and took him along on his one extended tour of the empire. But in the end, it seems that Commodus just wasn't having it. He was growing into a man far more in the mold of his uncle Lucius Verus than in the mold of his father. So much so that it was an accepted fact in Rome that Commodus was not actually Marcus's son at all, and that he was, in fact, the product of an affair between Faustina and a gladiator. Commodus loved games and gambling and spectacle and partying, all the things his father utterly disdained. Setting aside any psychoanalytical reasons for Commodus turning out to be the exact opposite of his father, the boy did face a considerable uphill battle on the road to becoming a conscientious, serious, and virtuous man. He was, after all, the first emperor who was born to the purple, as they say. Surprising as it is, thus far, not a single Roman emperor was himself born to an emperor. Not Augustus, or Tiberius, or Caligula, or Claudius, or Nero, or Galba, or Otho, or Vitellius, or Vespasian, or Titus, or Domitian, or Nerva, or Trajan, or Hadrian, or Marcus Aurelius. Only Titus and Domitian were even the blood sons of an emperor, and they spent their formative years as the obscure sons of a minor politician and general. But Commodus was born shortly after Marcus became emperor, and was thus raised in the palace as true Roman royalty, surrounded by all the pleasures indulgent sycophants could drum up. Much as the austere Marcus did his best to mold Commodus in his own image, he stood little chance against the spoiling atmosphere that crowned princes are often submerged in. Marcus could see what was happening, and openly worried that he was raising another Nero, but for all his stoic wisdom, he fell victim to the realities of fraternal love, and when he wasn't maintaining a strict regimen of denial, he was rationalizing away his son's behavior. After all, hadn't Philip II been mortified at how Alexander the Great was turning out? And he turned out to be Alexander the Great. So there's no reason to believe Commodus won't turn it around once he matures a bit. People have often wondered, though, why Marcus of all people would break with the imperial tradition of adopting a worthy heir and instead choose to hand it all over to a son who was pretty clearly a bad egg and who was pretty clearly not going to mature into Alexander the Great one day. The answer involves some speculation on our part, but in the first case, we should never forget that the reason why every previous Roman emperor had adopted an heir was because there were simply very few blood sons to be had. There were, in fact, only 2 emperors who died with living sons: Vespasian, who left the throne to Titus, and Claudius, who had wanted to leave the throne to Britannicus, but was manipulated into adopting Nero instead. For every other emperor, heir adoption was not an explicit policy or even a preferred mode of succession. It was the result of inescapable circumstance. Augustus tried like mad to get anyone with a blood connection to him in power, but was forced by fate to roll with Tiberius instead. Beyond the simple fact that just about every emperor probably would have left the throne to a son had they had the chance, the further fact is that not letting Commodus succeed him brought with it its own problems. In his recent biography of Marcus Aurelius, Frank McLynn talks about Marcus's quandary at length, after relaying Septimius Severus's quote that Marcus's great mistake was not killing the rotten Commodus when he had the chance. In McLynn's formulation, Marcus was faced with a stark choice. Either he had to kill Commodus or promote him. There was no middle ground. When, for what I hope are easy-to-understand reasons, Marcus did not assassinate his own son, he had no choice then but to make him emperor. The alternative would have been to leave the empire with all the ingredients for a civil war. There would naturally be, either out of jealousy, spite, or stifled ambition, those opposed to whoever Marcus decided to adopt in Commodus's place. Those disgruntled elements would likely, as we have seen in other times and places, rally around the overlooked crown prince, whispering in his ear that it was outrageous and unjust that his birthright had been stolen by some usurper, and then, voila, civil war. Had Marcus left Commodus both alive and out of power, we might be talking about that decision as one of the great blunders in history. And the alternative left to Marcus, the not-blunder choice as it were, meant killing his own son. Are we really supposed to fault him for not going down that road? Marcus and Commodus arrived back in Rome in late 176, and the emperor quickly set about promoting his son politically. The emperor had already granted his son the title Germanicus in recognition of, the fact that he had been physically present at the front. And now, upon their return to the capital, Marcus shared his triumphal parade with the young man, and they stood side by side in a gleaming chariot as the procession made its way through the city. Probably coinciding with the triumph, though the chronology is a bit hazy, Marcus commissioned his own triumphal column, an intricate spiral relief monument to rival that of Trajan's, telling the story of Marcus's victories along the Danube. The column still stands today, and as I hinted, it is one of the key pieces of evidence we have for putting together a narrative of the Marcomannic Wars. The depiction of the rain miracle is perhaps the most famous panel, but the section usefully depicting a proto-democratic German council of war is also often pointed to by anthropologists of early German history. As the column winds its way up and the momentum of war shifts away from the Germans, we are treated to multiple depictions of a larger-than-life Marcus overseeing prisoners, beheadings, and wailing families. Today, these panels act as a sort of Rorschach test for the viewer, with some claiming to see Marcus playing the part of merciful conqueror, offering clemency to the captured, while others see stoic Marcus playing the part of harsh realist and ordering the executions to proceed. The History of Rome has posted a few of the more famous scenes from the column on the blog at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com and invites you to offer your own interpretation. 177 opened with Commodus elevated to an ordinary consulship. a consulship of particular note, not for anything Commodus did while in office, but because, at 15, he was the youngest consul in the history of the empire. Just as Hadrian had set a precedent whereby the rules would not apply to Marcus, Marcus himself followed the same line with Commodus. For those of you wondering who received the honor of serving as the future emperor's colleague, it was a nephew of Lucius Verus named Plautius Quintillus, who was now married to one of Marcus's daughters. Quintillus would eventually serve as an advisor to the Emperor Commodus, and after being ignored in the succession battles that followed his brother-in-law's death, he would wind up committing suicide in 205 to escape execution at the hands of Septimius Severus. The peaceful lull that the empire had enjoyed following first the cessation of hostilities along the Danube, and then the abrupt end to Cassius's revolt in the east, proved to be just that, a lull, later that year. When spring arrived, the Quadi took advantage of the emperor's withdrawal from the north and began attacking Roman positions across the frontier. They were soon joined by the Marcomanni, and once again the northern border was awash in bloody skirmishes. Marcus hoped his presence would not be required, and that the generals he left behind would be able to bottle up the menace, as he remained in Rome to focus on administrative work and the all-important task of establishing his son's legacy. In the summer of 177, Commodus was given the title Augustus, and with the honorific, the now probably 16-year-old boy found himself elevated to the same level of power Lucius Verus had enjoyed. Technically, father and son were now co-emperors. Coins from this period go out of their way to establish the notion of their joint and unified rule, but as with Lucius, Marcus was still in every way the senior Augusti. Despite Marcus's hopes, the situation in Germania was refusing to solve itself. The Germans had learned from the last round of fighting, and this time refused to offer formal battle to the legions, choosing instead to use guerrilla tactics to harass the Romans. As is typical of most asymmetrical wars, whenever the Romans were able to force a battle, they usually won, but these brief moments of triumph could do little to stop the never-ending series of demoralizing raids and ambushes and traps that kept the legions harried and skittish. The situation was quickly spiraling out of control, and after resisting calls for his presence, Marcus finally relented and in 178 began making preparations to return to the front. His final bit of business before leaving was to hastily marry Commodus to Brutia Crispina, daughter of a family distinguished mostly for their close connection to the imperial household. At the age of 56, the always on the frail side Marcus had no way of knowing how much more campaigning his body would be able to handle. But when he and Commodus left Rome in the summer of 178, Marcus was content in the knowledge that his son was now recognized by everyone as Augustus, and that he was properly married and ready to carry on the imperial line. The emperor's foresight would be rewarded, if you can call Commodus's unchallenged ascension a reward, because when he left Rome this time, it would be for the last time. In less than 2 years, Marcus would be dead, and just as he had arranged, Commodus would face no opposition as he assumed the mantle of sole emperor. Arriving at the front, Marcus renewed his surprisingly useful alliance with the Azygis, going so far as to allow them passage through Dacia so they could travel to and from their traditional homelands, and then set himself to the task of purging the Marcomanni and the Quadi of their hostile tendencies once and for all. As the emperor began to think about how best to accomplish his goal, he started dreaming bigger dreams than the simple strategy of maintaining Hadrian's borders had previously allowed him. Liberating himself from Hadrian's cowardice or prudence or whatever you want to call it, Marcus began to sketch out a plan to annex one or possibly even two new provinces into the empire, internally dubbed Marcomannia and Sarmatia. Together, they would have encompassed most of the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and pushed the northern border of the empire into modern Bavaria. Scholars have long pointed out that the scheme was ludicrous, and as a result, doubt the credulity of sources claiming that wise Marcus could have considered such an indefensible, literally indefensible plan, but the patience of the emperor had apparently run out, and he seems to have just wanted to swallow the entire territory into the empire so it could be rationally policed and taxed, rather than being allowed to continue on as a breeding ground for strife and chaos. With the Azigi safely in his corner, Marcus ordered 40,000 soldiers across the Danube, and the process of conquest was initiated. The Marcomanni and Quadi refused to offer themselves in battle and continued their guerrilla campaign, so the Romans methodically worked to sweep and hold every last piece of land until the German armies had nowhere else to hide. This being no ordinary foreign excursion, the legions began to build stone forts rather than keeping to their mobile camps. In the late summer, the Romans were able to trap and defeat a mid-sized tribe allied with the Marcomanni. The captured Germans were marched into Lower Pannonia, where they were disarmed and settled. If this doesn't seem like the worst punishment in the world, you're right. Other than the shame of being defeated and dislodged from their traditional homeland, being moved into the empire, with its promise of eventual citizenship, was a pretty good deal. The settlement reminds us of the toll the Antonine Plague had taken on the empire. The border provinces had become depopulated to the point that as often as the emperor was looking to destroy the tribes, he was also trying to figure out ways to resettle them peacefully on Roman land so that they would become industrious new taxpayers. Indeed, as we'll see in a minute with the Quadi, Marcus's genocidal bent seems to have given way to a policy of integration. He no longer wanted to exterminate the Germans, he wanted to make them Romans. By the winter of 178-179, the Quadi began to worry that the territorial squeeze Marcus had ordered was having an effect. Not only were there fewer places to hide, but there was almost no land to be fought over anymore. In response to the inevitable Roman conquest, the Quadi decided to just abandon the fight and migrate north, where they could make a new life free of Roman troubles. But though this seems like the sort of thing Marcus would have welcomed, after all, the Quadi were essentially ceding him this vast swath of new territory, so awesome, right? The emperor instead ordered an army led by Maximianus to head the Quadi off and prevent their escape. Had the empire been bursting at the population seams with thousands upon thousands of potential settlers ready and willing to colonize some new territory, Marcus probably would have just let the Quadi go. But Rome was enduring the opposite plight. In the hardest-hit areas, the plague had cost the empire something like 30% of its citizens. Not only was there no excess population to be had, Marcus was trying to fill the empty quarters with German settlers. So if he just let the Quadi walk away, his new provinces would remain empty and unproductive, and not paying taxes. Maximianus succeeded in preventing the Quadi from escaping, and in doing so, set the stage for the last great battle of the Germanic Wars. The Quadi were trapped and desperate. The Marcomanni just saw their own Roman-dominated future pass before their eyes, and a third tribe, the Roxolani, were spoiling for a fight because they were bitter at having been denied all the favorable concessions their cousins the Azigis had won. Together, they determined that the guerrilla campaign was futile, and that they needed a decisive victory to prevent complete Roman envelopment. In April 179, a combined German army faced off against the legions, and were utterly routed. The back of German resistance broken, once again, Marcus stood on the cusp of total victory. A few mop-up operations were all that stood between the emperor and his new province of Marcomania. But once again, fate stepped in to deny Marcus a final crowning glory. While still encamped along the Danube, Marcus contracted the Antonine Plague in early 180 AD, and was forced to his deathbed. Knowing that the end was near, he refused to linger on as a shell of a man, or, more importantly, as a shell of an emperor, and stopped eating or drinking, content to let death release him from all the mortal burdens he had spent a lifetime attempting to bear. He implored Commodus to complete the job on the Danube, but his son, who did his best to stay away from his dying and likely contagious father at the end, was already beginning to indulge in his own fantasies about what was good and bad for the empire, and what was good and bad for Commodus. In mid-March, Marcus gathered his corps of advisors and generals, a corps who would prove during these troubled decades to be amongst the most capable men in Roman history, and implored them to guide Commodus and give the boy the benefit of their experience and wisdom. Having done all he could do, Marcus died on March 17, 180 AD. He was 59 years old and had been sometimes emperor and sometimes co-emperor for almost exactly 19 years. His death will mark a turning point in Roman history, or at least a turning point in the way we conceive of and tell the story of Roman history. There would be no sixth good emperor. The glory and power that was Rome in the 2nd century would quickly give way to the chaos and destruction that was Rome in the 3rd century. Though we conveniently point to Commodus as providing some crucial element in the transition from good to bad, from rise to fall, the fact is that most of the seeds that eventually grew into the crisis of the 3rd century had taken root during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. Commodus may have acted as some kind of supercharged fertilizer, but it's not like he took an empire at its swinging best and single-handedly destroyed all that was good in the world. First of all, the migration of the barbarian tribes beyond the northern frontier, specifically the rise of an interconnected and sometimes ill-defined people called the Goths, was already putting pressure on the borders in ways never before felt. From the reign of Marcus on, the Western Empire would find itself under near constant attack from these barbarian forces who were looking to raid the empire, or settle within the empire, or conquer the empire. In the past, the unified and disciplined legions had always been able to easily mow down the proud but undisciplined warriors of the north, but a new breed of horde was coming, one that was often led by men who had fought in the legions and who knew how to fight the Roman way, which meant that the Romans were about to lose the one competitive advantage they had always had. Further, the Antonine Plague had sapped the strength of both the legions and the civilian population, reducing the Roman ranks at every level. Senators were dying, farmers were dying, generals were dying, infantrymen were dying, emperors were dying. Food shortages resulted, reduced tax revenue resulted, and thus an increased tax burden on those still alive resulted, and of course, the crippling of Rome's military strength resulted. The problem of manning, feeding, and paying the armies would lead to a disconnect between the interests of the people of Rome and the interests of its armies, which in turn led to the more fully developed military dictatorship of the Severan dynasty. Finally, the brief revolt of Avidius Cassius hinted that the unity between the eastern and western halves of the empire was beginning to crack. When all is well, everyone loves everyone else. When times get tough, everyone begins to look at everyone else as the cause of their misfortune. For those in the east, the western battles against migrating barbarians was a drain on their resources, financial as well as human. And for those in the west, the east had become practically an alien world, inhabited by scheming eunuchs and oriental mystics who were destroying the moral fiber of the empire. It is fair to say that Commodus did not cause any of this, nor did he cause the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Next week, though, we will see what Commodus did to exacerbate the situation, because though he got off to a good start, a botched assassination attempt early in his reign would trigger an excess of paranoia, a paranoia the young emperor would offset by retreating into a megalomaniacal fantasy world. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 96, The Most Aptly Named Emperor. The mildness of Marcus, which the rigid discipline of the Stoics had been unable to eradicate, formed, at the same time, the most amiable and the only defective part of his character. His excellent understanding was often deceived by the unsuspecting goodness in his heart. So begins Chapter 4 of Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, also known as the chapter where it starts to get really good and isn't quite so super boring anymore. Marcus, suffering from the defect of excessive kind-heartedness, had sealed his legacy as the last good princeps by entrusting the empire to his son, whose legacy everyone agrees is that he was one of the worst emperors of all time. But Gibbon himself is not quite as harsh on Commodus as you might think. In Gibbon's estimation, Commodus's failure was not that he was cruel or bloodthirsty or evil, but simply that he was weak. Ascending to the throne at the age of 19 in March of 180 AD, Commodus naturally fell under the sway of older, savvier men who manipulated the young prince into satisfying their own ambitions. Once he had spent a few years as a mere puppet, the dark habits of his advisors simply ingrained themselves onto his character, and from then on, the weakness of his soul became indistinguishable from the cruelty that manifested as a result. In the end, though, he seemed to have learned his lessons a little too well, and he turned out to be far savvier and far crueler than any of his advisors, and he was only caught out and killed after a good 3 or 4 complete and bloody turnovers of personnel within his inner circle. That's Gibbon's assessment anyway. Others are not quite so quick to let Commodus off the hook. They see in him from the get-go a self-absorbed hedonist who was intellectually vacant, obsessed with sport, and likely a sociopath to boot. He was Lucius Verus without any Marcus Aurelius to keep him in check. He was Nero and Caligula combined, topping both in scandal, debauchery, and murderous frivolity. Still others, though, loved Commodus, and, at least for the majority of his reign, thought he was the absolute bee's knees. Now, what group of compulsive contrarians would take such a contradictory line on a man so universally reviled by history? Why, the people of Rome, of course. The story of the reign of Commodus, and like the story of the reign of Domitian, was chronicled by the Roman aristocracy, and they, to a man, loathed him and everything he ever did. The general population never got a say in the way Roman history was written, so all the bits about how Commodus was, for a long time at least, a beloved figure, comes as something of a surprise to modern ears. But unlike Domitian, who comes by his bad rap somewhat, but not totally unfairly, Commodus, I think, earned his in spades. There was, for example, no underlying soundness of policy to go with the cruelty, no greater vision for the empire, beyond when the next set of games was going to be. And unlike Domitian's reign of terror, which, as I mentioned, was comparable to the political murders of dear old Uncle Claudius, Commodus went back to the well of blood time and time again, in a purge and prescription cycle that came round every 3 to 5 years, as men fell from favor and others rose to take their place. But if there was one thing that Commodus did really well, at least until the very end, it was keeping the people in the street eating out of his often extended hand. The people in the street didn't really care what senator Commodus was in the process of humiliating, or what governor he was in the process of assassinating. What they cared about, honestly, was games. And boy, did Commodus ever give them what they wanted. Polar opposite of Marcus and his few begrudging spectacles, Commodus embraced the games like no emperor before or since, and the people ate it up. By the end, though, he had driven the empire deep, deep into debt, and had gone so far off his rocker that even his previously adoring masses turned on him. But for the better part of a decade, we should always remember that his enemies were in the Senate, and just about nowhere else. Commodus made it plain from the very beginning that his reign was not going to be like that of his father's. Shipping the corpse of Marcus to Rome for burial and deification and etc., Commodus stayed encamped along the Danube to finish what his father had started. And by that I mean just that, finish what his father had started. Despite the pleas of Claudius Pompeianus and the other leaders who had poured their blood and sweat into the German campaigns, Commodus announced his intention to wrap things up and head home. But the work is undone, his father's old phalanx of lieutenants cried. It will only take another year, and then we can all bask in the glory of having defeated the barbarians and added new territory to the empire, just as your father always wanted. It was practically his dying wish that you should lead us to victory. But Commodus was having none of it. He would come to final terms with the Marcomanni and Quadi, and then head back to Rome as soon as possible. There are 2 interpretations of why Commodus was so quick to withdraw from the Danube, and at least to a good chunk of his father's allies, simply vacate the meaning of 12 years hard labor in the process. The first take is a high-minded one. Commodus saw himself playing Hadrian to his father's Trajan, that he saw the new German provinces would, rather than add wealth to the empire, prove to be militarily indefensible and become a dangerous drain on the treasury. Whatever romantic notions of victory Marcus had forged in the heat of battle, someone, namely Commodus, had to bring some objective, clear thinking to the situation, and the fact of the matter was, the whole campaign had probably been an unforgivable waste of men and money. To see it through to the end would not secure his father's legacy, it would damn it as an example of criminal overreach. But the other interpretation, and these two rationales are by no means mutually exclusive, is that Commodus had had it up to here with freezing to death in a plague-infested legionary camp. He was going back to Rome, where the baths were hot and the women were plentiful. What was the point of being emperor if you couldn't live like one? Not totally insensible to appearances, Commodus did decide to lead a force across the river one last time, where, after picking a suitably overmatched collection of Germans, he beat said overmatched collection of Germans soundly. This allowed the new emperor the necessary optical cover he needed to declare victory and leave. He came to terms with the grateful and utterly exhausted Quadi and Marcomanni, and in the autumn of 180 AD began the trip back to Rome. What we should make of this decision to leave is still open to debate, but it is worth mentioning that when the Romans called off the fight this time, the Germans took peace for an answer, and it proved to be more than 70 years before there was once again serious trouble north of the Danube. Commodus took the relative peace as proof of the wisdom of his actions, but it is also worth pointing out that the various German tribes had just had the snot kicked out of them for the better part of 12 years. Their leaders were all dead, and the ranks of their armies had been reduced by plague and war, even worse than the legions had been. If Commodus had pursued the same policy a decade earlier, the whole northern empire might have been overrun. But he didn't pursue the policy then, he was pursuing it now, and much as it irked the hawks in the Senate and among his own circle of imperial advisors, there was no great fallout to come from abandoning the war. In October 180, Commodus returned to Rome to begin the process of securing his rule. As you'll recall from last week's episode, Marcus had been very careful about making sure that there would be no pretenders to the throne when Commodus succeeded him, and in this, he was entirely successful. None of his various brothers-in-law had any interest in challenging him, and no one else had the guts or support to pull a fast one on the empire, especially after the fall of Avidius Cassius. But that did not mean that there was not still work to be done. In securing their own positions, Marcus and Antoninus Pius had worked assiduously to curry favor within the senatorial class. But Commodus, as in all things where his father did one thing, he did the exact opposite. Commodus figured his rule would be unchallenged if he won the support of two groups, the soldiers in the field and the masses in the street. He had already earned the love of the common soldiers in the army by canceling the war in Germany. Soldiers, in general, love it when you tell them they don't have to slog around dank forests enduring guerrilla attacks anymore. So upon his return to Rome, Commodus set about earning the love of the people. This meant, first, issuing a generous donative to every male citizen in the city, and second, it meant throwing spectacular games to celebrate his ascension. Fat with cash and prizes, the people, needless to say, were in Commodus's pocket from day one. The Senate, meanwhile, looked on all of this with a mixture of hope and disdain. They knew Commodus's reputation, and knew that he was still a teenager, but hoped that maybe one day, once he's done proving to everyone what a super wonderful guy he is, that he would get down to the serious business and work with the Senate to govern the empire responsibly. But their hope quickly faded, engulfed by the disdain. Because it wasn't just that Commodus planned to ignore the Senate. No, he was about to embark on a policy of openly antagonizing them. There doesn't seem to be any real rationale for Commodus's attitude towards the Senate, and his reasoning may not have been any deeper than that he had been born a high prince and was now the undisputed ruler of the Roman Empire. He was not, as Marcus and Antoninus had been, a member in good standing of the aristocratic Mutual Admiration Society, and probably figured that as long as he had the people and the armies on his side, that he could pretty much do whatever he wanted with the old fuddy-duddies in the Senate. And in a way, he was right. People asked during the 100th episode thread when the old Roman Senate stopped convening, and the answer is that we don't exactly know, but in the West, it looked like it persisted at least into the 600s AD. However, for all practical purposes, they could have closed up shop right now. Despite a few brief flirtations with relevance during the chaos of the mid-3rd century, the reign of Commodus marked the end of the line for the aristocratic assembly. The Severans had no time for the Senate. The crisis period was a running battle between rival generals, and then when Diocletian reformed the governmental structure of the empire to better reflect reality, the Senate was left out of the bargain completely. In this respect, Commodus did have a major hand in helping push the old Roman order off a cliff. Remember how worried Hadrian had been about having the blood of 4 senators on his hand? Or how proud Antoninus and Marcus had been that they had not executed any members of the Senate during their reign? That was all over. When 193 rolled around, the Senate was not just irrelevant, it had been transformed by execution, proscription, murder, and exile into an entirely different assembly than the one Commodus had inherited in 180. The Senate Septimius Severus inherited was not just ignorable, it was, after being packed with low-life supporters of Commodus, probably worth ignoring. At the outset, though, no one, probably not even Commodus himself, knew that that was the direction the young emperor was headed. For right now, anyway, Commodus didn't seem to have much interest in anything as boring or time-consuming as an epic purge of the Senate. He instead retired to the palace to enjoy the benefits of being emperor, and turned over actual administration of the empire to his imperial chamberlain and sometimes male lover, a freedman named Severus. The Senate was obviously scandalized that the emperor was handing power over to some freedman lover, male lover no less, and Severus was universally despised in the upper classes. This hatred was only heightened when Severus realized that the treasury could not support the promises Commodus had made to the people, and he hit upon the old idea of property confiscation to help pay for it all. In fits and starts at first, but then more routinely, senators would be accused of treason on trumped-up charges and wake up to find that their estates had been seized by the emperor. It was right around this time that all hope dissolved and the disdain fully took over, and also the fear. But it wouldn't be the Senate who took the first shot at Commodus, nor would that first shot be taken to strike a blow for liberty in the face of despotic tyranny. Commodus's sister Lucilla, by virtue of her long-dead marriage to Lucius Verus, still retained the title of Augusta, and since the death of Faustina in 175, had enjoyed the perks that came with being the preeminent woman of the empire. But now that her younger brother wore the purple, his pretty little thing of a wife Crispina suddenly supplanted Lucilla. Petty as it sounds, the most commonly relayed version of the story is that the final break came when Lucilla was forced to give up the prize box at the theater in favor of Crispina. From that moment on, it seems that Lucilla opened up a conspiracy to kill her little brother. She took into confidence her lover Marcus Quadratus and a few other particularly dissatisfied senators, though, importantly, not her husband Claudius Pompeianus, who Lucilla seems to have had no like or love for whatsoever, and a plot was hatched. As 181 gave way to 182, the plan hardened and the details were set. A young senator and nephew of Claudius Pompeianus, named Pompeius Quintanus, was enlisted to actually lay the killing stroke, and one night, as Commodus returned home from the theater, Quintanus was hiding in the shadowy porticos of the Colosseum. He leapt out of his hiding place as the imperial party passed, catching the emperor and his bodyguards by surprise. But rather than just killing the emperor, Quintanus added a little dramatic flourish, crying, "See, this is what the Senate sends you." This unnecessary hesitation allowed the startled Praetorians time to recover, tackle Quintanus, and wrestle him to the ground. Caught and tortured, the young assassin revealed the full details of the plot, and that the prime mover of the conspiracy had been none other than Lucilla. Quadratus and Quintanus were immediately executed, and Lucilla was exiled to the island of Capri. Once she had been out of sight and mind for a while, Commodus sent along the order to have her killed. But the attempt on Commodus's life had only been part of the plan. The other half of the plot actually succeeded, and with the help of the two Praetorian prefects, Severus turned up dead a few days later. Still reeling from his own brush with death, when Commodus learned that his favorite had been murdered, the emperor went into a frenzy. Just as the reign of Commodus was a turning point in the history of Rome, the assassination attempt of 182 was the turning point within the turning point. With the unnecessary and only partially true words, "This is what the Senate sends you," ringing in his ears, Commodus's attitude towards the Senate would take a homicidal turn for the worse. In the immediate aftermath of the botched plot, Claudius Pompeianus wisely retired from public life. Though he was not under suspicion, his wife and nephew had been prime movers in the attempt on the emperor's life. It was time for his long and distinguished career to come to an end. Typically in this situation, politicians cite the desire to spend more time with their families as the reason they are retiring, but obviously that would not have been the most prudent excuse given the circumstances, so Pompeianus cited, poor eyesight. Yeah, that's the ticket, instead. The rest of the fallout came when one of the Praetorian prefects, a ruthlessly ambitious equite named Tigidius Perennis, double-crossed his Praetorian colleague and everyone else he knew who was involved in the plot. Keeping his own role hidden, the information Perennis provided led to the executions of his Praetorian colleague, two of the consuls for the year, the Secretary of Correspondence, and the governor of Upper Germany, Salvius Julianus. Surviving with his head intact, but nonetheless removed from his post as the long-serving governor of Lower Germany, was Julianus's cousin Didius Julianus, who, those of you who are reading ahead, know that we'll have cause to deal with a little bit down the road. Also caught up in the purge were the famous Quintilius brothers, who had been key lieutenants of Marcus during the Marcomannic Wars, and who, as a reward, had shared a consulship together. His paranoia now raging unchecked, Commodus fired the innocent and highly capable governors Septimius Severus and Pertinax for their failure to capture one of the conspirators who had gotten out of Rome alive. We'll have cause to deal with both of them down the road as well. The purge then extended to all of his father's old advisors, and then to every legionary commander across the whole empire. Commodus fired every single one of them, and replaced them with his own men. Back in Rome, anyone who raised the ire of the emperor, man, woman, or child, was likely to wind up murdered and their estates confiscated. All in all, the failed assassination attempt led the empire into the bloodiest round of purges since the end of Domitian's reign. But really, not since the old days of Tiberius and Sejanus had the aristocracy lived with such a cloud of fear hanging over their heads. Playing the part of Sejanus to Commodus's Tiberius was the arch-Machiavellian Perennis, who had parlayed his insider information he had because he was, totally in on the plot to kill Commodus, into the position of the emperor's right-hand man. Commodus handed over the day-to-day operations of the empire to Perennis, and for the next 3 years, while the emperor himself engaged in every debauched activity you think of when you think of debauched Roman aristocrats, Tigidius Perennis was the man in charge. When Commodus did climb down into the real world of politics, it was mostly to humiliate some senator or rearrange the provincial postings to keep everyone on their toes. Beginning during this period, but not perfected until the fall of Perennis and the rise of Cleander, who had recently been made chamberlain to replace the assassinated Severus, was the regular sale of office and the constant shuffling of office holders. Perennis and Commodus were, in a way, engaged in a friendly rivalry to see who could create the most political and bureaucratic chaos so that the dust would keep swirling and they, themselves, would remain safely cocooned in the center of the storm. Consulships were bought and sold, Praetorian prefects were appointed and fired sometimes within the span of days. Governors were sent out to provinces and learned that they had been replaced when they arrived at their new posting. And, most important of all, membership in the Senate was open to anyone who Commodus favored, or, perhaps more importantly, who the emperor thought the old senators would hate. The empire was lucky during this chaotic period for two reasons. First, the borders were relatively peaceful. The two groups who would have posed the biggest threat to the empire were the Parthians and the Germans, and they had both been recently humbled by massive defeat at the hands of the legions, and were not looking to make trouble again anytime soon. So even though Rome had become politically schizophrenic, no foreign enemy was ready to take advantage of the empire's madness. Second, though he was personally ruthless, Perennis was no administrative slouch. He kept the grain flowing, the books balanced, and the games running. It all would have fallen apart much sooner had he been utterly corrupt or a dismal accountant, but he was neither, and so the empire, while not exactly flourishing, was not yet to be driven into the ground. But discontentment was stirring. In 183, a brief war in Dacia broke out that was put down by a combined effort of the final two of the five would-be emperors in the fast-approaching year of the five emperors, Claudius Albinus and Pescennius Niger. The other three being the aforementioned Pertinax, Didius Julianus, and Septimius Severus. The next year, unrest in Britain led the commander there to press north and retake the Antonine Wall, which had been abandoned around the time of Marcus's ascension. The general in question, though, was a harsh disciplinarian who the regular troops hated, and following the campaign, they revolted against his leadership and proclaimed another commander emperor. This commander wisely refused the honor and got the troops back under control for the moment, but the next year, rebellion among the British legions flared up once again. This time, their ire was directed at Perennis himself, who they blamed for being late with equipment, stingy with pay, and saddling them with harsh masters who would not indulge the lax atmosphere they had come to expect. In a sign of things to come, that is, the failure of discipline that would soon become an epidemic in the legions, a deputation of 1,500 armed soldiers marched out of Britain for Rome, where they planned to present their grievances to the emperor in person. Missing the greater point of the precedent he was endorsing, Commodus allowed the rogue company to enter Italy and march on Rome armed to the teeth. Hearing the news that this force from Britain was on the way, the imperial chamberlain Cleander saw the perfect opportunity to make his own Machiavellian strike. With the help of some dissatisfied senators, Cleander set about trumping up charges against Perennis that seemed to show he was aiming to make either himself or his son emperor at some point in the not-too-distant future. When the soldiers from Britain arrived to present their case, Perennis was confident that he would be able to dispatch them with ease, but at the same moment, Cleander was presenting Commodus with the allegation that Perennis was planning on overthrowing him. Having hit the emperor's paranoid center right where it hurt, Commodus suddenly turned on the blindsided Perennis and ordered his former favorite and his entire family executed. Cleander then dutifully led the emperor through the list of senators who were involved in the trumped-up plot. Conveniently, they were all personal enemies of Cleander. And the aristocracy was once again caught up in a bloody purge, already the second of Commodus's short reign. The fall of Perennis would send the empire off a cliff, because while the old Praetorian prefect had been a capable administrator, his replacement as imperial favorite Cleander was nothing of the sort. Next week, the wheels will come off the bus. The art of creating bureaucratic chaos for fun and profit will be perfected by Cleander, who will run the empire, if you could even call it that, for 5 years, while Commodus drifted further off into his own private fantasy land. Cleander will finally be eaten by the monster he creates, and Commodus, now nearing his 30s, will be forced to step in and actually do some real governing. But by this time, he was convinced not only that he was the reincarnation of Hercules, but also that he was the greatest gladiator who ever lived, so it's not like he brought a lot of stability to the situation. Like Domitian before him, Commodus would eventually be done in by members of his own inner circle, who were worried that they were about to be caught up in yet another round of purges. His assassination on New Year's Eve 192 will spark the first great domestic crisis since the year of the four emperors, and 193 AD will go down in history with a nice little nod to inflation as the year of the five emperors. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to go back to the very beginning and recommend The Histories by Herodotus. Herodotus is widely acknowledged as the father of history, and though he was not exactly rigorous about his separation of fact and fantasy, he was the first writer in the Western world to really lay down a full, compelling history of the past, and for that alone, we are all in his debt. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 97, The Fall of Hercules. Okay, so last time, Maximus was totally framed by Joaquin Phoenix, and even though he was able to escape his own execution and make it back to his estates in Spain, the fugitive general was eventually captured by slave traders, but not before learning that Joaquin Phoenix had murdered his entire family. This week, now a gladiator, Maximus must fight or die in the arena, and maybe, hopefully, one day have his revenge. Okay, not really. There was no Maximus. The non-existent Maximus did not kill Commodus in single combat, and that certainly did not lead to a great restoration of the Republic. Good movie, though. And, funny enough, the bit about Commodus fighting as a gladiator was no joke, and if anything, the movie actually downplayed the emperor's obsession. Following the purges that surrounded the fall of Perennis, the imperial chamberlain Cleander rose to power, and along with a circle of corrupt and decadent allies, Cleander ran the empire for his own benefit from 185 to 190 AD. During those years, Commodus withdrew even further from the real world, and when not drinking or dabbling in his harem or sitting in the baths, he spent the majority of his free time training to be a gladiator. The emperor's obsession with gladiatorial combat dated back to his childhood and was the centerpiece of that reputation I talked about earlier, the one Marcus hoped Commodus would eventually outgrow. But rather than outgrow it, Commodus let it grow with him. Disinterested in the real work of soldiering, Commodus was fascinated with the staged fights of the arena, and from very early on aspired to join the pantheon of gladiatorial gods. Now an emperor, and with no one to stop him, he let this ambition off its leash. Now, in the Roman social hierarchy, an emperor was at the very tippy top of the pyramid, and a gladiator was in the sub-basement, down with the prostitutes and the actors. A free citizen fighting in the arena was unseemly. An equite fighting was scandalous. A senator fighting was a barely conceivable horror. An emperor fighting as a gladiator? Well, that would be the equivalent of the president turning up one morning in a crack den. Commodus cared not a whit about the social taboos, though. He wanted to stand over 10,000 dead opponents and bask in the adoration of the crowd. Nothing else mattered. At first, he confined himself to private contests, but as he grew more confident in his abilities, the emperor started naming himself the headline attraction for the all-too-frequent games thrown during his reign. Now, Commodus was no slouch here. He was young and athletic, and seems to have taken his training seriously. He was an excellent shot and handy with every kind of weapon imaginable. But there's no getting around the fact that he never did fight a fair fight. Obviously, you can't have the emperor going out there and getting killed by some random slave, so Commodus typically fought pre-wounded opponents, or, more commonly, opponents who had been given a lead sword to match up against the emperor's sharpened steel. These widely known secrets of the emperor's success made all his boasting about what a great warrior he was ring a bit hollow, and far from elevating his reputation, it made him the object of persistent, if private, mockery. Adding a malevolent edge to his somewhat ridiculous displays of alleged gladiatorial prowess was the fact that Commodus took particular delight in killing anything that seemed freakish. He would bring in midgets so he could pretend to be a mighty giant. He would bring in amputees and watch them hobble around feebly as he toyed with them. And at times, he would put his surgical skills to the test and slowly dismember victims while avoiding major arteries. His most famous routine, though, was the hunt, and in addition to the old reoccurring line about having slain 100 lions in a single day, he was fond of bringing in exotic oddities, ostriches, giraffes, elephants, and the like, and felling them with a few well-placed arrows. For a long time, the masses got a kick out of the ludicrous novelty of watching the emperor do horrible things to handicapped opponents, but the novelty eventually wore off. For members of the Senate, meanwhile, at least the non-Commodus appointed members of the Senate anyway, there never was any novelty to begin with. The whole spectacle was an affront to the dignity of the emperor, the senators themselves, and the empire at large. Commodus suspected that if given a chance, his friends and colleagues in the Senate would find other places to be on game day, so he made attendance at his performances mandatory. That is, one of the quickest ways to find yourself on the emperor's hit list was to call in sick to the Colosseum. And when you found yourself on the emperor's hit list, it wasn't like he just didn't invite you to dinner or something. No, that meant that charges of treason, property confiscation, and execution were right around the corner. So the senators went and watched the emperor club cripples to death. Really, the whole thing was just cruel, pathetic, and sad. Meanwhile, the empire continued to plunge unchecked towards a system-wide failure. The legions, upon whom Commodus was in part resting the legitimacy of his reign, were beginning to slip away from him. At first, their ire was directed at the emperor's favorites, like Perennis, but as their dissatisfaction mounted, Commodus began to become an object of their anger as well. Commodus had dispatched Pertinax to Britain, which had been a recent hotbed of insubordination, with instructions to get the situation there back in hand. Pertinax was an old soldier who had earned his name and reputation putting out Rome's fires across the empire, and when he got to Britain, it did not take long for him to be embraced by the heretofore rebellious troops. But at this point in the history of the empire, being embraced by the troops was a dangerous proposition. So when the British legions got together and decided to hail Pertinax their new emperor, Pertinax outright refused. Deeply unsettled by the position he found himself in, he wrote to Commodus requesting immediate reassignment. Now, you would think the fact that the British legions kept trying to declare new emperors would have led to some sort of imperial action. But apparently, Commodus, and at this point Cleander, vastly underestimated the severity of the situation. Soon enough, though, they would no longer be able to ignore it. In 186, a charismatic army deserter in Gaul named Maternus began to round up a motley crew of followers, consisting of fellow deserters, ex-soldiers, and brigands. At first, they were concerned mostly with raiding the countryside for their own enrichment, but eventually, after more and more men flocked to his banner, Maternus began to think of himself as the second coming of Spartacus. His force grew to the point that raids on towns turned into sieges of small cities. He led his men back and forth across the Pyrenees, causing havoc in the under-garrisoned portions of Spain and Gaul, before finally the powers that be realized that there was a renegade army running loose within the empire. The response to this brief uprising, sometimes called the Deserters' War, was spearheaded by Pescennius Niger, who was finally able to confront Maternus's force and defeat it in open battle. But, undeterred, in March of 187, Maternus regrouped with a corps of supporters and headed south into Italy. The plan now was to infiltrate Rome during an upcoming festival, get close to the emperor, and assassinate him. The plot was not as outlandish as it sounds. The festival involves citizens of every class putting on costumes and partying in the streets. Maternus managed to secure some Praetorian Guard uniforms, and figured that with everyone, including the guard, getting good and drunk in an atmosphere of shifting identities, that he might just be able to bluff his way into the imperial entourage. But before the conspiracy got off the ground, Maternus was betrayed by one of his followers over some personal slight, and the assassins were all rounded up and executed. The already paranoid Commodus was driven further round the bend by the revelation that his life had been saved not by the fact that his bodyguards were so super great at their jobs, but because the conspiracy had been betrayed by a disgruntled ex-member. Further compounding his agitation was a note passed along by Pertinax that one of Commodus's brothers-in-law and a few other senators were gathering support for their own assassination attempt. It seems that Pertinax thought the chances of the conspirators dim, and so decided to make double sure that he wasn't implicated in the plot, and alerted the emperor after he himself was invited to join. From this point on, Commodus was rendered practically inert. He never left the safe confines of the palace, or, if he wasn't in Rome, the safety of his country villas. The only public appearances he made for the rest of his reign were when he performed as a gladiator, seemingly the only time that he actually felt safe and comfortable. But though Commodus was a publicly invisible emperor, he was still a force to be reckoned with in private, and not in a good way at all. With Perennis as his colleague, Commodus had taken a shine to debasing the Senate, making erratic bureaucratic appointments, and doing whatever he could to personally humiliate individual members of the aristocracy. But now, with Cleander as his partner in crime, everything was ratcheted up a couple of notches. Cleander made a fortune selling offices, membership in the Senate, and plum overseas appointments, while Commodus encouraged his freedmen to harass senators, confiscate their property, and, when the mood struck him, murder them. Further compounding the mockery they were making of the government was the fact that the two men actually spent very little time thinking about the government, and chose instead to focus on exploring the vast and wide depths of sexual depravity. I won't go into the details because, hey, this is a family podcast, but suffice it to say that there was some pretty brutal stuff going on at the palace, and not at all behind closed doors. In mid-187, Cleander took the lead in a new round of purges, this one aimed at anyone connected to the conspiracy Pertinax had decided to expose. Luckily for Cleander, the families involved were also personal enemies, who represented the last real organized threat to his power. So, off with all their heads. This latest round of political murders is further notable for sweeping up the Empress Crispina along with everyone else. It doesn't look like she was in any way involved in the plot, but rather that she simply fell victim to the whims of a probably sociopathic emperor who had grown tired of his wife. Bad enough that she was exiled and then killed, but her crime, the one so heinous that she was exiled and killed for it, was simply being caught up engaging in an extramarital affair. You know, the kind her husband had engaged in every single day of their marriage. Stay classy, Commodus. In 188, Cleander further solidified his grip on power by creating a new office that superseded the two Praetorian prefects, effectively putting him in charge of the emperor's secret police. Up to this point, Cleander had controlled the guard much as Perennis had, by constantly hiring and firing the prefects so none of them could create enduring loyalty within the ranks. But having finally set the record by allowing one poor appointee to remain in office a mere 6 hours, Cleander finally decided that this was maybe getting a little ridiculous, that there needed to be some kind of institutional stability. What if the guard actually needed to do something? So he invented a new office, assumed it, and then ran the Praetorians himself. At this point, it seemed like things would go on like this forever. Cleander had a stranglehold on Rome, the enemies of the new imperial order were all dead or exiled, and Commodus cared only about chariot racing, sitting in the baths, and gladiatorial combat. The empire was slowly being driven into the ground, but anyone in a position to actually do anything about it were the ones already behind the wheel and doing said driving. But as so often happens in these sorts of bloodily tyrannical quasi-police states, one minute you're up, and the next minute you're being airbrushed out of that photo of you and Stalin enjoying a nice glass of vodka together. For Cleander, the end came in 190, a year in which he and Commodus conspired to appoint 25 different men consul, a record that would stand unchallenged for the rest of the life of the empire. Remember when consulships were a sacred office that marked the prestigious climax of a long and distinguished career? Yeah, no one else does either. Included in that infamously long roll call of consuls for 190, though, was a man who was about to reach the new climax point for the Roman politician, Septimius Severus. In one of those classic, it's the economy stupid moments, Cleander's fall from power was precipitated by a grain shortage in Rome. Without a major crisis getting in his way, Cleander was able to more or less come and go as he pleased. But as soon as the grain stopped flowing, and someone needed to be scapegoated, well, that someone was naturally the man who had just spent 5 years lording over everyone how much power he had. The few active enemies of the imperial chamberlain left alive seized the opportunity the food shortages presented, and organized a very public display against the emperor's favorite at the one place the emperor was bound to hear about it, in the Circus Maximus. In April of 190 AD, at a set of chariot races, a group of children were given anti-Cleander banners and were snuck down onto the field, where they began shouting anti-Cleander chants. The hope was that if children were used, that the Praetorians wouldn't be able to just march out and club them all to death, and the trick seems to have worked. The crowd eventually joined in the chanting, and before too long they had worked themselves into a frenzy and marched out of the Circus Maximus towards the villa Cleander was staying at. Facing down a crowd of nearly 150,000, Cleander ordered the Praetorian Guard to move in and beat the mob into submission. But when he called for backup from the urban cohorts, who were at this point led by newly appointed urban prefect Pertinax, Pertinax not only ignored the call, but he ordered his own troops into the crowd to help them drive off the Praetorians. Cleander fled to the imperial villa Commodus was relaxing at, but as with Perennis, the emperor was more than willing to throw his favorite under the bus if that seemed like the safest course of action for Commodus. So rather than face the wrath of the mob himself, Cleander was handed over to the crowd, who promptly killed him and dragged his body through the streets. The fall of Cleander was accompanied by yet another round of purges, and anyone with a close connection to the dead chamberlain found themselves added to the emperor's prescription list rather than being asked to help draw them up. These are the times when you start to understand the appeal of a philosophy like Epicureanism, with its emphasis on leaving politics to those cruel enough and dumb enough to get caught up in it. During the reign of Commodus, you were either up and orchestrating the murder of your enemies, or you were down and being murdered by your enemies. Those leaders who survived to see the other side were either like Pertinax and willing to follow the winds wherever they blew, personal honor be damned, or like Septimius Severus, who kept his head down, but in witnessing the petty, bloody back and forth in Rome, developed an entirely cynical philosophy of government that would help transform the empire into the unstable, banana republic-style military dictatorships of the 3rd century. But before we get to the founding of the new Severan dynasty, we still have to cover the last ignoble phase of the Nervan Antonine dynasty. The unbroken line of high-quality emperors that stretch back nearly a century and produce some of the most recognizable names in Roman imperial history, Trajan, Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius, was about to be broken. Just as Nero had wrecked the Julio-Claudians and Domitian had wrecked the Flavians, Commodus was about to wreck the Antonines. In defense of the first two, the legitimacy of the Julio-Claudians was already a shaky proposition by the time Nero arrived, and Domitian was toppled not for being a terrible emperor, but for being an unusually arrogant one. Commodus, on the other hand, took an entirely healthy dynasty, spun a hard right, and just drove it into a brick wall. He was arrogant like Domitian, but instead of offsetting this by establishing an effective autocracy, he oversaw a sloppy, corrupt, and decadent administration that bankrupted the empire, left its infrastructure to rot, and purged out most of its talented leaders. Commodus saved the best for last, though, and during his last 2 years in office, he really kicked the crazy up a notch. Basically, if Commodus had had his way, this podcast would not be called The History of Rome, it would be called The History of Commodiana, and I wouldn't be talking about how the Romans kicked off this or that campaign season in the month of April, but instead talking about how the Commodians kicked off this or that new campaign season in the month of Commodus. And also, did you know that Commodus was the reincarnation of Hercules? Not just that he liked to associate himself with Hercules, mind you, but that he was literally the reincarnation of Hercules? Yes, good times were ahead. The crazy really got rolling right after Cleander and his allies were liquidated. Rather than elevate some new favorite to power, the now 29-year-old Commodus decided that it was time to rule in his own right. He still surrounded himself with corrupt sycophants, most notably his mistress Marcia, new chamberlain Eclectus, and new praetorian prefect Quintus Letus. But unlike in his past dealings with Satyrus, Perennis, and Cleander, Commodus did not delegate his imperial responsibilities. But then again, neither did he really embrace them either. Instead, the governance of the empire was just sort of set adrift. Commodus spent nearly every day fighting as a gladiator, or enjoying the races, and his only real concern was making sure that he had enough money to pay for it all, usually by confiscating property or levying new taxes. But of course, he never did have enough money to pay for it all, and he would leave the imperial treasury deep, deep in the red. By 191, Commodus was beginning to lose touch even with the masses, who had always supported an emperor as obsessed with the games as they were. They began to look sideways at his obsession with Hercules, and took as mighty impious the claim that he was actually the reincarnation of the old Greek hero. When Commodus began erecting statues across the city featuring himself dressed as Hercules, and began carrying around a great big club, which he called the Club of Hercules, the people joined in the aristocracy's concern over the sanity of their emperor. Delusions of lineage aside, Commodus's association with Hercules did introduce a new theme to the political order that in time would become a staple of imperial propaganda. As we all know, Hercules was the son of Jupiter. This meant that if Commodus was literally an incarnation of Hercules, that his true father was not Marcus Aurelius, but Jupiter himself. Commodus further implied that this meant that he did not rule by virtue of the Senate's consent, or the will of the masses, or because he had the backing of the legions, but because it was the will of his father, Jupiter, greatest and best. Commodus was, in other words, a divine monarch, and he himself was a living god. It would take a little while for this new conception of where imperial sovereignty lay to catch on, but Diocletian would eventually make the business about being a divine monarch a cornerstone of his empire-wide reforms. Now, of course, unlike Commodus, Diocletian probably did not actually believe that he was divine, and that he was simply grasping for anything that would help restore the dignity of the imperial throne so he could reassert some control over the legions. But still, that was where political theory was headed, and Commodus, at least in this one respect, was an innovator ahead of his time. But if he was a divinely appointed ruler, then it did not take long for Jupiter to realize his mistake. In 191, a fire broke out in Rome that raged for days, and among other things, burned the Temple of the Vestas to the ground. Commodus seemed unconcerned about the damage, but rather seemed thrilled at the prospect of getting to refound Rome in his own image. So, in early 192, he fully embraced his own outsized megalomania, and declared that henceforth Rome would no longer be called Rome, but instead the Colonia Aelia Commodiana. In other words, the city of Commodus. He further decreed that the legions would now be called the Commodiani, and the Senate would be called Commodus's Fortunate Senate, a sort of darkly comic rebranding. Having already changed his full name to Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus Augustus Hercules Romanus ex Superatoris Amazonius Invictus Felix Pius, he then changed the names of the months so that each lined up with one of his 12 corresponding names. All of this began to worry even his inner circle, who tried to dissuade the emperor from indulging himself too much in these fantasies, for fear that he would alienate the whole population with his strange declarations. But all that they got in response was a suspicious snarl, leaving them all with the justified true belief that they were about to be purged for having the temerity to question the Son of God. In late 192, Eclectus, Marcia, and Letus got together and agreed that the emperor had to be done away with, or they would all lose their heads, either at the hands of the emperor or at the hands of the mob, who seemed to be prepping for a mass uprising. But having seen multiple attempts on the emperor's life fail, they laid their plans carefully. Being so close to the emperor, they knew they would have the means, motive, and opportunity to do the job, but what they didn't yet have was someone willing to replace Commodus on the throne. Killing the emperor was one thing. Ensuring that the assassination would not cause a civil war was quite another. So they had to find someone who would be palatable to all three interested parties in the outcome: the Senate, the army, and the masses. In the end, they figured there was only one man for the job, and that was Pertinax. I'm not entirely sure why they thought Pertinax would do anything but just rat them out, but the conspirators approached the old general, and this time, he concurred that Commodus's time was up. Pertinax agreed to wait in the wings and take no direct part in the killing, but when the deed was done, he pledged that when asked, he would reluctantly agree to don the purple. Even with their plans carefully laid, things got off to a bad start. On New Year's Eve 192, Marcia attempted to poison her lover, but Commodus caught wise to the poison and forced himself to vomit it all back up. Not sure who was behind the attempt, Commodus retired to his private bath so he could be alone with his paranoia. Quickly switching to Plan B, the conspirators sent Commodus's wrestling partner Narcissus into the bath with instructions to strangle the emperor. Just as with the assassination of Domitian, Commodus did not go quietly, but eventually Narcissus got the upper hand, and Commodus lay dead on the floor. He was 31 years old, and had ruled the empire very, very badly for 12 years. Next week, the empire will wake up with a massive hangover, and try to take stock of the damage that had been done over the previous decade by Commodus and his friends. But before they could even find the aspirin, the people of Rome will be forced to endure a political situation spinning violently out of control. Pertinax will not last 100 days in power. The reign of his successor, Didius Julianus, will be even shorter. Then 3 men, representing different regions of the empire, will all vie for the throne on the battlefield. Rather than emerging into the safety of a Commodus-free world, the empire will instead find itself sucked into something far more treacherous: a year with 5 emperors. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 98, Purchasing Power. After numerous failed attempts, foiled plots, and exposed conspiracies, someone finally managed to kill Commodus. That someone was a young athlete named Narcissus, who had been promised a huge reward by the emperor's inner circle if he successfully strangled Commodus to death. With the deed done and finally done right, Phase 2 of the plan was then initiated. One of the key conspirators, Praetorian Prefect Quintus Letus, went and retrieved Publius Helvius Pertinax, who had been pacing around his house all night, waiting for either the good news that the emperor was dead, or the bad news that the plot had failed, and it was time to get caught up in the never-ending cycle of purges. When the knock on the door finally came, it was Letus announcing that the emperor was in fact dead, and Phase 2 was at hand. Phase 2 was hustling Pertinax to the Praetorian camp, where Letus had arranged for the old senator to be immediately proclaimed emperor. The troops were told that Commodus had died of an embolism, that Pertinax was already the consensus choice to succeed him, and that it was up to the rank-and-file Praetorians to make it official. They were uneasy about all of this, and were probably one of the few groups in the empire ready to shed tears for Commodus, but Letus promised them the world if they backed Pertinax, and so they did. The point of all of this was to present the Senate with a fait accompli, so that when the senators awakened on New Year's Day and found the old emperor dead, a new one would already be in place. All night, the conspirators fretted over how the Senate would react, but they were worried over nothing. Most of the Senate, after finally being convinced that this wasn't one of the hilarious emperor's practical jokes, were thrilled at the news that mad as a hatter Commodus was dead, and that Pertinax, wise, capable, and experienced Pertinax, was the man the Praetorians were demanding they accept as the new emperor. The choice of Pertinax was ratified immediately, and in almost the same breath, the memory of Commodus was officially damned. All his crazy pronouncements about renaming Rome and the months and the legions, those were all nullified, and across the city his statues were toppled. At the dawn of a new year, a new day was dawning for the empire. Kind of. Sort of. Not really. So a few episodes ago, I just sort of slipped Pertinax into the narrative and have referred to him off and on ever since. But other than the fact that he was an able military officer and that he did his damnedest not to get involved in plots against Commodus, I haven't really told you that much about him. By far the most interesting thing to note is that, unique among emperors, at least up until this point, he was the son of a mere freedman. Born in 126, he had planned on becoming a grammar instructor, but in his late teens, he decided to have some strings pulled for him so he could be commissioned as an officer in the legions instead. Once in uniform, he immediately proved that he was a hard-working soldier and a natural leader of men, whatever his lowly background said about him. He came to the attention of Claudius Pompeianus, who was himself of lowly origin, though not as lowly as being the son of a freedman, and he became attached to the older man's staff. As Pompeianus' star rose during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, Pertinax rose along with it. Eventually, his undeniable talent won out, and Marcus decided to enroll the young man as a senator so he could grant Pertinax a full command. In 175, he was granted a suffect consulship as a reward for his excellent service, a consulship he would coincidentally share with Didius Julianus, who we will get to in a second. His rise was not without setbacks, though, and for his entire career, he would have to deal with aristocratic bigotry against this son of a slave who had had the temerity to order around his social betters. During the reign of Marcus, he was briefly blacklisted following the machinations of some officials close to Faustina, who hated Pertinax for, among other things, his close relationship with Pompeianus, who she detested. During the early years of Commodus's reign, Pertinax essentially retired from public life, rather than attempt to get into a political flame war with Perennis. But once Perennis was out of the picture, Pertinax found himself back in favor and back in demand. In all, during his long career, he served with distinction in the Parthian War and the Marcomannic Wars, and at one time or another governed the provinces of Upper Moesia, Lower Moesia, Dacia, Syria, Britain, and Africa. Far from being honorary postings, these were among the most critical territories the empire had to offer. Throughout his career, there was only one real lingering flaw in his character, at least according to the troops who served under him. Unlike many other commanders, particularly those who served at Commodus's pleasure, Pertinax was not indulgent of his troops. He demanded strict discipline in the camps and had no time for whiners or complainers. They were soldiers, and they ought to act like it. There was nothing more to say on the subject. Unfortunately, this reputation would come back to haunt him once he was emperor. Strict discipline was not, for example, what the Praetorian Guard had in mind when they went and did the old man a pretty huge favor by making him emperor of the whole empire. While the Senate needed no prodding to be ecstatic about the elevation of Pertinax, the Praetorians had to be bought off. In securing their support, Pertinax had been forced to promise a huge donative to every man in the guard. Now, more than ever, the men of the imperial bodyguard didn't care who was in power, as long as they got paid. In a few short months, the crass financial underpinnings of their morality would be displayed in a way never before imaginable. But for now, they accepted the promise of money from Pertinax, and so they supported Pertinax. Out in the provinces, word spread of Commodus's demise, and though there was no political unrest following the death of the erratic and dangerous emperor, the fact of his murder, and the fact that a man who had no connection whatsoever to the now-dead Antonine dynasty had to have sparked the imaginations of more than a few powerful governors. Shortly, we will deal with 3 such powerful governors, who between them commanded a majority of the empire's legions. They all knew and appreciated the service and stature of Pertinax, and so there was no immediate uprising. But the new emperor was awfully long in the tooth, and when he went to meet his maker, who exactly would succeed him was the question on all their minds. The answer came much sooner than anyone thought. You see, when Pertinax promised a huge bonus to the Praetorians in exchange for their support, he had done so at the behest of Letus, who told him it was the only way. Once the crisis of succession was in the rearview mirror a bit, though, Pertinax reevaluated the wisdom of paying the Praetorians such an ungodly sum of money. He came through with half the amount, but declined to pay the rest, arguing that what he had already given them was more than most soldiers make in a lifetime. Besides, the imperial treasury is empty, so there's really nothing left to pay you with. But the Praetorians couldn't have cared less about where the money came from or what the average soldier made in a lifetime. They just wanted what was theirs. Pertinax considered the matter closed, though, and shifted his focus to seeing what could be done to get the empire back on track after so many years of mismanagement. The Praetorians, however, did not consider the matter closed. They were the only reason this stuffy old man was on the throne in the first place, and now he was stiffing them when the bill came due? Who did he think he was? They made him, and they could break him. In March, Pertinax visited the port of Ostia to inspect incoming grain shipments, and while there, he was given evidence proving that one of the year's consuls, a senator named Quintus Falco, had gone in with a few key members of the Guard on a plot to kill Pertinax. The Guard promised to make Falco emperor if he promised to pay up promptly and in full. Unwilling to be held hostage by a bunch of greedy bodyguards who did not know their true place in the world, Pertinax continued to refuse them the second half of the donative, but now did so knowing full well that he was putting himself in a very dangerous position. But whether out of principle, obstinacy, or something else, he refused to back down on the issue. He went so far as to avoid passing out imperial titles to his wife and children, perhaps suspecting that if and when a final showdown came, that they would be safer on the sidelines than carrying around dangerous titles like Augusta and Caesar. There was a hope prevailing in Rome early in 193 that maybe the reign of Commodus had just been a hiccup, and that with Pertinax now in power, that things could go back to normal. Commodus aside, no one living had any memory of a bad emperor. Even the oldest of the old men had been born during the reign of Trajan. Pertinax himself, a venerable elder statesman, had been born during the reign of Hadrian. The point is that for most Romans, the default setting was good emperors reigning for a long time over a relatively quiet and stable empire. So the reasoning went that since Pertinax was obviously not a crazy person, that maybe the detour through Commodus would prove to be just that, a detour. Pertinax would reign for a bit, then hand power to some worthy successor, and then he would pass power to some other worthy successor, and just like that, the memory of Commodus, already damned, would be truly forgotten. But it was not to be. Commodus was not a detour. He was the new way forward. The Romans would never again return to the road they had traveled for the last century, the one paved in wisdom, luck, and competence. No, they were on a different road now. And in late March 193, the people of Rome discovered how far they had already strayed from that good solid road they had enjoyed for so many years. The Praetorians had been indulged for too long to simply take Pertinax's stiffing lying down. Well, it wasn't just the case of the missing donative. It was also the fact that Pertinax was trying to impose a level of discipline on the urban troops that they were totally unaccustomed to. What were they? Provincial infantry? They had never been hip to Pertinax to begin with, but Letus had been persuasive on the night of Commodus's death, which they had always suspected had been murder, not an embolism, and so they had gone along with their prefect. But if the past few months had proved anything, it was that this relationship just wasn't going to work. It was time for the Praetorians to break up with Pertinax. On March 28, a collection of about 300 soldiers and officers of the guard stormed the palace to confront the emperor. None of the soldiers or officials surrounding Pertinax had any desire to get in the middle of what was about to go down, so this armed company of Praetorians was allowed to pass unchallenged. Well, not totally unchallenged. Pertinax heard the commotion and dispatched Letus to go talk his men down. But when Letus, not exactly the most scrupulous guy in the world, confronted the incoming troops, he decided that joining them would be safer than trying to stop them. So he promptly about-faced and led his men straight to the emperor. Pertinax faced down the 300 Praetorians, well, 301 I guess at this point, and attempted to explain his position and reasonably diffuse the situation. Whether or not his words were starting to dissuade a majority of the men became irrelevant when one of the soldiers, who was obviously not being dissuaded, stepped forward and slashed Pertinax with his sword, killing the emperor instantly. Pertinax was 66 years old and had ruled the empire for 86 days. This rash act of violence left Letus and the Praetorians in a dilly of a pickle. As I'm sure Letus calmly explained without raising his voice or cussing anyone out, you don't just kill an emperor. At least, you don't kill an emperor without having a replacement ready to step in. Because as it stands right now, there is no emperor, and no generally agreed-upon mechanism for selecting a new one. The Senate will argue that they have the right to elect the empire's new leader. The armies out in the provinces will almost certainly ignore the Senate and acclaim one of their own generals. Hell, every man in the empire will have his own pet candidate and be more than willing to fight to the death to win this highly valuable and suddenly available prize. This, he explained, is why you don't just kill an emperor. Keeping his wits about him, though, Letus thought fast and determined that at the end of the day, the Praetorians still really held all the cards here. We'll just pick whoever we want, bully the Senate into ratifying the choice, and have everything wrapped up before the provincial governors even hear that Pertinax is dead. But who did the Praetorians want? At that moment, what they wanted was someone who would pay up when he was supposed to pay up. That was their whole beef with Pertinax, and the reason why they were standing over his bloody body trying to figure out who to replace him with. So, Letus hit upon a great idea. A really, really great idea that was just really, really great. They would auction off the job to the highest bidder. Letus ordered his agents out into the city to spread the news that Pertinax was dead and that the Praetorians were entertaining bids to be his replacement. What followed obviously became one of the most notorious incidents in Roman imperial history. No self-respecting senator was going to get into a bidding war to win the honor of becoming the Praetorians' puppet, which meant that only senators of a more morally ambiguous nature were going to enter into the auction. But then again, if only morally ambiguous men entered in the bidding, then maybe it was the duty of a self-respecting senator to step in and outbid the bad seeds. It was quite a conundrum. In the end, events moved so quickly that the bidding came down to two men, who were neither inflexibly virtuous nor necessarily terrible men. They just acted on their instincts, their vanity, and the belief that someone was going to get the job, so it might as well be them. The first was Pertinax's father-in-law, a man named Titus Flavius Sulpicianus. Sulpicianus had been appointed city prefect upon his son-in-law's ascension, and when the company of Praetorians had invaded the palace, Pertinax had dispatched Sulpicianus down to the Praetorian camp to hopefully quell any further unrest. So he found himself physically present when the murderous company returned to base with his son-in-law's head on a spike, and was the first to hear their plan to auction off the imperial throne. Sulpicianus, probably first out of a desire to simply restore order as quickly as possible, put in a bid, but the Praetorians decided it was too low, and shouted from the ramparts that anyone who could do better ought to come down straight away and do better. The second man involved in this infamous auction, and the one who would eventually win the dubious prize, was Marcus Didius Julianus. He was enjoying a lavish dinner with his family when the news came that the imperial throne was up for grabs. According to most sources, Julianus was pushed into making a bid by his wife and daughter, who were themselves hungrier for power than Julianus himself was, but sometimes I can't help but take these portrayals of shrewish Roman women with a grain of salt. If Julianus needed to be pushed into it, I doubt he needed to be pushed very hard. But whether he jumped at the chance, or had to be pushed, or pulled, or nudged, or whatever, Julianus rushed from his banquet table down to the Praetorian camp. He was barred from actually passing through the gates by suspicious guards, but, undeterred, he shouted his offer over the walls. The men on the ramparts dutifully relayed Julianus's bid to their comrades in the center of camp, and Sulpicianus upped his bid accordingly. The men raced back to the wall, where they told Julianus what the new price was, and Julianus upped his own bid accordingly. Now this is what the Praetorians had in mind. Finally, Sulpicianus offered 20,000 sesterces a head for the privilege of becoming emperor, an absurd sum that equaled something like 8 times the annual salary of the average Praetorian. But Julianus, caught up in the moment and determined not to lose, promised 25,000 sesterces a head. At this last offer, the Praetorians were satisfied, and, maybe worried that continuing the auction would lead both men to walk away from the table, declared Julianus the winner, ushered him into camp, and acclaimed him emperor. Proving that he was not totally morally bankrupt, which he really wasn't, Julianus stipulated that his promised donative was contingent upon no harm coming to Sulpicianus. The Praetorians agreed and let the losing bidder go, though he had to see himself out, as the soldiers were all temporarily blinded by the massive dollar signs in their eyes. They were all about to be rich men. They should really do this more often. The Praetorians then marched out into the streets to rouse the Senate and demand that they assemble at once to make their choice official. They came down to the forum, and after listening to Julianus make a speech about how all of this wasn't nearly as dishonorable as it appeared, and reminding them that they all knew him and knew him well, that he was a good man, and he would lead the empire back to glory. With armed soldiers literally standing over their shoulders, the Senate nodded in agreement, and Didius Julianus became emperor. Now what he had said was basically true. Marcus Didius Julianus had been around a long time, was well known, and not for infamous reasons. He had been born in the 130s, the exact date is under dispute, to an Italian father and a Roman African mother, both of whom came from distinguished senatorial families. By a stroke of luck, he wound up being raised in the home of Domitia Lucilla, the mother of Marcus Aurelius. He didn't have much contact with Marcus, who was at least 15 years his senior, but when Marcus became emperor, it did not hurt Julianus's career one bit that he was a favorite of the emperor's mother. He climbed up the cursus honorum in brisk fashion, and when the Marcomannic Wars broke out, he found himself the governor of Upper Germany, which, while not exactly the front lines, was still a key theater of the war. Julianus and his fellows along the Rhine were tasked with fending off attacks on the Limes Germanicus and preventing the Germans from even thinking about expanding the conflict. Julianus was completely successful in his mission, and deftly deflected numerous attempts at invasion from local tribes allied with the Marcomanni. As a reward for his good work, as I mentioned before, he was given a consulship in 175, along with Pertinax. During the reign of Commodus, he mostly kept his head down, and despite being accused of involvement in one of the various plots against the emperor's life, he was acquitted and wound up serving as provincial governor in Bithynia, and then later succeeded Pertinax as proconsul of Africa. He was back in Rome and enjoying the life of a wealthy aristocrat during the last year of Commodus's reign, however much a wealthy aristocrat could enjoy his life with Commodus's mad whims hanging over his head all the time, and was finally, as I said, enjoying a nice dinner when Pertinax was murdered. Before the sun rose the next morning, he was in the imperial palace, and likely wondering if the night's events had been a strange dream. But it was no dream. Julianus was emperor. It was time for the Praetorians to initiate the final phase of their brilliant plan: kick back and live like kings. But this final phase was premised on the assumption that there would be no repercussions for the double crime of murdering Pertinax and selling off the throne. This was, as you can imagine, as faulty an assumption as there has ever been in the long history of faulty assumptions. In the full light of day, the magnitude of how faulty that assumption was became all too clear. When Julianus traveled through the streets, he was hissed at and booed at by the people, who called him names and pelted him with rocks. The Senate, with swords in their faces, had agreed to honor his claim to the throne, but to a man, they now reviled Julianus and considered his residence in the imperial palace a mockery. If Pertinax's mistake had been ignoring the Praetorians, Julianus's crime was in paying them exclusive attention, because outside the couple of thousand members of the Guard, no one else supported him, and there was a lot more men in the provincial armies than there were in the urban cohorts, if you catch my drift. Next week, the chickens will come home to roost. None of the governors out in the provinces had any intention of offering fealty to this imperial impostor, and the three most powerful, Septimius Severus in Pannonia, Claudius Albinus in Britain, and Pescennius Niger in Syria, will each further intend not only to brush aside Julianus and his ridiculous claims to the throne, but to step in and take power for themselves. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend A Short History of Nearly Everything by Bill Bryson, a thoroughly enjoyable trip through an amazing variety of topics. I seem to recall something in there about the odds of polypeptides coming together in just the right pattern to form life being greater than 1 in the number of atoms in the universe. So it's pretty good stuff. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 99, What Evil Have I Done? So the Praetorians had pulled off the perfect crime. They had murdered an emperor and replaced him with a man whose only claim to the throne was that he had promised to pay them all a boatload of cash. Yep, they were set for life, and nothing could touch them. They were, after all, the Praetorian Guard. The Praetorian Guard. While Commodus reigned, the various cabals of corrupt imperial officials who came and went over the years had wielded near absolute power over the people, and the Praetorians had been the iron hand keeping them all in line. So perhaps the last 12 years had made the Guard a bit myopic. What they were forgetting was that Commodus had paid enough attention to the provincial legions that they never really considered rebellion. Plus, he was the son of Marcus Aurelius, who was the son of Antoninus, who was the son of Hadrian, who was the son of Trajan. The legitimacy of his rule was never really in question. Maybe his antics left something to be desired, but it's not like anyone could really mount a legal brief proving that they had more of a claim to the throne than Commodus, son of Marcus, son of Antoninus, etc., etc. But now, well, in their hubris, the Praetorians had missed the fact that killing Pertinax and putting Julianus in power meant that all bets were now off. It did not take long for the Praetorians to realize their mistake. Word spread quickly about what had happened to Pertinax and what had happened after he was dead. The leading governors across the empire, each on their own initiative, refused to recognize Julianus as the lawful emperor, and instead simply got down to the business of deciding who they wanted to replace Julianus with. Coincidentally, the answer each one of them came up with was the same: me. In April 193, Claudius Albinus, Septimius Severus, and Pescennius Niger each stood at the head of their armies, and, vowing to revenge the murder of Pertinax and restore dignity to the empire, they were each hailed emperor by their assembled troops. Well, technically Albinus refused the title emperor, but the effect was the same. This meant that unless they could come to some sort of agreement with one another, this trifecta of pretenders meant only one thing: a civil war. And I don't want to give anything away, but guess what? They don't really come to an agreement with one another. As quickly as word reached the legionary camps that Julianus was emperor, word came back to Julianus that, yeah right, wanna bet? But having mortgaged a great deal of his honor in buying the imperial throne, Julianus was not prepared to just give it up at the first sign of trouble. He was an experienced commander and administrator. Now was the time to muster all that experience and fight to keep what he had paid for. He rightly concluded that Niger and Albinus were too far away to pose an immediate threat, but Septimius Severus in Pannonia? That right there was most definitely an immediate threat. The discipline of the Danube legions and the quality of the Roman roads meant that if he wanted to, Severus could march his army to the gates of Rome in a matter of weeks. Severus had to be neutralized immediately. So for the crime of treason against the new emperor, Julianus, again with armed soldiers literally standing over the Senate's shoulders, induced the body to declare Severus a public enemy and pass a sentence of death against the rogue general. Severus, meanwhile, wasted no time breaking camp. He knew, just as Julianus knew, that he was the closest of the provincial generals to Rome. If he moved fast, he would be able to beat Albinus and Niger to the punch, and, invoking the old possession is 9/10 of the law thing, dare them to challenge him, not Julianus, for control of the capital. Plus, once Julianus the dishonorable usurper was ousted, and our beloved Pertinax avenged, a lot of the rhetorical wind would go out of their arguments. Gibbon estimated that, with the prize of supreme power in sight, that Severus pushed his troops to the limit and marched them at a clip of about 20 miles a day toward Rome. As he was on the move, Severus had a Machiavellian brainstorm. His next closest rival, geographically speaking, was Albinus up in Britain. Albinus was an excellent commander, and the British legions, while lacking some of the prestige of Severus's Danube troops, was still a formidable army. There was little doubt, though, that in the end, Pescennius Niger, who would be able to muster the full resources of the rich Eastern Empire, would prove to be Severus's more formidable opponent. So Severus sent a note up to Albinus, who was also, by the way, the youngest of the three, promising that if Albinus backed Severus as emperor, Severus would name Albinus Caesar, effectively making him the heir apparent. Albinus, in part because it satisfied his personal ambition, but also in part because aligning with Severus would head off civil war, agreed to the terms, and just like that, Septimius Severus had locked up the whole Western Empire. Whether he was aware of these further developments is unknown, but it didn't really matter. Julianus was already stricken by the justifiable fear that he had nothing at his disposal that could match up against the 3 Pannonian legions. Tossing in the British troops was really just piling on. so still scrambling for any means of survival. He sent a group of senators north to convince the Pannonian troops with a bundle of carrots and sticks that they ought to abandon their leader's cause. However, doubting that the delegation would have much of an effect, Julianus also sent some hand-picked men on a secret mission to just assassinate Severus and be done with him. By hook or crook, Severus had to be stopped before he reached Rome, or else Julianus was doomed. While he waited to hear how his various missions turned out, he set what men he had, that is, the Praetorians and the urban cohorts, to work fortifying the city and drilling for battle to keep their minds from dwelling on the fact that they were all probably dead men. Severus passed into Italy without meeting any resistance and occupied Ravenna, home of the imperial fleet, simply by showing up and announcing that he was now occupying Ravenna. With eventual victory all but assured, Severus was finally met by the various delegations sent by Julianus to talk him out of it, or kill him, or whatever. The assassination squad was detected long before it got close to Severus, and failed to penetrate the general's outer circle, let alone his inner one. The senators, though, were allowed to meet the general and make their case. Far from convincing Severus to abandon his cause or the troops to abandon Severus, the group heard what Severus had to say, namely, that Julianus did not stand a chance and that he was about to become emperor. They immediately switched sides. The desperate Julianus then ordered a token force north to try to halt the incoming Pannonian legions, but they were brushed aside with hardly a fight. The only notable thing about the skirmish is that it was the first time Romans had fought Romans in 124 years. It would not, by any means, be the last. As he continued south, towns and cities threw their doors open to Severus and hailed him emperor. So not only had Julianus failed to stop Severus, but his rival was picking up steam and shrouding himself in something of an aura of inevitability. Panicked, Julianus sent a message north to his rival, declaring that he would be open to discussing some sort of power-sharing agreement. But Severus knew what the score was, and he flatly rejected the offer. He stopped about 70 miles north of Rome in late May 193, and prepared for his final march on the city. He didn't want to take it by force, though. After all, he was about to have to lead these people, and if he wanted to stay in office longer than Julianus, he couldn't kick things off by making a bloody mess of the capital. So he opened negotiations to isolate Julianus and remove him from power peacefully. He started by informing the Praetorians that they would not be punished if they agreed to hand over the men who had killed Pertinax. After about 17 seconds of debate, they agreed to the terms and delivered Letus and the others to Severus's men. Not a man to beat around the bush, Severus had them all killed immediately. This show of murderous resolve convinced all the men surrounding Julianus that the time to abandon the doomed foe emperor was right about now. The Praetorians informed the Senate that they no longer supported Julianus, and on June 1st, the Senate responded by declaring Severus the lawful emperor and Julianus an enemy of the state. The exact circumstances of Julianus's fate are variously told, but the most common version is that the defrocked Julianus, now left miserably alone in the palace, was apprehended by a company of soldiers, marched into a private chamber, and beheaded. His last words were recorded as the pitiful, but not entirely unjustified plea, "What evil have I done? Whom have I killed?" He was either 56 or 58 years old, and had ruled Rome for a grand total of 66 days. With Julianus deposed and both the Senate and Praetorians declaring him their sovereign, Septimius Severus became emperor of the Roman Empire. His claim to power was not totally secure, and there was still much to be done, but I don't think I'm giving anything away when I say that he will successfully outmaneuver his rivals, and in the process, found a new imperial dynasty that will rule Rome more or less uninterrupted for the next 42 years. It was, when you get right down to it, quite a feat for an obscure half-Punic, half-Roman equite from Libya. Lucius Septimius Severus had been born in 145 in the province of Africa, right at the beginning of the golden age of Antoninus. His father was a native, though thoroughly Romanized, African of equestrian rank, but his mother was Italian and related to a prominent Roman family. Though his own immediate family was not particularly influential, his father apparently never held political office, he had two cousins back in Italy, Uncle Publius and Uncle Gaius, who would both serve as consuls during the reign of Antoninus. Gaius Septimius Severus in particular would be the bridge young Lucius used to cross over from obscurity to prominence. The details of his youth are not particularly well known, but he was educated as much as a minor provincial family could afford, and by the time he was 17, his expressed interest in making more of himself than his father had led Uncle Gaius to recommend him to the new emperor, Marcus Aurelius. But despite the endorsement, giving some young provincial a special leg up wasn't on Marcus's to-do list at the time, and so Severus languished in a sort of limbo, waiting patiently to reach the minimum age to serve as quaestor, when it was hoped that Marcus would appoint him to office, and simultaneously enroll him in the Senate. And this obviously did not mark him for greatness, as most men destined for the purple had all these age requirements waived, and had already served as consul by now. But then again, Severus wasn't aiming to be emperor. He was simply shooting for prominence. Things actually got a little bit worse for young Severus in the mid to late 160s, as he waited patiently for the expected assignment. The Antonine plague infected Rome, and Severus prudently, if a bit dejectedly, left the disease capital and returned to Africa where things were safer. He had left home with high hopes, and now he was right back where he had started, with nothing to show for it but a few wasted years. But the plague, which seemed like it might be the final nail in the coffin of whatever grand ambitions Severus secretly harbored for himself, actually turned out to be the defibrillator that brought those ambitions back to life. In addition to being a human tragedy of enormous proportions, the plague had the practical effect of creating many a vacancy in the imperial government. Just as the Second Punic War, and specifically the disaster at Cannae, had cleared out most of the rising stars of the old patrician families and opened the door for men of merit wherever they might be found, so too did the Antonine plague leave room for men who likely never would have been granted a second look had the old aristocracy not been dropping like flies. I think Pompeianus benefited from these conditions, Pertinax certainly rose higher than he otherwise would have, and young Severus, nobody provincial, would soon find his application for membership in the Senate readily granted, and important business happily heaped upon his shoulders. But even here, Severus's career progressed in fits and starts. He was assigned a proquaestorship in the Spanish senatorial province of Baetica, but soon after taking up the posting his father died, forcing Severus to return home to assume the mantle of paterfamilias. While he was gone, which means we can infer this was around 172 or so, the Moors invaded Spain and threw the region into crisis. The Senate handed control of Baetica to the emperor, and in trade, the emperor granted the Senate authority over the island of Sardinia. So when he was ready to return to duty, Severus was redirected to the moderately hostile backwater of Sardinia, rather than the lush and wealthy coast of Spain. But Uncle Gaius still saw promise in the young man, though it should be admitted he was not quite so young anymore. He was serious and dedicated, and so when Gaius Severus was assigned the proconsulship of Africa, he picked his younger cousin to serve on his staff. In 175, the now 30-year-old Severus married a local African girl, and though they were married 11 years, she would die in 186, no children resulted from the union. Around that same time, he was the recipient of imperial favor, and appointed to serve as one of the now entirely honorary tribune of the plebs back in Rome. For the decade that followed, he would find himself fully in the emperor's good graces, and assigned to key political and military posts across the empire, mostly in Spain and Gaul. When Commodus succeeded his father, Severus was close enough to the imperial family that Commodus trusted him, without being so close that Commodus felt threatened by him. Shortly after Lucilla's failed plot to kill her brother, though, Severus did temporarily fall from favor, when he botched, perhaps intentionally, the job of tracking down one of the conspirators who had fled east. But this was a minor blip on Severus's now firmly established record, and before too long, he was called back into service. In 186, Severus's first wife died, and he set himself to finding a new partner. This time, one he hoped would help catapult his career to the next level. Belief in astrology and divination was as strong in the empire as it had ever been, and Severus in particular bought into the whole system completely. He was informed by some mystics that there was a woman in the east who was destined to marry a king, so Severus immediately went forth to track her down and marry her. The woman in question was a Syrian named Julia Domna, who was descended from a line of kings established by Pompey during his initial political reorganization of the East in the 60s BC. Though her family's royalty had long been stripped away, her father was a high priest in the small but important mystery religion that dedicated itself to the worship of Elagabalus, god of the sun. Severus talked his way into an engagement with the woman who was destined to marry a king, and in the summer of 187, the two were wed. The marriage would prove to be a happy and fruitful one. Julia would go down as one of the more beloved empresses of all time, and apart from earning praise for her intelligence, wit, and political savvy, she was also a tireless promoter of the arts, philosophy, and poetry. Though she did her best to stem the tide, her work was largely a losing battle against a Greco-Roman culture that had stagnated and felt content to worship past masters rather than cultivate their generation's own voices. In 188, Severus's first son, Lucius Septimius Bassianus, was born, and in 189, a second son, Publius Septimius Geta, followed. Though the elder son would be known during his own life as Lucius, we know him today by the nickname that was rarely uttered in his presence, but which I'll use to refer to him from here on out, Caracalla. The feud with his younger brother Geta, the means by which he resolved said feud, and the tyrannical regime he subsequently oversaw following his father's death would become the stuff of legend, and Caracalla provided most, but not all of the reasons we usually call the Severan dynasty, the troubled Severan dynasty. Before we move on from Severus's growing nuclear family, though, I should mention that his new sister-in-law, Julia Maesa, will soon become a major player in her own right. It was her young grandsons, whom we know as Elagabalus and Alexander Severus, who will round out the ill-fated Severan dynasty. Both 14 at the time of their respective ascensions, Julia Maesa will wield considerable influence behind the scenes, and in her heyday was the most powerful Roman woman the empire had ever seen since the time of Agrippina. His family growing happily and rapidly, though what it grew into was an entirely different story, Severus finally received that bright feather political men still strove to put in their caps, despite its ultimate irrelevance, by being named consul in 190. As you'll recall, though, his consulship was even more irrelevant than most, his naming coming as it did in the middle of Cleander's scandalous list of 25 for the year. The following year, Severus was assigned to the key governorship of Pannonia, which brings us back to where we just began. The assassination of Commodus, the murder of Pertinax, the elevation of Julianus. Severus was willing to accept Pertinax, and so kept his men in check during what had to be at least a slightly chaotic period following Commodus's demise. But Julianus? Julianus was not to be accepted, nor tolerated, nor even resigned to. Julianus was to be removed. Severus entered Rome in June 193 as the acknowledged master of the Roman Empire, king in all but name, just as the oracles had predicted. His first act was to order the disgraced Praetorian Guard to assemble unarmed on a plain outside the city walls, where they were surrounded by his own armed troops. The Praetorians were no doubt thinking that Severus's promise of no recriminations was about to be revealed as just a clever expedient, and that they were all about to pay the ultimate price for their greed and hubris, but Severus instead simply ordered them to disband. That is, the Praetorian Guard was abolished. The now former members of the Guard escaped with their lives, but found their livelihoods stripped away in an instant. In place of the old Praetorians, which had been an assembly of mostly Italian, mostly well-to-do soldiers, who treated the posting as purely ceremonial, and little more than an opportunity to live high on the hog at the empire's expense, Severus instituted a new order of Praetorians. This one would be 4 times as large and be made up of provincial soldiers. Rather than a social club for pampered Italians, the Guard was reconstructed to be the premier military unit in the empire, and served as the ultimate reward for excellent service in the legions. Promotion of the Praetorians was, in other words, now open to any soldier who earned the right. The effects of this reconstruction were threefold. First, it further increased the distance between the citizens of Rome and their emperor. Rather than the barrier separating the two being made up of armed Italians, who at least looked like the citizens of Rome and talked like them, and were in many cases related to them, the barrier was now made up of a motley group of uncouth provincial soldiers who shared nothing in common with the citizenry of the capital. From this point on, basically, no one had a cousin in the Guard anymore who could, bend the rules a bit now and then. The second ramification of the Praetorian reorganization was that it wound up draining away talent from the provinces. When the best soldiers are promoted up to a posting in Rome, well, they're not around to help dig trenches anymore, or lead men in battle, or generally ensure that the borders remain secure. Though only one of many factors that led to the disastrous barbarian invasions of the next century, it certainly didn't help that all the best men were stationed in Rome, rather than on the Danube, when the Goths came calling. Finally, when the old Guard was disbanded, they took with them the last few Italians still serving in uniform. The Roman legions were now no longer, in any sense, Roman legions. From here on out, wherever you looked, you saw foreign faces under those helmets. The Romans themselves were now content to let others do the fighting for them. This abandonment of their martial heritage is high on the list of potential reasons why the Western Empire ultimately fell. But as of yet, these reorganizations were still just a glimmer in Severus's eye. He had been recognized by the Senate and the Praetorians, but so what? So had the late Didius Julianus. Pescennius Niger was still in Syria, still in control of the resources of the Eastern Empire, and still showing every indication that he was planning to become emperor himself. Claudius Albinus was temporarily sated, but Severus knew that Albinus would not be so docile when the new emperor revealed his plan to double-cross his supposed heir, and instead name his sons Caracalla and Geta co-Caesars. Next week, Severus will face down his two rivals in a 3-way battle for power that will finally unlock the Pandora's box of civil war that the Romans had successfully kept shut for 125 years. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 100, Black and White and Severus All Over. On June 1st, 193 AD, Septimius Severus was officially recognized as emperor by the Senate and people of Rome. In theory, he now controlled the whole empire, but in practice he was only master of its western half. Unlike the Danube legions and the British legions, who both at this point backed Severus, the troops in Syria and Egypt recognized Pescennius Niger's claim to the throne, and would have scoffed at any attempt by Severus to order them around. There were high hopes all around, though, that political tensions between East and West could be resolved without bloodshed, but it was not to be. The basic fact was that Severus was convinced that he had every right to the throne, and Niger was also convinced that he had every right to the throne. Keeping the aftermath of Julianus's rise and fall bloodless meant that one of the two generals was going to have to back down and take a subordinate role to the other, Claudius Albinus had already allowed himself to be so subordinated, but neither Niger nor Severus had any intention of following his example. And so, unfortunately, civil war. But Severus was savvy about optics, as evidenced by the care he took in keeping his initial coup a bloodless one. Well, relatively bloodless. Julianus and the men who had murdered Pertinax were dead, but no one liked them anyway, so they don't really count. In all his public posturing, Severus intimated that Niger was his friend and colleague, and that they couldn't possibly have any real quarrel with one another, since they were such good friends and such good colleagues. Their two armies had both acted nobly in rejecting Julianus and independently hailing their leader's emperor, but now that Pertinax was avenged, it was time for them to act nobly again and reject discord in favor of concord. Despite his public front of hopeful hope and friendly friendship, though, Severus and his lieutenants were diligently preparing for war. They well knew that, barring a miracle, the only place Severus and Niger would be able to conclusively settle the issue of who was emperor would be on the battlefield. Thus, 30 days after he arrived in Rome, Severus ordered his forces to break camp and head east. He told the Senate and the people that he was merely on his way to tour and inspect the eastern provinces, and pointedly made no mention of Niger or his rival claim to power. But those in the know knew that Severus was on his way to demand the approaching Syrian legions recognize him as their emperor or face destruction. We know basically how things are going to turn out in the contest between Severus and Niger, and we'll get to the details in a second. But before we get into the particulars, I should point out that things didn't have to turn out this way. Indeed, to many at the time, the ascension and subsequent victories of Severus came as quite a shock. You see, a pretty good chunk of the political class simply assumed that the job was naturally going to pass over to Pescennius Niger. From the moment Julianus bought the throne, they expected Niger, not Severus, to be the man who would ride triumphantly into the city, cow the Praetorians, and restore order. All the Syrian governor had to do was get on his horse and ride. But then a funny thing happened. The presumed successor to Julianus never showed up for his coronation ceremony. There is not a ton in the historical record about Pescennius Niger, but we do know that he was born in the late 130s AD, round about the time that power was being transferred from Hadrian to Antoninus, making him the eldest of our three claimants to the throne. Like Severus, he had come from an upper-middle-class family of equites, and, also like Severus, saw his career advance rapidly during that age of upward mobility, made possible by the Parthian War, the Marcomannic Wars, and the Antonine Plague. Early in Commodus's reign, he had been made a senator, and then appointed to a military command in Dacia, where he served alongside Claudius Albinus, and helped settle a brief Sarmatian uprising. After that, he was enough in Commodus's confidence that when the Deserters' War broke out in 186, it was Niger who was ordered into Gaul to put the rebel army down. Probably as a reward for his success in this endeavor, Commodus appointed Niger to the all-important governorship of Syria. Arriving in Antioch, he endeared himself to the population by taking a liberal attitude towards local custom, and for encouraging the kind of games Marcus had outlawed, and endeared himself to the legions by maintaining discipline without being overly harsh or strict about anything. He remained happily situated in Syria until the chaos of 193 led him to pack up his things and lead his armies toward Rome. Very slowly pack up his things, and very slowly lead his armies toward Rome. Not to Rome, mind you, just toward Rome. He never would get there. The problem with Niger, and the thing that most especially led to his fall, was the fact that he did not feel the fierce urgency of now. When Septimius Severus decided to make his bid for the throne, he spent every waking moment preparing to march on Rome, and when preparations were complete, he spent every waking moment actually marching on Rome, and when he arrived, he spent every waking moment figuring out exactly how he was going to keep the power he had grabbed. Pescennius Niger, on the other hand, was far more lackadaisical about everything. Given a more vigorous response, he might have, like Vespasian before him, leveraged his position as de facto leader of the Eastern Empire into de jure leader of the whole empire. But he dillied and he dallied, and when he finally got around to making his move, it was too late. 2 months had passed since the death of Julianus, and Niger was just now barely leaving Antioch. He wouldn't even make it to the Hellespont before being met by Severus's Danube legions, who, in the same amount of time, had marched from Pannonia to Rome, ousted Julianus, sat around for a bit catching their breath as Severus planned their next move, and then crossed the Adriatic, marched across Macedonia and Thrace, all the way to the Hellespont. It is quite obvious, then, which general was feeling said fierce urgency of now, and which was feeling the fierce urgency of whenever. Up until the very end, Severus and Niger maintained an officially friendly correspondence that pretended war was not imminent. But finally, the charade was called off when the two armies met in battle, seeing as how it's kind of hard to pretend you have nothing but the most peaceful of intentions when you're simultaneously ordering your cavalry in to ride and hack your rival to pieces. The advance guards of both armies found each other in the province of Bithynia and fought 2 separate engagements in the late summer of 193, which, though too large to be considered skirmishes, were also too small to be decisive. In both fights, though, Niger's eastern troops looked badly overmatched against the veteran Pannonian legions, and were beaten handily. The ascension of Niger, which at first had seemed so right, so logical, and so inevitable, was now turning out to be so very clearly a pipe dream. Winter overtook the contest, though, and when the new year dawned, Severus cemented his alliance with Albinus by sharing a consulship with the British general. He further let it be known that while he was prosecuting the war in the east, that he fully trusted Albinus to maintain the peace and tranquility of the west. His other rival now fully complacent, Severus wasted no time trying to land the final blow against Niger when spring arrived. In the meantime, Niger had withdrawn his forces almost all the way back to Syria, and had set up a fortified position near the village of Issus, at a location known as the Cilician Gates, a narrow east-west passage wedged in between the southern coastline of Turkey and the sharply rising Taurus Mountains to the north. When you Google the Battle of Issus, though, your first hits will not point you to the decisive battle between Severus and Niger, but rather to the decisive battle between Alexander the Great and the Persians, fought over 500 years earlier on exactly the same spot. But Niger, as they say, was no Alexander. Though the two forces were roughly equal in size, 3 legions apiece plus some auxiliaries, the Danube troops, tempered in the fires of the Marcomannic Wars, were simply superior to the Syrian troops, who had been tempered in the fires of, well, not much really. The Parthian War was already 30 years past, and as a result, none of the soldiers in the east had any real experience with any real fighting. Niger's men made a go of it, but they were already beginning to fall back when Severus's cavalry, sent around on a secret mission prior to the battle, suddenly appeared at their rear. Chaos and slaughter ensued, and Niger was forced to flee the battlefield. His army now completely destroyed, the Syrian governor was apparently making for Parthia, where he hoped to find asylum, and perhaps the resources to make another bid for the throne one day. But he was caught before he reached the Euphrates, and like Julianus before him, was unceremoniously beheaded. The head was sent back to Severus, who forwarded it on to the smallish but well-fortified city of Byzantium, where what was left of the Niger loyalists had holed up. Though their leader's head now sat atop a spike in front of the city gates, Niger's remaining lieutenants obstinately refused to surrender. At first, they held out simply to refuse Severus the satisfaction of victory, but eventually they came to believe that Claudius Albinus would eventually heed the various calls for him to get into the ring, and that maybe, just maybe, they could live long enough to see Severus's head on a spike too. But after a 2-year holdout, a famine got the better of them, and the last of Niger's soldiers finally surrendered Byzantium in 196. Severus ordered all the walls and fortifications of the city be toppled, reducing Byzantium to just another open village, which is exactly how Constantine found it more than a century later. In between the occupation and surrender of Byzantium, Severus busied himself in the east. Still hoping to maintain some thin veneer of clemency, Severus did not simply go around to the various provinces killing those leading men who had supported Niger, but he did do the next harshest thing he could think of. Anyone associated with the fallen Syrian governor, no matter how tenuously, was purged from political office and their property confiscated. The ill-gotten, but not murderously so, gains were then directed by Severus to his faithful soldiers. The soon-to-be undisputed emperor had no illusions about where his power was derived from, and no desire to beat around the bush in his plans to hold on to that power. For the entirety of the Severan dynasty, starting with Severus himself, it would be the army first, last, and always. Indeed, as he lay dying, he gave his sons one last piece of advice, summing up his whole political philosophy in one short sentence. Be harmonious with each other, enrich the soldiers, and scorn all other men. Severus's position was crystallizing, but since you can't return home to a triumph if your victory comes against your fellow Romans, literally, it was against the rules, Severus embarked on a brief campaign against the Parthians to give himself a nice foreign victory to point to. Following a series of practically non-contested victories in the Parthian borderlands beyond the Euphrates, Severus was finally confident enough in his grasp on power that he decided to drop the pretense that he was going to make Albinus his heir and announced that his young son Caracalla was now to be known as Marcus Aurelius Septimius Bassianus Antoninus, and would be next in line for the throne. This news came as something of a nasty surprise to Albinus in Britain, whose support for Severus, after all, had been premised on being named Severus's heir. The announcement also put an incident from the previous year in a new light. After defeating Niger, Severus had sent a note to Albinus proclaiming the triumph, but when the messengers arrived and requested a private audience with Albinus, they had whipped out daggers and tried to kill him. The assassination attempt had been unsettling, but it had also been difficult to believe, based on every other thing he had ever said or done, that Severus had been the one who ordered the attack. But now that Albinus was getting the old double-cross, the random assassination attempt by some rogue soldiers took on a much more sinister light, because Severus had obviously tried to kill him. In 196, now fully aware that he had been duped into complacency for the last 2.5 years, Albinus finally accepted all that his troops wanted him to accept. He allowed himself to be hailed Imperator, kept the name Caesar, and prepared himself for war with Severus. He crossed over the English Channel into Gaul with 3 legions and a host of auxiliaries, that Cassius Dio estimated to be some 150,000 total men, though, like all ancient figures, this is likely an exaggeration. He was met initially by a smaller force led by one of Severus's generals, who had been tasked with halting the invasion, or, at the very least, slowing it down. Albinus dispatched Severus's welcoming party with ease, though, and the setback gave some on the Severan side pause. Maybe we should come to some sort of agreement with Albinus. It turns out that fighting him isn't exactly going to be a walk in the park, you know? But Severus himself seemed undaunted, and readied himself for what he was confident would be his final test. Beating Albinus meant that the empire would be his, free and clear. Albinus was able to occupy Lugdunum, the capital of Roman Gaul, but he was unable to do the one thing he really needed to do to win. Severus now had, British legions accepted, the whole of the empire behind him. There was no way Albinus would be able to match Severus's reserve of men and material, unless he was able to convince the Rhine legions to join his cause. Thus far a non-factor in the war, the Rhine legions had remained essentially neutral, though they had leaned heavily towards Severus against Niger. Albinus hoped he could coax them into his camp, but all his entreaties were spurned, as the Rhine troops instead dug in their support for Severus, pegging him to be the eventual winner in any contest that they themselves did not get involved in. Having failed to sway the Rhine troops, Albinus still persisted in his preparations for battle, but now his mission seemed to be working itself up to be a romantic last stand, rather than a stunning victory against the growing tyranny of Severus. Like Septimius Severus, Claudius Albinus had been born in Africa, though unlike Severus, Albinus was the son of a wealthy senatorial family, and was by far the most pedigreed of the three rivals for power. He earned the cognomen Albinus shortly after his birth in 147, when his father commented on the boy's unusually pale skin, though he was not an albino per se, as it is sometimes thought. From the very beginning, he was set on a military career, and as a young man, quickly established a reputation as an excellent soldier. He served in various capacities throughout the first half of the Marcomannic Wars, and was, at an early age, promoted to the governorship of Bithynia for the year 175. That meant that he was in Bithynia when the revolt of Avidius Cassius broke out. Rather than join the other eastern provinces, Albinus withheld the single legion he controlled from Cassius, and instead remained loyal to Marcus. This endeared him to the emperor and his son Commodus, who, you'll recall, was there during the crisis, and learned quickly who was with his family and who was opposed to them. For the entirety of Commodus's reign, Albinus continued to be held in high esteem by the emperor, and was given commands in Gaul, and then finally the powerful governorship of Britain. Gibbon remarks that we should not hold it against Albinus that he was so well liked by Commodus, and that sometimes even men who usually favor the corrupt and venal, occasionally, almost by accident, favor the honest and capable, which by all estimations Albinus was. In fact, Albinus actually took things a little bit further than that. In early 192, a believable rumor reached his headquarters in Britain that Commodus was dead, and in response, Albinus delivered an address to his troops, condemning the excesses and brutality of Commodus, and openly calling for a return to a republican form of government. By the time the speech was over, he had outed himself as a full-blown critic of the imperial system, and likely would have paid for the crime with his life, had not Commodus really been killed just a few months later, before the emperor could deal with his suddenly treasonous governor of Britain. Just like with Severus and Niger, the elevation of Pertinax came as welcome news to Albinus, but the elevation of Julianus did not. Perhaps in a nod to his republican sympathies, Albinus initially refused the title Imperator and Augustus, and allowed himself to be styled merely as a lieutenant of the people. But, perhaps further revealing that some of those republican sympathies were more rhetorical and theoretical than actual, he allowed himself to be seduced by Severus's offer of Caesarhood, and so stood by while Severus annihilated Niger. But after Caracalla was elevated in Albinus's place, Severus was exposed as a ruthless, two-faced tyrant who was not to be trusted nor followed. In Albinus's mind, it was now his duty, as the only man in a position to do something about it, to do something about Septimius Severus. In February 197, Albinus very nearly did something about it. The force Severus mustered to face down his last rival was roughly equal to that of Albinus's army. That is, Severus's army is also quoted to be at the aforementioned 150,000, which meant that at least for this one fight, the two generals were on equal footing. The size of the two armies also meant that this was the largest legion-on-legion fight in the whole long history of Rome. By contrast, the Battle of Pharsalus featured a mere 30,000 troops for Caesar, and maybe 60,000 for Pompey, a combined total that would have been dwarfed by a single side in this latest fight for control of the empire. Even taking into account the exaggeration factor, the Battle of Lugdunum had to have been an absolutely humongous affair. In contrast to the other battles won in his name, Severus decided this fight was critical enough that he needed to be there in person to lead his armies, and with Albinus personally directing his own forces, the fight turned into a slugfest between two evenly matched armies, both being led by highly intelligent commanders. For most of the day, the two sides both gave as good as they got. When Albinus's left wing began to give way, Severus's left wing simultaneously fell into a trap that nearly cost Severus his life when he was caught in a chaotic retreat away from a booby-trapped field. But eventually, the Severans wore down Albinus's men and broke through their lines. Albinus himself fled the field and retreated back to a house in the still as of yet untaken city of Lugdunum, but, recognizing that the day was lost and that it was only a matter of time before he was captured and executed, Claudius Albinus committed suicide. It is reported that Severus showed no respect for Albinus's honor, and, in addition to running over the discovered corpse with a cart, he chopped off the head and sent it back to Rome as a warning to anyone who dared to dream that Septimius Severus was not, in fact, the invincible and undisputed master of the world. Next time, Severus will have to deal with the consequences of his actions. A man of boundless energy, who was used to immediate and unquestioned compliance with his orders, suddenly found himself leading a civilian governmental apparatus that was sluggish, temperamental, and above all, boring. The life of a Roman politician is absolutely nothing like the life of a Roman general, a fact that Severus was quickly coming to understand. In pursuit of power, he had never stopped to contemplate whether the imperial throne would prove to be a blessing or a curse. In the end, he came down squarely on the side of the latter. With no great crises left to engage him, his spirit atrophied in the face of bureaucratic minutiae. Relief was supposed to be found in the cultivation of his sons, but before his very eyes, Caracalla and Geta were turning into cruel, petulant adolescents, and, worse yet, seemed to despise one another. Rather than being left satisfied that the power he had won for his family would be wielded wisely, he was left dejected, suspecting that the minute he was gone, the boys would tear each other and the empire apart. I say next time rather than next week, because unfortunately, I'm going to have to miss the next 2 Sundays. I'm headed up to Madison for an extended 4th of July vacation, and all my available writing time is going to be replaced with family time. But, you might say, shouldn't that mean you're only taking 1 week off? Well, yes, that's what I thought too, but then I did the math, and it turns out that between everything, this 1 week-long trip is going to knock me out for 2 full episodes worth of production time. But don't worry, I'll come back tanned, ready, and rested, and next time, we'll delve into the back end of Severus's unhappy reign and watch his adorable little boys turn into deplorable little monsters.